As soon as this little girl time traveled, she went around shouting that the emperor was about to die. She almost got dragged out by her own father to feed the tigers, but at least she saved the male lead who was about to be assaulted. Then the little girl grabbed a dagger and stabbed fiercely at the male lead because she wanted to destroy this story and quickly return to her time. He was originally a SWAT team captain. During a mission, he accidentally encountered an ancient book. He was absorbed into the world within the book. During the time travel, a mysterious voice told him that he could return once he obtained the Yi Jia map. When he woke up again, he found himself transformed into a 6-year-old little girl, the daughter of a Yu kingdom general. Yi Mu realized this was exactly the plot from the book, and the Yi Jia map mentioned by that voice was the key to returning to modern times, and the clue to the Yi Jia map was with the male lead, Mo Lingyuan. Mo Lingyuan was currently a wanderer who had become a slave in the general's mansion. Yi Mu quickly asked the maid where the newly rescued slave was, the one with fair skin and a tear mole. The maid tremblingly replied that he had been sent to the front hall for Minister Lu's entertainment. Yi Mu rushed to save him immediately, as Minister Lu was a pervert. If Mo Lingyuan died, she wouldn't be able to return. Yi Mu kicked open the front hall door. Looking around, everywhere was a decadent scene of people indulging in pleasure. Minister Lu was pressing a young boy against the table, waving a knife around. The young boy was the male lead, Mo Lingyuan. Minister Lu, displeased at having his fun interrupted, frowned and said, "Is this how the general's mansion treats guests?" The general quickly smoothed things over with a smile. He just said his daughter was confused from illness, then glared fiercely at Yi Mu. He picked her up and was about to throw her out. Yi Mu frantically shouted, "Not good. The emperor is gravely ill." In an instant, everyone was stunned, staring at Yi Mu in disbelief. The general slapped her and angrily rebuked her for speaking nonsense. He ordered people to drag her out for punishment. Yi Mu explained tearfully that a masked person had just broken into her room, said, "The emperor is gravely ill," and fled. Minister Lu thought it better to believe it, and immediately sent people to gather information. The general also ordered a thorough search of the mansion, saying if the news was false, they would punish this dead girl Yi Mu. Yi Mu kept crying fearfully until everyone had left. Only then did she wipe away her tears and smile. She was secretly pleased, thinking, "I have knowledge of the plot. How could these ancient people outsmart me?" However, that Yi Li was a ruthless character, so she would need to be extra careful in the future. Then she turned to look at Mo Lingyuan. Looking at the badly injured 9-year-old boy, Yi Mu unhesitatingly picked up the dagger from the ground. She pointed it straight at Mo Lingyuan. After all, he was still so young. Waiting for him to grow up, conquer the world, and obtain the otherworldly map would take too long. Yi Mu couldn't wait, so she wanted to use another method to return to modern times. Suddenly Yi Mu asked, "Do you hate me?" Mo Lingyuan's expression darkened as he replied decisively, "I hate you. If you want to kill me, do it. There's nothing more to say." This completely removed Yi Mu's hesitation. She immediately raised the dagger to strike. She wanted to kill the male lead and destroy this story. Perhaps she could return to modern times immediately. But when the knife touched his throat, she hesitated again. According to the book, this child would become a great ruler who would bring prosperity to his people. His sense of responsibility wouldn't allow him to disregard the lives of all people. Yi Mu threw away the dagger. After all, this wasn't a simple time travel. Killing more people might not help her return home. She immediately ordered people to take him back and treat his wounds. At this moment, another slave boy nearby begged her to take him in too, saying he would do anything. Looking at the nameless boy whose eyes were as beautiful as a wolf's, Yi Mu immediately agreed and named him Yi Shaoling. She made them both her personal servants, saying mischievously that she would train them well to become her most capable hands. The maids couldn't help but feel sorry for the two, thinking how pitiful they were to catch the attention of their demonic young miss. Mo Lingyuan keenly noticed something was different, as Yi Mu's behavior was very different from usual. But by nightfall, Yi Mu regretted her decision. She should have focused on finding the map. Why did she take in two burdens? She wasn't a kindergarten teacher, nor did she time travel to become a babysitter. Despite saying this, she still brought food and medicine to their quarters. Looking at the dilapidated thatched hut before her, she felt a pang of sympathy. She would need to find a way to change their living quarters tomorrow. But as soon as she entered, Mo Lingyuan alertly assumed a fighting stance. Yi Mu quickly told them to relax. Then she climbed onto their small bed with effort. She threw them a large package of chicken legs. Shaoling was immediately overjoyed. He ate the chicken legs without even looking up, while Mo Lingyuan remained cold and unmoved. Yi Mu gained new respect for him. as expected of the future male lead, naturally proud, but she impatiently told him to take off his clothes so she could apply the medicine. Mo Lingyuan didn't understand why she wanted to kill him earlier but was now suddenly being so kind. Yi Mu stuck out her tongue and continued, saying she was conquered by his kingly aura. Wasn't that enough? She said she could do whatever she wanted with him, and a mere slave shouldn't ask so many questions. Mo Lingyuan couldn't continue questioning. He gritted his teeth and removed his clothes, revealing wounds that had bled through the bandages. Xiaoling was still shaken, saying Minister Lu had killed 3 people that afternoon. If he hadn't hidden quickly, he would have been killed too. Yi Mu trembled with anger at these beasts who only dared to bully the weak. She carefully unwrapped the bandages with sympathy, carefully helped him apply medicine and rebandage, and seriously promised that this would never happen again. Anyone under her protection would never be harmed, and they didn't need to be so guarded against her. Both were stunned, doubting if they were hallucinating. The sharp pain from disinfecting confirmed to Mo Lingyuan that this wasn't a dream. He couldn't help but ask why she had sent him to the front hall for punishment earlier, only to then burst in and save him. Yi Mu said guiltily that she never intended to really give him to Lu. It was just meant to scare him, but Mo Lingyuan didn't believe her. 10 days ago, when Yi Mu had taken him into the mansion, she had whipped him to make him obedient. She had even put him with wild wolves. She even made him wear armor and dodge arrows in a cage for her archery game. Yi Mu was shocked. The original owner had been so cruel. How could she explain this away? A female SWAT officer transmigrated into an evil little girl, starting by capturing the future emperor, whipping him to make him obedient, even putting him with wild wolves, and making him wear armor to dodge arrows in a cage for her archery game. Yi Mu hung her head lower as she listened. How could she explain this away? Heaven must be against her. Why did she have to transmigrate into the body of an evil supporting character who tortured the male lead? How could the story progress happily now? Yi Mu racked her brains to make up excuses. Making you fight wolves was just to train your combat abilities. Making you my target was just to train your reflexes. Whipping you was to increase your endurance. Only when facing death will one's potential be fully unleashed. Mo Lingyuan's mouth twitched as he listened. This woman could really make up stories. Yi Mu smiled and repeatedly promised, I won't harm you. As we spend time together, you'll see that I'm actually a very good person. After saying this, she carefully helped apply medicine and bandages, secretly relieved that she managed to fool him. Mo Lingyuan seemed dazed. He knew she was lying, but when he was most desperate, she was the one who rushed in to save him. So he decided to observe coldly and see what tricks she was playing. After treating the wounds and lulling the little boy to sleep, Yi Mu quietly left. She secretly made a decision to properly raise them, win the male lead's heart with sincerity, then get the map and return home. But when she returned to her room, she saw her father Yi Li waiting. Yi Mu was startled. She quickly bowed in greeting. Yi Li questioned with unfriendly eyes, I heard you went to see that little slave. Do you care about him? Yi Mu quickly acted like the original evil character, saying, that guy's stubborn. I must tame him. If he dies from his injuries, I won't have anyone to play with. Yi Li laughed proudly. As expected of my daughter, ruthless like me, I came to tell you that the emperor is indeed gravely ill. You did well. What reward would you like? Hearing this, Yi Mu secretly sighed in relief. Thankfully the plot worked out. Otherwise it would have been hard to conclude. Thinking of her training plan, she quickly requested 2 tutors from Yi Li. So early the next morning, the 2 boys were called to study reading and writing. Xiaoling was troubled, thinking fighters didn't need education. Yi Mu immediately gave him a beating. Then she glared threateningly at Mo Lingyuan. Mo Lingyuan wisely studied seriously, and only then was Yi Mu somewhat satisfied. She began separate classes, starting Xiaoling with the 3-character classic, while Mo Lingyuan started with state policy. Xiaoling was dissatisfied, asking why they were learning different things. She patiently explained, look how thin he is, clearly meant to be a strategist. How can he compare to someone well-rounded like you? Xiaoling beamed at the praise. Mo Lingyuan's mouth twitched, thinking, what well-rounded? Don't you mean all brawn and no brain? Seeing them both studying seriously, Yi Mu finally felt relieved. She leisurely went back to catch up on sleep. She had just fallen asleep when an angry shout woke her. Young miss, you said 1 hour means 1 hour. Time's not up yet. Why are you playing dead? Yi Mu suddenly awoke. She quickly ran out to check. Just as she opened the door, she saw a maid whipping inside the temple. Mo Lingyuan and Yi Mu were shocked, and she immediately shouted, stop. By then, Mo Lingyuan was covered in wounds. Yi Xiaoling, trying to protect him, was also badly hurt. Both looked at Yi Mu in surprise. She was panting heavily from exhaustion. She had been so worried she ran out barefoot. Mo Lingyuan was moved, wondering if she had rushed out so urgently because she heard they were in trouble. Yi Mu's eyes blazed with anger as she fiercely asked, "Who told you to beat them?" The maid fell to her knees in fear, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for mercy. Yi Mu immediately announced loudly, "These two are my carefully chosen followers. Besides me, whoever dares to touch them, I'll kill them." Mo Lingyuan and Shaolin were stunned. They were surprised that she would protect them so openly, making them believe she had no ulterior motives. After Yi Mu's stern scolding, she was still not satisfied. She had wanted to give some actual punishment, but worried the servants might harbor resentment and secretly take revenge on the two later. So she could only pretend to be impatient and told all the maids to get lost. Seeing Mo Lingyuan's new wounds on top of his unhealed old ones, Yi Mu felt helpless. This male lead really was accident-prone, getting into trouble even without going out. She let them end training early today to quickly apply medicine and rest. But Mo Lingyuan was stubborn, insisting he hadn't completed a full hour of horse stance. He persisted with the training plan. Even though he was sweating from the pain, he gritted his teeth and continued, just so Yi Mu wouldn't look down on him. Yi Mu was both angry and amused, announcing that from tomorrow, they would add another hour of horse stance training. Though her words were harsh, she quickly brought bandages and ointment to help treat Mo Lingyuan's wounds. After they completed their hour of horse stance, she took them both to lunch. At the table, she treated them as friends, eating the same food together. Mo Lingyuan carefully noticed that today's dishes didn't have the garlic he hated. The maid explained with a smile, "The Yu Kingdom is damp and cold. Not eating garlic can cause illness, but since young miss said you dislike it, she had the kitchen find a way to remove the garlic taste." But Mo Lingyuan clearly remembered that before, Yi Mu didn't dislike garlic. The maid continued praising how clever young miss was, having the kitchen steam garlic with tea leaves, removing all the garlic taste. Mo Lingyuan split a dish in half upon hearing this. He indeed saw the minced garlic but couldn't taste it at all. Even when his imperial parents were around, they hadn't been this thoughtful. Yet this supposedly evil young lady noticed and did all this for him. Mo Lingyuan couldn't help but feel touched, silently keeping this kindness in his heart. After eating, Mo Lingyuan wanted to continue studying, but Yi Mu knew the importance of balance and gruffly ordered them to fly kites with her. But just as Yi Mu started running, she accidentally tripped on a stone. As she was about to fall face first, Mo Lingyuan turned pale with fright. A girl had transmigrated into the evil daughter of a rebel general. From the start, she took in the fallen male lead as her follower. She wanted to raise him to be a great emperor, but who knew he only wanted to compete for favor and get jealous. Yi Mu couldn't sleep from the headache. This was supposed to be a wise ruler recorded in books, an excellent emperor well developed in morality, wisdom, physical fitness, arts, and labor. How could she let him go astray under her care? She immediately climbed out the window at night, taking the male lead to search for snakes in the courtyard. Watching Yi Mu's cute appearance as she sneaked around, looking everywhere, Mo Lingyuan couldn't help but laugh. Even though it was her own home, she was creeping around like a little mouse. It was really adorable. Yi Mu turned back dissatisfied, glaring at him. "Don't you know we need to be quiet when searching at night?" But she met Mo Lingyuan's doting smile instead. He was even waving at her in greeting. Yi Mu's face instantly turned red, both embarrassed and startled. In just a short month, this guy had changed so much. He really looked like a young immortal now. She immediately scolded, "What are you grinning at? Quick, follow me. I'll show you something good." She remembered what was written in the book. A hungry Mo Lingyuan accidentally found a snake. He wanted to catch it for a meal, but while chasing the snake, he found secret martial arts manuals in the courtyard. So Yi Mu took a stick and started poking around everywhere. Mo Lingyuan watched speechlessly. Snakes are afraid of people. How could they find any making such a ruckus? But he keenly noticed that Yi Mu had indeed changed. She would never have acted so playfully before, and she hadn't even noticed these changes herself. So Mo Lingyuan suddenly said, "Young miss, do you know? Before, you never drank milk, and you didn't like flowers and plants. You didn't like colors, except for orange. But now, you haven't worn orange clothes for a long time. And originally, you were left-handed. Yi Mu was shocked upon hearing this. She hurriedly hid her right hand holding the stick, stammering as she tried to make excuses but couldn't explain it away. Unexpectedly, Mo Lingyuan suddenly warned, "Your father Yi Li is a suspicious and cruel person. He never overlooks anything suspicious around him. If your behavior raises his suspicion, you'll be in danger." Yi Mu hadn't expected to be seen through so quickly, but she also suspected he was deliberately testing her. She immediately scolded harshly, "How dare you question me? I am who I am, genuine and authentic." She thought Mo Lingyuan would continue questioning, but hearing this, he smiled contentedly. He even picked a small orchid and pinned it in her hair. With a rewarding tone, he said gently, "No matter who you are or what you want to do, you saved my life, so I won't say anything." You didn't hear anything just now. Only then did Yi Mu understand that he had been warning her, yet she had been so harsh with him. She immediately blushed bright red with embarrassment and kept backing away. But unexpectedly, she stepped into empty air. As she fell, Mo Lingyuan was startled and quickly reached out to grab her. Thus both of them fell into a deep pit. Yi Mu, being an adult, instinctively protected Mo Lingyuan, the child, in her arms, cushioning his fall with her body. The impact nearly broke her apart, bringing tears to her eyes from the pain. Mo Lingyuan immediately became anxious and hurriedly helped her up, repeatedly asking where she was hurt. Yi Mu couldn't hold back anymore and started crying, showing him her wounded hand while internally despising herself. She used to be a special forces soldier with excellent combat skills, but this body was too weak to handle impacts, and she couldn't control her tears. Mo Lingyuan's heart ached as he quickly pulled her into his arms, gently comforting her. He lifted her sleeve to check the wound. Seeing blood flowing from her wrist, it looked serious. Mo Lingyuan felt both anxious and guilty. It was his fault for not reacting quickly enough. He should have been the one protecting her. He quickly tore a piece of cloth from his sleeve, carefully bandaging Yi Mu's wound while constantly offering gentle comfort. He even blew on it to ease the pain. Yi Mu felt touched. This was the first time anyone had treated her so gently. She suddenly felt vulnerable. She broke into loud sobs. After all, she was supposed to be young, so it was normal to cry when upset. Mo Lingyuan was completely flustered and pulled her tightly into his embrace, gently patting her head while softly consoling her. He felt even more guilty, knowing that if Yi Mu hadn't protected his head earlier, the wound would have been on his face instead. But the young male lead could only repeat, "Don't cry," over and over. After a long while, Yi Mu wiped her tears and thought helplessly how dry his comfort was. It seems that even the smartest young man becomes helpless when faced with a crying girl. Yi Mu felt too embarrassed to trouble him further. She immediately held back her tears and left his embrace. Mo Lingyuan suddenly felt empty inside. That's when Yi Mu realized they had fallen into a cellar. She was worried about how to get out. After all, in the original plot, Mo Lingyuan found the secret manual in the courtyard. Unexpectedly, Mo Lingyuan stepped on a book as soon as he moved. Yi Mu was shocked by this protagonist's halo and eagerly wanted to take a look, but she accidentally tripped again, this time landing face first. Mo Lingyuan's heart ached as he hurriedly helped her up. With injury upon injury, he worried if the young miss would cry again, but surprisingly, Yi Mu didn't cry. Instead, she burst into laughter. It turned out what had tripped her was gold. Yi Mu excitedly took out a flint and lit it. Looking around, she was stunned. The cellar was filled with gold. Yi Mu was overjoyed, diving into the mountain of gold and silver. Drooling, Mo Lingyuan keenly noticed that this was the Yi family's ancestral treasure. There were also imperial robes and the imperial seal. A glint flashed in his eyes. This was the Yangyi dynasty. The Yi family was planning rebellion. The little girl and the future emperor were searching for martial arts manuals. Unexpectedly, they fell into a secret cellar. It was filled with mountains of gold and silver everywhere, along with imperial robes and the imperial seal. Clearly this was the Yi family's ancestral treasure. The Yi family was planning rebellion. While Yi Mu wasn't looking, Mo Lingyuan secretly hid the imperial seal as evidence. He originally thought he would be killed to silence him, but Yi Mu just pounced into the gold pile with a "woohoo," happy about suddenly becoming rich, and naively saying, "We're rich." Mo Lingyuan was stunned by her words. She said, "We, not I." If anyone else had found this treasure, they would have killed him to keep it secret. Only this silly girl would tell him everything and treat him as her own. Little did he know Yi Mu was thinking that with these resources, she could quickly build up Mo Lingyuan's power. Once he unified the world, she could complete her mission and return to the real world. Mo Lingyuan fondly pulled Yi Mu up. They quietly climbed back to the courtyard, carefully concealed the entrance until it was undetectable, finally breathing a sigh of relief. They prepared to rest. Suddenly, voices approached. Yi Mu quickly pulled Mo Lingyuan to hide behind a rockery. They saw Father Yi Li walking this way with an attendant. The attendant was telling Yi Li that news had come from Mo Bo's side. Wen Chengshang insisted that their fugitive crown prince was in their territory, saying only if they found the prince would he help the general's cause. Otherwise the agreement would be void. Yi Mu knew the crown prince they mentioned was Mo Lingyuan. It seemed many people in Mo Bo wanted him dead. Yi Li was furious upon hearing this, but without Wen Chengshang's financial support, his rebellion would be difficult to achieve. Yi Mu couldn't help but sigh at how restless this family was. Generation after generation wanted to rebel, one raising money, another raising troops, each more fierce than the last. She didn't want to be exposed. She immediately wanted to leave with Mo Lingyuan. But after just 2 steps, they startled a rat that ran past squeaking. Yi Li heard the noise and walked over, shouting, "Who's there? Come out." About to be exposed, Yi Mu, not wanting both of them to be caught, decided to reveal herself first as a decoy. Unexpectedly, Mo Lingyuan suddenly pushed her down and told her to stay quiet. Then he walked out himself, exposing himself to Yi Li. Yi Mu was stunned. He was actually protecting her. At this moment, Yi Li became suspicious. He grabbed Mo Lingyuan by the throat, spinning him around. He demanded to know why he was in such a place so late at night, and if he had heard anything. Mo Lingyuan tremblingly explained that he hadn't heard anything. He was just hungry and came out to catch some rabbits and snakes for food. Although Yi Li could see his expression didn't seem like he was lying, his presence in a place he shouldn't be was concerning. He worried if the boy had heard their earlier conversation. He immediately drew his sword, intending to kill him to eliminate any future trouble. He swung his sword down. Just as the protagonist was about to die, Yi Mu was about to rush out, but was stopped by what happened next. Mo Lingyuan thought quickly and said he had heard their conversation about finding the Mo Kingdom's crown prince. He suggested that since he was about the same age as the crown prince and could speak the Mo Kingdom's official language fluently, since they needed the Mo Kingdom minister's support, they could send him as a substitute. At least his death would serve a purpose. Yi Mu knew the Mo Kingdom minister wasn't a good person. This was like jumping from a tiger's mouth into a wolf's den. But if Yi Li agreed, she could find a chance to save him on the way. Yi Li indeed thought this idea wasn't bad, but rebellion wasn't a matter of just a day or two. If this boy leaked information early, it would be disastrous. He didn't trust Mo Lingyuan, worried he might reveal their secrets. Since Minister Lu had always been obsessed with him, Yi Li decided to send him to Minister Lu instead. Mo Lingyuan's face turned pale with fear. Falling into that pervert's hands would be worse than death. Yi Mu also knew Minister Lu's methods. She had to stop this. She immediately hopped out, pretending to accidentally bump into Yi Li. Yi Li drew his sword without a word, ready to strike. Mo Lingyuan's heart nearly jumped out. Why did this silly girl come out? Why couldn't she just protect herself? But Yi Mu grabbed Yi Li's sword hand, excitedly saying, "Father, I came out looking for treasure. I just found a huge treasure trove. I almost died finding it. Come quickly to see. I swear you'll be very happy when you see it." She pulled Yi Li along like a child seeking praise. Mo Lingyuan instantly understood her plan. He was both moved and surprised. She was willing to give up all that gold just for a slave like him? Yi Mu happily bounced around, chattering, "I just had a dream about our great-grandfather while sleeping. Great-grandfather said I would bring glory to our Yi family. He said I would become a princess of the Moon Kingdom. He also said he had a gift for you to help our generation achieve great things. That's why I came out looking at night, and I really found mountains of treasure." Then she led them to the cave entrance and showed it to Yi Li. Originally, Yi Li suspected she, like Mo Lingyuan, had heard their conversation, but he was also worried the treasure might be real. He and his attendant each carried one person and jumped into the cellar. They were instantly shocked by the mountains of gold and silver. They had to believe it was truly their ancestors' blessing. How else could you explain Yi Mu, a delicate young lady, coming to such a place at night? Looking at his daughter who foolishly shouted, "Father," Yi Li's suspicions gradually dispersed. After all, she was just a daughter. She couldn't threaten his position. And with the ancestor's dream message, she might even help him succeed. But this little slave couldn't be let off easily. To prevent him from revealing secrets, Yi Li immediately ordered Yi Mu to cut out his tongue. Both were instantly shocked. What should they do now? A girl who transmigrated into a 6-year-old villainous young lady at the beginning had to cut out the future emperor's tongue. The general father laughed heartily, saying, "My daughter is indeed ruthless like me. The Wei emperor will surely make you a princess in the future." Mo Lingyuan, whose tongue was to be cut out, was both shocked and moved. He regretted coming out with the young lady tonight. Otherwise he wouldn't have been caught by General Yi Li. He had thought offering up the treasure would help him escape this disaster. Yi Mu pretended to just notice Mo Lingyuan. She asked her father puzzledly why he was arresting their own person. Yi Li thought she was reluctant to have Mo Lingyuan killed. Yi Mu proudly said, "Last time when I accidentally saved him, he became completely loyal to me, and I heard the 7th princess has taken a liking to him too. That's why I deliberately took him into our household. He might be very useful in the future." Yi Li was convinced. As long as this boy could keep the secret, it would be fine. Besides, a slave couldn't read or write. They just needed to make sure he couldn't speak. Yi Li immediately took out a dagger and told Yi Mu to cut out his tongue. Both were instantly shocked. They hadn't expected Yi Li to be so cruel. Even after giving up the treasure, he was still this cautious. Unfortunately, Yi Li was a master of internal energy. Yi Mu was no match for him. She immediately put on a vicious smile and took the knife her father handed over. She ambitiously said, "Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it well. I'll prove to you that I'm much better than my brothers." She walked to Mo Lingyuan with her back to Yi Li. She said fiercely, "Don't resist. Be obedient. I promise I won't let you die. Even if you're mute, following me will bring you a bright future." But Mo Lingyuan noticed her hand holding the knife was trembling slightly. Knowing she was reluctant, he smiled and said some words to ease her guilt and struggle. "When I was caught by that beast Lu Taiwei back then, I made a vow. If anyone could save me, I would be good to them for life. So never mind just a tongue. Even my life is yours to take." He then posed in a manner of complete submission. Hearing this, Yi Mu immediately grabbed his mouth and made a fierce cut. Blood sprayed like arrows. Mo Lingyuan covered his mouth, blood gushing through his fingers. His wide eyes were filled with disbelief and terror. Yi Mu threw away the dagger without even looking at him. With hands covered in blood, she ran to Yi Li, showing him a large bloody piece of flesh, happily seeking praise from her father. Yi Li happily patted her head, praising, "Well done, truly worthy of being my child." His attendant felt chilled to the bone. Cutting out someone's tongue and showing such happy, excited expressions, this 6-year-old girl might become even more cruel than Yi Li in the future. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Yi Li stabbed him through the heart. He then instructed Yi Mu to keep her little slave in check and not tell anyone about what happened here for now. "You must be decisive and ruthless like your father. Remember, only dead men are truly obedient." Yi Mu giggled and promised she would never let anyone betray her. Only then did Yi Li carry both of them out of the cellar. He patted the fake mountain, sealing the cellar completely. Great undertakings need careful planning. It's not time to use these things yet. To reward his daughter's merit, he specially permitted her to receive the same treatment as his sons. Hearing this, Yi Mu was overjoyed and happily thanked her father. Yi Li also warned Mo Lingyuan to protect the young lady well, saying he was now the young lady's death guard. Then he hurriedly left. After watching his silhouette disappear, Yi Mu could no longer hold back. She collapsed with a thud. Mo Lingyuan quickly took her into his arms. He murmured heartbrokenly, "Why are you so foolish? I'm not worth such a great sacrifice." But Yi Mu stroked his face and smiled contentedly. "As long as you're safe, it's all good. I told you before, you're all under my protection. Fortunately, we weren't discovered just now, just moments ago." When Yi Mu got the dagger, she had already thought of a solution. She deliberately blocked Yi Li's view. In the instant of making the cut, she quickly sliced a piece of flesh from her left arm and swiftly stuffed it into Mo Lingyuan's mouth. When pulling out the dagger, she let a large amount of blood pour into his mouth. These consecutive actions happened within just seconds, successfully creating the illusion of cutting Mo Lingyuan's tongue. Mo Lingyuan trembled in heartache, tears falling down. How could this girl be so foolish? But Yi Mu thought it was worth it. Flesh cut from the body could heal, but a cut tongue would be gone forever. Seeing him trembling in pain, Mo Lingyuan quickly carried her in his arms and ran desperately towards their room. Tears suddenly burst from his eyes. All along, everyone around him had told him to endure, to become stronger. He had been trying, but never understood the meaning of strength. But now he knew, if he were strong enough, he wouldn't have to watch Yi Mu cut her flesh and bleed for him. nor would she need to trade a treasury for his life. Now Yi Mu was his entire reason for becoming stronger. She kept crying in pain until she passed out. Mo Lingyuan tenderly treated her wounds. He had experienced too much suspicion and betrayal. Even his own blood sister would betray him for personal gain. But this foolish girl, who had no relation to him, would cut her flesh and bleed for him. Mo Lingyuan secretly vowed never to let this foolish girl get hurt again. However, when Yi Mu woke up the next day, remembering how she had cried last night, she felt utterly embarrassed. In the past, let alone losing a piece of flesh, she could complete missions even after being shot twice. Unlike last night when she directly passed out, this body was truly too delicate. But as soon as she tried to sit up, Yi Mu almost cried from the pain. Mo Lingyuan, who had been keeping watch by the bed, instantly became alert. He carefully helped support her and thoughtfully helped her drink water. Yi Mu felt it was a bit too much, but seeing him so concerned about her, she suddenly had an idea. This was a good opportunity to gain favor. She immediately started crying and complaining about pain. Everything hurts so much. Am I going to die? The little girl cut her flesh to save the wolf cub. The little wolf vowed in heartache to be her personal mute. Yi Mu kept crying in pain. Everything hurts. Am I going to die? Mo Lingyuan's heart twisted in pain. He turned to get pain medicine, but Yi Mu realized the danger and quickly grabbed him. It would be terrible if people discovered he hadn't lost his tongue. Seeing her in such pain yet still worried about his safety, Mo Lingyuan's heart softened further. He suggested letting Little Wolf help find medicine, but Yi Mu shook her head, refusing. She didn't plan to tell Little Wolf. Hearing this, Mo Lingyuan was delighted. It seemed her wariness was strong, and her kindness to him was exclusive. Yi Mu seriously instructed, "From now on, you'll act mute. As for my wound, I'll send someone to get medicine from Yi Li later. Under the pretense of treating your tongue, it's just a pity about all that gold and jewels. It hurts to think about it." Mo Lingyuan immediately knelt down, speaking like a vow. "I'll give you more treasures in the future. Actually, I am Mo Bo, the exiled crown prince Mo Lingyuan. I swear that one day, I will return your mountain of gold tenfold." As he spoke, he took her hand and placed it on his heart, letting her feel his rapid heartbeat. Yi Mu knew he was speaking from his heart. Mo Lingyuan took her small hand and gently kissed it. In Mo Bo tradition, kissing the back of the hand represents a lifetime oath of loyalty. Mo Lingyuan was willing to become the young lady's personal mute. Yi Mu's heart bloomed with joy. She hadn't expected him to reveal his identity and make such a vow. She felt one step closer to the Yi Jia too. She had to maintain this momentum of gaining favor. She immediately said, "I don't want mountains of gold and silver. Just give me things that you'll get in the future. Things that aren't too important to you. When you get them, don't be stingy with me." "Okay," Mo Lingyuan tenderly promised. "Whatever you want, I'll give you." Yi Mu happily linked pinkies with him, feeling her hopes of returning home growing stronger. After resolving this major life event, the wounded Yi Mu yawned sleepily. Mo Lingyuan thoughtfully helped her lie down and tucked her in. He obediently stayed by the bedside, gently patting Yi Mu to sleep. Yi Mu thought she would feel uncomfortable, but she quickly fell asleep. Mo Lingyuan gave her an affectionate look before reluctantly leaving. He took out the Imperial seal hidden in his clothes. If he gave this to the Emperor of Yu, the Yi family would surely die. He could escape his predicament, but now Yi Mu was also in the Yi family. He couldn't harm her. The next day, upon waking up, to keep her injury secret, Yi Mu no longer let the maids dress her. Fortunately, she had secretly kept that martial arts manual. She decided to practice diligently to become an unbeatable martial arts master. After washing up, she happily went to find Mo Lingyuan and explain the tongue-cutting incident to Little Wolf. Unexpectedly, as soon as she pushed the door open, Little Wolf rushed over to protect her, crying out that Mo Lingyuan had become mute. Mo Lingyuan immediately pulled him away with an unhappy face, his jealousy about to overflow. Yi Mu nervously explained that Mo Lingyuan had offended someone important while out last night, resulting in his punishment of having his tongue cut off. "It's my fault for not protecting him well." Little Wolf was still crying inconsolably, refusing all comfort. Yi Mu suddenly shouted sternly, "Stop your tears. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If you want to survive, you must work harder." Of course, to find the Yi Jia too sooner, she would also work hard alongside them. Mo Lingyuan and Little Wolf were deeply inspired and began training diligently. Time quickly flew by amid their efforts. Several years later, Yi Mu had grown into a young lady. Due to her diligent performance over the years, she finally gained her father's approval to study with her brothers in the outer courtyard. Yi Mu was overjoyed. Yi Li had been raising her son as a future prince, hiring impressive teachers, with such excellent teaching resources to secretly utilize. She could definitely nurture the two youngsters to be more outstanding. Yi Mu happily went to report in, but as soon as she left the courtyard, Little Wolf rushed over anxiously, worried that the general would give her trouble. Unexpectedly, Mo Lingyuan pulled him away, glaring at him jealously. Yi Mu didn't notice the undercurrent between them. She happily brought her two followers to audit classes in the outer courtyard. Her brothers glared at her disapprovingly. They wondered why their father favored such a small, skinny girl so much, a lowly concubine's daughter. Even bringing two dirty slaves, she needed to be taught a lesson. Fifth brother Yi Tian kicked over Yi Mu's desk and chair, telling her to go back where she belonged. Little Wolf wanted to argue but was stopped by Mo Lingyuan. Yi Mu laughed softly and brought up their father's orders. Yi Tian didn't care about that and immediately ordered people to teach her a lesson. This time Mo Lingyuan and Little Wolf couldn't hold back. They directly protected Yi Mu and beat up the attackers until they begged for mercy. But these were all young masters. The fifth brother angrily ordered all his fighters to attack, determined to teach his sister a lesson. Yi Mu quickly called the two of them back. She smiled threateningly at fifth brother. Go ahead and try if you dare. I guarantee father will treat you exactly how you treat me. The fighters quickly advised fifth brother to calm down, reminding him that fighting was forbidden in the outer school, as per the general's orders. But fifth brother had already lost his rationality in anger. Seeing everyone afraid to move against a mere concubine's daughter, he immediately charged forward and threw a punch at Yi Mu. Unexpectedly, Yi Mu effortlessly caught his wrist, making fifth brother cry out in pain. Yi Mu impatiently threw him back. She smiled and said, I came today just to greet my brothers. If you have no further instructions, I'll take my leave. She then left confidently under everyone's hateful gazes. Little Wolf was nervous for her, seeing how those young masters looked like they wanted to eat her alive. But Yi Mu understood clearly that raising children in the Yi family was like breeding venomous insects. Infighting was not discouraged. Even if she stayed out of conflicts, she would still be a thorn in others' eyes. Fortunately, she had two wolf cubs protecting her. Unexpectedly, she was soon caught by the first madam, who ordered people to force poison down her throat. This poor little girl was bullied by her brothers. The little girl had only defended herself slightly, yet her brothers complained to their grandmother, who became furious and immediately ordered Yi Mu to be brought to her. Yi Mu immediately sensed danger and quickly sent someone to tell her father that her mother was trying to kill her. Unfortunately, her father was in a meeting and couldn't come in time to save her. The first madam's people were watching her closely, preventing any escape attempts. Mo Lingyuan worriedly grabbed her, not wanting her to face danger alone. But Yi Mu smiled and assured him not to worry, forbidding them from getting involved. However, neither of them could rest easy, though they didn't know the first madam. If Yi Mu said so, then she must be dangerous by now. The maid was terrified and didn't know how to report this to the general. Mo Lingyuan immediately took Little Wolf to accompany the maid to find the general. Although the general was frightening and could kill them at any moment, they gathered their courage for their young lady's sake. Meanwhile, Yi Mu appeared before the first madam, who glared at her viciously. This dead girl has become quite arrogant lately. I hear even her brothers had to avoid her. A year ago when her mother died, this girl seemed so pitiful that the first madam spared her life. Who knew she would become so formidable? The first madam smiled sinisterly. What if you fall ill and I take you in for treatment, but your illness comes on suddenly and you die? Would the general blame me? Yi Mu feigned confusion while subtly threatening. But I'm not sick. Besides, father is coming to test my studies tonight. How could I be sick? The first madam remained fearless. I'm afraid by tonight you won't even be able to speak to the general. She then had people bring out a bottle of poison and ordered them to force it down Yi Mu's throat. You should die early like your worthless mother. No one will know you died by my hand anyway. Yi Mu's face turned pale, but she maintained a forced smile while confronting her. If my mother and I die innocently one after another, everyone will naturally know you did it. Moreover, I'm father's capable assistant. Otherwise he wouldn't let me study in the outer court. If you kill me, father won't let you off easily. But the first madam wouldn't listen and ordered people to grab her and force the poison down. Yi Mu leapt down from the pavilion, narrowly escaping the servants trying to catch her. Meanwhile, the general was entertaining Prince Zhao and Imperial Censor Lu in the front hall. Mo Lingyuan and Little Wolf rushed in to report that the young lady was in danger. but the guards didn't believe them. They mercilessly threw both of them out. Mo Lingyuan became anxious. Yi Emu's importance to Yi Li wasn't enough to make him leave Prince Zhao during the banquet. They needed to find a way to force him to go. He suddenly remembered that the guard mentioned Imperial Censor Lu was also inside. Imperial Censor Lu liked blue, and whenever Yi Li entertained him, he would call for slaves for his pleasure. Mo Lingyuan immediately disguised himself and mixed in with the group of slaves, following them into the banquet hall. Yi Li quickly recognized him, remembering he was his daughter's death guard. Imperial Censor Lu also spotted him immediately. As he thought about this little slave daily, he immediately lunged forward, drooling, disgustingly calling out, "My little darling, after all these years, you've grown even more alluring," he said, reaching out to touch his face. Mo Lingyuan immediately broke free from his bonds. He pinned Imperial Censor Lu to the ground, while Little Wolf seized the opportunity to shout, "General, your daughter is in danger. Please, you must save her." But Yi Li was angry that they made him lose face. In fury, he threw a punch, intending to kill both to vent his anger. Mo Lingyuan quickly revealed the jade seal, silently showing his threat. Yi Li was shocked. Recognizing the jade as an item from the treasure vault, he immediately snatched it away, then grabbed Mo Lingyuan's throat, wanting to strangle this person who dared threaten him. Mo Lingyuan, struggling to breathe, pointed toward Prince Zhao. Prince Zhao immediately realized he had something to say and became curious, so he asked Yi Li to release him to hear what he wanted to say. But Yi Li worried he might have other deadly items to give to Prince Zhao. He smiled smoothly, saying, "This boy is mute. They belong to my daughter. They say my daughter is in danger, but I'm unsure if it's true." Little Wolf desperately shouted, "Young Miss is really in danger. We had no choice but to break in. Please go save her quickly." Yi Li worried Prince Zhao might ask more questions. He immediately left with the two to save her. Mo Lingyuan finally felt relieved. He silently prayed Yi Mu could hold on. "We're coming to save you." Meanwhile, Yi Mu was caught by the first madam's guards. She was punched in the stomach. Yi Mu immediately coughed up blood. She was thrown to the ground, completely powerless. This man's punch was too powerful. She had no strength left to escape. She could only lie there as they forcefully opened her mouth to pour in the poison. But Yi Mu didn't want to die. She firmly believed Mo Lingyuan would come to save her. She suddenly headbutted the maid. The maid was caught off guard and loosened her grip, breaking the poison bottle. The first madam angrily kicked her away. She ordered them to bring torture instruments to beat her to death on the spot. Yi Mu was tied to a bench. The powerful guard personally held the paddle, about to strike her violently. Yi Mu closed her eyes in despair, thinking this was surely her end. At this critical moment, Yi Li kicked open the courtyard door with a loud shout. Mo Lingyuan moved even faster than him, rushing forward to shield Yi Mu, taking the blow himself. The pain almost made him cry out, yet he still smiled gently and comforted her. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Yi Mu's heart trembled as she murmured, "It's so good to have you here." Before the pain became too much to bear, she immediately lost consciousness. Mo Lingyuan and Little Wolf were almost scared to death. Yi Li was furious beyond measure. He pointed at the grandmother and cursed, "How dare you? First you killed Mo Qingnang, and now you won't even spare a child. Should I divorce you right now?" The first madam trembled in fear but still argued that Yi Mu had stolen her pearl, and she was just teaching her a lesson in anger. Yi Li didn't believe it at all. Back then, Yi Mu had willingly given him the treasure. How could she care about some pearl? He immediately kicked the first madam away, warning her not to cause any more trouble. Mo Lingyuan carried Yi Mu away, rushing to find a doctor. His gaze toward the first madam was cold and sinister. For hurting Yi Mu, they would pay a bloody price. The little wolf cub, to save the villain's daughter, had actually shielded her and taken the blow. Yet the young miss was going to send him to be toyed with by Imperial Censor Lu. But the little wolf cub still willingly cared for her. Actually, Yi Mu had no choice. Today, to force her father to save her, Mo Lingyuan had shown the jade seal from the treasure. This had already made Yi Li want to kill him. To ensure he wouldn't reveal the secret, Yi Li decided to silence him. Mo Lingyuan, carrying his blood vendetta, certainly didn't want to die like this. Just as he was about to speak to save himself, Yi Mu struggled to wake from unconsciousness, grabbed him, and warned him not to speak. She then tearfully confessed to Yi Li, "I made him do it. How else would father have come to save me so quickly? I didn't know what it was. I just thought it looked nice and took it to play with. If father doesn't believe me, go check the treasure vault yourself. If he hadn't risked his life to find you, I would have died today. If you want to kill him, kill me too." Besides him, No one else would fight so hard for me. Rather than die by someone else's hand later, I might as well die cleanly now. She threw herself into Mo Lingyuan's arms, crying loudly. Yi Li was at a loss and could only promise not to kill Mo Lingyuan. However, Imperial Censor Lu really liked him and had asked for him several times. They couldn't keep refusing forever. Yi Mu was almost furious to death. That persistent old lecher still dared to have designs on her person. Suddenly, she had an inspiration. Remembering that in the original story, Imperial Censor Lu was the emperor's most trusted person. Her father befriended him to obtain military intelligence, using him for information about the Imperial Guard, so she suggested her father first reject Imperial Censor Lu, making him wait. After some time, when the moment was right, she would personally send AG to Imperial Censor Lu's mansion to steal what her father wanted. Since he wasn't even afraid of death for her sake, there surely wouldn't be any problems. Mo Lingyuan was stunned at her words. She was actually going to send him away. Yi Li thought this was a good idea and happily agreed. After seeing them off, Yi Mu relaxed and collapsed in exhaustion. Mo Lingyuan quickly carried her to bed, thoughtfully checking on her condition and comfort. Yi Mu was confused. She was going to send him to Imperial Censor Lu's mansion, yet he had nothing to ask? But Mo Lingyuan felt no need to ask. He trusted Yi Mu wouldn't harm him. Actually, Yi Mu had no choice. The Yi mansion was heavily guarded and hard to leave. She could only use this opportunity to let Mo Lingyuan escape, leave Yu country, and return to his own country. It was too dangerous for him to stay here, and she was too young to protect him. Mo Lingyuan looked at Yi Mu intensely, inviting her to leave with him. Yi Mu was touched. She also wanted to leave, but she knew too many of Yi Li's secrets. Yi Li wouldn't let her go. Mo Lingyuan then didn't want to leave either. If he left, all the trust Yi Mu had built with Yi Li would be destroyed instantly. Plus, with the first madam watching like a hawk, Yi Mu's life would become even more difficult. But Yi Mu wasn't afraid. After all, she still had Little Wolf to protect her. Upon hearing this, Mo Lingyuan became incredibly jealous and was even more determined not to leave. Otherwise, wouldn't those two have chances to be alone together? Yi Mu patted his head in frustration and said, "You're the crown prince of Mo country. You must go back and reclaim what's rightfully yours. Besides, you will soon face turmoil. You'll be in more danger here than in Mo country." But Mo Lingyuan didn't share her confidence. The journey to Mo country was long and treacherous. Anything could happen, and he might not survive. Yet Yi Mu confidently said, "You're Mo Lingyuan. You'll definitely succeed." Mo Lingyuan's spirits lifted at these words. No one had ever spoken to him like this before. He also made a decision in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He gently helped Yi Mu lie down. Smiling, he said, "Then before I leave, let me take good care of you." Feeling the large hand stroking her head, Yi Mu's cheeks turned bright red. In the following days, confined to bed while recovering, she felt suffocated being unable to go out. She could only crawl around the bed like a bug out of boredom, unaware that she was being adorable. Seeing how cute she was, Little Wolf couldn't help but laugh. He burst into laughter. Just then, Fifth Brother kicked open the door and rushed in with a whip. Little Wolf immediately stepped forward to block him, fearing he would hurt the young miss. Fifth Brother angrily lashed out with his whip. Fortunately, Little Wolf dodged in time and wasn't hurt. Yi Mu smiled mockingly and said, "What are you doing, brother? Do you think Mother is lonely in the dark room and want to join her?" Fifth Brother raised his whip in anger, determined to avenge his mother. Unfortunately, Yi Mu was seriously injured and couldn't dodge in time. She was about to be struck. At this critical moment, Mo Lingyuan rushed back just in time, shielding Yi Mu and grabbing Fifth Brother's hand. He threw him back, but Master Yan caught him. Yi Mu's heart skipped a beat, recognizing him as the expert who had injured her. Mo Lingyuan also keenly sensed this man's powerful presence, but he still stood firmly protecting Yi Mu. Yi Mu couldn't bear to see Mo Lingyuan get hurt and immediately threatened. AG is father's valued person. This wasn't exactly a lie. After all, Yi Li was counting on Mo Lingyuan to steal the military blueprints from the Imperial Censor's mansion. Seeing her confident manner, Fifth Brother had no choice but to believe it. He could only curse angrily. "You're something. I'll go ask what tricks you used to make father value you." She immediately retorted, "Whatever skill it is, it's something you could never learn." Fifth Brother angrily lashed out with his whip. Mo Lingyuan tried to protect her but was blocked by Master Yan. Yi Mu managed to dodge cleverly. However, she still pulled her wound and almost cried from the pain. She immediately grabbed a medicine bottle. She threw it hard at fifth brother. Master Yan reached out to block it, but Mo Lingyuan grabbed him, making him miss. The bottle hit fifth brother heavily, drawing blood immediately. Fifth brother cried out in pain. Master Yan quickly carried him away. Only then did Yi Mu breathe a sigh of relief. She collapsed on the bed, holding her wound and whimpering. Why am I so unlucky? I keep getting hurt lately. Mo Lingyuan held her tenderly in his arms. Seeing her wound bleeding again, he was filled with resentment. It's my fault for not protecting you well. They must pay for this. Yi Mu was almost scared by his intensity, but immediately urged him to hide. The little mute was jealous again. The young miss was so close to another slave, yet she wouldn't let him apply medicine. Mo Lingyuan was already blaming himself for not protecting the young miss well. He was filled with resentment. Just as he was about to apply medicine and bandage for the young miss, Yi Mu said Yi Li would surely come to check soon, urging him to hide inside, pretending to need rest from the shock. Then she let Little Wolf help bandage her wounds. Mo Lingyuan reluctantly gave up his position. He left unwillingly, but when he looked back, he saw Yi Mu and Little Wolf huddled together, whispering. Their intimate appearance made him grind his teeth, his jealousy about to overflow. Yet those two were oblivious, just kept urging him to hide quickly. Mo Lingyuan left angrily, full of resentment. Yi Mu repeatedly instructed Little Wolf to wrap multiple layers, making it look exaggerated. They were about to put on a show. Sure enough, shortly after, Yi Li hurriedly arrived. Yi Mu's arm was wrapped like a pig's trotter as she lay weakly in bed. Little Wolf was crying loudly by the bedside. Yi Li was frightened, thinking his daughter might die. But more importantly, he looked around for the little mute but couldn't find him. Yi Mu weakly told him that Ag was shocked and she let him rest. But his face wasn't disfigured. Only then did Yi Li relax and comfort his injured daughter. Yi Mu, with tears in her eyes, complained to her father, "Will I die? Even though father loves me dearly, they still treat me however they want. Maybe one day they'll try to kill me again. Father, your daughter is so scared." Yi Mu grabbed his hand and wailed. Yi Li became furious upon hearing this. These people completely ignored his words. He immediately left angrily, saying he would avenge his daughter. Yi Li kicked open fifth brother's door. He roared angrily for someone to bring the family punishment tools. Fifth brother was immediately pressed to the ground, crying out in pain. But he was still defiant. "How can a concubine's daughter be above us? How dare you punish me for a bastard?" Yi Li became even more enraged. How dare he talk back and complain? He ordered them to beat him until he submitted. The sound of whips cracking filled the air as fifth brother wailed. In his heart, he hated Yi Mu even more, secretly vowing to be her enemy. Meanwhile, Yi Mu was enjoying the future male lead's care, but Yi Mu only wished he would spend more time studying martial arts manuals, so he could arrange for her to leave sooner. But Mo Lingyuan didn't want to leave, only wanting to stay and protect Yi Mu. It was the first time Yi Mu was treated like a sister, being cared for and protected so thoroughly. She smiled and said, "I can take good care of myself. I'm very capable." Mo Lingyuan felt somewhat dejected. She was indeed so capable it made him ashamed. He should be protecting her, but instead, he was the one being taken care of. That's why he wanted to work harder. But he still didn't understand why Yi Mu seemed so certain from the beginning that he would succeed. Yi Mu confidently said, "I just feel you'll be very powerful in the future. Plus, I want to rely on you. You should be more confident. After all, someone I've chosen couldn't be wrong." Mo Lingyuan suddenly smiled and gently pinched her chubby cheeks. Since the young miss believed in his strength, how could he disappoint her? So that night he went to find Yi Li. Yi Li coldly asked, "You might die carrying out my orders. Are you afraid?" Mo Lingyuan no longer hid the fact that he could read. He picked up the brush and wrote down what he needed. Of course he was afraid, but he would still do his best, because not doing his best meant death, and dying meant he couldn't return to Yi Mu's side. Yi Li looked at his list, which surprisingly included medicine that causes impotence. Meanwhile, Yi Mu was unaware of what Mo Lingyuan was doing, busy preparing travel money for him. Unfortunately, being just a child, she had no money at all. She was so frustrated, regretting not managing her finances earlier. Little Wolf returned with snacks, saw the chaos in the room, and casually asked what was happening. Yi Mu told him she was preparing travel money for Mo Lingyuan. Hearing that Mo Lingyuan was going to betray the young miss, Little Wolf angrily went to confront him. But just as he found Mo Lingyuan, before he could ask anything, Mo Lingyuan pulled him behind a fake mountain. They quietly watched the pavilion. where the madam was talking with a middle-aged man. She casually called him Yu Lang, asking him to help get rid of someone. The man took out a package of poison. It could kill someone silently, leaving no trace to be discovered. Grandmother eagerly tried to take it, but the man playfully kept it away. They chased each other around, and the man even embraced grandmother. Their intimate behavior clearly showed they were old lovers. Little Wolf angrily wanted to report to the general that grandmother was planning to poison the young miss, but Mo Lingyuan stopped him, telling him to be patient. For people who wanted to harm the young miss, besides protection, they needed to eliminate the threat at its source. Little Wolf became more worried, wondering if he was teaching this because he was leaving. Where was he going? Mo Lingyuan was determined. He wanted to become strong enough to protect Yi Mu. The next day, Mo Lingyuan personally helped Yi Mu wash her face. After today, he wouldn't have the chance anymore. Yi Mu excitedly brought out many items, explaining in detail the escape routes and methods. Mo Lingyuan smiled and told her it wasn't necessary. He already had all the plans. Yi Mu felt somewhat disappointed, feeling like she had presumed too much. Unexpectedly, Mo Lingyuan lifted her chin and seriously asked if she would forget him if he was gone too long. But Yi Mu, being romantically dense, thought he was just young and afraid to leave, so she patted his shoulder like a good brother, saying she would never forget him even in death. Mo Lingyuan's heart sweetened at these words. He pinched her cheeks hard, repeatedly reminding her to remember what she said. Yi Mu's cheeks were pinched and rubbed until she almost cursed in pain. Mo Lingyuan was satisfied. This was necessary to deepen the impression. If she forgot him, he would be very angry. Before departing, Mo Lingyuan suddenly approached the general. He handed him a note. Yi Mu almost died of anxiety. Wouldn't this expose his literacy secret? Unexpectedly, after reading it, the general exploded in rage, glaring fiercely at Mo Lingyuan. Yi Mu was both anxious and angry, wondering what was written on the note. Mo Lingyuan suddenly covered her eyes. The little mute covered the girl's eyes. He whispered that what he also had. If she wanted to look, she should look at his. Yi Mu's face turned red from the flirtation. Who wanted to see his little mushroom? She just wanted to know what was happening. Mo Lingyuan had just given Yi Li a note. After reading it, Yi Li flew into a rage. He immediately ordered Zhao Yu's clothes to be stripped off. Grandmother was terrified at this sight, wondering if the note revealed her affair with Zhao Yu. But even if that boy had discovered something, he had no evidence. Grandmother barely managed to maintain her composure. As Zhao Yu's pants were about to be pulled off, Yi Mu watched with great interest. Mo Lingyuan felt a surge of jealousy and immediately covered her eyes with his hands. Yi Mu was furious. It was bad enough he kept secrets, but now he wouldn't even let her see what he had done. She struggled to remove his hands, determined to see clearly, but Mo Lingyuan pulled her into his embrace, firmly covering her eyes. He whispered in her ear that what he also had. If she wanted to look, she should look at his instead. His was better looking. Yi Mu nearly spat blood. How could this child be so impure? And where did he get the confidence to think his body was good looking? By now, Yi Li had stripped Zhao Yu naked and ordered people to light torches to examine his body. Zhao Yu desperately shouted that the general couldn't do this to him, as he was hired by the prime minister's mansion, not someone who had signed a death warrant. General Yi Li said authoritatively that only one type of person could enter his mansion, those who completely devoted their lives to him. The torchlight revealed his thighs were covered in dense red rashes. Grandmother was shocked at the sight, because she had also mysteriously developed rashes. It seemed they had been set up. Yi Li now remembered when that slave asked him for impotence medicine. He had also requested many other things. The note had written, "I suspect the madam is having an affair with guard Zhao Yu. To prove it, I mixed medicine into madam's bathwater. If they are intimate, both will develop red rashes." He gritted his teeth in anger, never expecting the boy would dare to use those drugs first on his wife. But this man's rashes were enough proof. After being wise all his life, he had actually been made a cuckold. Zhao Yu still pleaded innocence, claiming he was framed. He even tried to use Madame Zhang's name to pressure him. Yi Li drew his sword and immediately beheaded him. Blood sprayed like arrows. Mo Lingyuan quickly shielded Yi Mu, preventing her from being splattered with blood. Yi Li now hated Mo Lingyuan too. Leaving such a gift before departing, this boy clearly did it on purpose. He immediately pointed his sword at Mo Lingyuan, murderous intent radiating from his body. Yi Mu's heart sank. Things had gotten out of hand, and she urgently wanted to plead for mercy. Yi Li swung his sword. Mo Lingyuan quickly protected Yi Mu as they dodged aside. The sword strike went toward the carriage. With a loud crash, the carriage shattered into pieces. Grandmother screamed while holding her head, too scared to move. Yi Li pointed his sword at her, cursing loudly. Grandmother repeatedly kowtowed, begging for mercy. She claimed she had no relationship with Zhao Yu, saying he was interested in her maid instead. Yi Li immediately ordered the maid's clothes to be stripped to check for similar rashes. The maid cried and begged for mercy, as her innocence was about to be violated. Yi Mu quickly protected her, knowing if she was stripped naked, she would have no choice but to die. Yi Li roared in anger, but Yi Mu refused to move, suggesting they could go to the stable where a matron could examine her. Father had always been fair in rewards and punishments, so why needlessly take a life now? Though Yi Li was angry, he still had aspirations for the throne, so he compromised and ordered people to take her to the stable for examination. Everyone was amazed that this little girl could change the enraged general's mind. Soon the matron returned to report that the maid had no rashes. Yi Li angrily grabbed Madam's hair, saying she had no more excuses now. He immediately stripped her of her position as madam and personally imprisoned her. Yi Mu took the chance to pull Mo Lingyuan to a secluded corner. She questioned why he had to interfere unnecessarily, saying Yi Li wouldn't let him off easily when he returned. Mo Lingyuan lovingly stroked her cheek, telling her not to worry. Yi Li still needed his help, so he wouldn't really kill him. She angrily swatted his hand away. She screamed hoarsely, "But you shouldn't have done that. You're clearly just playing with me. I put in so much effort just to ensure your safe return home. Why won't you just listen? Not letting out even a whisper. Doing whatever you want. You're treating me like an outsider, and I was worried about your safety." Yi Mu angrily pounded his chest with her small fists. Mo Lingyuan held her tenderly in his arms, stammering explanations. "I didn't treat you like an outsider." But Yi Mu wouldn't believe him, crying loudly while calling him disobedient and pinching his waist hard. Mo Lingyuan gently wiped away her tears, saying softly, "You've done so much for me. How could I not repay you? I couldn't leave peacefully without removing the threats around you. You can blame me, scold me, hate me, but if I had to do it again, I would. I just want to protect you. My lady, I'd do anything for you." Yi Mu was stunned by his foolishness, truly hoping he wouldn't return after leaving. By then, Yi Li had returned and ordered Mo Lingyuan to be tied up. Yi Mu urgently wanted to plead for him but was held back by Mo Lingyuan. He took the chance to slip a note into her hand, but Yi Mu couldn't rest easy. She quickly tried to persuade her father not to be angry, saying that although Mo Lingyuan was wrong, he had helped expose Madam's true nature. Yi Li told her not to worry, promising not to kill the little mute. He just feared he might escape on the way. He would personally escort the little mute to the Imperial supervisor's mansion. Yi Mu was shocked at this and tried to stop them again, but Yi Li pointed his sword at her forehead, warning her not to challenge his bottom line. Yi Mu could only watch helplessly as they left. Only then did she remember to open the note. It read, "I have a plan. Don't worry, for your sake, I will surely be safe." Yi Mu burst into tears. Nothing in this world was foolproof. The Imperial supervisor was a pervert. One wrong move would mean death. No, she had to rescue Mo Lingyuan. Yi Mu racked her brains for a long time. Finally, she remembered someone from the original story. This person should already be in the Yi mansion. Using him would help rescue Mo Lingyuan from the Imperial supervisor's mansion. The little wolf had been taken by the pervert as a male companion. Yi Mu anxiously went around trying to peek under people's clothes, because in the original story, it was mentioned that the person who could help had a deep scar below his chest, so she had no choice but to find ways to check everyone's chest. It was all to save someone. Yi Mu tried to convince herself. She checked one man after another. Some were too hairy and masculine. Others had skin more delicate than women's. There were even creepy men drooling in their sleep, dreaming of embracing young ladies. After all that effort with no success, Yi Mu was about to break down. She had seen so many different types of chests she was getting cross-eyed, but still couldn't find the person she was looking for. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Yi Mu quickly hid behind a rockery. A black shadow swiftly jumped in, wearing a veil. The figure stumbled upon landing, clearly injured. The assassin walked towards where Yi Mu was, seemingly also wanting to hide there. Yi Mu quickly moved to a different hiding spot. Just as she hid, Yi Li and Old Sun came chasing. They wondered how the assassin could run so fast despite being drugged with anesthetic powder. The person had completely vanished. Old Sun quickly knelt down to apologize. Yi Mu quietly peeked out, trying to see the assassin's face clearly, but the assassin spotted her. To prevent him from making noise, Yi Mu pounced and pinned him down. She covered his mouth tightly, silently threatening him to stay quiet. Meanwhile, Yi Li and Old Sun searched everywhere. Unable to find anyone, they left. They suspected the assassin was an insider who had already infiltrated since the outer guards weren't alerted. They decided to thoroughly investigate the general's mansion tomorrow. After watching them leave, Yi Mu finally relaxed. Before the assassin could react, she yanked off his veil and demanded to know his scheme. The assassin trembled with anger but remained silent. Gritting his teeth, Yi Mu smugly threatened, "Want to bet if I scream now, Yi Li will return immediately?" The assassin exploded with rage, drawing his sword to strike. Fortunately, Yi Mu dodged quickly, but this angered her too. How dare he fight while drugged with anesthetic? Yi Mu knocked away his weapon. An elbow strike knocked him down. She stabbed the sword next to his face, frightening him into stillness. Yi Mu threatened fiercely, "Try anything else and I'll strip you naked and throw you out for public display." Before finishing her words, she actually started tearing at his clothes, revealing firm chest muscles. The assassin cursed with a blushing face, "You're too despicable," but Yi Mu just smirked. "Not bad physique you've got there." But the next moment, she saw a scar on his waist, exactly the person she was looking for. Yi Mu was overjoyed and blurted out his name, Qi Yan. Qi Yan froze. How did this woman know his name? Yi Mu quickly calmed him, saying she meant no harm and wanted to make a deal. "I won't investigate or report why a Yu Kingdom prince is sneaking into the general's mansion, but in return, I need you to rescue someone from the Imperial supervisor's mansion." Qi Yan, unwilling to be controlled, tried to refuse. Yi Mu immediately pressed a dagger to his throat, silently threatening to kill him. Seeing her serious intent, and considering his compromised position, Qi Yan couldn't risk it. Besides, with his status, retrieving someone from the Imperial supervisor's mansion wouldn't be difficult, so he agreed and asked who needed rescuing. Yi Mu smiled with satisfaction, telling him to rescue a slave named Aji who was sent to Imperial Supervisor Lu's mansion yesterday. Just rescue and release him. Then she let Qi Yan leave. She even smiled and thanked him. Qi Yan's expression was complex. Despite knowing his identity, Yi Mu dared to be so brazen. This girl's spirit was surprisingly impressive. Thinking this, Qi Yan showed an interested expression. From then on, he kept Yi Mu in his thoughts. Meanwhile, in Imperial Supervisor Lu's mansion, whimpering sounds came from a room. The distant guards, ordered to stay away, lewdly praised how exciting the Imperial Supervisor's activities were. They didn't know Lu was actually bound and tortured all night, nearly half dead. Mo Lingyuan sat at the table, smiling faintly. "I've had enough fun. It's time for you to die." The gagged and dying Imperial Supervisor Lu suddenly knelt upright, shaking his head desperately, willing to do anything if spared. Mo Lingyuan remained unmoved. "Looking at your expression, you seem quite unwilling. Do you know who I am?" As he spoke, he calmly stood up, turned his back, and removed his clothes, revealing a pale, thin back. Imperial Supervisor Lu looked up in confusion. His pupils suddenly contracted. On Mo Lingyuan's back was a faintly visible purple dragon tattoo. Each scale of the dragon was vivid and lifelike. This unique tattoo was exclusive to the Mo Kingdom's royal bloodline. This person was actually the escaped Mo Kingdom prince. Mo Lingyuan put his clothes back on and sneered, dangling the bait. "The Yu Kingdom's territory will be mine, but for stable governance, it's better to let local Yu people manage it. I admire your intelligence. Why couldn't that manager be you?" He spoke while drawing his sword, pressing it against Lu's neck, using both threats and temptation. Lu broke into a cold sweat. He quickly knelt, pledging loyalty. "Thank you for your recognition, Your Highness. I will serve you faithfully." Mo Lingyuan smiled with satisfaction, demanding the Yu Kingdom's imperial army map as proof of sincerity. He cut the ropes binding Lu. Lu immediately jumped up and went to fetch the map with a fawning expression. After Lu left, two hidden guards appeared. They anxiously asked him to return home to take charge. The Empress Dowager now controlled the court, causing widespread discontent among officials and civilians. Mo Lingyuan, unwilling to become the Empress Dowager's puppet, decided to gather power first. Just then, there was a noise outside. Mo Lingyuan startled. He shouted, "Who's out there?" "That vicious young lady," to save her little wolf cub, actually threatened a prince to help her rescue someone. But as soon as Qi Yan broke into the mansion, he was discovered. Mo Lingyuan rushed out and started beating him. Seeing his appearance matching Yi Emu's description, Qi Yan recognized him as the slave Aji. However, he didn't look like a slave and had guards protecting him. Mo Lingyuan paused at the familiar name, about to ask who he was. Just then, Lu returned with the map, fawning and calling out, "Master." Qi Yan was shocked. A high-ranking official being this slave's subordinate was truly eye-opening. "Little slave, you're living quite well here. That Yi Mu girl still worries about you, forcing me to risk coming to save you." Mo Lingyuan frowned, wondering how such a skilled person would take orders from Yi Mu. But Qi Yan wouldn't explain, just reminding him to repay his savior's kindness now that he lived well. He had just received news that someone would assassinate Yi Mu today. Mo Lingyuan was shocked and demanded details. Apparently, the Yu Kingdom Chancellor's wife was visiting the general's mansion today, ostensibly about her daughter's position as primary wife, but actually to assassinate Yi Mu. Panic flashed in Mo Lingyuan's eyes, but he couldn't leave yet. He quickly ordered his 2 guards to follow Qi Yan back to secretly protect Yi Mu. The guards refused to leave, but Mo Lingyuan's murderous glare terrified them. Mo Lingyuan sternly ordered, "Do as I command. If anything happens to her, you'll face my sword." Meanwhile, Yi Mu was resting in bed, suddenly hearing rustling outside. She became alert. Sure enough, an assassin sneaked in with a knife. They struck hard at the bed, but the strike hit nothing. The bed was empty. The assassin searched everywhere but couldn't find Yi Mu. Just then, Qi Yan arrived hurriedly with others, forcing the assassin to retreat. Upon entering, Qi Yan saw sword marks all over the bed and thought worriedly that the assassin had already been there. He quickly ordered people to search elsewhere for Yi Mu. Then they noticed a nearby vase shaking, with a small hand sticking out. Yi Mu struggled to climb out, but got stuck halfway in the vase's opening. She cried out frantically, urging Qi Yan to help. Qi Yan burst out laughing. He pulled her out with one swift motion. Yi Mu felt clever, having detected the assassination attempt early and hidden. She then asked about Mo Lingyuan. Qi Yan told her the little slave was doing well at the Imperial supervisor's mansion and had sent 2 people to protect her. The 3 guards knelt and reported that their master had other business and couldn't leave yet. Yi Mu was furious at Mo Lingyuan's recklessness, but before she could finish speaking, someone announced that Madame Wenru was going to the temple for cultivation but wanted to see her first. Yi Mu felt uneasy, sensing ill intent, but couldn't refuse the summons. Arriving at the front hall, she saw Wenru looking dejected and glaring hatefully. "Are you satisfied now? First framing me, then having your slave expose me while you stay uninvolved. I never expected such a young girl to be so calculating." After years of stepping on others, she couldn't accept being destroyed by a mere girl. Yi Mu thought her values were wrong, facts were facts. Better to reflect on one's mistakes than blame others. Wenru became enraged, saying her biggest mistake was letting Yi Mu live, fearing she would harm her children next. But she wouldn't give Yi Mu the chance. She pulled out a dagger and charged at Yi Mu, who braced for injury or death. Unexpectedly, Wenru turned the blade on herself. She grabbed Yi Mu's hand and forced the dagger handle into it. Fighting through pain, Wenru smiled grotesquely. "Let's go to hell together." She collapsed, leaving Yi Mu standing stunned with the dagger. Just then, the Chancellor's wife screamed. She rushed to Wenru, who sobbed that Yi Mu tried to kill her for killing her birth mother. The general arrived, shocked and angry at the scene. Wenru quickly pleaded, "General, I never betrayed you. This girl framed me. After 10 years of marriage, I'll prove my innocence with death." She then stopped breathing. The Chancellor's wife wailed, holding her daughter. Yi Mu was stunned that this woman would sacrifice her life to frame her. She stumbled backward. The dagger clattered to the ground. The Chancellor's wife glared at her furiously, crying, "It was you. You killed Ruer." Yi Li angrily demanded an explanation. Yi Mu quickly defended herself, saying if she had stabbed her, the wound would be different. A careful examination would prove her innocence. But the Chancellor's wife wouldn't believe it, convinced Yi Mu killed Wenru. Using her position as the Chancellor's wife, she pressured Yi Li to send Yi Mu to the Imperial court for punishment and revenge. Yi Mu was startled and tried to argue reasonably, but Yi Li stopped her. Although Yi Mu was outstanding, she wasn't worth causing a rift with the Chancellor's mansion. The power struggle had just begun, and they needed to maintain stability with the Chancellor's side, so he was about to agree to the Chancellor's wife's proposal. Seeing his expression, Yi Mu knew he was someone who prioritized benefits and would definitely sacrifice her, so she cleverly told Yi Li, "I have a way to kill the Chancellor. Would you still let me die then?" This woman, to make her daughter join her in death, had stabbed herself and framed her daughter. The general father, not wanting to offend the Chancellor's mansion, unhesitatingly decided to sacrifice the innocent Yi Mu. Yi Mu knew he was a selfish person who only cared about benefits. She immediately whispered to him, "If I have a way to kill the Chancellor, would you still let me die?" Yi Li was shocked. She didn't seem to be lying, and Yi Mu always kept her word. Moreover, if she could really help him take down the Chancellor's mansion, his rebellion would proceed more smoothly. So facing the aggressive Chancellor's wife, Yi Li cited suspicious points in Wenru's attempted stabbing and used the excuse of it being a family matter to temporarily delay action. The Chancellor's wife was furious, warning him not to make enemies with the Chancellor's mansion just to protect his daughter. But Yi Li righteously said he wanted Wenru to die cleanly, without facing rumors after death. The Chancellor's wife stormed off, declaring that from today on, the Chancellor's mansion would act as if they never had this daughter, implying they were severing ties with the general's mansion. But Yi Li didn't care and ordered Wenru's body to be dragged away and disposed of. Yi Mu gritted her teeth. Since they insisted on dragging her into this power struggle, they couldn't blame her for striking first. A few days later, Yi Li came to Yi Mu's courtyard. He told her to get dressed quickly as she was invited to a palace banquet. Yi Mu found it strange. As a concubine's daughter, the invitation should have gone to her legitimate sister. Yi Li smiled, saying someone had manipulated the guest list with his approval. Yi Mu immediately understood he had a task for her. Sure enough, Yi Li mentioned her previous suggestion about using concubine Ru's pregnancy ceremony to move to the city mansion. Today, concubine Ru would attend the banquet, and he reminded her to be careful in the palace. Yi Mu thought he wanted her to investigate in the palace, but his strange expression suggested hidden meanings. Soon, Yi Mu boarded the carriage to the palace. Reportedly, this banquet was for selecting the second prince's bride, though it was unclear why she was specifically invited. She then entered the palace with other noble ladies. After meeting the empress and second prince, just as she sat down, a palace maid came to serve tea. She secretly slipped her a note. It read, "Second brother's proposal must be accepted." Yi Mu knew it was from Qi Yanqi but didn't understand why he wanted her to marry the second prince. The empress smiled and asked the second prince which of the noble ladies he found most excellent, offering to play matchmaker if he had someone in mind. The second prince smiled and looked toward Yi Mu's direction, saying there was indeed someone clever who had captured his heart. The empress was startled and quickly asked who he meant. The second prince smiled and answered it was general's concubine daughter, Miss Yi. All eyes turned to her. Yi Mu's heart skipped a beat as she hurriedly stood up and bowed. The empress nodded approvingly, saying she was a lovely child and understanding why the prince liked her. She immediately asked if she would marry into the royal family. The second prince smiled at her confidently, seeming certain she wouldn't refuse. Yi Mu didn't understand the note's meaning or why the second prince chose her specifically. Fearing the banquet might be a trap, she publicly refused. All the noble ladies were stunned. Such a perfect marriage opportunity to rise in status. Yet she refused. They wondered if she was a fool. The empress couldn't force Yi Mu, but the second prince became anxious and quickly expressed his preference for her. Yi Mu, an authoritative voice rebuked, "If she doesn't want to marry, you can't force her. Are my sons so desperate for wives?" Hearing this voice, everyone was shocked. The empress quickly led everyone to kneel and greet his majesty. The emperor approached, supported by others. Though gaunt and haggard, he appeared energetic. Yi Mu sensed something was wrong. According to the plot, the emperor should have been too ill to rise from bed. How could he suddenly recover and appear here? Meanwhile, Mo Linyuan was leisurely drinking tea. Qi Yan suddenly appeared, teasing with a mischievous smile that he wasn't worried at all while Yi Mu was in danger. To extend his life, the emperor had taken a miraculous medicine that appeared to revive him, but had the side effect of causing excitement and heat. He needed women to release his urges, and Yi Li had sent Yi Mu to the palace at this time. Wasn't the plot obvious enough? Mo Linyuan was shocked upon hearing this. He crushed the teacup in his hand. His expression turned dark and terrifying. Qi Yan quickly advised him not to worry. He had asked second prince to protect her. Everything would be fine if Yi Mu cooperated. But Mo Linyuan knew well that with Yi Mu's personality, she would never agree to marry obediently. He immediately rode toward the general's mansion. Despite guards blocking the entrance, Mo Linyuan didn't waste time. He leapt directly into Yi Li's courtyard, demanding to know why he harmed Yi Mu. Seeing Mo Linyuan could speak, Yi Li grew more resentful of Yi Mu. She had deceived him again. Back then, she hadn't actually cut out the slave's tongue. Mo Linyuan got straight to the point, offering the Imperial army map in exchange for rescuing Yi Mu immediately. But Yi Li resented Yi Mu's deception. Suspecting she was someone else's pawn, she had lied about the emperor being critically ill when he was fine, almost exposing everything. Now the emperor was well and attending the second prince's bride selection banquet. Mo Linyuan handed him a prescription. This explained why the emperor appeared normal. The medicine made him excited and heated, requiring release. That's why the emperor needed ministers to offer women. You wronged Yi Mu. I want you to save her now. But Yi Li knew it was too late. He didn't want to offend the emperor. Mo Linyuan threatened to destroy the Imperial army map if he didn't go to the palace immediately. Meanwhile, Yi Mu had been forcibly brought before the emperor by concubine Ru's people. The emperor had just taken the medicine. Drooling, he rushed toward Yi Mu. This girl told one lie and was given to the emperor by her father for his pleasure. Yi Mu sensed something wrong, protesting, "I'm father's most beloved daughter. You can't treat me like this." Lu Fei replied with a grotesque smile. "Your father personally sent you here. Blame yourself for offending my chancellor's mansion." At his command, the guards moved to seize her. Yi Mu was startled but managed to dodge the guards' grasp. Another girl wasn't so lucky, she had already been caught. The emperor, having taken the medicine, was crying out about feeling hot. Hearing this, Consort Lu panicked. Forgetting about catching Yi Mu, she ordered the other girl to be sent in immediately. The young girl struggled desperately. At that moment, the emperor rushed out of the pavilion impatiently, his hair disheveled, face flushed, and expression manic. Without a word, he pounced on the young girl, grabbed her, and bit her shoulder viciously. Blood immediately gushed out. The girl screamed in agony, crying for help repeatedly. Everyone was stunned. Yi Mu was both shocked and anxious. At this rate, the young girl would surely die. As a female special police officer, she couldn't stand by and watch. Yi Mu immediately rushed forward and forcefully pushed the emperor away. She grabbed the girl and turned to run. Consort Ru came to her senses and roared, "Are you all dead? You can't even catch two girls? Hurry and bring them to His Majesty." The guards immediately surrounded them, cutting off all escape routes. Yi Mu glared at Consort Ru, a hint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Being pushed this far, did they think she was easy to bully? A guard swung his sword at Yi Mu. She dodged and rushed towards Consort Ru. Consort Ru was startled and tried to flee but stepped on her own dress. Her legs gave way and she fell. The height was just right for Yi Mu's purpose. She pulled out Consort Ru's hairpin and pressed it against Consort Ru's throat. Under this threat, the guards had no choice but to stop. The emperor had staggered to his feet. He lunged at the young girl again. Yi Mu shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, you've got the wrong person. This is your woman." Hearing this, Consort Ru struggled frantically, her neck bleeding from the hairpin's edge. The emperor's bloodshot eyes turned toward her, and he approached with a lewd smile. Consort Ru cried out in fear, "Please spare me. I'm carrying a child." Yi Mu remained unmoved. "When you sent other girls to this beast, did you think about how they were also someone's children?" The emperor lunged at Consort Ru with a laugh. Yi Mu quickly stepped back, and Consort Ru was caught. Consort Ru pleaded frantically, "Save me. The child is innocent." Yi Mu was caught in an internal struggle. This woman had nearly killed her, but her unborn child was innocent. Yi Mu crouched down and handed the hairpin to Consort Ru, saying, "Pain can quickly wake someone who's overdosed on medicine. You can stab his shoulder, or his heart." Consort Ru snatched the hairpin. She turned and stabbed the emperor's shoulder viciously. The emperor screamed and fell aside. Blood splattered everywhere as people shouted to protect the emperor. Yi Mu was shocked by her ruthlessness. She hadn't hesitated at all. Consort Ru stood there with bloody hands, not understanding how things had turned out this way. She had meant to kill Yi Mu, but how did it end up like this? The emperor, now lucid, was furious. While being treated and bandaged, he roared orders to drag Consort Ru to the death prison. As he turned to have Yi Mu and the girl arrested, Yi Mu and Mo Linyuan burst in. Yi Mu was stunned, not expecting to see him here, especially with Yi Mu. Mo Linyuan sighed in relief seeing Yi Mu standing there unharmed. He smiled gently and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you." Yi Mu felt her nose tingle. tears about to fall. The emperor's face darkened. General Yi, you're quite bold, barging into the imperial garden. Do you no longer respect my authority? Yi Li bowed to the emperor, explaining he hadn't come for himself, but for his majesty's life. The emperor became enraged, slamming his dragon throne. Is this fellow cursing me to die? Mo Linyuan stepped forward to testify. General Yi speaks the truth. Your majesty is currently taking Mo Bo's forbidden drug, which stimulates desire and enhances physical strength by depleting your energy. The more you indulge, the faster you'll die. Your royal physician can verify this. Your qi is severely depleted. The flush in your face is just a facade. The emperor turned to look at the royal physician. The physician fell to his knees begging for mercy. Everything he says is true. Consort Ru ordered me to keep this from you. The emperor finally understood. No wonder he always felt breathless after intimate moments. The emperor quickly grabbed Mo Linyuan's hand. Since you can see my condition, tell me quickly, is there still hope for me? Mo Linyuan calmly lied. Your majesty is blessed by heaven. As long as you quit the drug and abstain from now on, you'll be fine. The emperor sighed in relief and invited him to stay in the palace to treat him. Mo Linyuan agreed. As he didn't want Yi Mu to stay near Yi Li, he immediately requested that Yi Mu and the other girl stay as his assistants. The emperor hesitated but realized this young man was his only hope for recovery, and as long as the girls stayed in the palace, there was nothing to fear, so he waved his hand in agreement. After watching him leave, Yi Mu collapsed onto a stone bench. Realizing how close to death she had come, Mo Linyuan held her lovingly, saying regretfully, I came too late. If only I had arrived sooner. Yi Mu apologized for misunderstanding him. Yi Mu laughed bitterly. Poison and infertility. You sent me to that beast over a misunderstanding. Though I lied about a G, at least I gave you the treasure. You only know how to doubt and use people. Yi Li felt embarrassed and said reluctantly he would enter the army. Mo Linyuan insisted on giving it to him and volunteered to stay in the palace as an insider, ready to help when needed. Because that old beast had tried to harm Yi Mu, he was determined to kill that emperor. The young girl was almost violated by the emperor. The young wolf was angry and vowed to kill the emperor. Mo Linyuan held Yi Mu tenderly, blaming himself for not arriving earlier to save her. He harbored intense hatred for the beast emperor, wanting to tear him to pieces. As for Yi Li, the father who heartlessly sent his daughter to a beast, Mo Linyuan secretly despised him. Yet he still gave the imperial army to Yi Li and volunteered to stay in the palace as an insider, waiting for the right moment to help eliminate the emperor. That old beast. All because he dared to harm Yi Mu. Mo Linyuan's handsome face was filled with murderous intent. Yi Li suddenly felt a chill, not understanding why he would help him when he was also indirectly complicit. Mo Linyuan sighed helplessly. It's only because you're Mo's father. However, he warned Yi Li menacingly, there better not be a next time, or General Yi won't be let off so easily. So Mo Linyuan stayed in the palace, keeping Yi Mu with him, wanting to spend more time together. Several months passed quickly, and winter came with its blanket of snow. Every night, Yi Mu taught Mo Linyuan the art of war and the 36 stratagems. Though his attention was always on her, he could grasp concepts easily, but he preferred spending time alone with Yi Mu over studying. One night, he persistently begged Yi Mu to stay. He said it was his birthday, and his only wish was to have Yi Mu stay with him that night. Looking at his handsome face and passionate gaze, Yi Mu's heart beat uncontrollably, and in her confusion, she agreed. However, lying in the same bed, Yi Mu felt too awkward to fall asleep. Having someone beside her felt strange, so she decided to break the awkward atmosphere with conversation. So Yi Mu said, so your birthday is on a snowy day? That means your birthday is a special day. That's why heaven is celebrating it. Mo Linyuan smiled while playing with her hair, saying that it was Yi Mu's company that made this birthday special. Yi Mu's face instantly turned red, thinking how this boy was becoming more handsome. She suddenly became curious if Mo Linyuan had any siblings. Since he was so handsome, his sisters must be incredibly beautiful too. Hearing this, Mo Linyuan remembered his sister who betrayed him, and his expression darkened. Seeing this, Yi Mu's heart sank, thinking his sister had died, and that's why he treated her like a sister. She immediately grabbed his hand and smiled, saying, it's okay, you still have me. Mo Linyuan pulled her into his arms, saying emotionally, That's right, I have you. Yi Mu comforted him, promising to protect him in the future. But as a man, Mo Linyuan couldn't let her protect him. He actually wanted to protect Yi Mu instead. Yi Mu became anxious. He was destined to become a great emperor and her only hope of returning to modern times. He couldn't risk himself. Yi Mu looked at him seriously. You're meant for great things. You must prioritize your own interests. Don't do foolish things for me anymore. Mo Linyuan was deeply moved. What a silly girl. Who would put others before themselves? Seeing Yi Mu about to continue rambling, Mo Linyuan pulled her into his embrace. He coaxed her to sleep, but Yi Mu wasn't so easily fooled. She immediately jumped up, pounding his chest with her small fists. She said, I don't care. If you don't promise, you won't get any sleep tonight. Mo Linyuan had no choice but to hold her hands and helplessly agree to everything. They made pinky promises, and swore to heaven several times before she was satisfied. Even then, Yi Mu wasn't at ease. She kept talking all night. It's all for your own good. You'll be very powerful in the future. You really can't delay your important matters. I'll help you achieve your great cause. Mo Linyuan enjoyed her concern, smiling and nodding in agreement. Finding this silly girl incredibly adorable, Yi Mu kept chattering until she was too tired, falling asleep mid-sentence, habitually saying, good night, before drifting off. Mo Linyuan looked confused and quickly asked what good night meant. The half-asleep Yi Mu mumbled, good night means I love you. Though the phrase was strange and Mo Linyuan didn't understand its meaning, he inexplicably felt sweetness in his heart. He couldn't help but lean down and gently kiss her forehead, softly responding, good night, my silly girl. After the kiss, Mo Linyuan's face turned red, his heart beating frighteningly fast. Yet he still lay down beside Yi Mu, holding her small hand. He silently wished that she would be by his side for every future birthday. Then they fell asleep in each other's arms. Early the next morning, before dawn, Mo Linyuan was already up and fully dressed. Yi Mu woke up groggily hearing the noise, surprised he was up so early. Mo Linyuan told her that during these months while the old emperor was in a coma, the situation both inside and outside the court was unstable. Since he had promised to help Yi Li's rebellion, they needed to prepare quickly. He patted Yi Mu's head while speaking, coaxing her to rest more, but Yi Mu couldn't sleep anymore. After watching him leave, she fell into deep thought. Now that Yi Li had the people, talent, strategy, and the Imperial army map, he was surely a strong candidate for the throne. But provided nothing unexpected happened, Yi Mu was still worried. She immediately climbed over the wall to find Qi Yan and investigate. At that time, Qi Yan was practicing martial arts. She threw a small pebble at him. Qi Yan quickly reacted and caught it in his palm. Yi Mu teased him. How low-key are you in the palace? Your brothers are fighting like crazy outside, yet you're so relaxed here. Qi Yan replied carelessly. Perhaps because I'm not a threat. They're busy fighting. Who has time to care about someone as insignificant as me? Mu Wenyan chuckled meaningfully. Maybe your second brother would listen to you. Qi Yan was suddenly startled. This girl had actually carved turtle on the Azure Emperor. She smiled and said it was to help him overcome nightmares. Qi Yan was furious. He shouldn't have talked to this girl today. Originally, Yi Mu came to persuade Qi Yan to stop. While several forces were fighting fiercely outside, Qi Yan appeared relaxed on the surface. Only Yi Mu knew that the second prince, one of the strongest contenders for the throne, actually took orders from Qi Yan. Hearing this, Qi Yan became furious and warned her not to speak nonsense. But Yi Mu advised him to stop quickly, saying Yi Li had more people and wealth than him and his royal uncle combined. The Qi family's reign was ending, and stopping now might save his life. Qi Yan laughed. What if I take you hostage? Would Yi Li stop for your sake? Yi Mu awkwardly said. Yi Li puts benefits above all else. He wouldn't stop for anyone. But Qi Yan didn't understand why Yi Mu wouldn't help him if she knew his intentions. However, Yi Mu couldn't reveal the true reason because she remembered the historical records. After Qi Yan became emperor, Mo Linyuan pacified the Mo kingdom and attacked the other 7 kingdoms. Qi Yan was the first emperor to be executed by Mo Linyuan, dying at just 28. Yi Mu didn't want him to become emperor so he could live peacefully. Seeing her silence, Qi Yan asked again why she wouldn't help him. Yi Mu replied meaningfully, how do you know this isn't my way of helping you? But Qi Yan didn't believe it. How could doing nothing be helping? At least he didn't want to continue this topic. He immediately drew his sword, wanting to demonstrate a difficult sword technique. With a backhand swing, Plum blossoms fell where his sword passed. The 17-year-old youth's sword dance was so perfect. Each move seemed to merge with heaven. Yi Mu gradually became mesmerized, deeply impressed. She deeply felt these people were real and alive. Starting to doubt if this was just a book world, Yi Mu quickly shook her head, telling herself not to get too involved. She was supposed to return to the real world. The more she thought, the heavier her heart felt. She turned to leave. Unexpectedly, a sword thrust toward her. It tore her back clothes, caught her on the blade, and spun her around. Yi Mu exploded in anger. What are you doing? I'm not a kebab. You jerk. Can't you just talk normally? Aren't you afraid of hurting me? How can you be so mean? Qi Yan finally put her down. He complained that it was disrespectful for a student to leave in the middle of a lesson. However, after this distraction, his earlier anxiety had somehow improved. This little girl seemed to have a magic power that could unconsciously make people relax. Thinking this, he grabbed Yi Mu's waistband. Without explanation, he dragged her to his secret base. Arriving at a hidden corner, inside was dark and cold. Yi Mu shivered, her nose turning red. She asked irritably, "Why did you bring me here? Don't tell me there's a corpse hidden here." Qi Yan immediately took off his outer robe and threw it over her head, telling her to put it on quickly. He told her not to catch a cold, while he himself was bare-chested, showing no signs of feeling cold at all. Yi Mu grudgingly put on the robe, looking like a child wearing adult clothes. This amused Qi Yan so much he could barely hold back his laughter, his stomach hurting from the effort. Yi Mu angrily strode forward, determined to see what was so mysterious about this place. To her surprise, she had guessed correctly. There was an ice coffin in the cellar. Inside lay a beautiful woman in ancient clothing. Qi Yan looked at it with sadness. He slowly recounted the past. This woman was Qi Yan's mother, who died taking an arrow for him. Qi Yan often remembered her, hugging him. That sword pierced through her from behind and left a scar on him. The sword tip still carried his mother's warmth when it entered his body. Afterwards, he had nightmares every night, dreaming of that scene, dreaming that the wound in his chest was rotting, the pain spreading to his heart. Yi Mu felt sympathetic and decided to help him overcome this nightmare. She suddenly drew her sword, pulled open Qi Yan's clothes. With swift movements, she carved a turtle on his scar with the sword. Qi Yan jumped 3 feet high, his voice cracking as he screamed, "What are you doing?" Yi Mu smiled mischievously. "With a little turtle protecting you, you won't have nightmares anymore." Actually, she hoped that when Mo Linyuan would try to kill him in the future, seeing this little turtle might spare his life. Qi Yan's face twitched as he looked at the ugly turtle, his rationality completely gone. His anger instantly shot up to 300 meters. What was this girl thinking? And what possessed him to bring her here and share his past with her? Qi Yan immediately dragged her out. Yi Mu had a bad feeling and struggled desperately, crying out. But Qi Yan remained unmoved. Even during meals, he glared at her angrily, severely punishing her with 10 days of silence. Yi Mu felt indignant, thinking she was only trying to comfort him, and he was being ungrateful. Qi Yan suddenly spoke about Yu Kingdom's coronation tradition. Only those recognized by the founding emperor's ancestors could qualify for succession. Yi Mu was dumbfounded. How could they get recognition from ancestors who died so many years ago? Through necromancy? Qi Yan glared at her. At the founding of Yu Kingdom, the first emperor left a test before his death. Future emperors must undergo blood recognition to prevent those of impure bloodline. Yi Mu laughed heartily. What's there to fear? Unless you're not of royal blood. But seeing Qi Yan's gloomy expression and dark aura, her heart sank. Had she guessed correctly again? She quickly comforted Qi Yan not to worry, saying blood recognition wasn't accurate and could work for anyone. But Qi Yan thought she was joking. Suddenly, Yi Mu grabbed his hand, and a Wu bit down. The little wolf she raised was jealous. How dare the prince steal a kiss from his future wife? Facing the prince who tried to steal her away, the little wolf possessively declared that he was all she needed. Actually, Yi Mu was just discussing Yu Kingdom's royal succession traditions with Qian. Before a new emperor's coronation in Yu Kingdom, they must undergo blood recognition on the founding emperor's sacred bones to prevent those of impure bloodline from defiling the royal family. But Qi Yan wasn't of royal blood. Yi Mu, knowledgeable in modern biology, assured him not to worry, saying blood recognition wasn't accurate and could work for anyone. But Qi Yan thought she was joking. because historical records showed that when the previous Liang emperor's son was questioned about his parentage, he tested his blood on the emperor's bones, and it successfully seeped in. He even killed his own son to test it. How could it not be accurate? Yi Mu burst out laughing. That person was so stupid. If he had dripped chicken blood on the bones at that time, perhaps he would have discovered a long-lost chicken brother. Qi Yan was so angry he couldn't speak, his finger trembling as he pointed at her in silent condemnation. Without further words, Yi Mu grabbed his hand and bit down with an OWW. Qi Yan cursed in pain, thinking this girl must have gone mad. Yi Mu picked out a pig bone from the soup and dripped Qi Yan's blood onto it. Sure enough, the blood slowly seeped in. Yi Mu teased, "Who knew you were brothers with a pig?" Qi Yan was stunned speechless. Yi Mu then explained in detail, after death, both human and animal bones have porous structures, not just blood. Even water can seep in. It has nothing to do with bloodlines. She mocked him for being depressed over a mere bone. He had been gloomy and depressed all day, but now his heart surged. The shackles that had bound him suddenly collapsed. He couldn't help but lift Yi Mu high up, happily saying thank you, as this had solved the biggest problem of his life. In his excitement, he lost control and couldn't resist kissing Yi Mu on the cheek. Yi Mu screamed angrily, "You beast! Let me go!" Just then, a cold voice rang out. "What are you doing?" Mo Lingyuan stood at the door, emanating murderous intent. Yi Mu's heart sank. This was bad. They'd been caught. Mo Lingyuan's face darkened, feeling as if his treasure was being stolen. He strode over and snatched Yi Mu into his arms, holding her tight. He finally felt more at ease. Qian stared at his empty hands, the sense of loss stunning him for a while before he came to his senses and spoke about business. "Have you finished handling matters?" Mo Lingyuan had no interest in discussing this with him, just glaring fiercely. "You may leave. Your protection is no longer needed. No one will leave his side again." Mo Lingyuan suddenly felt he needed to keep Yi Mu under his direct supervision, to protect her properly. Qi Yan's expression also turned cold as he huffed. "That's for the best." Then he quickly left. Yi Mu was confused. Mo Lingyuan had actually asked Qi Yan to protect her? When did they become so close? Mo Lingyuan vigorously wiped her cheeks, as if trying to peel off a layer, making Yi Mu cry out in pain. Mo Lingyuan couldn't bear to use more force, but still feeling uncomfortable, he wanted to take Yi Mu to wash her face. Yi Mu didn't want to touch water in such cold weather, saying it was already clean from the wiping. Mo Lingyuan frowned at this, staring at her pitifully. Yi Mu, nearly overwhelmed by his resentment, could only reluctantly compromise. Only then did Mo Lingyuan smile, holding her small hand and praising her for being good. Yi Mu found it strange. She was supposed to be raising him, but why did it feel the other way around? That night, while Yi Mu was sleeping soundly, sudden shouts of fighting erupted outside. Then a man silently broke in. It turned out there was an uprising at night, and subordinates came to escort him out. At that moment, tens of thousands of people in black armor surrounded the altar. Everyone's face showed killing intent, but when looking at Yi Li on the platform, their eyes were full of loyalty. Yi Mu found this increasingly strange. Yi Li stood tall and imposing on the altar. Seeing his daughter arrive safely, Yi Li smiled and introduced those people to her. "These are all your father's old subordinates. When I fought for the empire with the emperor, I had many brothers. Now only they remain." But Yi Mu didn't recognize any of them. If they were father's old subordinates, why hadn't she met any of them before? Yi Li explained sorrowfully. "That's because they were all oppressed by the court. Living lives worse than dogs and pigs. I had no choice but to hide them away." Yi Mu was stunned. Was Yi Li not actually a cautious and ruthless person? Was his previous self all fake? Was his cautious ruthlessness all for protecting the people he cared about? Was this the truth? Yi Li continued speaking passionately. "We are all people who fought bloody battles on the battlefield. Many lost their homes and their physical wholeness, but they didn't receive their deserved rewards. Instead, they faced endless enslavement and oppression. This isn't fair. I'll serve justice. If they won't give us what we deserve, we'll take it by force." His righteous words stirred up everyone below, instantly boosting morale. Yi Li immediately ordered an attack on the palace. Yi Mu advised Yi Li not to be hasty. The second prince's forces were still strong, and attacking the palace now was too rash. But Yi Li wouldn't listen. With the enemy at hand, how could they waver? Yi Li held Yi Mu's hand, suddenly showing true emotion. "You were originally meant to be a sacrifice in my plan. The second prince kept you in the palace as a hostage. I'm not a qualified father. If I hadn't thought of seizing power, Would you have found me detestable and cold? After speaking, he pushed the girl away and prepared to storm the palace. If I win, you'll be a princess. If I lose, this is my final protection for you. Yi Mu felt both moved and saddened, tears suddenly falling. Although Yi Li was ruthless, he had never failed her. Yi Mu decided to at least save his life. Suddenly she understood. The second prince and Mo Lingyuan had already allied, and the Imperial Guard map given to Yi Li was fake. The young lady was the daughter of a rebellious general. She raised an abused male protagonist, who knew that when he grew up, he would trick her father with fake military maps. At this time, Yi Li had already led his troops into the final battle. Before his execution, he ordered people to rescue Yi Mu. Deeply moved, Yi Mu decided to at least save Yi Li's life. Meanwhile, Mo Lingyuan and Qi Yan had allied and planted many spies around Yi Mu to successfully rescue her from the palace. Yi Li lost over 100 skilled assassins. Yi Mu hurried back to the palace to plead with Mo Lingyuan and Qi Yan. Meanwhile, Mo Lingyuan's Yi Mu had disappeared. He was so angry he broke his brush handle. The guards knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. His subordinates advised him not to be too angry, saying Yi Mu was still Yi Li's daughter, and he wouldn't harm his own child. Mo Lingyuan thought this was a joke. To cultivate loyal warriors, Yi Li had used false accusations to cause the old generals to be suppressed, then appeared like a savior to rescue them, gaining their gratitude and loyalty. This ruthless person who was skilled at manipulating hearts wouldn't show mercy to anyone who stood in his way, let alone his daughter. The more Mo Lingyuan spoke, the more anxious he became. He immediately ordered, "I must see her today, and she must be unharmed. Otherwise, you'll all face severe punishment. Go find her now." Mo Lingyuan remained restless, given Yi Li's cold-blooded nature. With the great battle imminent, he shouldn't have thought about Yi Mu. Why would he suddenly take her away regardless of casualties? He suspected Yi Li had discovered the Imperial Guard map was fake and feared he would take it out on Yi Mu. Mo Lingyuan was anxious and angry, filled with self-blame and guilt. "I promised I wouldn't let her get hurt again, but in the end, I still failed to protect her." Meanwhile, Yi Mu secretly slipped away from Zhang Yuan. She then sneaked into the palace. The fighting inside was fierce, making it impossible to break through to the inner palace, let alone contact Mo Lingyuan. Yi Mu pondered for a moment, suddenly inspired. She remembered the corner where Qi Yan had taken her before, which was nearby. Zhang Ji ran to find Qi Yan first. Qi Yan was stunned to see him, wondering how he could be here. Yi Mu grabbed him and anxiously asked, "Mo Lingyuan had already allied with you, hadn't he?" Qi Yan sighed helplessly and admitted it. Ever since he told Mo Lingyuan about Yi Mu being sent to the emperor, Mo Lingyuan had actively sought an alliance with him. Only then did Yi Mu realize that Mo Lingyuan had done all this for her sake. Would Yi Li recklessly attack the palace? Did they do something else? Qi Yan shook his head. Only two things happened today: Zhao Wang's defeat and the emperor's despair. Yi Mu suddenly understood. Whichever event had triggered Yi Li, he was destined to fail. She wanted to save Yi Li's life but couldn't see Mo Lingyuan. Qi Yan was her only hope. Qi Yan was very troubled. He had thought Yi Mu had no feelings for Yi Li. Now, Yi Mu wasn't sure if Yi Li was good or bad anymore, but from the beginning, she never wanted Yi Li to die. However, Qi Yan firmly stated that Yi Li must die. He was extremely stubborn and distrusted educated intellectuals. He had always suppressed scholars and promoted martial arts for all. If he became the ruler, it would surely cause upheaval. As long as he lived, he wouldn't stop. And for their survival, Qi Yan and Mo Lingyuan couldn't give up. Therefore, Yi Li must die. Hearing this, Yi Mu's expression darkened. Too sad to speak. She wanted to save Yi Li but didn't want Mo Lingyuan and the others to die either. Knowing further discussion was pointless, Qi Yan ordered someone to take her to Mo Lingyuan before rushing to the battlefield. However, Yi Mu couldn't quietly watch Yi Li die. She knocked out the guard when he wasn't paying attention and secretly went to find Yi Li. No matter what, she wanted to try one last time. Finally reaching the street, she found barriers already aflame and countless Yi family soldiers dead or wounded. Yi Li was surrounded, fighting frantically to break through. Yi Mu's heart tightened, and she rushed over, shouting, "Father!" Yi Li saw her appearance and became both anxious and angry. His wounds reopening, he immediately unleashed his power, sweeping away those surrounding him with one strike. He grabbed Yi Mu with his other hand, holding her tightly in his arms for protection. Then under his soldier's cover, he sent her to a safe place. As he was about to return to battle, Yi Mu quickly grabbed him, urging him to stop, saying he would die if he continued. Yi Li angrily pushed her away. Don't meddle in adult affairs. Get back now, no matter how many die. I must have Yu's throne today. Just then, numerous soldiers appeared on the city walls, all aiming arrows at them. Qi Yan stood among the guards. He shouted, Yi Li, you've lost. Surrender now. Yi Li stood alone, yet he refused to admit defeat. Yi Mu felt utterly hopeless. This scene was exactly like in the original story. She hadn't managed to change Yi Li's fate after all. At Qi Yan's command, Yi Li, for the crime of rebellion, you deserve death. Today I shall execute you. Yi Li remained fearless. I've already reached an agreement with Mo State's prime minister. If I don't take the throne, he'll convince Mo State to send troops. Even if you kill me, you won't hold the throne for long. Qi Yan was shocked. This traitor is bad enough, but he even invited foreign invasion, but he was constrained and couldn't act rashly for the moment. As the two remained at a standoff, Mo Lingyuan suddenly sent someone to tell him a secret. Xian became overjoyed. What does Prime Minister Mo Bo's support matter? The Crown Prince of Mo is on my side. You don't know? He was a slave in your household for quite a long time. Yi Li suddenly thought of the slave Ah Ji. No wonder he couldn't uncover Mo Lingyuan's background, and his instincts always urged him to kill him. Yi Li glared at Yi Mu with sinister eyes and asked viciously, You knew Mo Lingyuan's identity all along, didn't you? You've disappointed me greatly. With that, he swung his blade at Yi Mu. The young girl was nearly killed by her own father's blade. The fallen crown prince was severely wounded trying to save the girl. Mo Lingyuan held Yi Mu tightly in his arms, carefully examining her for a long time. Only after confirming she wasn't injured did he finally relax. His heart was full of guilt and fear. He had thought with so many skilled guards protecting her, Yi Li couldn't harm Yi Mu. Who knew he had almost lost her forever? Mo Lingyuan trembled in fear. Thankfully Yi Mu was safe, and he still had a chance to make amends, but Yi Mu was furious, grabbing his collar and shouting, Why are you playing hero now? Are you afraid Yi Li won't be able to kill you? Get out of here quickly. At this moment, Yi Li came charging with his sword. No one's leaving today. You'll all die with me. As he swung his blade, Mo Lingyuan quickly shielded Yi Mu behind him. With a counter strike, he forced Yi Li back 30 steps. It seemed they were about to fight to the death. Qi Yan immediately roared, Yi Li, if you continue to resist, I'll have no choice but to order a massacre. Yi Li paid him no mind. He immediately rallied his troops. Yi family army, listen up, kill them all. Even if we die, we won't be cowards. As a deadly battle was about to begin, Qi Yan quickly announced, Yi Li led the rebellion, colluded with Mo State, and attempted to destroy our kingdom. Today I only want his head. By divine decree, those who surrender will be spared. Instantly, the Yi family army halted, hesitating whether to surrender. Seeing this, Yi Li flew into a rage. He struck down a soldier who wanted to surrender, warning others not to be cowards. Old Sun tremblingly advised him, Let's stop here. We've come far enough without regrets. Even if we lose, we brothers will die with you. Just give others a chance to live. Yi Li angrily grabbed his throat and instantly drained his inner force. Mo Lingyuan was shocked, recognizing this as the soul-destroying technique that could absorb others' inner force. No wonder Yi Li was so volatile and bloodthirsty. He had practiced such a vicious martial art. Mo Lingyuan quickly protected Yi Mu behind him, fearing Yi Li might harm her. By now, Yi Li had reduced Old Sun to a dried corpse and carelessly tossed him aside. He grabbed another soldier and continued absorbing inner force. He did it without remorse, thinking these people had promised to die for him willingly, and now it was time for them to fulfill that promise. Yi Mu couldn't bear to watch. Her past life's sense of duty as a special police officer wouldn't let her stand by as Yi Li continued his evil deeds. She burst forth with maximum strength, charging like a cannonball. She pulled out her hairpin and stabbed it into Yi Li's thigh. The intense pain finally brought him to his senses. Yi Mu sternly rebuked, Wake up, you've lost. The word, lost, deeply triggered Yi Li. His eyes glowed red, and his killing intent grew even stronger. This is bad. Yi Li has gone berserk. Quickly, kill him together. At the second prince's command, soldiers swarmed forward, but none were a match for Yi Li, all being thrown back by his palm strikes, and some even had their inner force drained when caught. Mo Lingyuan was terrified, wanting to save Yi Mu but unable to use his powers due to his severe injuries. He could only send An Wei forward to rescue her. Meanwhile, Yi Li also noticed Yi Mu's presence. He immediately launched a fireball attack at Mo Lingyuan, and Wei was startled and immediately abandoned Yi Mu to save her master, falling right into the trap. Yi Li gave a sinister laugh and rushed to Yi Mu in one swift move. He grabbed her as a hostage and leapt onto the city wall, issuing a threat. If anyone dares to make a move, I'll die together with Yi Mu. You can prepare to collect her corpse. After saying this, he fled with Yi Mu. Mo Lingyuan was so distressed that he coughed up blood, but he couldn't care less about that. His mind completely focused on Yi Mu's safety. Qi Yan quickly stopped him. You're severely wounded by his soul-destroying technique. Don't act recklessly if you want to live. But Mo Lingyuan wouldn't listen. He struggled to get up and chase after them, determined to rescue her. Meanwhile, Yi Li carried Yi Mu and kicked open the emperor's palace doors. Then he struck the entrance of the outer hall, destroying it. After sealing off the entire inner hall, Yi Li finally relaxed. He threw Yi Mu aside. He knelt down on one knee like a warrior. The emperor shouted while coughing blood. How dare you, Yi Li? You dare intrude into my palace? Guards, save me! Before he could finish, Yi Li rushed over and twisted off his head. Blood splattered on Yi Mu's face, leaving her stunned. Yi Li coldly snorted. See? This is what happens to those who deceive me. Yi Mu was speechless. So you can deceive others, but others can't deceive you? Yi Li laughed heartily at these words. That's right. I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me. Yi Mu's anger exploded. So they were all just tools for your ascension? Your previous noble acts were all just a show for them? You exploited their trust and faith. Weren't they your comrades? This is too cruel. Yi Li's eyes flashed with pride. There are many ways to use people. The lowest is through force, the middle through benefits, and the highest through their hearts. Only willing hearts can unleash the greatest power. Anything can be used as long as it serves the purpose. Yi Mu felt it impossible to communicate with him and was ashamed of him. But Yi Li was proud. Despite your shame, didn't you still come along? I hadn't even caught you properly. Yet you came with me willingly. You knew I was dangerous, but you still did it. Aren't you afraid of death? Yi Mu knew. But only by being a hostage could Yi Li escape alive. Yi Li was stunned, not expecting someone would still help him when he had lost everything and had nothing to offer in return. Yi Li roared in frustration. After I escape, I'll kill you to leave no traces. And for colluding with Mo Lingyuan, killing you 100 times wouldn't be enough. But Yi Mu seemed not to hear. Even if Yi Li betrayed everyone, he never betrayed himself. Yi Mu took out a pastry from her pocket and offered it. Yi Li stared at it blankly, feeling as if the small pastry weighed 1,000 pounds. Just then, Yi Li suddenly bent over, groaning in pain. The fallen crown prince, to save his childhood friend, dug through the collapsed palace with his bare hands. His heart was filled with guilt and fear, blaming himself for not protecting her better. Meanwhile, Yi Li clutched his abdomen and groaned, appearing to be in great pain. Yi Mu saw her chance. She quickly opened his clothes to check. His abdominal wound was a bloody mess, deep enough to see bone. He could die from blood loss alone. Yi Mu began tearing her dress hem to bandage his wound, but Yi Li stopped her. Instead, he explained why he was in such a hurry to enter the palace today. It was all because of that foolish emperor. Yi Mu was furious. At a time like this terrible father was still thinking about the throne. But surprisingly, Yi Li said it wasn't about the throne. Over 200 years ago, the empire that ruled this land left behind a treasure. It was meant to give their descendants a chance to restore the empire when the throne was unified. Unfortunately, the empire's line ended, and the treasure map was stolen. This map was called the Otherworld Map. Yi Mu was shocked to hear this. Wasn't this the key to her return to modern times? Yi Li staggered to the dragon bed and continued. When the emperor and I reclaimed the territory, we obtained that Otherworld Map, but we were attacked by men in black, and most of the map was stolen. As he spoke, he found a switch on the dragon bed and pressed it firmly. Instantly, a hidden compartment appeared in the dragon bed, containing the half of the Otherworld Map. Yi Li was furious and resentful. If not for that fake Imperial army map, if the Imperial army hadn't allied with the prince, he would have been victorious today. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Suddenly, he coughed up blood. He had absorbed too much internal energy earlier, causing his qi to flow backward and his meridians to rupture. Yi Mu quickly supported him, wanting to use herself as a hostage to help him escape the palace. But Yi Li refused to live as a cripple. He chuckled. Suddenly, he sealed Yi Mu's pressure points. In his life, he had done many evil things. To become a general, he had falsely accused others of rebellion. to train death squads. He had the emperor suppress old officials while secretly supporting them to ensure their loyalty. Fearless of death. Speaking, Yi Li stuffed a piece of the map into Yi Emu's clothes, then patted her head. Yi Li felt the only good thing he'd done in his life was sparing this daughter. Now with his meridians broken, rather than living as a cripple, he preferred a quick death. Yi Li pressed hard on Yi Emu's head, transferring all his internal power to her. Yi Mu gritted her teeth in pain, feeling like her body would explode. Yi Li smiled knowingly. Does it hurt? Ordinary martial arts can't handle external power. I'll teach you the soul-destroying technique. If you don't want to die, practice as I say. Yi Mu didn't want to die, so she followed his instructions step by step. The powerful internal energy began circulating orderly within her body. It even actively absorbed the internal power from Yi Li's body. The powerful energy formed a vortex, enveloping them both, frantically tearing at everything around them. The next second, with a huge boom, the palace completely collapsed. Mo Lingyuan rushed over with his people, only to witness this terrifying scene. His eyes filled with despair, about to rush forward recklessly. Wei quickly held him back. The palace has collapsed. We don't know the situation inside. We can't act rashly. But Mo Lingyuan wouldn't listen. Staggering forward, he ordered people to dig open the palace immediately. If Yi Li wants to hate someone, he should hate me. After we dig this open, I'll go in and exchange myself for Yi Mu. With his order, the guards all began moving the rubble. Only Mo Lingyuan, severely injured, waited anxiously on the side. His heart was full of regret and self-blame. It's all my fault. I knew she wasn't Yi Li's daughter, and I knew she didn't see Yi Li as her father. But he never thought that he didn't want Yi Li to die. He feared his actions would make Yi Mu hate him. Just then, with a huge boom, the guards all rushed back, shouting that Yi Li was about to self-destruct and the prince should leave immediately. Mo Lingyuan's face turned pale instantly. He rushed forward frantically, trying to break through the ruins to save people. But the next second, the ground shook violently. The palace before them completely collapsed into ruins. Anyone inside would surely be dead. Mo Lingyuan couldn't accept this outcome, but his severely injured body left him powerless to rush forward. He could no longer contain himself. With a splutter, he coughed up blood and fell forward. At this moment, Qi Yan also hurried over. He stood there stunned. Watching this scene, Mo Lingyuan collapsed on the ground, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. But his heart had turned to ashes, blankly recalling scenes from the past. That girl with the bright smile would never return. He had failed to protect her. Just then, a wooden board in the ruins trembled, and a bloody small hand suddenly reached out. Mo Lingyuan instantly came alive, screaming hoarsely for someone to save them. The guards rushed forward at his command. They quickly dug out Yi Mu. She looked pained, as if severely injured. Behind her was complete silence. Qi Yan's sharp eyes scanned briefly, finally confirming that Yi Li must be dead. Despite his serious injuries, Mo Lingyuan stumbled forward. He embraced Yi Mu tightly, almost crying with joy. He said, "Thank goodness my Moor is alive. There's still time." The dazed Yi Mu finally came to her senses. Her small hands trembled as she gripped his sleeve. She finally broke down crying. That earlier storm was deeply etched in her mind. Yi Mu could hardly believe that she had, like a vampire, drained someone's entire power and life force. In the end, Yi Li died by her hands. Until his final moment, Yi Li had smiled and said, "What a pity. I won't get to see you grow up." The massive shock left Yi Mu mentally confused, her vision gradually blurring. The last thing she saw was Mo Lingyuan's terrified expression and heard his urgent, panicked cries. "Yi Mu, don't sleep. Please wake up." Mo Lingyuan held the unconscious Yi Mu and broke down crying. Even the Grand Doctor said nothing could be done. Mo Lingyuan's heart twisted in pain. Could he only watch helplessly as Yi Mu remained unconscious? The wicked young lady remained unconscious. The crown prince went to seek Master Wusheng for help, but the master would rather save beggars than help the young lady. The desperately pleading Mo Lingyuan became furious. Even when someone's life hangs by a thread, you refuse to help? What kind of Buddhist master are you? A flash of contempt crossed Mo Lingyuan's eyes. He kicked open the temple doors and stormed in angrily. The guards followed, pushing away all the monks who approached. They forced their way to the 9-tier hall. At this moment, Master Wusheng finally appeared. He was a refined and handsome monk. He asked calmly, "Why not destroy my temple, patron?" Mo Lingyuan bowed politely. "I wish to request your help in saving someone." Master Wusheng laughed softly upon hearing this. "The patron came barging in, hurting our disciples and destroying the temple. Such rude and unreasonable behavior. This humble monk refuses to help. Mo Linyuan had already lost his patience. He threatened bluntly, "I'll give you two choices. Either I burn this place down, or you save the person." The other monks looked at them angrily upon hearing this, cursing them as unreasonable bastards. Even Master Wusheng was speechless, not knowing what to say for a moment. But Mo Linyuan wasn't intimidated by the monk's compassionate nature. "I've asked for help multiple times to save someone. With your attitude, I think even Buddha won't blame me if I burn this place down," he said firmly. After a while, Master Wusheng finally compromised. "If you want this monk to save someone, fine. First repair this temple, then I will help." Such a large temple would cost a fortune to repair. This monk was clearly overcharging, but Mo Linyuan was desperate to save the person and agreed without hesitation. He turned around to make preparations. However, he keenly sensed something off about this monk. He immediately ordered Wenfeng to find workers, send them to the temple, and then come back to the post station to pick him up. This monk seems suspicious. We shouldn't waste any time. Soon, Wenfeng brought a large group of workers who quickly repaired the temple. Meanwhile, Mo Linyuan arrived by carriage, carrying the unconscious Yemu. Under Master Wusheng's guidance, Mo Linyuan placed Yemu on the bed in the side room, gently stroking Yemu's cheeks. There was still no response. Lying so quietly wasn't like him at all. Mo Linyuan would rather have him wake up and scold him. The day after tomorrow would be Yemu's birthday, but it seemed he would spend it in his sleep. Now their only hope was this strange Master Wusheng. Witnessing this, Master Wusheng had an inscrutable expression. It seemed this Prince Mo really cared about this child, though he wondered who he was. He gathered his thoughts and began examining the patient, but as soon as he checked the pulse, he was stunned. The young girl before him, appearing only 6 or 7 years old, had internal energy exceeding 100 steps. Master Wusheng immediately realized she had learned the Jimmy divine skill. Her learned internal technique was the Qingxin formula, which had a strong stimulating effect on the Jimmy divine skill. Awakening her wouldn't be difficult. However, Yemu hadn't fully absorbed the internal energy. Forcing her awake might cause her to go berserk. Mo Linyuan saw his complex expression and anxiously asked, "Is Yemu's condition untreatable?" Unexpectedly, Master Wusheng said it was treatable but would take some time. Only then did Mo Linyuan feel relieved. However, he had many important matters to handle and could only leave reluctantly. Looking back repeatedly, in his heart, he prayed, "Yemu, please wake up soon." But just as Mo Linyuan returned to the inn, as he opened the door, he was shocked to find the Imperial tutor bound and gagged, looking at him in terror. The next second, 2 men in black suddenly appeared, lunging at him with swords. Mo Linyuan moved quickly, barely dodging. He quickly dispatched the assassins with a few strikes. He coldly demanded, "Did the Empress Dowager send you?" The assassin shouted frantically, "Even if we die, more will come to kill you. The Mo Kingdom doesn't need someone like you." After speaking, the assassin bit into his poison capsule and died. Mo Linyuan frowned at this sight. These were clearly well-trained assassins. He quickly untied the Imperial tutor, apologizing for involving him. The Imperial tutor was also extremely worried. "This can't go on. Your Highness must enter the palace as soon as possible. Once your identity is recognized, you can command the Imperial Guard. Then the Empress Dowager won't be able to act so recklessly." Unexpectedly, Mo Linyuan seemed confident. "Soon enough, the Empress Dowager will personally invite me into the palace." Meanwhile, all civil and military officials jointly petitioned for the Crown Prince to enter the palace and claim his rightful place. The Crown Prince had only been at the post station for half a month but had already faced multiple assassination attempts. If not brought back to the palace soon, his life would be in danger. The Empress Dowager was furious upon hearing this, laughing coldly at how these servants dared threaten her. She was still plotting how to eliminate this troublesome Crown Prince. Just then, urgent news arrived from the border. The Emperor of Yu Kingdom personally led his army, capturing 2 of Mo Kingdom's cities. He even burned Mo Kingdom's flags to show his might, mocking that Mo Kingdom had no men and was ruled by women. He specifically demanded the emperor to come out and fight to the death. The Empress Dowager cursed furiously, calling everyone useless. "How dare a newly crowned small emperor challenge our great nation like this?" The ministers trembled in fear, none daring to speak a word. In truth, the Empress Dowager was also unsettled. Everyone knew the emperor was gravely ill and hadn't been seen for years. How could he possibly fight? But she quickly thought of a good idea. Mo Linyuan would be the perfect choice. Give him the emperor's title, then send him to the border to reclaim territory. Then with just a little manipulation of the army, If he died, it wouldn't be traced back to her. Afterward, she could lead the army herself, defeat Yu, reclaim the territory, and after such a great victory, who would dare oppose her becoming emperor? The more she thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. She immediately issued an edict summoning the crown prince to the palace. The coronation ceremony would be in 3 days. The Empress Dowager personally placed the crown on Mo Linyuan's head, declaring him the legitimate emperor of Mo Kingdom. Thus, Mo Linyuan became the fastest crowned emperor in Mo Kingdom's history. Right after his coronation, the Empress Dowager eagerly wanted to send him to war at the border. The former slave had actually become emperor. Yet the Empress Dowager was intent on sending him to his death in battle. She pretended to care, saying, "Now that Yu demands the emperor personally lead the battle, you can't back down and lose Mo Kingdom's face." Then she handed him the command token for 100,000 troops, crying, "You've just returned and must leave again. I really can't bear to part with you." The young emperor in dragon robes suddenly smiled innocently. "Royal grandmother, do you really miss me that much?" The Empress Dowager covered her face with her sleeve, crying convincingly, "I truly can't bear to part with you. You just returned, and I haven't even had time to properly look at you. Yet you must go to war for the country. The battlefield is so dangerous. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't know how to bear it." Mo Linyuan laughed lightly. "Then you need not be sad, because I won't be leaving, so there's no need for you to be sad." The Empress Dowager anxiously shouted, "Foolish child, what nonsense are you speaking? Now that someone has violated our national dignity, as emperor you must respond and reclaim our territory. How can you retreat?" Mo Linyuan just smiled silently, staring at the palace gate. Just then, a fast horse galloped in, its rider excitedly shouting about the latest news from the front. Upon hearing of His Majesty's coronation, the Yu emperor was overjoyed and decided to withdraw his troops and return the cities. He even sent generous gifts to congratulate His Majesty. Mo Linyuan looked at the battle report with satisfaction. It seemed Qi Yan had strictly followed their agreement, applying pressure to help him ascend the throne. Then immediately withdrawing troops and offering congratulations. The Empress Dowager snatched the report, growing angrier as she read. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. The ministers were both surprised and delighted. "Does this mean we won't have to fight? His Majesty is truly the Son of Heaven, resolving a conflict without losing a single soldier right after his coronation." Hearing this, the Empress Dowager turned pale and swayed, unable to think of how to salvage the situation. Under Mo Linyuan's influence, the imperial tutor fell to his knees. "Heaven's blessing through your Majesty is fortune for our kingdom and its people. May your Majesty strengthen the nation and promote its prestige." Following his lead, other ministers also knelt, shouting, "Long live your Majesty," and praising his ability to promote national prestige and spread prosperity. The Empress Dowager trembled with rage at this sight, struggling to breathe and nearly fainting. Mo Linyuan immediately supported her, smiling sweetly. "Is royal grandmother too happy because I won't have to leave after all?" The Empress Dowager glared at him with wide eyes, pointing and trying to say something. Mo Linyuan seized the opportunity to grab the command token from her hand, comforting her sweetly. "Don't worry. Royal grandmother must be concerned about the 100,000 troops. Now that they're in my hands, I will manage them well. I won't let royal grandmother worry at all." The Empress Dowager had completely lost everything now. Unable to catch her breath, she rolled her eyes and fainted. Mo Linyuan pretended to panic and quickly ordered people to take her to the royal physician. After everyone left, he turned to the imperial tutor with a worried expression, asking about the search for doctors. The imperial tutor was helpless. The most skilled physician in Mo Kingdom was Master Wusheng, the direct disciple of the late national monk Wenji. Other doctors, hearing he was already involved, admitted their inferiority and refused to help. Then there was Master Bihua, whose medical skills were exceptional but who was eccentric and specifically requested Mo Linyuan to come in person. The imperial tutor, worried about a trap, advised against rushing to agree and offered to negotiate further. Mo Linyuan didn't care at all. He would do anything to save Yi Mu and immediately went to invite Master Bihua personally. Meanwhile, Yi Mu was deep in a dream. He saw himself in a modern hospital, with his critically ill father lying in the adjacent bed, moaning in pain. The doctor told Yi Mu that bone marrow transplant was possible, but the surgery required general anesthesia, and he had been recently injured. Yi Mu didn't care at all. He would do anything to help his father recover. The surgery ended quickly and was very successful. Before he could recover, news came from the team. He was notified of a port pirate cleanup operation in 2 days. Yi Mu immediately led troops to participate, but accidentally encountered Uncle Ji Yu, then transported to this world. Then a glowing figure repeatedly urged him, "You must wake up. There are many things waiting for you to do. Remember to obtain the Yi Jia map, then return. Your most important person is still waiting for you in the hospital bed." Strong conviction gradually awakened Yi Mu. Master Wusheng, watching nearby, was startled. If this demon king awakens, he would surely bring disaster to the world. He immediately prepared to end Yi Mu's life. Just then, Wenfen excitedly rushed in, saying the emperor had found Master Bihua and would come to take the young lady away soon. After speaking, he went to prepare for departure. Master Wusheng was extremely anxious. If Master Bihua came, he would easily discover Yi Mu's current condition. He might even help Yi Mu avoid a future of bloodthirst by removing his martial arts. Bihua would ruin his plans. He couldn't hand Yi Mu over. Master Wusheng immediately showed his true colors. He took out a silver needle, preparing to strike. He couldn't let Yi Mu wake naturally and become the most terrifying force by the Star Emperor's side. But at the final moment of striking, he hesitated. For 18 years, he had been saving lives every day. But with this strike, he would never be the same master again. Meanwhile, when Mo Linyuan arrived at Master Bihua's room, he found him lying in a pool of blood, already lifeless. The next second, 2 black-clad figures descended from above, swinging their swords at him. Yi Mu immediately realized these were assassins sent by the Empress Dowager. He immediately engaged the assassins in combat with his men and quickly eliminated them all. Mo Linyuan realized his miscalculation. He hadn't expected the Empress Dowager to kill Master Bihua. But then he thought of Yi Mu. His heart sank. Could something have happened to Yi Mu as well? He immediately rushed to the temple at full speed. Sure enough, the temple was already a river of blood from the assassin's attack. Mo Linyuan was shocked and angry. He immediately led his men to charge in. But the Empress Dowager had sent many skilled martial artists this time. Mo Linyuan's side couldn't eliminate them all no matter how many they killed. At this rate, even if troops arrived later, they might not be able to match these opponents. He made a quick decision to rescue Yi Mu first and then head directly to the military camp outside the city where safety could be guaranteed. But just as he gave the order, a huge boom was heard. The wing room where Yi Mu was staying burst into raging flames. Mo Linyuan's eyes widened in horror. He desperately rushed over. The young emperor nearly died trying to save the female lead. The female lead turned dark and became a demon, starting a killing spree. Master Wusheng suddenly asked him if he remembered Mo Linyuan. The name, Mo Linyuan, brought back a trace of Yi Mu's consciousness. Acting on instinct, he staggered out the door, wanting to find Mo Linyuan. At this time, Mo Linyuan was in a bloody battle. The Empress Dowager had sent all the skilled martial artists from 3 great families to intercept him. Archers were hiding in the shadows, waiting to shoot fatal arrows at his vital points. Mo Linyuan was caught off guard. Despite trying to dodge hastily, he was still hit in the waist. He immediately coughed up blood and fell to his knees. Fortunately, he was wearing golden thread armor, or he would have died from that arrow. When the first shot failed, the archer immediately fired another arrow. At this moment, Mo Linyuan was kneeling on the ground, painfully coughing up blood. He couldn't dodge in time and was about to meet his end. At this critical moment, a small hand suddenly appeared. It caught the fatal arrow. It was Yi Mu who had just awakened. Mo Linyuan was both shocked and overjoyed, murmuring his name. But Yi Mu didn't respond. He crushed the feathered arrow into powder with his strength. Mo Linyuan endured the pain to stand up, grabbing his small hand to check carefully, fearing he might be injured again. Only then did Yi Mu come to his senses. He immediately noticed the wound on Mo Linyuan's waist that was still bleeding. Yi Mu's killing intent immediately spread. Someone dared to hurt Mo Linyuan, though they were the same person. Mo Linyuan felt that Yi Mu was terrifyingly cold at this moment. Yi Mu raised his hand, looking at the blood from Mo Linyuan that stained it. The next second, he showed a bright smile. "Don't worry, I'll kill them for you." With that, he leapt up and rushed toward the black-clothed men. With just a slight wave of his hand, he drained one assassin into a husk. With a backhand grab, he twisted off another assassin's head. Blood sprayed like arrows, and assassins' bodies littered the ground. Everyone screamed in terror. He's an evil spirit that can absorb internal energy. Run. Mo Linyuan was also shocked. He hadn't expected Yi Mu to be so powerful, single-handedly destroying all the experts from Mo Kingdom's 3 great families without a scratch. Now Yi Mu stood atop the pile of corpses, his clothes completely soaked in blood. He tilted his head up to let the rain wash over him, his expression frighteningly calm. Mo Linyuan struggled to get up, wanting to go embrace Yi Mu. The guards quickly stopped him. Miss Yi has lost herself in bloodlust. She's lost her reason. Don't go near her. It's too dangerous. But Mo Linyuan was certain he wouldn't harm him. After all, Yi Mu only started this killing spree because he was injured. He had spoken to him just now, so he still had some rationality. At least he still recognized him. Mo Linyuan ignored everyone's objections and walked alone towards Yi Mu. Yi Mu immediately looked over alertly, but upon seeing it was Mo Linyuan, he instantly lowered his head in distress. He frantically tried to wipe the blood off his hands, but couldn't clean it no matter how hard he tried. Yi Mu became increasingly anxious. Mo Linyuan quickly grabbed his small hands, gently helping him clean them bit by bit. Smiling, he said, "See? It's all gone now." Yi Mu indeed calmed down, and Mo Linyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he wanted to carry him down, Yi Mu nodded without hesitation. Mo Linyuan immediately lifted him in his arms, finally leaving that mountain of corpses. As he held him, he realized the blood on Yi Mu's clothes was still warm. His heart ached instantly, and he anxiously asked repeatedly, "More? What's wrong? Are you hurt somewhere?" Yi Mu looked extremely weak. To control the raging internal force within him, he had just severed his own meridians. Though his internal injuries were severe, his life wasn't in danger. Yi Mu said with a pale smile, "Only this way would I not harm you." Mo Linyuan held him tightly, heartbroken. This fool was still the same as before, so foolishly heartbreaking. But before he could say anything more, Yi Mu smiled and fainted. Mo Linyuan was extremely worried and quickly carried Yi Mu back to the palace, silently praying, "Please be alright." The guards asked what to do with the corpses. Mo Linyuan's expression turned vicious, telling them to leave it be. Someone would collect the bodies naturally. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager quickly learned of this terrible news. Shocked and angry, she cursed, "You say that demon has returned? How is this possible? Call the guard captain who was sent out. Tell him to come see me." The servant trembled in fear, stammering that they were all outside. The Empress Dowager thought he was afraid to face her due to the failed mission. She stormed out of the palace, wanting to properly punish these useless people. But as soon as she opened the door, she saw the courtyard filled with bloody corpses, all the assassins she had sent. The Empress Dowager's face turned ashen as she staggered backward. The servant reported tearfully that everyone sent out was dead, with no survivors. Though His Majesty was injured, his armor protected him. Only superficial wounds. The Empress Dowager was instantly enraged. She fainted from the shock. Meanwhile, the imperial physician was checking Yi Mu's pulse. Although he had severed his meridians, being young, he could still recover. However, he couldn't use internal force before recovery, or his injuries would worsen. The situation would become serious then. Mo Linyuan finally relaxed and personally stayed by the bedside to care for Yi Mu. After a while, Yi Mu slowly woke up. Mo Linyuan immediately embraced him. Still frightened, he repeatedly said, "Thank goodness you're alright." But facing his careful attention, Yi Mu remained gloomy, head lowered in silence. Mo Linyuan suddenly felt very guilty. It was his fault for not understanding Yi Mu's thoughts, which had driven Yi Li to death. Yi Mu knew it wasn't his fault. Seeing no point in dwelling on it, he changed the subject, asking about their current situation. Mo Linyuan told him they were in Mobo, and Little Wolf was also safe, sent to train with the army. Yi Mu finally relaxed, relieved that both of them had escaped that night's massacre. Mo Linyuan held his small hand tightly. To him, nothing else mattered as long as Yi Mu was safe. Yi Mu's face turned red with embarrassment. He quickly changed the subject. Speaking of that map, Mo Linyuan quickly took it out. When he saw strange patterns on the map, he had brought it back for Yi Mu. Yi Mu hurriedly opened the map, seeing mountains and rivers drawn on it. He excitedly told Mo Linyuan that this was the legendary treasure left by the Empire 200 years ago. But Mo Linyuan wasn't interested in any treasure. Now that Yi Mu was safe, he wanted to deal with the Empress Dowager, the root of all evil. Mo Linyuan immediately left with murderous intent. How dare she send assassins after his beloved? The Dark Crown Prince had turned ruthless. He stormed towards the Empress Dowager's palace, but before that, he needed to take care of his future spouse whose meridians were severed. Mo Linyuan brought personally cooked preserved egg and lean meat porridge, scooping up a spoonful and gently blowing on it. When the temperature was right, he fed it to Yi Mu, who obediently opened his mouth with an "ah." Mo Linyuan's heart melted at the sight. More was just too adorable like this, but remembering how he had killed so mercilessly earlier, Mo Linyuan worried. Was it because of the sacrifice destruction technique he practiced? Yi Mu explained sadly that when Yi Li gave him all her internal force, he had to learn this technique or the power would have destroyed him. But Mo Linyuan was concerned that while Yi Li was brutal, she hadn't lost her sanity. Why did the same martial art affect Yi Mu differently? Yi Mu was certain that if Yi Li had continued practicing, she would have become a great demon too. He had just accelerated the process. Mo Linyuan felt guilty hearing this. It was his fault for not protecting more better, or he wouldn't have suffered like this. Yi Mu quickly comforted him with a smile, saying he was fine except for not being able to use internal force. But why was Mo Linyuan, now an emperor, still being attacked by so many people? This reminded Mo Linyuan that he hadn't settled scores with that old witch yet. He immediately tucked Yi Mu into bed, patted his head, coaxing him to rest quickly. Then he stormed out, surrounded by intense killing intent. Yi Mu watched in confusion, wondering what he was going to do with such murderous aura. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager lay on her couch, moaning in pain. After 2 consecutive shocks, the Imperial physician said her vital energy was damaged. Just then, Mo Linyuan kicked open the palace doors. He charged in furiously, driving everyone out, saying he needed private time with his Imperial grandmother. The Empress Dowager screamed in panic. "How dare you? I'm ill in bed. What do you mean by barging in?" But the cold sweat on her forehead revealed her true fear. Mo Linyuan suddenly chuckled. "Of course I'm here to visit Imperial grandmother. With hundreds dead, you must be heartbroken." His gaze fell on the medicine bowl nearby. He immediately picked it up and forced her to drink it. While forcing her to drink, he spoke gently. "Be good and take your medicine. Nothing is more important than your health." The Empress Dowager choked and coughed violently, tears streaming down her face. She pointed at Mo Linyuan, cursing him as an unfilial demon. Mo Linyuan sneered sarcastically. "I've suspended court for 2 days. Everyone knows I'm severely injured thanks to you. How could I possibly be unfilial?" As he spoke, he slammed the medicine bowl on the table. He picked up the sharpest piece of broken porcelain, pressed it against the Empress Dowager's neck, and coldly demanded, "If you don't want to die, tell me honestly, where is Father Emperor, whom you forced into seclusion under the pretense of illness?" Though the Empress Dowager's face turned pale with fear, she gritted her teeth and refused to speak. Mo Linyuan's face darkened instantly. "Is Imperial grandmother forcing me to bathe the palace in blood?" The Empress Dowager screamed in fear. "Your father is still alive in the palace, locked up in the forest. I didn't kill him." Mo Linyuan was stunned. He never thought his father was so close by. He immediately released his grip, hurriedly turning to leave, wanting to find his father as soon as possible. When Mo Linyuan appeared again, it was during mealtime with Yi Mu, but he kept getting distracted. Yi Mu was so worried he couldn't eat. Seeing he couldn't hide it, Mo Linyuan sighed and told him about today's events. Just 2 hours ago, he had found the underground chamber. He found his father and sister locked in a secret room, disheveled and looking like beggars. Mo Linyuan was so shocked he almost couldn't recognize them. His father and sister were overjoyed, clinging to the bars and frantically screaming for help. Mo Linyuan had them released and settled, but didn't know how to face them. Yi Mu was also surprised. In the original story, they should have died before Mo Linyuan's rise to power. These 2 people who never appeared in the chronicles had mysteriously appeared now. He wasn't sure if this was good or bad, but seeing Mo Linyuan's depressed and melancholic face, Yi Mu smiled and patted his shoulder. He advised that this was good news. Having 2 more people closely connected to him should make him happy. But in Mo Linyuan's heart, he only needed Yi Mu to be closely connected with him in this world. No matter what, they weren't as important as Yi Mu. The urgent matter was for Yi Mu to recover quickly. Yi Mu smiled back, saying, "In this world, you're also my only most important person." He started picking food for him, telling him to eat more to grow stronger. Mo Linyuan felt both moved and guilty. He realized he must work harder and shouldn't always rely on Yi Mu for comfort. He wanted to properly protect Yi Mu's happiness. After dinner, Yi Mu accompanied Mo Linyuan to meet his newly released father and sister. But at the doorway, they heard the two complaining about his uselessness. Letting the old witch Empress Dowager escape, Yi Mu squeezed his hand comfortingly, saying, "Don't worry, I'll stay with you." The father and daughter, who were just gossiping, noticed Mo Linyuan's arrival. They immediately rushed to criticize him. "You're the emperor now. Why haven't you killed that old witch to avenge us? She imprisoned us for 5 years, beating and insulting us daily. How could you let her live?" Mo Linyuan patiently explained that they shouldn't rush. The Empress Dowager's power was vast after years of rule, not easily overthrown, but they wouldn't listen. "You're the emperor, yet you can't eliminate one old woman." Mo Linyuan laughed bitterly. "Weren't you also emperor? Yet you were imprisoned by a woman for 5 years." The emperor was embarrassed and stopped pressing. He pretended to be magnanimous. "Though you're too weak to avenge your father, I won't blame you since you're still young. But now that I'm free, shouldn't you return the throne to me?" Mo Linyuan froze, doubting his ears. The young emperor had nearly died saving his father and sister, yet they blamed him for being useless and demanded the throne back. They hypocritically said he should just be protected like his sister. Mo Linyuan sneered. "Who would want protection from a useless ruler who lost power while on the throne? If I hear such words again, I'll cut out your tongue." Watching them tremble in fear, yet still accusing him of being unfilial, asking if he'd forgotten his filial duties. But when Mo Linyuan fled the palace years ago, he barely knew how to read, let alone understand filial piety. All these years, he only knew one rule: those who submit prosper. Those who resist perish. He warned them domineeringly that those who disobey would end up being fed to the dogs. Mo Shiwen and his wife were startled and dared not say another word. Mo Linyuan pulled Yi Mu away quickly. Yi Mu could feel the murderous aura around him. In the original book, he was portrayed as righteous, brave, and wise. At this moment, he seemed quite different from that image. Noticing his gaze, Mo Linyuan came to his senses, thinking he had frightened him. But Yi Mu shook his head and expressed his thoughts. Mo Linyuan was stunned by his words. He immediately leaned in close, demanding to know how Yi Mu preferred him to be. Their faces inches apart. Yi Mu's face turned bright red with embarrassment. He quickly said, "You're fine as you are now. Seeing you so capable makes me feel at ease." Only then did Mo Linyuan smile. He rubbed Yi Mu's cheeks vigorously, telling him to ignore those two people, and if they dare cause trouble, he should fight back directly. Unexpectedly, Mo Dai came to cause trouble the next day, barging into the Imperial study while holding Shi He. Mo Linyuan was furious, demanding who allowed her to barge in everywhere. This was a place for state affairs, and he was busy with no time for trivial matters. Mo Dai exploded with anger. "I'm your sister. Why can't I come? That low-born woman can sit beside you, but I can't even see you?" Mo Linyuan retorted angrily that he had no sister who would betray her own brother. Yi Mu finally understood why he never mentioned this sister. There was such a reason behind it. Mo Dai cried grievously. "How can you still hold a grudge? I was young and foolish when I betrayed you to please the Empress Dowager. Now we only have each other left. Can't you forget the past and start anew?" Mo Linyuan didn't bother arguing. He kept Mo Dai alive only because they shared the same mother. He held Yi Mu's hand tenderly, declaring, "I've already found someone worthy. You're not irreplaceable. I don't care what you think, but in this palace, I hope you stay away from Yi Mu. Otherwise, what I've given you can be taken back anytime." Mo Dai threw the box violently, crying that she was the real princess. Why should she be beneath that lowborn? Mo Dai ran away crying angrily. It seemed appealing to Mo Linyuan's emotions wouldn't work. Now she could only rely on their father. Mo Dai prayed silently. She hoped Mo Linyuan and that old witch Empress Dowager would destroy each other, so she and her father could benefit from their conflict. And that bastard Yi Mu, daring to take her position, how dare he think he's worthy? Meanwhile in the Imperial study, Mo Linyuan looked at the mess on the floor, feeling even more disgusted with his vicious sister. He anxiously warned Yi Mu that Mo Dai had a terrible temper, and he should stay away from her. Seeing Yi Mu nod seriously and take his words to heart, he returned to reading memorials, but got increasingly frustrated. There was a locust plague in Shu region. Unfortunately, Mo Linyuan didn't know much about disaster relief and had no good solutions. He could only discuss it with the 6 ministries. Yi Mu was curious about what he was good at. Speaking of this, Mo Linyuan couldn't help but feel proud. He seemed naturally gifted in handling power struggles and maintaining political balance. Yi Mu laughed at his adorable expression. He couldn't resist pinching his cheeks, saying he usually acted so mature. unlike a child, but now showed such pride. Mo Linyuan quickly dodged, his red face full of protest. How could Yi Mu pinch his face when he was so much older than him? Yi Mu thought he was very clever and should continue his studies. Although the Empress Dowager was severely weakened, the three great families still held important positions like Imperial tutor. Mo Linyuan didn't dare to hand over power carelessly. Yi Mu immediately understood. He actually wanted to study but couldn't find someone trustworthy enough. He patted his chest and recommended himself, saying the great teacher isn't far away but right here. Mo Linyuan looked at him speechlessly for a while, deliberately looking around asking where this great teacher was. Yi Mu was almost furious. It's me, can't you see? I know many things. I am the legendary celestial beast person. Heaven sent me to help you. Mo Linyuan played along. Then tell me, will I eventually defeat the Empress Dowager? Yi Mu nodded without hesitation, smiling and saying, of course you will. Mo Linyuan continued teasing him with interest. Then tell me, how do I defeat her in the end? Unexpectedly, Yi Mu actually thought about it. In the end, the Empress Dowager has an affair with someone. You catch her, and to protect that person, she gives up her regency power. But the book doesn't say who that person is. But as soon as he said the word, book, Yi Mu caught himself and quickly covered his mouth. Facing Mo Linyuan's inquiring gaze, he quickly changed his words, saying scholars always say heavenly secrets can't be revealed. After all, being a descended star of literature was more acceptable than being a time traveler. But Mo Linyuan had already caught the word, book. Seeing Yi Mu trying to escape after his poor acting, he immediately pulled him into his arms, holding him tight. He tickled his waist asking, will you tell me or not? Yi Mu laughed until tears came out, threatening to fight back. Mo Linyuan flipped him underneath himself. With an expectant expression, he asked, are you really sent by heaven to help me? Seeing he finally believed, Yi Mu sighed in relief. How could it be fake? I'm really here to help you. Mo Linyuan finally agreed to let him start teaching from tomorrow. Yi Mu was overjoyed, never expecting he could become an imperial tutor. Mo Linyuan snorted. His little head was just a half-reader after all. Just then, a guard rushed in reporting that the Emperor Emeritus had run away. This female demon transformed into a crying drama queen, accusing the three great families of being arrogant and domineering, not even sparing pregnant women. Originally, Yi Mu came to the temple to find Master Wusheng to help control his murderous aura during full moons. Unexpectedly, they found a pregnant woman who had fainted in the Buddha Hall. Yi Mu and Master Wusheng hurried over together. They saw the pregnant woman lying in blood. She was clearly about to give birth, but the monks stood motionless. Yi Mu angrily shouted, what are you standing there for? Quickly take her to the back courtyard to deliver. The monks looked troubled, saying this was sacred Buddhist ground. How could they let a woman give birth here? Yi Mu frowned and turned to Master Wusheng, wondering if he thought the same. Unexpectedly, Master Wusheng said without hesitation, take her to the back courtyard. I will deliver the baby myself. Just then, Madame Zhang burst in with her people, arrogantly saying, this is our family's concubine who ran away and got pregnant by someone else. This child cannot live. I'm taking her back now. To prevent defiling this sacred place, Master Wusheng grew angry, wanting to argue with her, but Yi Mu stepped forward, telling him to go save the woman while he handled this. Then he sharp-tongued retorted, how dare you bully someone? That woman clearly has a speech impediment. You're taking advantage of her inability to speak. Madame Zhang sneered contemptuously. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the three great families? How we handle our concubine is our business. Yi Mu laughed. What's so great about the three great families? I am the emperor's half-reader. But Madame Zhang dismissed him. Just a mere half-reader. Don't act above your station. You don't rule this country. Yi Mu couldn't stand her bossy attitude. Committing violence in public? Is this Mo country owned by your Zhang family? Madame Zhang had never been so insulted. She immediately gritted her teeth and tried to push Yi Mu away. Yi Mu instantly went into drama mode, following her force and falling backward. With a thud, he fell to the ground, tears immediately flowing. Madame Zhang's face turned green with fear. I barely pushed you. Don't try to frame me. Yi Mu wailed loudly, crying pitifully. You pushed me. I was trying to reason with you, but you used violence. I'm telling Emperor brother, in his heart. He thought viciously. Dare to act so mighty in front of me. Watch how I deal with you. Sure enough, soon a group of Imperial guards rushed in. They surrounded Yi Mu with worried faces, anxiously asking what wrong had been done to him. Yi Mu cried heartbrokenly. She hit me. Everyone saw it. Instantly, all the Imperial Guard's eyes blazed with killing intent, glaring at Madame Zhang. Madame Zhang fled in fear, planning to return with reinforcements to teach Yi Mu a lesson. Yi Mu made a triumphant face. Try to compete with me in acting pitiful? She's still too green. Finally, that shrew was gone. Yi Mu quickly ran to the back courtyard. By then, the pregnant woman had given birth. Fortunately, both mother and child were safe. Actually, Yi Mu was surprised. He had thought Master Wusheng wouldn't allow childbirth in the temple. Seeing others' reactions, it seemed like they thought it would desecrate the Buddhist grounds. But Master Wusheng believed that in Buddha's eyes, all beings are equal. Buddha wouldn't blame them for bloodying the temple hall to save lives. Yi Mu finally understood why people called him a living bodhisattva. He became curious, wondering if Master Wusheng had never done anything bad in his life. Wusheng's heart skipped a beat at these words. He had done one bad thing. A year ago, to make Yi Mu capable of killing Mo Linyuan, he had deliberately aggravated the chaotic energy within him, stimulating his early awakening. But he hadn't expected Yi Mu to have enough willpower to control himself. To avoid hurting Mo Linyuan, he even chose to break some of his own meridians. Wusheng turned away, unable to look at Yi Mu, saying guiltily, "I once did something bad. I hurt someone." But Yi Mu consoled him. "Don't dwell on it. Nobody's perfect. Making only one mistake is already very good." Wusheng wanted to say more but was suddenly interrupted. A young monk came rushing in to report that Madame Zhang had returned with many more people to cause trouble. Both frowned immediately. It seemed the Zhang family wouldn't leave without taking the woman. Yi Mu immediately asked the pregnant woman, "They say you're a thief. Is that true?" The woman shook her head frantically but could only make woo-ah-ah sounds. Unable to speak, Yi Mu quickly found a brush and asked her to write down her story. It turned out she was originally a courtesan who had redeemed herself when the emperor ascended the throne and granted amnesty a year ago. Then she met the Zhang family's young master, but due to her background, could only be a concubine. But when the Zhang family discovered her pregnancy, they tried to force her to abort. When she refused, she ran away. She had come to the temple to pray for her child's blessing but was caught by the Zhang family. Yi Mu grew angrier as he read. The Zhang family was truly evil, rejecting their own flesh and blood. The pregnant woman begged tearfully, saying as long as her child was safe, she would light lamps before Buddha and pray for her child's blessing for life. Yi Mu was curious. Does this temple accept nuns? Wusheng's expression almost cracked. A monk's temple obviously doesn't accept nuns. Yi Mu helplessly scratched his head. Looks like we need to deal with them first. At this moment, Madame Zhang was shouting in the temple, "Everyone come look at Master Wusheng, forcibly detaining our concubine. Who knows what he's planning?" Wusheng immediately shouted, "How dare you? This is a sacred Buddhist ground. How dare you speak such filth?" Madame Zhang laughed shrilly. "Who's really being filthy here? Is it me or your impure thoughts? Not satisfied with having a young girl in the temple, you're now keeping a pregnant woman. Who knows what kind of cultivation you're really practicing?" Wusheng was too angry to speak. Yi Mu, however, reacted swiftly. Darting out like lightning, he gave Madame Zhang 2 hard slaps across the face. Madame Zhang let out a miserable scream, furiously demanding to know who hit her. The next moment, Yi Mu appeared before her like a ghost. Shaking his arm, he asked, "You just mentioned a young girl in the temple. Am I somehow in your way?" Madame Zhang cursed furiously. "You little wretch, how dare you hit me? Don't think you can act so brazenly just because you're the emperor's person. I'm here to catch a runaway servant. Even if this goes to the council, I'm in the right. I'll definitely get payback for this slap." Her shrill voice made Yi Mu increasingly irritated. His already rising killing intent became uncontrollable. Just as he was about to act, a familiar voice rang out leisurely. "What's all this commotion?" This young emperor truly doted on his wife. Even when the demoness was about to cause bloodshed in the temple, the young emperor still stood by his side supporting him. It was all Madame Zhang's fault. This shrew not only pursued a pregnant concubine but also hurled insults at Yi Mu. Yi Mu's killing intent surged with anger. Just as he was about to unleash violence, Mo Linyuan arrived just in time. He had come to pick up Yi Mu. Yi Mu's eyes immediately lit up, his killing intent dissipating instantly. He bounced happily like a little bird to Mo Linyuan's side. Madame Zhang suddenly turned pale with fear, her whole body trembling. Suppressing her reluctance, she knelt and bowed, then hurriedly tried to make her case first. Your Majesty, please help our Zhang family. We came to catch a spy who had an affair with a monk, but the temple monks, with unclear intentions, are refusing to release her. Yi Mu immediately countered. That child clearly belongs to the young master of the Zhang family. Madame Zhang panicked. Don't talk nonsense. My son is about to marry the young miss of the Wen family. How could he have an illegitimate child? Yi Mu finally understood. No wonder the Zhang family was desperate to kill the child. They were afraid it would ruin the marriage. Suddenly, he had an idea. He suggested having the young master Zhang come for a blood test. If it truly was an illegitimate child, they could handle it as they wished. If not, they would have to give the child proper status in front of the emperor. Madame Zhang, furious and angry, refused without hesitation. But Mo Linyuan ignored her and directly ordered someone to bring the young master Zhang. Madame Zhang glared hatefully at Yi Mu, cursing him for meddling. Finally, she reluctantly admitted the child was from the Zhang family. No blood test needed. Can I take the person away now? Just as Mo Linyuan was about to agree, Yi Mu quickly stopped him. The Zhang family wanted to kill the child to protect the marriage. The child will surely die if returned. Better let the woman live independently and separate the child from the Zhang family. Hearing this, Madame Zhang reacted as if she'd seen a ghost. How can a woman live independently? This is absurd. Yi Mu was furious. What's wrong with being a woman? Can't women be strong and independent? She'll die if she goes to the Zhang family anyway. If she can live, why must someone die? Mo Linyuan narrowed his eyes and asked him to provide a convincing reason. Hearing this, Yi Mu knew he was on his side. Finding a reason wasn't difficult at all. He immediately said, if everyone followed the Zhang family's behavior, how many children would die unjustly? These children might become future pillars of Mo country. We can't support such evil practices. Mo Linyuan amusedly poked his forehead. Although offending the Zhang family over one child wasn't a wise decision, who could refuse when Yi Mu wanted it this way? He immediately agreed. Every child in Mo country is the hope of our nation. Since the Zhang family doesn't want the child, they will take the surname Li and be raised by the state to serve the country. Yi Mu deliberately provoked Madame Zhang. His Majesty has spoken. Do you have any objections? Madame Zhang reluctantly said. The child can stay, but that woman is Zhang family's concubine. She must return to the Zhang family. Yi Mu feigned shock. A concubine can be freed with money. Why must you separate mother and child? He tossed a gold ingot, treating it as if he were feeding a dog. Madame Zhang trembled with anger. The young emperor was clearly taking that wretch's side, but she couldn't make a bigger scene. She immediately left in a huff with her people. Yi Mu finally relaxed. Thankfully Mo Linyuan had intervened today. He had actually come to take Yi Mu back, because the empress grandmother had suddenly returned to the palace. Yi Mu was stunned. That old witch is still alive? They hurriedly went to the Empress Dowager's chambers. A mass of guards stood at the entrance. Yi Mu was amazed at the grand display. Mo Linyuan comforted him. Don't be afraid. She won't dare trouble you while I'm here. As soon as they opened the door, the Empress Dowager's smug voice rang out. I only left the palace to recuperate from illness. Now that I'm well, I hope my return is welcome. Mo Linyuan smiled sincerely and honestly, warmly welcoming the Empress Dowager, but she persisted in causing trouble. Your Majesty neglects his own sister yet dotes on an outsider. How heartbroken your mother would be. Hearing this, Mo Linyuan's eyes turned cold. No need for grandmother's concern. When I choose to favor someone, no one can interfere. The Empress Dowager's face turned green with fear. She didn't dare continue the topic and switched to discussing the imperial selection. You're now of age to select wives and concubines. I've had portraits of noble ladies sent to your chambers. Mo Linyuan glared at her silently, barely containing his anger. The Empress Dowager quickly claimed fatigue and dismissed them. On the way back, Yi Mu couldn't help but snicker. Mo Linyuan was still so young, yet already being pressured about marriage. It seemed even emperors couldn't escape marriage pressure. Mo Linyuan strongly resisted, saying they just wanted to place people around him. Yi Mu, remembering selection scenes from TV dramas, grew curious and urged him to proceed with the selection, saying it had to happen eventually. Mo Linyuan's heart ached. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't want to choose. Yi Mu couldn't understand his reluctance, especially during these curious teenage years. Mo Linyuan sighed dejectedly. None of their choices were who he liked. Yi Mu grew more curious. Who did he like? Mo Linyuan nearly choked, holding back the words, I wish for you. Yi Mu was completely unaware of his feelings, and it was too early to speak of such things. He could only give vague responses. When the time is right, I'll tell you. Yi Mu felt something was odd but had more important matters to consider, so he didn't dwell on it. When they returned, they saw Mo Dai had arrived again. She was waiting at the palace entrance. Mo Linyuan wasn't surprised, as it was his mother's birthday. Sure enough, Mo Dai said their father had prepared dinner and invited her brother to join in remembrance of their mother. Mo Linyuan couldn't refuse and followed her to the lakeside pavilion. Inside, besides Mo Shiwen, Prime Minister Wen Zi was also waiting. After several rounds of drinks, Mo Dai suddenly said, "I'm in love with the third young master of the Wen family. I hope brother will restore my princess status for mother's sake, so I can have a grand wedding." How miserable for the young emperor to fall in love with such a dense person. He tried various hints about making him empress, so he could properly protect him, but Yi Mu just couldn't understand, even eagerly urging him to hold the selection. Wanting to see an ancient imperial bride selection firsthand, Mo Linyuan was nearly driven to cough blood in frustration. Worse still, his troublesome father and sister used his mother's death anniversary as an excuse, forcing him to arrange his sister's marriage to Prime Minister Wen's son. Mo Dai knelt and begged, "Please, brother, for mother's sake, restore my princess status so I can have a grand wedding." Yi Mu was stunned. Mo Dai was so young, yet already thinking of marriage. Mo Linyuan's face darkened. Of all people, his sister wanted to marry into the ambitious Wen family. Seeing this, Mo Dai took out half a jade pendant. This was what the empress had personally given her. Then Wen Zi produced the other half. He claimed the empress had given it to him, saying she had arranged a marriage with the Wen family long ago. These matching pendants were proof. Surely His Majesty would fulfill his mother's last wish. Mo Linyuan joined the two pieces and found they indeed matched perfectly. Could mother really have arranged this marriage? He began to waver. Mo Dai, seeing her chance, rushed over crying, "On mother's death anniversary, please restore my princess status." Mother's spirit would surely want to see his siblings getting along. Mo Linyuan couldn't withstand this emotional assault and was about to agree. Yi Mu quickly pulled him back. This snapped him out of it. He only said he'd consider it carefully, then quickly left with Yi Mu. Yi Mu pondered deeply along the way, feeling that father and daughter seemed to be led by some hidden force. Mo Linyuan was also confused. It was just a princess title. What could they achieve with it? Yi Mu couldn't figure it out either but felt the Empress Dowager would know. Since she was close to the noble families, she must know something. He volunteered to probe her intentions. Mo Linyuan immediately grabbed him, refusing to let him take such risks. But Yi Mu dismissed his concerns, saying he'd be visiting in the emperor's name. What danger could there be? Mo Linyuan hinted that only an empress could represent the emperor, then watched Yi Mu intently, waiting for his response. But Yi Mu remained oblivious, seriously saying rules were meant to be broken. Besides, who else could you send that's as clever as me? Don't worry, Your Majesty. I promise to be quick about it. He darted away before Mo Linyuan could speak, nearly choking him with unrequited feelings. It seemed he was still too young for romance, but there was plenty of time. No need to rush. Early the next morning, Yi Mu went to greet the Empress Dowager and congratulate her. Your granddaughter has fallen for young Master Wen. His Majesty plans to restore her princess status for a grand wedding. The Empress Dowager, confused, just said it was good news and tried to dismiss him. But Yi Mu meaningfully asked, "Have you heard of a saying? The mantis stalks the cicada?" Unaware of the oriole behind, the Empress Dowager paused. What do you mean? Yi Mu began explaining gently. Think about why the Wen family insists on marrying a princess. Perhaps she's meant to replace you. Don't forget, Mo Dai was imprisoned underground for 5 years. Her hatred for you runs deep. Are you sure you want His Majesty to restore her princess status and help the noble families succeed? The Empress Dowager was suddenly startled, her face turning grim. Earlier, Wen Jia had indeed approached her about this matter, saying the royal bloodline was nearly extinct, with only Mo Linyuan and his sister remaining. Once Mo Dai's princess status was restored, they could kill the emperor and jointly support the princess's ascension to the throne. This way, the Empress Dowager could continue her regency, and Shihia could remove the emperor's obstacle and continue to grow stronger. But now the Empress Dowager suddenly realized, if Mo Dai married into the Wen family and became a puppet emperor, Shihia could easily kill her and transform from Shihia into the regent. She panicked. She hurriedly said that Mo Dai had been dead for many years. years, so suddenly restoring her status would be inappropriate. Yi Mu feigned confusion and pressed for the reason for refusal, saying he needed to explain to His Majesty. The Empress Dowager couldn't think of an excuse and was about to lose her temper. Yi Mu seized the opportunity to press further, asking if Wen Jia was involved in the late Empress's death. If this wasn't cleared up, Wen Jia would become a royal-in-law. The Empress Dowager, out of options, finally said, all three noble families were involved back then. Yi Mu finally got his answer. He happily ran to report his success to Mo Linyuan. Mo Linyuan gently pinched his nose, asking, well, clever one, did you fool the Empress Dowager? Yi Mu seriously told him that while he couldn't be certain about everything, Mo Dai's deal with the Empress Dowager and noble families was definitely true. But Mo Linyuan couldn't understand what they could achieve with just a princess title. Yi Mu suddenly had a revelation. Could they be after Mo Dai's royal bloodline? Then, kill you to make Mo Dai empress? Mo Linyuan felt afraid too. Wen Jia's marriage proposal was just a front. If Yi Mu hadn't stopped him then, he would have restored Mo Dai's status. Later, Mo Dai would surely have turned against him viciously. Yi Mu felt sorry for him. His own father and sister, both blood relatives, plotting against him. It was heartbreaking. Mo Linyuan, the victim himself, was furious and slammed his hand down. He wanted to confront them both. I've treated them well. Why would they do this to me? Yi Mu was startled, fearing he might rush off to kill that father and daughter in anger. He quickly grabbed him, saying, they won't confess even if you confront them now. Yi Mu volunteered to go instead, saying he had a way to resolve this. That night, Yi Mu broke into Mo Shiwen's palace to question him about the late empress's death, but he was ambushed and knocked unconscious. Mo Shiwen carried him to bed, having long wanted to taste his son's woman. The young lady was knocked out and carried to bed by her future father-in-law, who wanted to taste his son's wife. Originally, Yi Mu had come to seek justice for Mo Linyuan, to question Mo Shiwen about why he conspired with the three noble families to kill the late empress. Mo Shiwen jumped as if his tail had been stepped on, looking both shocked and scared, stammering without forming words. Mo Dai said with hostility, mother has been dead for many years, killed by the Empress Dowager. Yi Mu laughed. Your story differs completely from the Empress Dowager's, and if the Wen family didn't have leverage over you, why would you obey them so readily? No matter. His Majesty has gone to invite the Empress Dowager. You can confront each other then. Mo Shiwen turned pale with fear, his psychological defenses nearly crumbling. His expression twisted as he said, that old witch dares to betray us. Yi Mu seized the chance to bait them. His Majesty says if you reveal what happened back then, you might be shown mercy. Mo Shiwen and Mo Dai exchanged glances, deciding to pin everything on the Empress Dowager. Back then, the Empress Dowager and noble families joined forces, stripping me of my power. Then the Empress Dowager forced me to hand over the Empress. There was a man who had always been obsessed with the Empress. He helped the Empress Dowager rebel with only one condition, to force the Empress to accept him. Yi Mu felt heartbroken for the late Empress and quickly asked what happened next. Mo Shiwen sneered coldly. What else could happen? The Empress was defiled. She couldn't bear to live with the shame, so she killed herself. Yi Mu was so shocked that he failed to notice someone approaching from behind. A heavy blow struck his neck. Yi Mu collapsed silently, eyes closed. The attacker laughed coldly. He'll make excellent leverage against the emperor. He ordered them to guard the prisoner while he reported to Minister Wen. After respectfully seeing the man in black off, Mo Shiwen's lecherous gaze fell on Yi Mu. That brat treats him like a prisoner, only giving him food and drink, not even allowing him women for years. If he won't acknowledge him, don't blame me for being disloyal. Mo Shiwen picked up Yi Mu and carried him to the inner chamber. He planned to lock Yi Mu in a secret room and take his time with him. Once pregnant, he would naturally become obedient, lost in his perverted thoughts. He didn't notice Yi Mu secretly opening his eyes and quietly wedging a piece of cloth in the secret door's joint. It was clearly visible. Inside the secret room, Mo Shiwen placed Yi Mu on the bed. In the candlelight, Yi Mu looked even more beautiful. Mo Shiwen immediately started tearing at Yi Mu's clothes, his lecherous hands about to touch him. Yi Mu suddenly opened his eyes. He grabbed Mo Shiwen's hand and demanded harshly, "What are you trying to do?" Mo Shiwen's smile grew more perverted. He's clearly a male consort. I can't believe Mo Linyuan could resist touching him. Now I get to enjoy him instead. Yi Mu tried to explain that his relationship with Mo Linyuan wasn't like that, but Mo Shiwen wouldn't believe it. You can't escape now. By the time Mo Linyuan discovers you're missing, I'll have had my way with you completely. Yi Mu deliberately provoked him. You even betrayed your wife to save yourself. What kind of man are you? Mo Shiwen became furious with shame. That slut was secretly involved with that old beast Wen Zi. I trusted her so much. But in the end, she helped the Empress Dowager turn against me. Yi Mu couldn't understand why he would still help Wen Zi plot against Mo Linyuan when he should have relied on him instead. Mo Shiwen grew even more angry. That beast Mo Linyuan. If he knew I drugged that slut and personally delivered her to Wen Zi's bed, he would definitely kill me. He lunged forward impatiently, but Yi Mu deftly dodged, making him grab at empty air. Yi Mu had nothing more to say to Mo Shiwen, but the late empress was Mo Dai's mother. Why didn't he tell Mo Linyuan since he knew? But Mo Dai was already corrupted by greed, focused only on restoring her princess status so she could replace Mo Linyuan as empress. Just then, Mo Linyuan kicked down the door with his men, having clearly heard everything. Father and daughter were terrified. How did he find this place? Mo Dai fell before him, crying, "It's not like that, brother. Let me explain." Before she could finish, she was kicked away violently. Mo Linyuan rushed to Yi Mu's side, repeatedly asking if he was alright, but Yi Mu was more worried about Mo Linyuan, repeatedly urging him to stay calm. But Mo Linyuan wouldn't listen. Anyone who dared harm his Yi Mu must pay the price. Mo Linyuan drew his sword. He thrust it into the wall, the blade just a centimeter from Mo Shiwen's face. Mo Linyuan towered over him, demanding with murderous intent, "You sold out for power. How dare you treat my mother like that?" Mo Shiwen shouted in desperation, "It's because your mother was always too close with Wen Zi. During the Jade Hunt, it was Wen Zi who saved her. When they returned, their clothes were disheveled. Soon after, she was pregnant with you. Who knows whose child you really are? But the Wen family was powerful. I needed the noble family's support to secure my throne. Otherwise, I would have killed you. You bastard." Mo Linyuan angrily threw him across the room. "You didn't dare to verify the truth, just secretly harbored doubts, even neglecting me. You're such a coward. Since you say you're not my father, then I won't be committing patricide by killing you." Mo Linyuan pointed his sword at Mo Shiwen's head. Mo Shiwen trembled in fear, crying out, "I am your imperial father." Mo Linyuan sneered in disgust, saying he had no father who would covet his woman. Mo Shiwen clung to him, crying, "You can't kill me. Your mother loved me back then." But Mo Linyuan wanted to know if he had loved his mother. Mo Shiwen, terrified, could only say, "Of course I loved her." Mo Linyuan raised his sword high. "In that case, you should go join her below." With that, he thrust the sword through Mo Shiwen's throat. Blood sprayed everywhere. Mo Shiwen collapsed lifeless on the ground. Mo Dai let out a piercing scream. Mo Linyuan, his face splattered with blood, turned to look at her coldly. He approached step by step, holding the bloody sword. "I heard you wanted to replace me?" The dark-hearted young emperor, having killed his beast of a father who tried to imprison his beloved to bear children, had pierced his throat with one stroke. Blood-covered, he turned to his beast of a sister. He'd heard she wanted to replace him as empress. Mo Dai cried frantically, "I'll never interfere again." "Would you really kill your last remaining relative?" She was indeed no longer a threat, but Mo Linyuan couldn't stand that she knew the truth yet still helped his enemies without hesitation, harming her own brother, even betraying him for personal gain. Her very existence disgusted him. With that thought, he raised his sword again, seeing that begging was useless. Mo Dai cursed furiously, "Killing your father and kin. Heaven won't allow it. Aren't you afraid of retribution?" Mo Linyuan laughed bitterly. "Having such inhuman relatives was already my retribution." With that, he swiftly beheaded Mo Dai. Blood sprayed everywhere. Surrounded by bloody mist, Mo Linyuan appeared like a demon, making everyone tremble. Everyone lowered their heads, shaking uncontrollably. Mo Linyuan's gaze finally fell on Yi Mu, his expression cold and grim. After a moment, he threw his sword to the ground. He reached out to Yi Mu, expressionlessly saying, "Come here." His blood-covered appearance was terrifying, but Yi Mu walked over without hesitation. Just as their hands were about to touch, he suddenly pulled back. Mo Linyuan's heart ached, thinking Yi Mu had come to hate him. But the next moment, Yi Mu took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the blood from his face, softly praising him for doing well. Mo Linyuan thought he had misheard. How could his bloodshed be considered good? While wiping, Yi Mu spoke carefully. The Emperor Emeritus suddenly passed away today from illness. It was an accident. Don't be too sad. As for Mo Dai, she was just a palace maid who resembled the late princess. Out of sibling sentiment, you can give her a proper burial. But Mo Linyuan didn't care about any of that. He gripped Yi Mu's hand tightly and asked, "Are you afraid of me?" Yi Mu squeezed his hand back firmly, proving through actions that he wasn't afraid. "You've done nothing wrong. Why should I be afraid? The Mo Linyuan I know is a diligent student and a good emperor who cares about governing well." Mo Linyuan hugged him emotionally. In this world, Yi Mu was all he had left. He would never let him leave. Mo Linyuan wished he could merge Yi Mu into his own body. He was his only reason for living. Yi Mu hugged him back, softly comforting. "I'll stay by your side to achieve great things." Everyone thought nervously. No wonder His Majesty favored this young Master Yi so much. He truly deserved such favor. 3 days later, white banners hung in the palace, and news of the old emperor's death spread throughout the land. Mo Linyuan privately sought out Prime Minister Wen Zi, saying, "Mo Shi-wen said you're my real father. What do you think?" Wen Zi angrily refuted this as nonsense, saying the late empress was a virtuous and pure woman who shouldn't be slandered after death. But Mo Linyuan just wanted to hear one truth, whether he had loved his mother, and what really happened in that hunting forest when he saved her. Wen Zi broke into a nervous sweat, unable to speak for a long while. Seeing his reaction, Mo Linyuan knew he had indeed done something improper. Wen Zi's heart sank. He fell to his knees and confessed everything. He had indeed loved the empress years ago, even sought her hand before she entered the palace. When he failed, he remained unmarried all these years because of her. Then she entered the palace. Due to her virtues, she became the most favored, which led to jealousy. During that year's hunt, someone plotted against her. When Wen Zi saved her, he discovered she had been drugged with a love potion. They had no choice but to be intimate. Mo Linyuan knew the rest. He immediately realized that Wen Zi was the one who helped the Empress Dowager against Mo Shi-wen, asking for nothing but the Empress. He was also the one who truly drove his mother to death, yet now spoke so righteously. Wen Zi frantically defended himself, saying Mo Shi-wen couldn't protect him, but he could keep him alive if he sided with him. But Mo Linyuan didn't want to hear more and stormed away angrily. Not far along, Yi Mu suddenly jumped out to stop him, demanding to know what scheme he was plotting today. "You're not thinking of accepting him as your father, are you?" Mo Linyuan was startled, not expecting him to have heard everything. He guiltily avoided Yi Mu's gaze. Yi Mu was shocked. Had he really guessed correctly? Mo Linyuan held his hand and explained slowly, "With the royal family now extinct but the noble families still thriving, if they allied with the Empress Dowager, his position would be dangerous." Confronting Wen Zi now and pressuring him with the past was meant to use him. He feared Yi Mu would think him ruthless, exploiting even his deceased mother for self-preservation. Understanding his precarious situation, Yi Mu quickly comforted him, saying if his mother's spirit was watching, she would want to help her son. Mo Linyuan brightened. If Wen Zi believed he was his blood relation, it would be a perfect opening. Yi Mu suddenly asked softly, "In your heart, do you truly believe Wen Zi is your father?" Mo Linyuan froze, his expression darkening. "Bloodlines mean nothing to me. In my heart, I am simply myself. I belong to no one." Mo Linyuan suddenly grabbed Yi Mu's hand, asking anxiously, "Do you hate me for being this way?" That was all he truly cared about. Yi Mu was completely exasperated. He never knew Mo Linyuan could be so stubborn. Words seemed useless, so Yi Mu stood on tiptoe and gave him a gentle kiss on the cheek. Mo Linyuan was stunned, his face turning red as he stood there dumbfounded. Then Yi Mu smiled and said, "Is this enough now? Now you know I don't hate you. Why think so much? I told you I'll stay with you until you rule the world." Mo Linyuan touched the spot where he was kissed, his heart filled with sweetness. The person he chose was indeed special. That's why he liked them so much. But unexpectedly, Mo Linyuan fell ill the next day. He even started coughing blood. The young emperor had actually poisoned himself, just to make his beloved worry about him, then used the chance to confess and propose. Watching Mo Linyuan coughing up blood profusely, Yi Mu was furious. He'd never seen anyone poison themselves before. Was poison delicious or something? The more Yi Mu spoke, the angrier he got, wiping his face so hard he almost took off a layer of skin. Mo Linyuan, afraid of driving his love away, quickly explained he had no choice. But in his emotional state, his coughing worsened. Yi Mu was startled and quickly comforted him. not daring to upset him further. He could only calmly ask what his purpose was. Was it to make Wen Zi and the Empress Dowager suspicious of each other? Mo Linyuan shook his head. Wen Zi is an old fox. Very suspicious. Even if he thinks Mo Shiwen said something before death that made me question my identity, he wouldn't come directly to verify. He'll find a way to get my blood, so I'm giving him the chance. Yi Mu immediately understood. Wen Zi wanted to confirm their blood relation, though Mo Linyuan kept saying, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Yi Mu was still angry. Seeing him cough blood earlier had nearly scared him to death. He pinched him hard, angrily scolding. "Couldn't you have warned me first?" Mo Linyuan almost choked on his water. He quickly explained it was necessary for the plan. "They know I care about you and wouldn't hide anything from you. Only seeing your genuine panic would make them believe I was truly poisoned." Yi Mu knew he made sense but was still furious. Thinking back to how he had screamed in panic when Mo Linyuan was coughing blood, Yi Mu felt extremely embarrassed, wishing he could disappear. It was a completely mortifying scene. Now he just wanted to run away. Mo Linyuan couldn't miss this opportunity and teased with a smile. "Could it be you're feeling shy? Wasn't it someone who held me, repeatedly telling me to hang on?" With red eyes, crying, "Don't die," Yi Mu covered his mouth with a slap, forbidding him from mentioning his embarrassing behavior. Mo Linyuan readily promised, "I won't mention again how you cried for me." Yi Mu was so angry he wanted to hit him. This guy was clearly saying it on purpose to annoy him. Mo Linyuan seized the chance to pull him into his arms, holding him tight, unable to contain his emotions anymore, and gently said, "Moer, haven't you noticed? You truly care about me. What are you afraid of? Afraid I'll die?" Yi Mu angrily punched his chest. Of course he was afraid of him dying. Mo Linyuan caught his hands and pressed on. "Why such panic? Such concern for me? Is it friendship or something else?" Mo Linyuan nervously swallowed and voiced his most desired option. "Could it possibly be romantic feelings? Is it because you have feelings for me that you're so worried about me?" Yi Mu froze at these words, as if unable to understand what he was saying, and remained silent for a long time. Mo Linyuan felt helpless. It seemed he still hadn't realized. There was no point in continuing to probe so cautiously. He decided to be direct. Mo Linyuan gently pinched his cheeks, leaning close to his ear. He softly confessed, "More, I'm in love with you." These words stunned Yi Mu speechless. His shy face was about to explode. Standing there dumbfounded, Mo Linyuan called him several times but got no response. Finally, he had to give him a firm flick on the forehead. The sharp pain brought Yi Mu back to his senses. He asked incredulously, "You just said you like me?" Mo Linyuan nodded seriously. "It's even more than just liking." Yi Mu clutched his head and screamed, nearly breaking down. How could he possibly like him? This wasn't scientific. According to the original plot, he would marry an empress and concubines, then die in his prime. How could he like him? Yi Mu jumped up in shock. This was completely derailing the plot. What should he do? Mo Linyuan was actually in a good mood. Watching him so flustered, was he shy, scared, or did he not like him at all? Yi Mu's expression darkened, and he couldn't even meet his eyes. Mo Linyuan was a good person, but he couldn't like him. He wanted to collect the screenshots and return to modern times. His father was waiting for him. Mo Linyuan noticed his strange expression and his heart sank. Did he really not like him at all? Seeing how concerned he was today, I thought just a hint would make him realize, but unexpectedly, he showed such resistance and panic. Yi Mu remained silent, his heart filled with mixed emotions. "Why did you have to fall for me? I came here as just a passerby. I can't possibly get married." So he had to firmly refuse. "I've never thought about liking anyone before, and I don't want to get married." Mo Linyuan became anxious. How could a girl not marry? Did he mean he just didn't want to marry him? Seeing him so upset, Yi Mu's heart ached and he quickly said, "It's not like that. If I were to marry someone, you'd be my first choice. But the problem is, I have no intention of marrying at all." Mo Linyuan finally relaxed. Perhaps he had been too hasty. Maybe he just hadn't realized his feelings yet. He should wait a few more years. But Yi Mu said sadly, "Even after a few years, my answer will be the same. I have reasons why I can't marry. This won't change." But Mo Linyuan didn't believe it. What reason could there be? Was it something he couldn't even tell him? Yi Mu was forced to tears. He said, "Sorry," and broke away from him, running away crying. Mo Linyuan trembled with anger. He smashed everything in the room to pieces. With a dark expression, he summoned his guards to ask if there was something wrong with Moore's health. The guards reported everything was fine. Mo Linyuan then suspected if Moore had other male acquaintances in the palace. The guards quickly assured there were none. Mo Linyuan finally relaxed. Perhaps he just hadn't realized his feelings yet. After all, Yi Mu had said if he were to marry, he would choose him first. He could wait a few more years. But soon he received news that Yi Mu had gone shopping with a monk. Mo Linyuan was furious. The troublemaker dragged the monk shopping. They were accosted by a thug on the street. More ridiculous was that the thug had taken a liking to the monk. Yi Mu nearly coughed blood in anger. Were people nowadays so shameless? He regretted bringing Wu Sheng shopping. Actually, this was all Mo Linyuan's fault. He had suddenly confessed out of nowhere. Yi Mu fled the scene in fright. He didn't want to be the villain who ruined the male lead's storyline. Upon arriving at the temple, he discovered that the annual Buddhist ceremony was being held today. Master Wu Sheng was wearing golden kasaya robes, making his handsome features even more radiant. Yi Mu couldn't help but stare in admiration. Fortunately, few young ladies were present today. Otherwise, his appearance would have surely captured their hearts. Wu Sheng frowned upon hearing this, angrily saying, "Stop talking nonsense," then got to the point. Today, devotees would be chanting scriptures all day in the temple, and all vegetarian accommodations were full. Yi Mu wasn't upset. It was a good chance to go out and clear his mind. He insisted on taking Wu Sheng on a break too, arguing that whether practicing worldly or unworldly cultivation, one must experience mortal life. But Wu Sheng was worried. What if disciples needed him urgently? What if worshippers had problems? Yi Mu put a hat on his head, stopping all these what-ifs. Don't worry, the 12 halls in the temple will be fine without you for a day. Yi Mu wanted to take him horseback riding, but Wu Sheng disapproved, saying monks should be compassionate and shouldn't enslave animals. It was exasperating. He simply lifted him onto the horse. Then they galloped away. Wu Sheng hurriedly held onto him, but the horse was too fast. His hat flew off. Wu Sheng anxiously wanted to retrieve it, but Yi Mu mischievously pretended not to hear. After all, it would be a shame to cover such a beautiful face. But Wu Sheng insisted on wearing a hat, worried about being seen disguised as a monk in public. Seeing him about to jump off the horse, Yi Mu had no choice but to stop. Then he sneaked into someone's courtyard, quickly stole a piece of cloth and ran out. Outside, he proudly boasted that his special agent skills hadn't diminished over the years. Then Yi Mu put the cloth on his head, saying now no one would know he was bald. Wu Sheng was horrified. How could they steal? He immediately wanted to return it and shouted, "Thief!" Yi Mu hurriedly covered his mouth, but the shout had already alerted the household. The owner came out, saw thieves, and tried to catch them. Yi Mu quickly lifted Wu Sheng onto the horse and galloped away. The elegant Wu Sheng kept mumbling that though small, the cloth was still property to common farmers. He wouldn't use stolen goods and wanted to return it. Yi Mu was also annoyed, saying it was because Wu Sheng insisted on having a hat to go out. Where else could they find one in the wilderness? They would return it later with some silver as compensation. Wu Sheng couldn't argue anymore and had to agree, though Yi Mu had to admit, good-looking people could pull off any style. Soon they arrived in town. They were hungry and decided to eat at a restaurant first. Yi Mu ordered a table full of dishes. Wu Sheng's face turned green seeing the roasted chicken. "Don't you know monks don't eat meat?" Yi Mu argued that experiencing mortal life included such things. How could one achieve enlightenment without experiencing temptation? Just then, a young nobleman suddenly approached. Without asking, he sat down beside them. He leered at Wu Sheng and said, "I'm Zhou Xuan, eldest son of the Zhou family. May I know your name and where you're from?" Yi Mu thought, oh boy, that lecherous smile. Could it be he had taken a liking to Wu Sheng? Wu Sheng politely stood up and bowed, ready to tell the truth. Yi Mu quickly held him back. "We're just ordinary people. Why do you ask?" Zhou Shu then turned his gaze to him, his eyes brightening even more. Both siblings were very beautiful. He immediately offered to buy them with silver, saying, "Seeing your simple clothes and modest meal, your family must not be well off. Why not sell yourselves to me? I'll ensure you live a life of luxury." Wu Sheng's face immediately turned cold, and he pulled Yi Mu to leave. But Zhou's servants blocked their way. Wu Sheng angrily demanded to know what they wanted. Zhou Shu laughed arrogantly. "No one has ever refused me." He reached out lecherously to touch Wu Sheng, saying, "This face is more delicate than a woman's, and these eyes seem to speak, especially when angry, so alluring. I wonder what you'd look like in bed." Wu Sheng immediately protected Yi Mu behind him, telling him to run while he held Zhou Shu back. Yi Mu's mouth twitched. Zhou Shu was actually interested in Wu Sheng. This poor monk probably didn't know there were people who liked both men and women. Zhou Shu sneered. Neither of you can escape. Take them both back. Having siblings together will be more fun. At his command, all Zhou's servants rushed forward. Wu Sheng protected Yi Mu while backing away, warning them not to come closer or he would fight back. Zhou's men laughed heartily, not believing a pretty boy could be tough. Yi Mu, knowing Wu Sheng was a monk who wouldn't easily harm others, mischievously pulled his sleeve and said fearfully, "Brother, you must protect me." Wu Sheng immediately became energized. With a few punches and kicks, he took down everyone. Only the spoiled Zhou Shu remained, still stubbornly trying to capture them. Wu Sheng felt a headache coming on. "Why are you troubling us? What's your purpose?" Zhou Shu said lewdly. "I want you to bless me beneath me. Do you understand now?" Wu Sheng's face turned bright red, shouting, "Shameless," in anger and embarrassment. Zhou Shu laughed. "You think this is shameless? There's worse to come." He ordered everyone to attack at once. This time, they were all trained fighters. Wu Sheng, constrained by monastic rules, kept holding back, not wanting to hurt anyone. Unexpectedly, Zhou Shu took Yi Mu hostage, holding a knife to his throat, threatening Wu Sheng to surrender. This bully wanted to take a monk home to warm his bed, and was using a knife to threaten the female lead as hostage. The female lead quickly knocked him down. She stepped hard on his private parts, making the bully's face turn green with pain. He clutched himself, howling and rolling on the ground in agony. Wu Sheng was shocked. "How could you do that? What if you end his family line?" Yi Mu wasn't satisfied. He wanted to take us both to bed. "A kick is getting off lightly." Indeed, Zhou Shu was still shouting furiously. "I'm the young master of the Zhou family, one of the 3 great families. Aren't you afraid of offending us? I'll kill your entire clan." Yi Mu laughed. "Oh, I'm so scared. Since you're going to kill our clan anyway." He continued kicking Zhou Shu's private parts frantically. Zhou Shu's whole body shook as he gritted his teeth and roared, "I'll kill you all." Everyone was suddenly shocked and scattered in fear. The guards received news and rushed to arrest them. Wu Sheng quickly pulled Yi Mu and jumped out the window, fleeing rapidly. The guards pursued closely behind them. They managed to hide cleverly, barely escaping their pursuers. Yi Mu laughed heartily, finding it exciting and fun, while Wu Sheng was so scared his heart nearly jumped out. He didn't want to experience such excitement again. Yi Mu pulled him through the streets, weaving through the crowded masses, first buying him candied hawthorns, then solving lantern riddles at the temple fair. Wu Sheng, participating in such activities for the first time, was both curious and surprised. "Can we really take this glass lantern just by solving the riddle?" Yi Mu amusingly advised him to give up, saying it would be strange if a monk could solve these romantic riddles. Sure enough, Wu Sheng pondered for a long time but couldn't solve it. "Why are all the riddles here so unfamiliar?" Wu Sheng's usually cold face showed disappointment as he gazed longingly at the glass lantern. He really wanted it. Yi Mu immediately stepped forward and solved the riddle with just one look. He whispered to Wu Sheng that the answer was perfect match, eternal love. Wu Sheng's face turned red with embarrassment, feeling teased. He couldn't believe such explicit words could be the answer. But Yi Mu confidently called out to the shopkeeper, "We've solved the riddle," then pushed him, urging him to say the answer. Wu Sheng's face flushed red as he swallowed hard before shyly whispering, "Perfect match, eternal love." The shopkeeper clapped his hands, praising them, and happily handed over the prize. Wu Sheng held the white jade glass lantern, his face glowing with joy. But the next moment, he handed the lantern to Yi Mu, saying it should be his since he solved it. Yi Mu refused with a smile. "If you hadn't liked it, who would have tried to solve it? This lantern is for you." Everyone looked at Wu Sheng enviously, admiring his good fortune to have such a clever and beautiful companion. Yi Mu led him to the lakeside. Along the way, Wu Sheng held the glass lantern tightly to his chest. It was his first gift in many years, and his face remained red with excitement. Wu Sheng happily held up the lantern, its light illuminating his delicate features, his joy unconcealed. Yi Mu suddenly asked, "After being a monk for so long, are you happy?" Unexpectedly, Wu Sheng said he was born to be a monk. Yi Mu didn't understand. "If you had a chance to choose again, if you could go back to your childhood, would you still become a monk?" Wu Sheng replied glumly, "If I could go back, I might strangle myself." Some people were never meant to exist. Yi Mu thought it was because of his closeness to the Empress Dowager. He and Mo Lingyuan had long known that she often sought his Buddhist teachings. Wu Sheng was surprised. Aren't you afraid I'm the Empress Dowager's person and might harm you? Yi Mu believed he was a good person. Otherwise he wouldn't have helped treat his condition all these years without harming him. Wu Sheng gave a bitter smile. He had actually done such evil deeds, but didn't know how to explain. He could only turn away. Yi Mu was stunned, sensing he had something weighing on his mind, but wasn't sure how to ask. Wu Sheng returned to his gentle demeanor, saying he'd help guide his inner power later, but they couldn't go to the temple as it was full today. Yi Mu realized it was already late night, and returning to the palace now would surely get him scolded. He begged to squeeze in with Wu Sheng, saying he wasn't worried since he was a monk. Unexpectedly, Wu Sheng replied meaningfully, "If you stay with me, you might die even more horribly." Seeing he wasn't joking, Yi Mu shrank back, deciding to return to the palace instead. When Yi Mu returned to the palace, it was very late. He tiptoed through the palace gates. He ran pitter-patter toward his palace, feeling relieved there weren't many guards on duty this late at night. But then he saw Mo Lingyuan's chamber still lit. He hadn't gone to sleep yet at this hour. More shocking was seeing guards kneeling outside the chamber door. Yi Mu was stunned. What happened? What trouble did these people get into? Wenfeng, the lead guard, nearly cried with joy upon seeing Yi Mu. "Young miss, why did you come back today?" Yi Mu innocently replied. "The temple was full. I wanted to squeeze in with Wu Sheng, but he absolutely refused, so I had to come back." Wenfeng was terrified. Thank goodness Wu Sheng didn't agree, or none of them would have survived. Yi Mu didn't understand what he meant and wanted to ask more, but Wenfeng wouldn't explain, just urging him to go rest quickly, saying His Majesty was in a very bad mood today. Yi Mu was both worried and surprised, wondering why he would be in a bad mood. Wenfeng was exasperated. "It was all because of you. You said you were going to see a doctor. Why did you go play with that monk? And worse, you deliberately avoided His Majesty. How could he not be angry?" Though these words couldn't be spoken aloud, Wenfeng just advised him not to provoke His Majesty. But the stubborn Yi Mu rushed straight in, insisting on seeing what was wrong with Mo Lingyuan. The hall was empty except for Mo Lingyuan writing something. He didn't even look up at the sound of footsteps. Yi Mu crept in like a thief. When Mo Lingyuan suddenly said, "So you finally remembered to come back after playing all day, tired?" Yi Mu scratched his head and laughed. "Of course I had to come back." He playfully bumped Mo Lingyuan's shoulder and asked concernedly why he wasn't resting. Mo Lingyuan replied with a cold smile, "Did you have fun today? Must be tired after playing all day." Yi Mu felt chills down his spine and hurriedly poured tea, trying to act cute. Today was very fun, but there was one regret. The temple fair was so lively, yet I realized we've never gone out to play properly together all this time. As he spoke, he took out a safety charm and handed it over. "I didn't like anything else there. Just this precious safety charm. I knelt for half an hour to get this blessing." Yi Mu spoke while putting the charm in a pouch. He hung it on Mo Lingyuan's waist, saying that although he might not believe in such things, with the situation getting more complex, this was probably what he needed most. With these words and actions, Mo Lingyuan's anger completely dissipated. Suddenly he grabbed Yi Mu's hand. With a swift movement, he pinned him down, sighing tenderly, "This isn't what I need most. All I've ever wanted is you." Yi Mu stared at him in shock, trying to speak, but Mo Lingyuan stopped him with a finger. "When I learned you went out with Wu Sheng, I was unhappy all day. I heard he held your hand, went to the fair with you, solved riddles together. Do you know how much that hurt me?" Even someone as dense as Yi Mu realized he was jealous. He found it both amusing and frustrating. Isn't it excessive to be jealous of a child? He was only in his teens. But Mo Lingyuan disagreed, saying though it was early, it was still a marriageable age. Seeing he was serious, Yi Mu got scared and tried to escape, but was pinned down again. Mo Lingyuan pressed against him, cupped his face, and kissed him fiercely. Yi Mu was completely stunned. He immediately pushed him away forcefully, shouting in shock and anger, "What are you doing?" Mo Lingyuan leaned in again, smiling dangerously. "Last time I said you were lucky to avoid me until now. Now that you're willing to see me, is it because you're sure I won't do anything to you?" Yi Mu was about to explode with anger. "How can you be so outrageous? I'm still young, only in my teens." But Mo Lingyuan didn't believe it. "Do you know how old my mother was when she had me? She entered the palace at 13 and gave birth to me at 14. Do you still think you're too young?" Yi Mu was nearly in tears, silently cursing this evil old society. but that was Mo Lingyuan's mother, not him. Mo Lingyuan couldn't help but lean down and peck his lips again, holding his face, his voice gentle yet domineering. So I haven't done anything to you yet. I just want to tell you, I am the ruler of Mo Kingdom. Everything in this country belongs to me, including you, so you should be prepared to be mine at any time. Yi Mu's face turned bright red from the flirtation, his mind in complete chaos. Embarrassed and angry, he pushed him away. He turned and fled in disarray. Mo Lingyuan didn't pursue him further. He took out the safety charm from the pouch, carefully placed it against his skin, his heart softening at the thought that Yi Mu still thought of him while out playing. He decided to give him more time. Meanwhile, Yi Mu ran back to his quarters in a daze. Thinking about being pinned down and kissed by Mo Lingyuan made his face burn. When did all this happen? He had grown taller, stronger, and become more dangerous and predatory. Only he had still treated him like a child before, thinking his affection was just a passing joke. What's more shameful was that he'd been taken advantage of by a kid. Though remembering his domineering attitude just now, he couldn't really be called a kid anymore. Yi Mu felt like he was about to explode. Were all people here this precocious? Getting involved with children so young? Thinking of that scene made him frantic, not knowing what to do with the shame. The feudal society was truly terrible. Yi Mu ran around the courtyard awkwardly. If he couldn't fight back, at least he could hide. For the next year, Yi Mu lived in torment, racking his brains daily to avoid Mo Lingyuan. But Mo Lingyuan wouldn't let him stay far away. If he didn't see him for even a quarter hour, he would personally go looking. Yi Mu knew he meant what he said, and couldn't even pretend to be sick to take leave. He could only let the palace maids dress him up, then reluctantly go to work. Yi Mu was nearly in tears. The entire palace was Mo Lingyuan's territory. There was no escaping him. Life was truly too difficult. Yi Mu felt very frustrated, dragging his feet unwillingly, moving slowly forward, hoping to delay seeing Mo Lingyuan even a little bit. But when he looked up, he saw Mo Lingyuan's tall figure blocking the doorway, with a mischievous smile saying, "You finally decided to come." Yi Mu froze. He hadn't noticed carefully before. This brat must have eaten something special, though not much older than him. How did he grow so much taller? Seeing him so energetic, Mo Lingyuan happily bent down and gave him a light kiss on the face. Yi Mu jumped back 3 feet in fright, watching this wolf warily. Though he'd grown taller, his personality hadn't changed at all. Mo Lingyuan wasn't angry, just dismissed everyone else. He pulled Yi Mu to sit on the couch, then lay down with his head on Yi Mu's lap. He complained pitifully that he hadn't slept well last night. His head hurt, and when people argued in court today, he barely reacted. Yi Mu immediately became serious. Few people dared to be disrespectful to him anymore. This must be something major, so he couldn't help asking why they were arguing. But then, Mo Lingyuan pinched his nose as punishment, complaining unhappily, "You should be asking why I couldn't sleep well last night." Yi Mu covered his nose, tears streaming down his face. This was clearly a trap question. Yi Mu could only force a smile and ask why he hadn't slept well last night. Unexpectedly, Mo Lingyuan accused him resentfully. "Shouldn't you first show concern for my current headache?" Yi Mu took a deep breath, barely suppressing the urge to strangle this evil person. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to give him a proper head massage. Mo Lingyuan was finally satisfied, contentedly enjoying his beloved's massage. After a moment, he suddenly asked, "Xiao Mo, have you not had your first monthly yet?" Yi Mu was instantly stunned. Was this something a man should ask? Seeing him cover his face shyly, Mo Lingyuan found it amusing. "Why are you being shy?" Yi Mu angrily shouted. "How can you ask such things? Don't ever ask again." Mo Lingyuan disagreed. "Why can't I ask? If I don't ask, how will I know if you don't tell me? Yesterday I read that women can bear children after their first monthly. If you don't tell me about this, who else would you tell?" Yi Mu's face was red as blood. This person was simply a beast, always thinking about such indecent things. Mo Lingyuan grabbed his flailing little fists. He sat up and gave him a light kiss on the face, gently coaxing, "All right, don't be shy. I won't mention it anymore." "Okay." Yi Mu quickly changed the subject, asking what they were arguing about in court today. Mo Lingyuan complained irritably. "It's nothing much, just that the Zhou family's heir died. They were making a huge fuss in court, claiming it was murder and demanding an investigation. Actually, compared to why I couldn't sleep last night, this matter isn't that important." Yi Mu grew worried and quickly asked why he couldn't sleep last night. Unexpectedly, Mo Lingyuan suddenly lunged forward, pinning him on the dragon couch. He dropped a bombshell with a passionate face, "Because I missed you. Xiao Mo." Starting today, how about you move to my palace to sleep? Yi Mu was so frightened he pushed him away immediately. He was still just a sprout. This beast was already thinking about such things daily. If they really slept together, he would definitely be devoured in minutes. Mo Lingyuan said domineeringly. Xiao Mo, you never learn. I can fulfill all your wishes, but you can't refuse my requests either. Yi Mu wanted to cry hearing this, instantly recalling this year's tragic history. He didn't want to wear dresses, preferring to run around in simple pants, but Mo Lingyuan had people take away all his simple pants, leaving only dresses, saying he looked better in them, forcing him to wear only dresses. He didn't want to study in the royal study, pretending to be sick to avoid Mo Lingyuan. The next day, Mo Lingyuan had people beating drums and gongs, making it impossible to sleep, claiming it was to drive away his illness and revitalize his spirit, forcing him to get up and go to the royal study. Such outrageous acts were countless. Now he was getting even more presumptuous, not satisfied with occupying all his daytime. He wanted to torment him at night too. Yi Mu firmly refused. No, absolutely not. I won't sleep with you. Unexpectedly, Mo Lingyuan looked at him in surprise, eyes full of jealousy. When did I say anything about sleeping together? I just wanted you to move to the side palace. But do you actually want to sleep with me? That's fine too. Are you not afraid of me anymore? Yi Mu gritted his teeth in anger. Whether it's moving to the side palace or sleeping with you, I refuse both. He turned to run away, but Mo Lingyuan threatened softly. If you don't agree, there won't be any daily snacks. Yi Mu paused for a moment, reluctantly bidding farewell to his beloved snacks. He continued walking forward, thinking he couldn't compromise for mere food. But Mo Lingyuan added another condition. And if you don't agree, you won't have the token to leave the palace freely. Yi Mu wasn't afraid. He had become familiar with all the guards and could probably sneak out secretly. Seeing this, Mo Lingyuan chuckled. Since you really don't want to move here, I'll have to trouble myself to move over there instead. Yi Mu felt like he'd been tricked and angrily turned around. Just as he was about to curse, a finger pressed against his lips, stopping all his colorful words. Mo Lingyuan smiled and said, "Little one, this is called strategic deception. You taught me this. You have a whole day to pack. Remember to move over tonight." Yi Mu was fuming but could only helplessly go back to pack. After watching him leave, Wenfeng immediately came to report. The Zhou family might make their move tonight. The Prime Minister sent word for your Majesty to be prepared. A cold glint flashed in Mo Lingyuan's eyes. Xiao Mo will be safe living with me. If the Zhou family wants to use him as leverage, they'll need the ability first. Wenfeng's mouth twitched awkwardly. His Majesty was clearly using this as an excuse. Meanwhile, Yi Mu was angrily packing his belongings. Mo Lingyuan always bullied him, and he couldn't fight back. He couldn't even run away. Yi Mu felt so wronged he wanted to cry. The palace maids were all happy for him, enthusiastically encouraging him to try bearing a royal heir soon. They said maybe the young master could become empress in the future, giving them all someone to rely on. Yi Mu was nearly driven crazy with anger. Why was everyone so eager to marry him off, talking about pregnancy and childbirth when he was still a child himself? The palace maids consoled him, saying His Majesty cherished him so much. How could he take advantage before he was fully grown? All these years, we've seen how His Majesty dotes on you. You can put your mind at ease. Yi Mu felt a bit embarrassed and pouted, saying reluctantly, I hope so. But that very night, reality proved otherwise. Yi Mu lingered in the bath, refusing to come out. He knew Mo Lingyuan would definitely pull something. They had agreed he would stay in the side palace, but now he changed his mind, saying it wasn't ready yet and would be sorted tomorrow. How could there be unready rooms in the emperor's palace? What nonsense. Just then, a palace maid respectfully said from behind the screen, His Majesty says if you don't come out, he'll come in. Yi Mu was startled, frightened hands clutching his chest. Anxious and angry, he thought, this is bad. I can't delay anymore. What should I do? The young emperor and his evil wife finally shared a bed. The young emperor hugged his wife affectionately, saying he wanted him to bear a little Mu. Yi Mu curled up frightened in the corner of the bed, his big bright eyes watchfully observing Mo Lingyuan. Mo Lingyuan remained composed, leisurely reading a book while leaning on the bed, not even lifting his head once. Yi Mu finally relaxed. Surely he wouldn't dare do anything. He patted his small pillow, Just as he was about to lie down, Mo Lingyuan suddenly smiled. Are you planning to curl up in the corner all night? Yi Mu was startled, but he stubbornly replied, I'm small. I like sleeping curled up. Mo Lingyuan immediately opened his arms, offering to let him curl up in his embrace. Seeing Yi Mu motionless, face full of resistance, he raised his eyebrows threateningly. What, are you refusing me? Yi Mu trembled in fear. What to do? The big bad wolf had shown his sharp claws. Should he go over? Yi Mu hugged his small pillow, timidly saying, I'm still young. You really can't do anything to me. Mo Lingyuan almost laughed. Was he really that bad? When he was this small and pitiful, how could he do anything excessive? Of course, kisses and hugs didn't count. Mo Lingyuan immediately pulled him into his arms, amusedly pinching his cheeks. Are you really that unwilling? Yi Mu repeatedly reminded. Promise you won't move around at night. I'm scared. But before he could finish, Mo Lingyuan suddenly pulled him into a tight embrace and pressed him down onto the bed, his back pressed against Mo Lingyuan's chest, completely enveloped in his embrace. Yi Mu's face involuntarily turned red. Why did his heart beat so fast when being held like this? Even Mo Lingyuan could hear it. He whispered intimately in his ear, Little Mo, your heart is beating so fast. Yi Mu made up an excuse to cover his embarrassment. I probably just don't like sleeping with lights on. Mo Lingyuan immediately waved his hand. All the candles in the room went out. The darkness concealed his equally flushed cheeks. Yi Mu suddenly felt his rapid heartbeat. How dare he tease me? Though his words were flirtatious, his heartbeat honestly betrayed him too. Yi Mu was both nervous and embarrassed, unable to sleep at all, nearly going crazy. Mo Lingyuan gently patted him through the blanket, coaxing him to sleep, saying no matter what sounds he heard at night, don't open his eyes. But Yi Mu felt uncomfortable all over and couldn't help squirming around. Mo Lingyuan tightened his arms, his voice turning hoarse with restraint. If you keep moving, I'll give you a little one to worry about. While speaking, he stroked Yi Mu's stomach, making him adapt. Yi Mu instantly froze in fear. I'm just a teenager. I don't have much self-control. I must stay alert. If anything inappropriate happens at night, I'll beat him up. But within a minute, he was already snoring softly, sleeping sweetly. Mo Lingyuan opened his eyes, amused. He fondly flicked his delicate little nose. Though your words are harsh, your body clearly trusts me. Mo Lingyuan held Yi Mu and slowly drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, intense fighting sounds erupted outside in the middle of the night. Yi Mu jolted awake, feeling the sounds weren't too far away. It seemed to be coming from his former palace. Just as he was about to go check, Mo Lingyuan held him down, coaxing him back to sleep, saying to ignore it. But how could Yi Mu sleep peacefully? Mo Lingyuan immediately rolled over, pinning him down. His expression carried a certain intimate suggestion. Yi Mu's eyes widened, but he wasn't in the mood for games, anxiously trying to push him off. Aren't you going to check? What if they come here? While playing with his hair, Mo Lingyuan mischievously said, Don't worry, if anyone comes, I'll protect you. Even if I can't protect myself, I'll die before you do. Yi Mu glared at him in embarrassment. I hate you. Get off. Fine. I won't go look. You're too heavy. Unexpectedly, Mo Lingyuan pressed down even more, nuzzling against him, wanting to stay close. Yi Mu clenched his fists in anger. Seems only force would solve this. He forcefully pushed Mo Lingyuan away. Now let's see if you dare touch me. Mo Lingyuan knew well his martial arts prowess, but still lunged to grab his small hands, confident Yi Mu wouldn't hurt him. Sure enough, Yi Mu lowered his head in defeat, unable to bring himself to harm him. Seeing this, Mo Lingyuan's heart softened, and he cupped his face, kissing him deeply, greedily claiming his breath. Yi Mu pushed against him shamefully, unable to break free, yet afraid to use real force. Mo Lingyuan simply pinned him down completely, stopping all his resistance. Just then, guards reported from outside that the enemy's numbers were unusual and they were advancing this way. But Mo Lingyuan's eyes couldn't bear to leave Yi Mu for even a moment. He merely commanded coldly, no matter how you fight, they must not enter through this door. After saying that, he tried to continue kissing Yi Mu, who protested softly. Enough, they're about to break in. Mo Lingyuan was certain they couldn't enter. For the noble families, the first battle had begun from this moment of the palace coup. After tonight, there would be no more peaceful days. But what of it? He wanted both the empire and his beauty. Mo Lingyuan suddenly pressed down on Yi Mu, once again kissing his small mouth. Yi Mu was about to break down. The enemy had reached the emperor's bedroom door. Yet instead of taking precautions or managing the situation, he was pressing down and teasing him. Wasn't this fooling around? This kiss was very intense, making Yi Mu's lips start to swell. Is it that delicious? My lips don't even have any taste. After a long while, when both were almost suffocating, Mo Lingyuan reluctantly pulled away, still licking his lips unsatisfied, his hoarse voice full of desire. You know what? It's so delicious it makes me want to be a corrupt emperor. Yi Mu's heart thundered from the flirtation. He didn't understand what was happening to him. He had undergone resistance training. Yet why could Mo Lingyuan so easily stir his heart? He could only let Mo Lingyuan press down again, holding him in passionate kisses, and he couldn't help but embrace him back. Noticing his distraction, Mo Lingyuan bit him hard, complained irritably. While I'm kissing you, you're spacing out. Seems my kissing skills still need improvement. Yi Mu felt anxious for him. The enemy was at the door, yet he only cared about kissing. He immediately pushed him away, complaining pitifully. Can't you get off me? I can barely breathe from all the kissing. Don't believe me? Feel how fast my heart is beating. Such an honest request stunned Mo Lingyuan. He couldn't help but burst out laughing, vigorously rubbing his fluffy little head. Silly girl, how can you be so cute? So cute that no matter how close I am, it's not enough. At this moment, Yi Mu noticed it had gone quiet outside. Worried, he wanted to go check. This time Mo Lingyuan didn't refuse, thoughtfully fetched him a cloak and personally draped it over him, gently reminded him to wear more, as it was cold outside in the deep night, then got off the bed, held his bare feet, and personally put on his shoes. Yi Mu was overwhelmed by the attention and hurriedly tried to pull his feet back, but Mo Lingyuan stubbornly held them down, threatening, "Don't move. If you're not good, I'll have to take you back to bed and do something that makes me happy." Yi Mu froze in fear and didn't dare move again. After Mo Lingyuan finished dressing him, he finally took his hand and walked out. Outside the palace, black-clothed figures knelt everywhere in the pavilion. Bloodstains scattered across the ground. A sneering man in black cursed arrogantly. "Give up, dog emperor. We won't say anything." Mo Lingyuan didn't anger, just ordered him to be taken away, not wanting to conduct an emotional interrogation in front of Yi Mu. But the man refused to leave, continuing to curse. "Dog emperor, you killed your father and sister disciple. You're cold-blooded and cruel, disregarding propriety, lustful and foolish. We righteous practitioners despise you. Heaven will punish you one day. A true ruler will come to save us." After speaking, Mo Bo forcefully pushed against the guards holding him. He violently lunged toward a nearby Qilin statue, though stopped at the last moment. He still struggled and cursed relentlessly. Mo Lingyuan coldly sneered at his words. He declared righteously, "Those I killed deserve death. Those I protect are blessed by heaven. I am the law itself, so why should I follow other laws? You are truly ridiculous. Moreover, you tried to threaten a young girl beforehand. Is that righteous behavior? Don't try to cover your dirty, profit-seeking thoughts. It irritates me to hear it." The man in black was speechless. Finally, he was subdued obediently. Yi Mu anxiously gripped his hand. "Did he call you lustful and foolish because of me?" Mo Lingyuan felt both amused and annoyed, pinching his cheeks hard. "Besides you, what other women do I have around me?" he retorted defiantly. "What if you have others in the future? After all, history clearly states you'll take concubines." Mo Lingyuan's eyes lit up immediately. Is little Mo jealous? Yi Mu hastily denied it, trying to cover up his feelings. But Mo Lingyuan was still delighted and immediately pulled him into his arms. He promised tenderly, "As long as you stay by my side, I guarantee there won't be any other women around me. Only you. Inside and out. Just you alone." He planted a kiss on his forehead as he spoke, but he didn't notice the gloomy expression of the person in his arms. Yi Mu had always been determined to find the otherworldly map and return to modern times. That was where he belonged. But somehow, now thinking about it made him sad. Mo Lingyuan had other matters to attend to, so he coaxed Yi Mu to go rest early. Seeing his dejected figure leaving, he felt something was wrong, but assumed it was just from being frightened, so he didn't think too much about it. He then went to the Imperial prison, to personally interrogate those men in black. The leader was brought up. Even though he was beaten and wounded all over, he still refused to confess. He continued cursing at Mo Lingyuan, who remained unangered and instead offered to let him go. The man was shocked. Could there really be a way out after entering this place? Mo Lingyuan smiled coldly, his smile carrying ice and malice. I truly want to let you go, and I want you to deliver a message for me. Tell those outside that I have half of the otherworldly map. He knew Shihia and the Empress Dowager were searching for the otherworldly map. Since that was the case, releasing this bait would surely make the situation more turbid. The man in black was shocked and angry, trying to cover up by saying, I don't know what you're talking about. Mo Lingyuan didn't care about his response. It didn't matter if he didn't know, as long as the people behind him would know. The triennial hunting event was approaching. Those people would surely make their move then. 7 days later, the entire court went to the royal hunting grounds in grand procession. On the way, Yi Mu curiously peeked out the window and was shocked. The lush forest was filled with dense woods and huge rocks, truly a perfect place for assassination. He complained dissatisfied. Why did you agree to come out? This place looks dangerous. What if someone tries to assassinate you? Mo Lingyuan tapped his head in exasperation. Of course it's to give them a chance. After last time, the palace is under strict security. If someone wants to kill me but can't get in, I might as well come out. Yi Mu didn't believe his nonsense. There must be some scheme. Mo Lingyuan defended innocently. How could I possibly scheme? Yi Mu snorted coldly. Fine, don't tell me then. But Mo Lingyuan pulled him into a tight embrace, coaxing softly. Something will definitely happen this time, but we just need to watch. Don't think too much about it. Would you like to hear a story? Yi Mu was curious about what story he could tell. Mo Lingyuan began softly. Long ago, in the forest lived a crow, a fox, a wolf, and a tiger. Yi Mu quickly covered his mouth. This isn't a version of the fairy tale I told you when I was little, is it? Mo Lingyuan held his small hand tightly, smiling and coaxing. Just listen. Then Yi Mu was shocked to hear a story about cannibalism. The young emperor took his beloved spouse hunting, yet some foolish, treacherous officials wanted to cause trouble, planning to kill both him and his spouse. The young emperor instantly turned dark. At today's autumn hunt banquet, Yi Mu felt the atmosphere was very strange. Mo Lingyuan ignored it, focused only on coaxing Yi Mu to drink. Seeing their loving interaction, the Zhou family head gritted his teeth in hatred. If only Yonger were still here. He was our Zhou family's heir. He was best at night hunting. If he were alive, tonight wouldn't be so dull. Mo Lingyuan seemed not to notice the resentment in his words, asking if he had any good suggestions. The Zhou family head quickly suggested that rather than sitting here drinking, they should make a wager, perhaps hold a night hunt to test their skills. Minister Wen Zi was the first to object. Night hunting was unwise. One couldn't even see the path, let alone the animals. But Grand Marshal Zhou argued that hunting at night showed real skill. What's the point of shooting prey in broad daylight? Mo Lingyuan appeared convinced and pretended to agree with interest. Ignoring Wen Zi's objections, he immediately settled the matter. Before tomorrow's hunt, everyone would test their skills. Only those who caught prey could enjoy tonight's feast. Then he took Yi Mu to select weapons. Wen Zi was both anxious and angry. He confronted the Zhou family head, demanding to know his intentions. In this darkness, they couldn't even see animal shadows. How could they hunt? The Zhou family head's smile was grotesque and malicious. That's exactly why it's good for hunting. Isn't it normal for people to accidentally die when you can't see? Meanwhile, Mo Lingyuan quickly selected his weapons. After fully arming themselves, he took Yi Mu and prepared to leave, as if they were just a normal couple going for an outing. Minister Wen hurriedly tried to stop them. Night hunting is dangerous. Your Majesty should rest in camp. Mo Lingyuan looked at him with an ambiguous smile. With everyone gone, the camp half empty, it's safer in the forest. Minister Wen was stunned silent. The undercurrents were clear, he understood. Mo Lingyuan immediately mounted his horse with Yi Mu, sharing one steed. Mo Lingyuan ordered the guards to follow the plan and not act rashly. Then he led everyone into the forest, quickly disappearing into the dense woods. Along the way, Yi Mu kept hearing screams, making him feel uneasy. Mo Lingyuan wasn't surprised at all, saying more deaths were better. It would create opportunities for new scholars. Yi Mu felt he brought people hunting just to let some of them die. Just then, a guard reported that those people His Majesty mentioned were well protected by heavy forces and would safely gather in one place. Mo Lingyuan smiled with satisfaction. He He wanted everyone to know that obedient people always lived longer than disobedient ones. Yi Emu's heart chilled at these words. Had he known these people would arrange a night hunt, so he protected some officials first? Mo Lingyuan playfully tapped his nose. Not new, just guessed. Isn't it normal for some people to be too impatient to wait for tomorrow's official hunt? I only need to protect those who follow me. The others' lives or deaths mean nothing to me. Yi Mu was confused. If your people are all protected, who were those who died? Could it be internal fighting among the noble families? But Mo Lingyuan didn't want to discuss these troublesome matters anymore, focused only on hunting a fox to make a scarf. The darkness didn't affect him. Every shot was followed by a scream. Yi Mu was shocked. This wasn't hunting, it was clearly killing people. Mo Lingyuan told him not to worry. My people are all secretly protected. Those in the forest are all marked for death. Yi Emu's heart pounded. It was clearly a cruel statement. Yet why did it make his blood boil? Just then, urgent hoofbeats came from nearby, sounding like quite a few people. Mo Lingyuan chose not to confront them directly, instead leading his people to hide in the bushes. They saw a group of people rushing past. Bai Na was shouting that they must find the emperor, who didn't have many people with him. After these people had gone far away, Yi Mu finally couldn't help but ask what he planned to do tonight, and why conflicts couldn't be resolved without resorting to such methods. Mo Lingyuan gently rubbed his head and explained, verbal battles can solve problems, but when there's a deadlock, one side must be sacrificed. When no one is willing to be sacrificed, it's better to have an all-out fight. Yi Mu worried for him. This was absurd. How would he explain to the officials tomorrow if many people died? Mo Lingyuan wasn't worried at all. As long as enough people died, it would be fine. Dead people couldn't cause trouble. He was certain that after Dong Wei left, no matter how many died, they would pretend nothing happened and claim everyone was just accidentally injured. Yi Mu suddenly understood. Everyone here had their motives and was prepared to face death. Mo Lingyuan was using this opportunity to purge the court. It seemed few people would make it back for tonight's banquet. Although he had anticipated this, when he actually saw the blood and bodies everywhere, Yi Mu couldn't help but feel it was too brutal. Just then, a woman crawled out from among the corpses, crying and begging, "Please, save me." Yi Mu was surprised. Weren't all women supposed to stay in camp? Who was this woman? The woman was disheveled, crying pitifully. "I'm Wen Shen, daughter of the Wen family. My leg is broken. Could you take me with you?" But helping her onto the horse would mean Yi Mu would have to ride alone, something Mo Lingyuan would never agree to. He immediately passed the responsibility to the guards. The guards felt awkward. The woman was disheveled, and taking her on their horses would ruin their reputation. Wen Shen was extremely unwilling. She wanted to ride with Mo Lingyuan. She cried out in disbelief, "Your Majesty, I am Wen Jia's daughter." Mo Lingyuan coldly snorted, "I already have someone in my arms." After speaking, he ignored her cries. He rode away directly. Mo Lingyuan immediately gave the signal to end the night hunt. He took Yi Mu back to camp. Less than half of the officials had returned, all pale-faced and blood-stained. Mo Lingyuan led Yi Mu to the head seat, smilingly inviting everyone to sit, saying there was no distinction between ruler and subject tonight. But everyone fell to their knees, trembling and barely daring to breathe. They now understood he had long prepared to purge the court. Those who were safe served as a warning. Only compliance would ensure safety. Disobedience meant certain death. Everyone immediately kowtowed while crying, "Please spare us, Your Majesty. We don't want to die. We will obey your every command from now on." Mo Lingyuan just laughed softly. "You all want to be loyal to me? How will you prove it?" Everyone immediately prostrated themselves, swearing they would do anything for His Majesty. Mo Lingyuan was finally satisfied, warning them to keep their word, because they would soon have to fulfill their promises. He was actually anxious. The noble families would return soon. He had to break these officials' reliance on the noble families before then. He immediately ordered Zhou Yang, the Zhou family heir who had been missing for days and presumed dead, to be brought in. Knowing that Zhou Yang loved drinking when he was alive, he specially prepared fine wine and asked Zhou Yang's friends to toast him one last time, personally sending him on his way to the underworld. Everyone was shocked. If they acted, they would be making enemies with the noble families and completely siding with the emperor. No one dared to move. Seeing this, Mo Lingyuan sneered. "It seems you all had quite a good relationship with Zhou Yang." An official named Li Hao stepped forward. volunteering to personally send him to the underworld. Zhou Yang had once abused his wife, but due to the Zhou family's overwhelming power, he couldn't seek justice. Now he finally had his chance. Li Hao immediately took a cup of poisoned wine and viciously poured it into Zhou Yang's cup, but except for him, the other officials remained motionless. Mo Lingyuan sneered. "It seems you're still the same as before, fond of testing my patience." Yi Mu knew the Imperial guards couldn't hold off for long. If the noble families returned, the situation would be harder to handle. He immediately tugged at Mo Lingyuan's sleeve coquettishly. "Emperor brother, I'm hungry. Let's speed this up and change the game. Why not distribute the wine directly and give them a quarter hour to choose? Either give the wine to Zhou Yang, or drink it themselves. After a quarter hour, those who haven't decided will have the Imperial guards help them drink it." Mo Lingyuan fondly patted his head. He ordered people to follow these instructions. Everyone trembled holding the poisoned wine. Though they feared death, they feared the noble family's retribution more. Yi Mu reminded them with a mischievous smile. "Hold it steady. The women's quarters are behind the camp. If any of you can't hold it steady, I'll give each of them a cup of wine. Then there won't be any need to argue about who drinks and who doesn't." Everyone felt a chill. Indeed, this was someone chosen by Mo Lingyuan. Such cruel and poisonous methods. Clearly a demon. But Mo Lingyuan knew he wasn't someone who could kill. Now, to protect him, he was forcing himself to abandon his principles. Seeing his hands trembling in fear, Mo Lingyuan became furious. He roared angrily. "What quarter hour or half hour? You have 3 breaths to decide. Many people died during tonight's hunt anyway. A few more won't matter." No one dared hesitate anymore. They all poured their poisoned wine into Zhou Yang's cup. Mo Lingyuan immediately ordered someone to force Zhou Yang to drink it. Zhou Yang struggled desperately. "I'm the Zhou family heir. You'll all die. My father won't let you get away with this." But the guards still forced the poisoned wine down his throat. Zhou Yang quickly vomited blood and collapsed, breathing his last. Everyone present was now a murderer. They no longer had the chance to switch sides and return to the noble families. Mo Lingyuan and Yi Mu exchanged glances, both sighing in relief. But tonight's affairs weren't over yet. Soon the noble families returned. The Wen and Zhou families were present, but oddly, no one from the Zhang family appeared. Mo Lingyuan feigned confusion. "Why don't I see the Zhang family head? You've always been close. Didn't you travel together?" The Zhou family head, covered in blood, replied carelessly. "Night hunts are dangerous to travel together. Accidental injuries could be troublesome. Perhaps they were delayed by something." Mo Lingyuan immediately understood. The Zhang family had already been eliminated. The Zhou family head was clearly in good spirits, noisily urging to start the feast. But Mo Lingyuan suddenly had someone bring out a stack of documents, all evidence of his 21 capital crimes, including embezzling military funds and examination fraud. Mo Lingyuan thundered. "Zhou family head, do you admit your crimes?" The Zhou family head froze. He then anxiously defended himself. "Your old subject has been nothing but loyal to your majesty. How could I do such things?" Mo Lingyuan wasn't in a hurry, starting to settle accounts with him one by one. 3 years ago during the Great Drought in Liangzhou, you embezzled half of the disaster relief funds. Do you admit to this crime? The Zhou family head naturally refused to admit it. He was betting that Mo Lingyuan had no evidence and couldn't do anything to him. Even the 3 witnesses he found were his people, who wouldn't dare betray him. But unexpectedly, those 3 people honestly testified that they only received less than 400,000 taels of disaster relief funds. Even Mo Lingyuan was shocked. The Zhou family head had a son in the mutual aid department. Taking such a huge cut at once, after layer upon layer of exploitation, what could possibly be left for the refugees? He continued questioning about the disaster relief situation. The Zhou family head immediately threatened them viciously, telling them not to spout nonsense and make false accusations. The 3 people trembled in fear. Caught in a struggle, they could only look panic-stricken towards Prime Minister Wen Zi, begging him to speak on their behalf. The 3 great families rise and fall together, but Wen Zi turned his head away, not daring to look at him. The Zhou family head finally understood. Tonight wasn't just a trap for the Zhou family, but a plan to purge them completely. Mo Lingyuan truly intended to kill him. Mo Lingyuan continued discussing his official position trading, pointing at someone named Han Pin in the Zhou family's camp. "You bought your official position from the Zhou family and were promoted to 4th rank. Is this true?" That person was startled and quickly knelt behind Zhou Jiyu, loudly defending himself. "Absolutely not. I rose through the ranks through examinations and achievements. I'm only grateful for Lord Zhou's mentorship. Besides that, we have no other dealings. Mo Lingyuan immediately threw him a brush, asking him to compose a poem about tonight's hunt to prove his true abilities. Han Pin held the brush helplessly. He could barely read, let alone compose poetry. He laughed dryly and argued, "Poetry requires inspiration. Your Majesty, forgive me, but I have no inspiration at the moment." Yi Mu kindly suggested to Mo Lingyuan not to force him, but instead let him write one of educational official Yu's favorite poems. He was your chief examiner, and said your poetry matched his taste. Surely you studied his preferences well. This shouldn't be difficult? Han Pin turned pale. He had used a substitute for the exam. How could he know the chief examiner's poetic preferences? So he hastily wrote something random, continuously praising educational official Yu's great talents. Yi Mu burst into laughter, amused that he could put on such an act. The examiner wasn't educational official Yu, but educational official Zhang. Zhang immediately stood up and played along, stating he was indeed the examiner but never accepted bribes. He just thought Han Pin's poem was well written and developed an appreciation for his talent. Han Pin quickly tore up the poem in his hands and hastily explained that he had remembered wrong. It was indeed educational official Zhang who examined him. Yi Mu laughed even harder, revealing that he had been lying. Zhang wasn't the examiner that year either. Han Pin's face turned ashen, knowing he was completely finished. Mo Lingyuan suppressed his laughter and brought up his achievements. Han Pin's rise to a capital official was supposedly due to his early warning and dike construction during flood season, saving locals from disaster. Han Pin dared not answer rashly, fearing to expose that he hadn't done it. Sure enough, Yi Mu suddenly stood up. It was clearly me who passed through Changjiang Dike and worked with locals to build the embankment. If I hadn't had the golden command token, we would have been blocked. After we finished, it became your achievement. Mo Lingyuan quickly embraced the agitated Yi Mu, pulling him back to sit beside him and softly comforting him. He turned to Han Pin and roared, "Confess the truth. How did you really get your position? If you don't tell the truth now, your entire family will die with you." Han Pin's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He knocked his head on the ground repeatedly. He revealed everything about how the Zhou family head had encouraged him to buy his position. Mo Lingyuan immediately sentenced all Zhou family males to execution and the females to enter monasteries to atone for the family's sins. The Zhou family head furiously shouted at Wen Zi, "You old fool, you deceived me terribly. You think you can dominate alone after eliminating us? This person isn't a cub you can control. One day you'll meet the same fate as me, finally achieving a great victory tonight." Mo Lingyuan was in high spirits. He ordered fine wine and delicacies to be served, inviting everyone to enjoy the banquet. Wen Zi remained silent, drinking one cup after another. Yi Mu saw this and worried he might have been affected by the provocation and developed ill feelings toward Mo Lingyuan. He immediately walked over with a smile to mediate. "Prime Minister, you sent your adopted daughter here today because you're worried His Majesty might treat you like Lord Zhou in the future, right?" Wen Zi was stunned by his directness. Yi Mu assured him not to worry, saying, "His Majesty once told me he doesn't mind if his fierce beasts are vicious, as long as their ferocity is directed at others." Wen Zi gave a bitter laugh. What if that beast had bitten him before? Would he still be so tolerant? Yi Mu looked toward Mo Lingyuan's direction. "I asked him that question too. He said that wild beasts are naturally hard to tame. Getting scratched and bitten before taming them is normal. And once such beasts are tamed, they become absolutely loyal. He needs such fierce beasts. As long as you continue to help His Majesty, the past will be forgotten. I can guarantee that." Wen Zi was deeply impressed. No wonder His Majesty favored him. He truly had the wisdom worthy of being the nation's mother. Mo Lingyuan's gaze remained fixed on Yi Mu. When he returned, he asked what they had discussed. Yi Mu playfully winked and said it was a secret. Mo Lingyuan immediately became jealous that his little Mo had secrets with others. Yet his hands were honest, offering roasted meat to him, worried he might be hungry. Watching Yi Mu eat with joy in his eyes, Mo Lingyuan couldn't help but smile. Feeding him like this, when would he grow up? It was truly something to look forward to. Soon the Empress Dowager learned the news of the three great families. Only the Wen family remained unscathed, not knowing what agreement Wen Zi and Mo Lingyuan had reached privately. The Empress Dowager couldn't sit idle. Remembering Wen Zi's one-night affair with the former empress, she planned to use this. She would claim Mo Lingyuan wasn't of royal blood, then see how he could still face sitting on that throne. This woman had her first menstruation. The tyrant husband laughed joyfully. He hugged her while whispering sweet nothings. This was something he had hoped for years, though she hadn't thought of it at first. She thought Yi Mu was injured when he suddenly bled, anxiously wanting to take him to see a doctor. Dr. Yi Mu was so embarrassed he ran around trying to avoid it. Finally, seeing no escape, he said with a red face, "Why are you pretending? Weren't you always hoping for this to happen?" Mo Lingyuan paused, taking a moment to realize. Little Mo had started menstruating, which meant he could bear children, and Mo Lingyuan could fully possess him now. He hadn't thought of it at first. Yi Mu quickly covered his mouth, saying such embarrassing things shouldn't be discussed openly. Mo Lingyuan amusedly pulled down his small hand, saying this wasn't something shameful. "Why are you running around while bleeding? Let's quickly call the Imperial doctor to check on you." Yi Mu covered his burning cheeks in embarrassment. "What Imperial doctor? Just get me some feminine products. I can handle it myself." Mo Lingyuan worried. "Are you sure?" Yi Mu was about to get angry from embarrassment. "Of course I'm sure. It's a natural instinct." So Mo Lingyuan had people prepare many feminine products. Yi Mu finally felt relieved that he would leave him alone. It took Yi Mu a long time to figure things out before awkwardly coming out. He walked uncomfortably, trembling all over. He hadn't expected ancient products to be so difficult to use. When he came out, he saw Mo Lingyuan lying on the bed, reading official documents while waiting for him. Remembering his earlier excitement, Yi Mu nervously said, "I need to sleep alone tonight." Mo Lingyuan asked amusedly, "You probably can't bear it, right? I've seen everything on your body before. Besides, we've been sleeping together for days. Isn't it a bit late to say that now?" These shameful words made Yi Mu's cheeks burn. Wasn't he a germaphobe? Hadn't he heard of unclean waters? He'd have bad luck if he got involved. He should leave first. Before he could finish speaking, Mo Lingyuan pulled him back. He picked him up horizontally, walked to the table and continued working, not allowing him to stay away. "I'm the true emperor. What misfortune could possibly befall me? Besides, blood is the essence of life. How could it be unclean? Even if it were, yours would be different from others." Yi Mu struggled with a red face, worried about staining his clothes, but Mo Lingyuan held him tight, carefully reminding him not to run around barefoot. The Imperial doctor said he shouldn't catch cold at this time. "You need to behave." This gentle aura made Yi Mu's heart race. He stopped resisting and shyly turned his head away. Noticing Mo Lingyuan's beautiful handwriting, he felt somewhat ashamed that after so long in ancient times, his brush writing was still like chicken scratch. Mo Lingyuan nodded in agreement about his poor posture. Just as Yi Mu was about to protest, a brush was placed in his hand. Mo Lingyuan held his hand to teach him writing. His warm breath tickled Yi Mu's ear, making him tremble all over. He couldn't even hold the brush steady. The characters came out crooked. Nearly crying in frustration, he said, "I told you I can't write well with you holding my hand." But Mo Lingyuan loved seeing him like this, gripping his hand wanting to try again. Yi Mu absolutely refused. These were official documents. If the writing was too ugly, people might say he wasn't taking his work seriously, though he actually wasn't. Mo Lingyuan didn't care about that, seriously teaching him while holding his hand. "When writing, you need to relax. Sometimes being less focused yields better results than being too focused." Yi Mu nodded, half understanding, completely relaxing his hand, letting Mo Lingyuan guide him. Sure enough, the characters came out neat and proper, though not as elegant as Mo Lingyuan's own writing. At least they weren't chicken scratch anymore. Yi Mu was overjoyed. "If only I could write this well without you holding my hand." He affectionately squeezed his small hand. "I'm willing to hold your hand for a lifetime." Yi Mu glared at him shyly. "Stop saying such misleading things. I'm still young. How can you be so beastly?" Mo Lingyuan didn't mind, lovingly kissing his small hand. "What's wrong with being beastly if I can get what I want?" Yi Mu was ready to surrender, suddenly realizing not just anyone could be emperor. Mo Lingyuan was pleased he finally noticed how different he was from others. But then Yi Mu said disapprovingly, "You're just thicker skinned than others. Normal people couldn't be as shameless as you." Mo Lingyuan grew angry at these words. He hugged him tight and tickled him. Yi Mu laughed and cried, constantly apologizing and begging for mercy, squirming in his embrace. As a result, the brush in his hand made a heavy stroke, completely ruining the document before them. Yi Mu was stunned, unable to think of how to fix it. He could only glare pitifully at Mo Lingyuan. "Just so you know, You started it. Mo Lingyuan's heart itched at that little look. He couldn't help but hold and kiss him tenderly, secretly praying for him to grow up soon. He could barely contain himself anymore. Yi Mu's face reddened with embarrassment and annoyance. Damn it, he'd been taken advantage of again. The next day when Yi Mu woke up, it was already late morning. Mo Lingyuan's words from last night had scared him so much he barely slept, guarding against him like a thief, which led to oversleeping. It was almost lunchtime, but Mo Lingyuan was nowhere to be seen. Usually, he would return immediately after morning court. Why hadn't he come back today? Gong Yu nervously told him that the emperor was in a very bad mood today. There were rumors spreading about Prime Minister Wen and the former empress having an affair during the Western Mountain Hunt years ago. Yi Mu knew this was just baseless gossip, wondering why it would anger Mo Lingyuan. The palace maid explained that two people had attempted to assassinate the emperor today. They were allegedly former guards of the prime minister. They claimed the former empress had been poisoned back then but returned safely, suggesting the prime minister must have helped her. The news spread like wildfire. Even storytellers in the marketplace were talking about it. Mo Lingyuan was furious and ordered death sentences for anyone spreading these rumors. Yi Mu immediately realized someone was stirring up trouble. Another major incident was about to unfold at court. When Yi Mu arrived after hearing the news, he found the room in complete disarray. Mo Lingyuan sat there blankly, frowning with worry. Yi Mu quietly walked behind him and started massaging his temples. Mo Lingyuan's anger instantly dissipated. He wasn't really angry. The opponent clearly wanted to upset him, but he wouldn't give them that satisfaction. Yi Mu knew he meant the malicious Empress Dowager. Only she would dare to provoke him right after he had eliminated two noble families. However, letting these rumors spread would damage Mo Lingyuan's reputation. It needed to be dealt with quickly. But Mo Lingyuan's only solution was to sacrifice a piece to protect the king. Since everyone claimed he was Wen Zi's illegitimate son, killing Wen Zi would naturally resolve the Lu Yan situation. Yi Mu disagreed, saying it was too risky. Mo Lingyuan had given Wen Zi too much power, and if he fought back desperately, he might not be easily suppressed. Besides, this was exactly what the Empress Dowager wanted. When two sides fight, the third party benefits. This would give her room to breathe. Mo Lingyuan understood this principle, but it was the quickest solution. He could suppress the Wen family and deal with him later when things calmed down. But he worried Wen Zi wouldn't cooperate and would think he planned to strip his power before killing him. Yi Mu thought Wen Zi would definitely think that way. Being a suspicious person, nothing seemed to work. Mo Lingyuan was getting a headache. This had caught him off guard, and too many people were piling on. Suddenly, Yi Mu smiled and said he had an idea. Mo Lingyuan's eyes lit up, looking at him with expectation and delight. Yi Mu confidently explained that regarding the emperor's illegitimacy rumor, the reason it spread so quickly was because of people's curiosity about such gossip. If they could create even more sensational news, the previous rumors would naturally be forgotten. Mo Lingyuan brightened at this, understanding he meant fighting fire with fire. It was indeed a good strategy. He happily pulled Yi Mu into his arms, holding him tight. "You're truly my treasure. I know what to do now." The Empress Dowager was already known for improper behavior in private. People would find this more interesting than illegitimate child rumors. Perhaps they wouldn't need much effort to catch her weakness. Yi Mu recalled the plot from the original story. The Empress Dowager's scandal was indeed explosive. He urged immediate action. Given the unfavorable situation, Mo Lingyuan gratefully rubbed his little head. With such a clever person by his side, how could he not achieve great things? Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager was gloating. After the emperor had killed so many people, now with this illegitimate child scandal, those officials who dared not speak out before wouldn't let him off easily. The emperor was now at his wits' end, and both officials and common people were half believing it. Next, they just needed to find a woman to pose as the former empress's former maid. During the heaven worship ceremony in half a month, before countless commoners, she would confirm that the former empress conceived after an affair with the prime minister. It would be quite a spectacle then. The Empress Dowager laughed triumphantly, finally able to deal with that stumbling block. Her good mood awakened other desires. She immediately ordered her flower boy to be brought in to keep her company and enjoy herself. Soon, a handsome young man in sheer clothing walked in with a seductive gait. The flower boy immediately began undressing, seductively complaining that the Empress Dowager hadn't called for him in a long time. The Empress Dowager loved boys like him. She couldn't resist reaching out to caress his cheek. The flower boy mysteriously climbed onto the bed, eagerly beginning to move. Just as things were about to get serious, suddenly the door was kicked open. Both were startled, and the flower boy grabbed his outer robe and fled through the window. Yi Mu stormed in with an intimidating presence. The disheveled Empress Dowager cursed loudly. "How dare you? Who allowed you to barge in? I am the Empress Dowager. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because the Emperor favors you." Yi Mu claimed he had rushed in because he was worried about an intruder threatening her safety. The Empress Dowager secretly felt relieved that the flower boy was clever enough to have escaped by now. She was about to righteously argue with Yi Mu, but before she could explode, a guard reported they had caught the thief who fled from the Empress Dowager's chambers. Yi Mu gave her a meaningful glance and walked out with a smile. The Empress Dowager trembled in fear, realizing this impudent girl had come prepared. As Yi Mu left the room, he saw the naked flower boy kneeling in the courtyard. Seeing the Empress Dowager emerge, he saw her as his last hope. He frantically rushed over, crying, "Empress Dowager, save me. Tell them I'm not a thief." The Empress Dowager's heart jumped, fearing he might say something he shouldn't. She immediately grabbed a guard's sword and thrust it directly into the flower boy's chest. He looked on in disbelief. His eyes widened as he fell into a pool of blood. Lifeless, the scene fell into dead silence. The Empress Dowager sneered sarcastically. "The thief is dead now, and I am safe. If there's nothing else, Miss Yi, you should return to His Majesty." Yi Mu had to admire the Empress Dowager's decisiveness. He immediately turned to leave with his people. Before leaving, he said meaningfully, "I hope your highness wasn't too frightened." After Yi Mu's figure completely disappeared, the Empress Dowager immediately ordered the body to be burned, leaving no evidence. Her hatred for Yi Mu deepened. Relying on the emperor's favor to act so lawlessly, he would surely become a major obstacle in the future. She must find a way to eliminate him. Just then, Yi Mu saw a dark shadow flash by. Without thinking, Yi Mu gave chase. The person led him to a dead end, then turned and thrust a sword at him. Yi Mu easily dodged the attack, wondering why this assassin wasn't very skilled. The assassin suddenly showed a strange smile and turned the dagger around, stabbing himself violently in the neck. Blood instantly splattered all over Yi Mu. His nose filled with the thick smell of blood, and his body surged with agitation. Yi Mu's heart jumped. His demonic energy was acting up. His internal energy ran wild, and Yi Mu barely managed to suppress it. He realized the assassin's blood was unusual, able to stir up such turbulent emotions within him. He immediately began wiping the blood from his face vigorously. The palace maids screamed in fear seeing his demonic appearance. Guards also heard the commotion and rushed over. Yi Mu ordered them to dispose of the assassin's body and tell Mo Lingyuan he was going to the temple to find the silent monk. After speaking, he staggered toward the silent temple. The silent monk was surprised to see him, as it wasn't time for his usual demonic energy suppression. Yi Mu took off his coat and handed it to him. "Someone died in front of me today, but his blood was unusual. The places where it touched me felt fine at first, but now they're burning." The silent monk's face changed dramatically. The clothes had the scent of burning flowers, a plant that causes frenzy. Someone was deliberately trying to make him go berserk. Yi Mu keenly noticed his reaction and quickly asked what was wrong. The silent monk instinctively tucked the coat into his robes. He casually said, "Your demonic cultivation naturally reacts to blood. I'll help suppress it." Then he led Yi Mu to a side room to help guide his internal energy. Yi Mu looked anxiously at the silent monk. "You've been helping me suppress the demonic energy for years. After knowing each other so long, I must be your only friend. Can I trust you with my life?" The silent monk looked at him silently, his expression complex. Yi Mu pressed his chest, pleading, "I know there's a beast sealed here. Once it erupts, I won't be able to control it. Either others will die, or I will. You'll always help me, right?" The silent monk's heart ached at these words. He firmly promised, "I'll always help you. As long as I live, you won't lose control." Only then did Yi Mu relax. He sincerely thanked him. The silent monk closed his eyes and focused on helping Yi Mu channel out the violent energy. Yi Mu's rage gradually dissipated, and he entered meditation. The suppressed demonic energy in his body had reached a critical point. Once erupted, it would end in mutual destruction. He hoped Yi Mu would safely overcome this again. Seeing Yi Mu still in meditation, the The silent monk quietly left. Just as he left the room, he heard someone named Zhao was looking for him. The silent monk knew it was the Empress Dowager. He was so shocked he broke his prayer beads. He didn't want to see her, but thinking of Yi Emu's unusual condition, he reluctantly went. Meeting her, he coldly asked, "What are you doing here? And Yi Emu's condition, you're behind it, aren't you?" Seeing him only concerned about that girl Yi Mu, the Empress Dowager exploded in rage. "You should know I'm not doing well. The young emperor will come after me next." The silent monk trembled with anger. "So you used burning flowers to trigger Yi Emu's killing intent? You're insane." He angrily drove her away, saying not exposing her evil deeds was his last act of kindness. The Empress Dowager's face twisted with jealousy. He chose Yi Mu over her. She immediately ordered people to seize the silent monk. Caressing his face, she softly coaxed, "Don't be angry. Didn't you say you wanted a new identity? I promise once everything settles, you can be whoever you want." The silent monk struggled desperately but was dragged away. Just then, a sharp scream rang out. The Empress Dowager became excited, thinking Yi Mu must have killed someone. Meanwhile, Yi Emu's killing intent was overflowing, frightening a female worshipper into screaming. Yi Mu was still desperately suppressing the demonic energy, forcing himself not to kill, but the power was too strong, and he was losing control. Yi Mu struck his own chest hard with his palm. He immediately coughed up blood. The intense pain brought back a moment of clarity. He wanted to find the silent monk for help, but monks surrounded him, terrified, calling him a demon. Yi Mu desperately asked them to find the silent monk, wondering why he hadn't appeared, but the monks misunderstood, thinking he meant to harm their master. They immediately attacked with their staffs. Yi Mu suddenly turned and glared, his eyes full of murderous intent. In the next moment, the staff broke in two, and the monk who attacked was sent flying with a scream. Looking at the attacker lying on the ground, the power within Yi Mu completely erupted. He wanted nothing more than to break his neck. The monks pointed at him, screaming, "Demon woman!" Yi Mu desperately suppressed his murderous urges, struggling at the brink of explosion. Even so, he still held on with his last breath. He warned them not to come closer, but the monks thought he was going berserk and slowly approached with their staffs raised. Meanwhile, hearing the commotion outside, the silent monk desperately threatened the Empress Dowager with suicide. "If you don't let me out, I'll kill myself right here." The Empress Dowager's eyes reddened with anger. "You'd rather die than abandon that girl? Do you have no feelings for me at all?" The silent monk gave a bitter laugh. "I've helped you many times already." The Empress Dowager immediately embraced him, crying, "You can't go. Have you forgotten everything you promised me? Have you forgotten everything?" The evil woman's demonic nature was erupting. Approaching darkness, the young emperor opened his arms lovingly, saying tenderly, "More, come into my embrace." But inside, he was grinding his teeth in hatred toward the silent monk. It turned out Yi Mu had been set up. When his demonic power first acted up, he immediately sought the silent monk's help. But after waking from meditation, Yi Mu couldn't find him anywhere. Suppressing his killing desire, he searched for the silent monk for help, but the monks treated him like a demon, calling for his death. At this crucial moment, the silent monk, whom Yi Mu trusted as his lifeline, was in the next room confronting the Empress Dowager. "If you don't let me leave, I'll die right here." The Empress Dowager's eyes reddened with anger. "You'd rather die to save that girl? Do you have no loyalty to me at all?" The silent monk smiled bitterly. "I've helped you many times already, my dear mother." The Empress Dowager was stunned. Why were his eyes now so cold? He used to be such an obedient child, but now he was so distant and cold toward her. The Empress Dowager trembled with anger. What a good son he was, threatening to die to save her enemy. But no matter what she said, Wu Sheng insisted on saving Yi Mu. He didn't want to make another mistake. The Empress Dowager suddenly embraced him from behind, crying heartbrokenly, "Junner, you can't go. Have you forgotten what you promised your father before he died?" The silent monk's eyes widened. His father had loved his mother most, and he had promised to take care of her. Thinking of this, the silent monk stopped dejectedly. "Yi Mu, I'm sorry. I've failed you in this life." So Yi Mu couldn't find the silent monk anywhere. Surrounded by so many attackers, he was already panicking. The next moment, a fishing net was thrown over him, wrapping him tightly. They dragged him desperately outward, trying to throw him off the cliff. Being humiliated like this, Yi Mu could no longer suppress the surging power within. His body trembled, and the fishing net instantly shredded to pieces. Yi Mu swung his hand back. He grabbed 3 monks and began absorbing their internal energy. He was about to drain them completely. At this critical moment, Mo Lingyuan rushed over, anxiously calling his name. Hearing his voice, Yi Mu immediately stopped his actions. The 3 monks fell to the ground. Mo Lingyuan opened his arms, gently calling, "More. Come here." Yi Mu stared blankly at him, stepping closer. Finally, he threw himself into his embrace. Nestled in his arms, Yi Mu fought with all his might against the killing intent within him, his whole body trembling in pain. His hands gripped Mo Lingyuan so tightly they dug into his flesh. Mo Lingyuan endured the pain, gently stroking Yi Mu's head, softly comforting him. "Little more. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I believe you won't hurt me, right? I know you're still rational. Don't worry. I'm here now. Leave everything to me. Let's go back, okay? We'll never come to this place again." Yi Mu finally relaxed slowly, crying grievously. "I can't find the silent monk." Mo Lingyuan kissed his forehead, gently comforting him. "Then we won't look for him. You still have me without him." Hearing this, Yi Mu completely relaxed. He fainted from exhaustion. Mo Lingyuan immediately picked him up in his arms. His anger surged wildly inside. He would never trust the silent monk again. He must find someone to replace him. Mo Lingyuan hurriedly left carrying Yi Mu. They quickly returned to the palace, but Yi Mu remained unconscious. Mo Lingyuan summoned all royal physicians to examine him, but they all said the power within Yi Mu could no longer be suppressed. He must be sent out of the Imperial city before the next outbreak to avoid massive casualties. Mo Lingyuan crushed the Dragon Throne's armrest in anger. He roared furiously, "If we want to send him away, what use are you all? If you can't find a solution, then next time, you'll all die with us." Everyone fell to the ground trembling, trying to persuade him to take care of his royal health, saying that as the emperor, he shouldn't risk himself. Mo Lingyuan's face darkened. "One person can make me alive. One person can make me die." These people who didn't understand such feelings had no right to challenge him with their ridiculous notions. Mo Lingyuan immediately declared authoritatively that no one could leave today until they found a way to suppress the demonic palace, and whoever mentioned sending him away again would face death. Yi Mu was unconscious for 5 full days before waking up. During this time, Mo Lingyuan stayed by his side, personally taking care of everything. After hearing about the royal physician's situation, Yi Mu, fearing another outbreak would endanger the entire palace, immediately asked to leave and face his fate alone. Mo Lingyuan firmly refused. "I won't agree to your request. You're not going anywhere. I've contacted a master from the Yu Kingdom. He might not be inferior to Silent Monk. I won't let anything happen to you, nor let you do anything irreversible." Yi Mu's expression darkened at these words, wondering how Silent Monk was doing. At the mention of him, Mo Lingyuan gritted his teeth in hatred. "He's been taken away by the Empress Dowager. The harm they've done to you, I will make them pay double. I must make him die." Yi Mu felt sad too. He never thought Silent Monk would deceive him. Mo Lingyuan held his hand. He gently consoled. "When we catch Silent Monk, you can interrogate him yourself." Yi Mu was worried, knowing he wasn't usually merciful. Unsure how he would deal with Silent Monk, Mo Lingyuan, not wanting him to worry, tucked him into bed and softly coaxed him to sleep. Meanwhile, Silent Monk was being held by the Empress Dowager, chanting sutras daily without eating or drinking. The Empress Dowager angrily snapped his prayer beads. She screamed in frustration, "Stop spinning these worthless beads. How long will you keep acting like this?" A cold glint flashed in Wu Sheng's eyes. "Back then, you said my identity could only survive in temples. Now that I'm used to being a monk, why do you question my Buddhist life?" The Empress Dowager quickly explained, "You look exactly like Monk Wenji. If you came out, people would target you. I was doing it for your own good." Wu Sheng found it ironic. Everyone believed his resemblance to the respected Master Wenji was Buddhist destiny. But who could guess he was actually the child born from Wenji and the Empress Dowager's secret affair? The Empress Dowager, unwilling to argue, left in exasperation. But just as she returned to her room, she saw a young man who looked exactly like Monk Wenji. This grandmother and the 18-year-old youth Qingqing were caught in bed by her own grandson. The imprisoned monk sympathetically helped him put on clothes, willingly dying in his place. Mo Lingyuan gritted his teeth in hatred for these two people. One plotted against Yi Mu, deliberately using burning incense flowers to trigger his demonic power. The other betrayed Yi Mu's trust. allowing him to be bullied and beaten. Mo Lingyuan learned that the Empress Dowager was most fond of Wu Sheng's appearance, so he ordered people to find a man who looked exactly like Wu Sheng and sent him to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager was stunned at first sight of him. This person looked exactly like her deceased love, the renowned Master Wenji. Unexpectedly, there could be two such identical people in the world. She thought it must be heaven's favor. The Empress Dowager immediately grabbed Yude's hand, her face showing a dreamlike, lewd smile. She quickly pulled him to bed and began their passionate encounter. Just as they were getting excited, Mo Lingyuan suddenly kicked open the door, looking at them with a sardonic smile. Royal grandmother is in quite good spirits. Given your current situation, one would think you couldn't eat or sleep well, yet you still have the mood to find men. The Empress Dowager was instantly shocked. Sitting up naked, while Yude calmly dressed himself, he silently walked behind Mo Lingyuan. Seeing this, the Empress Dowager's face turned green with anxiety. Realizing she had been set up, she immediately burst into curses. You think you can slander me like this? Nothing happened between us. Mo Lingyuan lit an incense burner, smiling as he approached her. Whether it happened or not doesn't matter. Soon, what should and shouldn't happen will all happen. The sweet fragrance entered the Empress Dowager's nose, making her blood boil and body weak. She cursed resentfully. You disloyal, unfilial creature who betrays ancestors. I'm your grandfather's wife. Aren't you afraid of heaven's punishment? Mo Lingyuan's smile grew sinister. Weren't you the one who spread rumors about my empress being unfit for royal descendants? Whatever I do to you now can hardly be called betraying ancestors. The Empress Dowager tried to threaten him with royal face, but Mo Lingyuan didn't care. Thanks to her, he had been pointed at and gossiped about many times, so once more didn't matter. Besides, the person who would lose face with the Empress Dowager wasn't Yude whom he brought, but Master Wu Sheng. One was the high and mighty Empress Dowager, the other a monk of few desires. Such an arrangement would surely suppress the rumors she had previously spread. The Empress Dowager's eyes widened in shock and fear. Momentarily speechless, she grabbed a pillow and threw it. You dare, Mo Lingyuan. You'll die a horrible death. Mo Lingyuan easily dodged. Seeing her panic and fear, he knew Wu Sheng must indeed be someone close to her, so he ordered Wu Sheng to be brought in. The Empress Dowager became extremely anxious. If the drug took effect and she did something, she'd rather die. She immediately grabbed the blanket, wrapped herself tightly, desperately fighting the drug's effects. Seeing this, Mo Lingyuan speculated. I heard Master Wenji adopted a child who looked like him and made him his personal disciple. So Wu Sheng isn't adopted, but his biological son, isn't he? The Empress Dowager covered her ears and shook her head frantically. Stop, that's not true. You beast, you'll die horribly. Mo Lingyuan grew furiously impatient, seeing she wouldn't admit until forced. He immediately had Wu Sheng brought in to see if they really had such a relationship. After all, the Empress Dowager loved faces like Wu Sheng's. The smoke from the incense burner spread throughout the room, enveloping Wu Sheng and the Empress Dowager. The powerful drug made their faces flush red, their brows furrowed in pain. Wu Sheng took off his kasaya and draped it over the Empress Dowager. He couldn't help but say, I am Wenji's biological son. I admit it, Your Majesty. Please stop humiliating her. As for Yemu, I deliberately awakened him early and catalyzed the malice within him, including inciting Yemu to go on a killing spree. I originally wanted him to kill you. Mo Lingyuan was furious beyond control. He immediately punched him hard in the face. The fury in his eyes almost turned to stone as he cursed viciously. Damn you. Wu Sheng's face was bruised from the punch, yet he suddenly smiled. He continued speaking relentlessly. Last time I also hid away. I deliberately wanted Yemu to go on a rampage at Tianshu Temple. All of this was my doing. Mo Lingyuan grabbed his collar and roared. He trusted you so much. Do you know how much he suffered all these years because of this? Have you ever experienced the pain of severing your own meridians? The Empress Dowager cried out anxiously. Stop, I'm your enemy. He only acted against Yemu because of me. Come at me instead. But Mo Lingyuan wouldn't let him go. He threw Wu Sheng aside. Seeing how mother and son cared so much for each other, he suddenly thought his original plan wasn't bad. If something improper happened between them, he wondered what expression that dead monk Wenji would have. Looking at his evil smile, the Empress Dowager and Wu Sheng were shocked. They had no doubt he could do such an inhuman thing. Wu Sheng struggled to stand up. Gathering his internal energy, he struck toward his own crown point, wanting to die to atone for his sins. Unexpectedly, Mo Lingyuan stopped him, saying sinisterly, "Did I say you could die?" The Empress Dowager finally broke down and knelt, crying, "I surrender. Please spare him. Whether you make me live as a nun or die, I accept. Just please don't let anyone know about Wu Sheng's existence. He's truly innocent. Please give him his last piece. This is my final request." Mo Lingyuan was startled, suddenly remembering what Yemu had said years ago. That one day, the Empress Dowager would willingly confess to protect someone. Unexpectedly, things turned out exactly as he had said. He immediately lost interest in dealing with these people. He had them locked up and hurried to find Yemu, his heart full of panic and unease. Upon meeting, he grabbed Yemu's chin and mumbled, "You can predict the future. Who exactly are you?" Yemu's answer was as sweet as always. "I've told you before. I'm someone sent by heaven to help you." But this time Mo Lingyuan felt uneasy. How long would he help him? Would he suddenly disappear one day, just as he had appeared? Malice appeared in Mo Lingyuan's eyes. Yemu's heart trembled, not knowing how to respond. Suddenly he clutched his chest tightly, murderous energy bursting forth, his eyes turning blood red. Mo Lingyuan panicked instantly, holding Yemu helplessly. Yemu, fearing he might hurt him, pushed him away immediately and said with difficulty, "Quickly call Wu Sheng here." Yemu felt his head splitting in pain, barely maintaining his sanity. Mo Lingyuan immediately had Wu Sheng brought over, but feared he might betray them again. He grabbed his collar and threatened, "I warn you, if you honestly save Yemu, I'll spare you and your mother's lives. But if you dare try anything, I'll make you watch as your mother is slowly sliced to death. I mean it." Wu Sheng was startled, instantly realizing Yemu's situation was critical. He earnestly promised, "I will save him this time. I swear to heaven, I'll keep him safe. But everyone must stay out." Mo Lingyuan was worried but had no choice. It was the only option, so he agreed. Wu Sheng entered the inner chamber alone. Upon entering, he saw Yemu's hands chained, his whole body tied to a palace pillar, head hanging motionless. Wu Sheng's heart ached as he slowly walked to him, solemnly promising, "I will definitely save you." Yemu suddenly raised his head, his crimson eyes full of murderous intent. He roared violently, struggling to attack Wu Sheng, but was held back by the chains. The iron chains rattled loudly as they were pulled. Wu Sheng closed his eyes and began chanting sutras. The cold, clear voice made Yemu howl in pain, clutching his head, but gradually he relaxed, and his mind regained some clarity. He finally recognized Wu Sheng before him and wanted him to stop, but Wu Sheng suddenly embraced his shoulders, guiltily pleading, "I made mistakes in the past. I must repay my debt to you. Let me pay with my life." After speaking, he quickly sealed several major acupoints on his body. Yemu couldn't move at all and could only watch as Wu Sheng helped him sit cross-legged. He sat behind him, the position for transferring inner power. Yemu hurriedly tried to calm him. "The sacrificial extinction technique is already terrifying. Even without you, I might have ended up like this anyway." But Wu Sheng wouldn't listen, stubbornly beginning to channel his inner power into Yemu's body. His inner power was gentle and soft, and combined with his lifetime of energy, it could completely purify the demonic power within Yemu. This way, Yemu would possess pure 100-year power afterward. Yemu was his only friend and the only person he ever acknowledged in this life. Dying for Yemu was something he gladly accepted. Yemu cried out in despair, "Wu Sheng, don't do this. I don't want you to die." Wu Sheng's handsome face gradually became old and withered, but he smiled contentedly, even beginning to tell his life story. His real name was Lu Wenjun. At birth, before he could cry, his father covered his mouth, which led to his muteness. Wu Sheng leaned weakly against his back, pleading faintly, "You've said many times that I look beautiful. I must be ugly now. When they burn me, please don't look at me, and burn my glass lantern with me too. In this life, hurting you was probably the only bad thing I did. Are we still friends?" Yemu cried out in anguish. "Yes, we're friends. We'll always be friends." In his final moment, Wu Sheng heard this beautiful answer and passed away with a smile. After a while, Mo Lingyuan worriedly pushed open the door, and saw this scene. Yemu walked out carrying Wu Sheng, whose face was covered with a white cloth because he had said he didn't want anyone to see his aged, ugly appearance. Yemu wept uncontrollably, his eyes blank. Mo Lingyuan held him sympathetically but said nothing, silently comforting his grief. Yemu placed Wu Sheng in the coffin, holding his precious glass lantern, his face still covered with the white cloth, following his last wishes completely without revealing anything. Yemu held the torch and silently bid farewell. "Rest in peace, Wu Sheng. I will never forget you." Then, with tears, he threw the torch. With a boom, The flames roared, instantly engulfing Wu Sheng. Yemu and Mo Lingyuan silently watched as Wu Sheng gradually disappeared into the flames. He shouldn't have died, but he chose to trade his life to save the Empress Dowager. Mo Lingyuan felt compassion and decided to send the Empress Dowager to a temple to live in meditation, sparing her life, fulfilling Wu Sheng's wish. In the following years, Yemu's life was peaceful. His only annoyance was that Mo Lingyuan always wanted him to teach martial arts. Yemu was speechless. Mo Lingyuan's martial arts were already formidable. Why did he still need his teaching? But whenever Yemu didn't show up, Mo Lingyuan would send people to find him. He couldn't wait to avoid him, having finally moved out of his palace chambers. If he were to get close again now, the mere thought was frightening. Unexpectedly, Mo Lingyuan used his trump card, having someone tell Yemu that if he didn't come, he would personally visit him at night to discuss martial arts techniques. Yemu was both shocked and angry. How could it be this trick again? Weren't there any other moves? Though the trick was old, it was very effective against Yemu. While crying on the outside, he went to find the person with inner joy. As soon as Yemu arrived at the training ground, he saw Mo Lingyuan dominating on the fighting platform. More importantly, he was shirtless, his solid chest muscles and 8-pack abs fully exposed. Yemu's cheeks turned red with embarrassment, cursing Mo Lingyuan for showing off, not even wearing clothes while practicing. That body was too eye-catching. The evil woman's little wolf cub had finally grown up and was now using his looks to seduce the evil woman, kneeling publicly to propose, blushing while passionately pleading, "Little Mo, marry me." Yemu was stunned. This guy was too beastly. I'm still so young, yet he's thinking of such indecent things. He immediately wanted to rush up and teach him a lesson. Hearing this, Mo Lingyuan revealed a smile of successful scheming. He even proposed a match, saying, "If I win, you must grant me one request." He threw him a dagger coated with white powder. Any body part touched would be marked white. Whoever first struck the other's vital point would win. Yemu was confident. He had 100-year power. How could he possibly lose? Mo Lingyuan immediately charged forward like lightning. With a bang, Yemu blocked Mo Lingyuan's strike. Both their daggers broke in half simultaneously, but they continued fighting. As the broken daggers could still leave white marks, they exchanged hundreds of moves in minutes. The crowd watched in amazement, commenting that Yemu was being unromantic. Why not just pretend to lose and marry His Majesty? Mo Lingyuan complained woefully. "Little Mo, do you really not want to marry me?" But Yemu, the iron block, became more vigilant hearing this. This guy must be saying this deliberately to distract me. He immediately focused more intensely, his moves becoming fiercer. Mo Lingyuan was at his wit's end, dodging left and right in distress. He had been hoping for Moer to marry him for many years, but this iron block just wouldn't get it. He sent him flying back directly. Mo Lingyuan was forced into a corner. He could only jump onto the wall to temporarily avoid the attack. When Yemu heard him say, "many years," he cursed inwardly at the beast. "I was just a little girl back then. Against such a beast, there could be no mercy." He immediately charged like lightning before Mo Lingyuan could counterattack, seemingly about to win. But Mo Lingyuan suddenly slipped and fell backward, where there was a weapons rack with sharp weapons. Yemu's heart jumped in alarm. He quickly embraced Mo Lingyuan and leapt away. The weapons rack fell dozens of meters away, just as Yemu sighed in relief. Mo Lingyuan suddenly hugged him tight, laughing triumphantly. "Little Mo, you lost." Yemu then realized his hands were covered in white powder, and it had rubbed off all over himself. He was instantly furious. This guy had cheated. He had fallen deliberately. Mo Lingyuan pulled him into his embrace, and Yemu unexpectedly pressed against his body. His heart immediately began racing. He was still shirtless. Mo Lingyuan held his small hand tightly, complaining woefully, "Little Mo, are you trying to go back on your word?" Yemu was about to explode with anger. He hadn't agreed to anything. Hearing this, Mo Lingyuan said nothing more and simply picked him up and carried him away. "Since you won't agree, I'll have to use force. Just wait to become my mountain bride." Yemu's face turned bright red with embarrassment. His little fists frantically pounded on his back, but he couldn't break free. He could only be carried back to the Imperial bedroom and thrown onto the dragon bed. Mo Lingyuan asked seriously, "Now that your body has no more hidden dangers, when do you plan to marry me?" Yemu nervously looked away, mumbling shyly, "Can I not marry you?" Mo Lingyuan crossed his arms dissatisfied, demanding a reasonable explanation, but Yemu stammered for a long time, unable to say anything. Just then, Mo Lingyuan suddenly leaned in close, whispering words that landed like a bomb. Let me guess. You won't agree because you're not from this world, right? Yamu's heart jumped in shock, his pale face filled with panic. Seeing this reaction, Mo Lingyuan immediately knew he had guessed correctly. He hadn't expected this most absurd guess to actually be the truth. What troubled him more was that, seeing little Mo's expression, could he still be planning to leave him someday? Yamu's heart was in chaos, feeling like he somehow knew everything. Mo Lingyuan cupped his small face, imperiously giving him only 15 minutes to explain his origins. This time, he wanted to understand everything clearly. Yamu nervously swallowed, thinking how after hiding for so long, the inevitable had finally come. He didn't know what punishment awaited after telling. His pitiful appearance, like a cute and timid rabbit, made Mo Lingyuan's heart race. He couldn't help but pinch his little nose, saying impatiently, "Think about it. Who could possibly punish you?" Yamu finally realized he had 100-year martial arts power. Who could defeat him? So he explained everything from beginning to end, except he deliberately omitted the part about being able to return with the intention map. Mo Lingyuan finally understood that he truly wasn't from this world, and came here only to help him. Yamu explained apologetically, "In my world, there are people waiting for me to save them, so I can't stay." But Mo Lingyuan caught the key point. If no one was waiting for you to save them, would you stay for me? Yamu looked at him reluctantly, voice choking as he murmured, "I don't want to leave you either." At this, Mo Lingyuan could no longer hold back. He flipped him over, pinned him down, and kissed him fiercely. This time, Yamu didn't struggle as usual, but responded to his kiss with a blushing face. His heart was beating so violently it felt like it would burst from his chest. Only when they were almost suffocating did they reluctantly separate. Yamu was dazed from the kiss. Mo Lingyuan licked his lips and asked softly, "You say you can return, but surely you can't just fly away like a fairy? Don't you need something as proof of completing your mission?" Yamu nodded instinctively, then realized he'd been tricked. He immediately became angry. Using your looks to trick me." Afterward, no matter how Mo Lingyuan kissed or teased him, he refused to say more, though his face remained red. But even so, Mo Lingyuan had guessed the answer. He stroked Yamu's face, declaring domineeringly, "Little Mo, you can't escape, and you won't be able to return." Yamu's heart jumped in shock. Could he already know about the intention map? Just then, Ambassador Zhao suddenly came to visit, interrupting their unfinished conversation. The cunning emperor used his charms to seduce his dear wife to bathe together. Yamu angrily flipped him over. "You beast! I'm still so young, yet your mind is full of indecent thoughts." Mo Lingyuan complained woefully. "Normal people my age already have 2 children, yet here I am, an emperor who's still single. It's truly frustrating." Yamu exploded in embarrassment. "Shut up. Are you going to bathe or not? If not, then get out." "Didn't you say Ambassador Zhao is waiting to request the sword?" Mo Lingyuan coldly snorted, unconcerned. Since they're requesting the sword, they should show a proper petitioner's attitude. Let them wait. What ambassador could be more important than my dear Mo? Not wanting to miss this golden opportunity, he immediately removed his belt, letting his outer robe slide off to reveal his muscular crystalline body. His stunning physique was fully displayed. Yamu stared dumbfounded, his heart betraying him with rapid beats. He quickly turned away, closing his eyes tight, silently chanting, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form," to himself. "Stay calm. Don't look. Don't imagine things." Mo Lingyuan entered the water contentedly, not wanting to pressure him further. He changed the subject to business. "Do you know why Zhao country is here?" Yamu recalled the original story's plot. Although many things were different from the original storyline, Ambassador Zhao's visit could only mean one thing. They wanted to marry a princess to Mo Lingyuan. Indeed, Mo Lingyuan confirmed. "That's right, and they're very sincere. Not even minding Wei consort." "Little Mo, should I agree?" Yamu froze instantly. Although he kept telling himself that political marriages could stabilize power, something every emperor should do, he still felt very uncomfortable. But since he had decided to leave, how could he prevent Mo Lingyuan from marrying? How could he be so selfish? So he forced down the bitterness in his heart and said, "Of course you should agree." But the disappointment in his voice was impossible to hide. Hearing this, Mo Lingyuan's face darkened, his voice containing dangerous undertones. "Come here. What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly." Yamu secretly opened his eyes, carefully observing his expression. From his tone, he seemed angry. Unexpectedly, Mo Lingyuan stood up directly from the water, his dripping wet body pressed close against him. Sensing danger, Yemu panicked and tried to run. Mo Lingyuan immediately grabbed him, pulling him into the water together. Mo Lingyuan tightly wrapped his arms around his neck. Through gritted teeth, he demanded, "Say it again. What do you want me to do? You want me to marry another woman? Just say it, and I'll marry her right away." Mo Lingyuan grew angrier as he spoke, almost squeezing him into his own body. Yemu's lips moved, but no words came out for a long while. He was almost crying from distress. Mo Lingyuan's heart ached, and he couldn't bear to pressure him further. He sighed helplessly. "Little Mo, sometimes you should just be honest. You do have feelings for me." He poked at his chest as he spoke, but feeling the surge beneath his finger, Mo Lingyuan suddenly got distracted. Feeling it seemed bigger, he couldn't help but swallow. His hand mischievously moved toward the chest again. Yemu instantly flared up in anger. Quick as lightning, he caught his wandering hand, pinning him down. He shouted, "You beast! How dare you act so indecently right in front of me? Do you think I'm dead?" Mo Lingyuan wasn't angry, instead pretending to be helpless. "You don't have to be like this. If you want to teach me something, you don't need to use force. I'm at your mercy." Yemu's heart almost skipped a beat from the flirtation. He immediately warned through gritted teeth, "Anyway, if you want to touch me in the future, you must get my consent." But Mo Lingyuan started being unreasonable. "Why? Everything in the world is mine, including you. I'll touch your body as I please, and I'll do it every day from now on." Yemu applied more force, pressing him harder against the ground, cursing, "Shameless." Unexpectedly, Mo Lingyuan kicked up a large splash of water, using the chance to escape his grip. Caught off guard, Yemu's eyes were blinded by the water, and he slipped backward. Mo Lingyuan caught him and pressed him against the wall, smirking as he demanded, "Must have your consent, right? Then, I want to kiss you now. Do you agree?" Yemu immediately wanted to say no, but just as he opened his mouth, a finger pressed against his lips, stopping him. Mo Lingyuan deliberately showed off his stunning physique. While smiling, he offered two choices: either let me kiss you, or let me do whatever I want. I'll count to 3. If you don't answer or disagree, that means you choose option 2. Yemu was about to explode with anger. This wasn't even a real choice. But Mo Lingyuan kept his word, leisurely counting 1, 2, 3, completely ignoring his protests. Yemu was going crazy. Would he really let him do whatever he wanted? The emperor was truly exceptionally domineering. He wanted to go home right now. For now, he could only swallow this bitter pill. At worst, he'd learn his lesson and stay far away in the future. Yemu turned his face away angrily and reluctantly chose the first option. It was just a kiss after all. They'd kissed before. It was better than letting him do whatever he wanted. Unexpectedly, Mo Lingyuan chuckled, pointing at his own lips, saying expectantly, "Come on then." Yemu was stunned. "You want me to kiss you? That's ridiculous." Mo Lingyuan replied good-naturedly, "I can kiss you instead, but I can't guarantee it'll be just one kiss." Yemu puffed up like a blowfish in anger. This guy was clearly forcing him to take the initiative, but his eyes couldn't help falling on his lips. They looked thin and soft, very kissable, as if bewitched. Yemu slowly leaned forward. He thought, since he's forcing me to kiss him, one kiss won't hurt. Maybe I should follow my heart just this once and do what I desire. Just as they were about to kiss, suddenly, a voice announced from outside, "Your Majesty, the Zhao ambassador requests another urgent audience." Yemu instantly snapped back to reality. He pushed Mo Lingyuan away forcefully. "This isn't right. If I can't give him forever, what right do I have to kiss him?" But Mo Lingyuan pulled him back into his arms and kissed him fiercely. Hearing his own rapid heartbeat, Yemu could only think, "I'm done for." Even after Mo Lingyuan got up and left, Yemu sat dazed in the water, his heartbeat refusing to slow down. All his previous resistance training seemed wasted. Just one kiss left him unable to control himself, unable to help himself. Yemu secretly followed to the Imperial study, to see the Zhao princess who came for the marriage alliance. Unexpectedly, he saw the Zhao ambassador present a special gift. Yemu was shocked. How could that thing be here? The Zhao ambassador indeed proposed the marriage alliance. Showing great sincerity, the princess could be either empress or consort. Mo Lingyuan refused without hesitation. Though a marriage alliance would benefit both countries, he claimed he had no brothers to take this responsibility, and being alone, he couldn't marry. He could only disappoint Zhao's goodwill. But the Zhao ambassador came prepared, immediately presenting the princess's dowry list, asking him to review it before deciding. Yemu's heart jumped. He wondered what special items in that scroll made them emphasize it so much. But the next moment, Yemu had no time to think about these things. He saw the Zhao Zhao princess who was to be married. The princess was fair-skinned with red lips, strikingly beautiful. Yemu couldn't help but peek out to see Mo Lingyuan's reaction. He saw her resting her cheek on one hand, elegantly reading the scroll with noble bearing. Yemu sourly cursed internally. Such a flirt, saying no while dressing so lavishly and acting so refined. Who is she trying to seduce? At this moment, Mo Lingyuan was startled. Zhao's gift actually included an intention map. The ambassador smiled smugly. Our emperor heard you were collecting intention maps and specially acquired this at a high price. If you agree to marry our princess, this intention map, Zhao offered it with both hands. He thought Mo Lingyuan would surely not refuse such a tempting condition since he cared so much. Unexpectedly, Mo Lingyuan refused without hesitation. I cannot accept your marriage alliance request. There are many ways to establish friendship between our countries. I can exchange other things. The Zhao ambassador was instantly shocked and reluctantly asked for his reason for refusing. Mo Lingyuan originally didn't want to waste words with him, but he accidentally saw Yemu hiding behind the pillar. He immediately said tenderly, because besides this intention map, what I care about most is someone else. Yemu felt nervous for him. What if this statement got him labeled as someone obsessed with romance? Though he should have been worried, Yemu couldn't help but feel happy, his lips curling into a smile. The ambassador thought it didn't matter. Even if His Majesty favored someone, he didn't need to reject everyone else. As emperor, wasn't it normal to have multiple consorts? But Mo Lingyuan firmly said, I am just one person. My heart only has room for one person in the empire. There's no space left for anyone else. When I had nothing and was surrounded by danger, he stayed by my side. Now that I have power, he should still be the one by my side. Through life and death, he never left. How could I hurt him for power and benefits? I'm willing to give him everything. Yemu was overwhelmed by these sincere words. He couldn't help but flee in panic. His mind was in chaos. Why did he say such things? What was the point of saying that in front of people who wouldn't understand? Yemu just felt embarrassed. He rolled around in bed hugging his pillow, not even hearing someone enter. Mo Lingyuan pulled away his blanket. He teased amusingly. What's wrong with our little Mo? Is it because of the kiss in the pool earlier that you're so emotional? Yemu shouted angrily. How do you walk without making any sound? Mo Lingyuan smirked teasingly. I was walking quite heavily, but a certain little thing probably couldn't hear anything except his own heartbeat. Yemu angrily hit him in the face with a pillow and asked sourly, how's your princess doing? Mo Lingyuan tilted his head in confusion. Aren't you my princess? His big eyes blinked with deep affection, making Yemu blush. He urgently pressed him to speak and not avoid the topic. Mo Lingyuan shrugged helplessly. Of course I couldn't agree. I have a little jealous pot at home, though he doesn't know it himself. I can't upset him. Yemu turned away angrily. Who's jealous? I swore I wouldn't stop you even if you wanted to marry some princess. But he felt a little happy inside, just worried about the intention map. Mo Lingyuan suddenly pinned him down, pressing him firmly underneath. He asked suggestively, if I get the map, how will you thank me? Yemu became unhappy immediately. Getting the map meant getting the treasure. That was already wonderful. Yet this guy still wanted a reward from him. Hearing this, Mo Lingyuan threatened with a mischievous smile. If you won't give me a reward, then I won't take it. I don't care about treasures anyway. His hot breath fell on Yemu's face, making him blush furiously. He tried to push him away, but Mo Lingyuan held him tight in his arms. He just loved holding little Mo. It felt very comfortable. Actually, Mo Lingyuan didn't really want any treasure. Maybe we should forget about the intention map. Yemu panicked immediately. Without the treasure, how will you unite the Central Plains? How will you become a legendary emperor? Mo Lingyuan held his face and asked seriously, did you foresee that I would become a legendary emperor? Or do you hope I become one? Yemu avoided his eyes sheepishly and said weakly, of course I hope you become a legendary emperor. Since it was his wish, Mo Lingyuan would certainly fulfill it. But being so obedient must come with a reward. Mo Lingyuan immediately hugged Yemu and gave him a kiss as a reward. Without waiting for his consent, he skillfully kissed him. Yemu suddenly burst out, pushing Mo Lingyuan away forcefully, muttering in distress, you can't do this. I'm not from this world. I should go back. Mo Lingyuan felt a bitter ache in his heart and pressed forward displeased. I've already seen and touched every inch of your body. I've kissed your lips more than once. Isn't it too late to say, You can't, now? Yemu was instantly speechless, somewhat regretting allowing his closeness and ending up indulging in his tenderness. Yemu felt suffocated by guilt. He immediately turned and ran away in panic. Unexpectedly, he was intercepted by the Zhao princess, who made a request of him. The true love and rival princess engaged in a battle of acting. The princess actually asked for help in matchmaking. Yemu was practically dying of jealousy. He directly threw the princess before the emperor. But how would he choose? Mo Lingyuan immediately felt some regret. If he had known, he wouldn't have kissed him so intensely earlier, which caused little Mo to flee. Just as Yemu ran out of the palace, he was stopped by Princess Zhao Mingyu. Zhao Mingyu didn't recognize him. Yemu simply lied, claiming to be a princess adopted by the Empress Dowager. Zhao Mingyu's eyes lit up immediately. It was a perfect chance to inquire about Mo Lingyuan. She immediately lied too, saying she was the princess's maid. She casually asked, "I heard your emperor is very faithful, favoring only one person for many years. I wonder what kind of extraordinary beauty this Lady Yemu must be, or what special qualities she possesses. Otherwise, how could she maintain the emperor's favor for so many years?" She said she was just asking for the princess, as it concerned a woman's entire life. As women, they should understand each other. Yemu said somewhat irritably, "She's not beautiful and has no special qualities," though he said it out of anger. But the more Yemu thought about it, the more true it seemed. Over these years, although he had helped, most of it was Mo Lingyuan's own effort. He felt like he hadn't really contributed much. He became frustrated. "I'm really useless. What does Mo Lingyuan like about me? It couldn't be just gratitude, could it?" Once this thought emerged, it couldn't be suppressed. Maybe that guy was just trying to repay kindness. That's why he offered himself. Isn't that how it always happens in TV shows? Yemu was thunderstruck. Had that guy mistaken gratitude for love? Yemu's heart was in turmoil. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingyu kept pressing. This Lady Yi must have something special. Otherwise, why would His Majesty be so devoted? Yemu immediately said angrily, "Maybe he's just blind." Seeing his intense reaction, Zhao Mingyu thought he had some grudge against Yemu and decided to make use of this. Then Yemu curiously asked her why the Zhao princess wanted to marry so far away. Zhao Mingyu quickly praised, "The Mo Kingdom's emperor is exceptional. He would be perfect with our princess." Yemu felt uncomfortable hearing this. Even she thought Mo Lingyuan was great? Zhao Mingyu was confused. How could anyone think such an outstanding person wasn't good? Yemu immediately became jealous. What's so good about Mo Lingyuan? He flirts everywhere. Knowing the Zhao princess is in the Forbidden Fleet, he's still there showing off, attracting attention. He unhappily said, "Once you get close to him, you'll know he's not as good as you think." Hearing this, Zhao Mingyu's eyes flashed. This was her chance. She immediately complained pitifully that as an outside official, she had no chance to get close to His Majesty. Yemu, being loyal, voluntarily offered to take her to see the emperor. Zhao Mingyu was secretly delighted. If she could meet Mo Lingyuan alone just once, she was confident she could make him change his mind. Indeed, no one stopped them along the way, and they smoothly arrived at the Imperial study. Looking at the magnificent palace and its exquisite decorations, Zhao Mingyu marveled inwardly. Currently, the Mo Kingdom was rapidly advancing with unprecedented goods. Items like glass and paper were developing at an incredible pace. At this rate, even without treasure, the Mo Kingdom would have the power to absorb other countries. By now, they had arrived at the study door. Yemu didn't want to see Mo Lingyuan now, so he immediately let Zhao Mingyu go in alone. He kindly comforted her. "Don't be nervous. As long as you don't anger him, he won't do anything to you." But inside, he thought if she dared to go in alone, it would prove this princess was fearless. When someone isn't afraid of death, it's usually not because of love at first sight, but because they have ulterior motives. Zhao Mingyu pushed the door open directly. She had to see Mo Lingyuan. After all, since he wanted the map section, he certainly wouldn't do anything to her. Mo Lingyuan, who was reviewing memorials, heard the movement and looked up vigilantly at her. When he heard Zhao Mingyu say the princess brought her, Mo Lingyuan immediately understood. It must be that little Yemu's trick. He really couldn't stay calm. Could this test be any more obvious? But caring meant he had feelings for him. Mo Lingyuan's mood improved greatly, and he directly asked Zhao Mingyu what she wanted. Zhao Mingyu suddenly removed her hat. Her black hair cascaded down, revealing her feminine beauty. But Mo Lingyuan had no interest in admiring it and impatiently asked again what she wanted. Zhao Mingyu suddenly fell to her knees with a thud, pleading pitifully, "Please save me, Your Majesty." This distant marriage to Mo Kingdom was forced by the Empress using my mother as leverage. If I don't agree or if the alliance fails, the Empress will make my mother's life worse than death. I know your Majesty's heart belongs only to Lady Yemu. I don't ask for much. I just ask your Majesty to accept me and send me far away. I just want the alliance to succeed and to stay here. Please grant me this, Your Majesty. Zhao Mingyu spoke with tears streaming down, repeatedly kowtowing. Yemu was hiding on the roof at this time, silently watching this scene. Zhao Mingyu had status and beauty, knew her limits and wasn't greedy. She even had a dowry and the map section. He really worried that Mo Lingyuan might be persuaded. Indeed, Mo Lingyuan asked confirmingly, "You mean you just want a place to stay? Just want the alliance to succeed, and don't care about anything else?" Zhao Mingyu sincerely promised that as long as she could stay in Mo Kingdom, she wouldn't ask for anything else, but inside, she was secretly pleased. Once he accepted her, she would nominally be his woman. Eventually, she could make it official. Yemu saw through her problem immediately and felt both jealous and anxious. He worried Mo Lingyuan wouldn't see through it, especially seeing him seriously considering it. Angry enough to curse, "This damn guy, he's not really thinking of agreeing, is he?" But then Mo Lingyuan suddenly gave a light laugh. He said happily, "If that's the case, I will arrange for you to marry a Mo Kingdom official. The alliance will be considered successful." Zhao Mingyu was stunned. He wanted both the map and to avoid accepting her, thinking what a good deal. She immediately wanted to refuse. Mo Lingyuan's face darkened immediately. He questioned coldly, "So you were lying before? Go back quickly. Don't try to play tricks before me. I'm not the Zhao Kingdom's ruler." Zhao Mingyu felt some regret. She seemed to have been too hasty, which made Mo Lingyuan dislike her. She would need to be more careful next time. Mo Lingyuan was secretly laughing. Little Mo must have been spying on him just now. This should have looked quite reliable. Meanwhile, after Zhao Mingyu returned, she reported everything. The Zhao envoy nearly exploded with anger. If Mo Lingyuan insisted on not marrying the princess, their plan couldn't be realized. Zhao Mingyu was also full of anger, blaming the envoy's intelligence for being faulty. Not even knowing about a princess in the Mo Kingdom, the envoy was confused. In the Mo royal family, there was indeed only Mo Lingyuan alone. The only woman by his side was Yemu. Zhao Mingyu was shocked upon hearing this. The person she just met was actually Yemu. Mo Lingyuan was already difficult enough to deal with, and now with such a cunning Yemu added to the mix, she would need to be even more careful going forward. Yemu, hiding on the roof, could barely contain his amusement. He hadn't been wrong. This princess truly had secrets she couldn't reveal. Moreover, he remembered that according to the original story, this princess should have become Zhao's empress. How did she end up as a princess for political marriage instead? This plot change was truly significant. After investigating the situation, Yemu leapt back to his own chambers. As soon as he entered, he saw Mo Lingyuan had been waiting for a while. He immediately started reporting the situation joyfully, not noticing how dirty he was. Mo Lingyuan pulled him over and gently patted the dust off his clothes, watching little Mo return to being clean and tidy. Only then did he show a satisfied smile. However, regarding Zhao Mingyu's intentions, he could guess without asking. Mo Lingyuan held Yemu in his arms and slowly explained Zhao's current situation. Although Zhao Mingyu was a concubine's daughter, under the Zhao king's favor, her status was as high as the prince's. This marriage alliance was her own initiative, and even that otherworldly map was something she asked the Zhao king to find. Yemu fell into deep thought upon hearing this. This meant Mo Lingyuan must have something she wanted, making her willing to give up her status to come for marriage. And the only things more valuable than a princess's status would be Mo Lingyuan's position and the otherworldly map. The Zhao princess had made two backup plans. First was to bewitch Mo Lingyuan and become Mo's empress. Second was to use the complete map to urge Mo Lingyuan to find the treasure. And as the one presenting the treasure, she could easily gain trust. So her goal was the treasure map. Mo Lingyuan praised little Mo's cleverness, but said all these matters were less important than having little Mo grow up quickly. Mo Lingyuan carried Yemu directly to the dining table. He placed him on his lap and personally fed him. Yemu was initially blushing with embarrassment, but upon seeing the table full of delicacies, he could only drool. Mo Lingyuan tapped his forehead irritably, saying, "Don't just focus on eating. Later, help me get rid of that princess quickly. I really don't want other women thinking about me." Yemu covered his forehead sulkily. This guy really didn't miss any chance to confess, whether directly or indirectly, though inside he was delighted. Soon, Zhao Mingyu and the Zhao envoy came together. Mo Lingyuan still held Yemu in his arms, though Yemu felt embarrassed. He could only maintain an elegant smile in front of others. Zhao Mingyu frowned at the sight. This casual display was clearly meant for her to see. What were they trying to do? Mo Lingyuan invited them both to dine, but he only focused on picking food to feed Yemu. Wearing an indulgent smile, Yemu was stunned at this. Then he obediently opened his mouth to accept the food. After all, Mo Lingyuan had said he didn't want this woman thinking about him, so he might as well reluctantly help act it out. So he began acting cute and coquettish, asking for fish one moment and ribs the next. Mo Lingyuan good-naturedly helped remove bones and cartilage. Zhao Mingyu, left aside, was fuming with anger. Had Mo Lingyuan called them over just to show off their affection? Yemu also felt very awkward, almost dying from the mushiness. He immediately warned Mo Lingyuan with his eyes that enough was enough, but Mo Lingyuan just handed him a bowl of soup, righteously demanding to be fed. Yemu was instantly stunned. This was too shameless. How had he gotten addicted to flirting? But in front of others, he could only maintain a forced smile and obediently feed him, though inwardly thinking, I hope you choke. Looking at such an obedient Mo Lingyuan, Zhao Mingyu's heart fluttered. She suddenly felt deeply jealous. This Yemu was nothing special, just someone who happened to appear earlier and spent more years with him. Mo Lingyuan saw her expression and immediately felt somewhat displeased. He immediately had someone bring several boxes of gold, silver, and jewels, telling them to end things with Jin Yishi, considering these items as compensation. Then he carried Yemu away, not even sparing a glance at Zhao Mingyu. Sure enough, the next day, the Zhao envoy couldn't hold back anymore. They directly presented a piece of the map, only asking that Zhao Mingyu be allowed to choose her own husband in Mo country. Mo Lingyuan finally completed the otherworldly map and immediately brought it assembled to Yemu. He took his hand and pressed it onto the map. Yemu was suddenly shocked. Was he going back to modern times right now? He hadn't even had the chance to say anything. The otherworldly map was finally complete. The young emperor pressed his beloved spouse's hand onto it. This was what his spouse had been searching for many years. Yemu was startled. He hadn't had the chance to say anything yet. If he returned to modern times like this, he'd never have the chance to see Mo Lingyuan again. Yemu closed his eyes in despair. But strangely, after waiting for a long time, the map showed no reaction at all. Yemu was stunned. Could it be that voice had deceived him? Would he never be able to return? Mo Lingyuan observed this. His face darkened. So this otherworldly map was indeed his way back. But now Yemu was nearly going crazy. If he couldn't return even with the map, then all his persistence and efforts seemed like a joke. Why couldn't he go back? What would it take to return? Mo Lingyuan grabbed his shoulders sympathetically, gently comforting little Mo. Don't be afraid. This otherworldly map is fake, so naturally you can't return. Think about it. Zhao knew I only needed the last piece of the map. Even if they found it, how could they give it to me so easily? Though this map looks complete on the surface, many parts are actually wrong. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He had thought he needed to achieve something for him to return, but never expected the key was this map. Yemu felt guilty. He had deliberately kept quiet, fearing that if he knew, he would destroy the map immediately. Mo Lingyuan had to admit he would indeed do that. Seeing Yemu's sad expression, he couldn't bear to pressure him further. He could only awkwardly change the subject to business matters. He deliberately made this fake map to wait for Zhao Mingyu to steal it. And though this map was fake, the edges of the map could still align with other maps. This alone proved that the real otherworldly map must be in Zhao's possession. Yemu fell into deep thought. Zhao Mingyu seemed stubborn. Force might not be the best solution. Unexpectedly, Mo Lingyuan suddenly cupped his face and said passionately, "Little Mo, let's have our wedding. If one day you really must return and I can't stop you, I hope that at least before you leave, you will have accepted me." Hearing this, Yemu's heart ached. This was too unfair to him. Mo Lingyuan smiled bitterly and humbly. He didn't care about fairness, he just wanted little Mo to agree. This was his selfish wish. Yemu was caught in painful struggle, trembling with difficulty. Just then, Zhao Mingyu suddenly requested an audience, interrupting their conversation. As soon as she arrived, Zhao Mingyu asked to see the map. Mo Lingyuan cursed inwardly but outwardly pretended to be reluctant. Zhao Mingyu quickly explained that she had learned detection techniques from a feng shui master in her childhood and might be able to help. Moreover, she had heard that where the empire's treasure was buried, there was a dragon vein, and she might be able to point it out. Mo Lingyuan saw that she came prepared and pretended to be convinced, going along with letting her look at the map. Zhao Mingyu immediately walked over quickly. She focused intently on the map section, Seeing how carefully she was looking, Yemu guessed she had photographic memory and was trying to memorize the map. Unexpectedly, Zhao Mingyu made a shocking statement, directly saying the map was fake. Yemu and Mo Lingyuan were startled, unsure if she was testing them or had actually noticed something. They pretended to be skeptical, saying that except for the piece she brought, every fragment had an extraordinary origin and couldn't be fake. Zhao Mingyu immediately pointed out where the mountain ranges were disconnected on the map. Mo Lingyuan feigned uncertainty, saying he would invite a feng shui master for careful inspection. Only then did Zhao Mingyu show a satisfied smile and proudly leave. Mo Lingyuan and Yemu exchanged glances, both thinking Zhao Mingyu was quite extraordinary. Her actions were meant to raise Mo Lingyuan's suspicions and delay his treasure hunt, buying more time for Zhao. However, once Mo Lingyuan discovered her map was fake, she might not escape death. They wondered what rewards the Zhao Emperor had promised to make her take such risks. Yemu immediately guessed it was the throne, since according to the original story, Zhao Mingyu eventually became the Empress of Zhao. Hearing Yemu's account of the original plot, Mo Lingyuan was amazed. He never imagined he would achieve such greatness, but he worried that if he wasn't that legendary emperor from the book, would little Mo be disappointed. Yemu smiled and comforted him, saying Mo Lingyuan was far better than what was written in the book. But Mo Lingyuan felt bitter, knowing that no matter how excellent he was, Yemu would eventually return to modern times. Yet he couldn't stop Yemu from saving his father. Mo Lingyuan sadly embraced Yemu. He finally understood why in the original story, he died in his 40s after unifying the Central Plains. Without little Mo, even conquering the world would be meaningless. Dying young was a natural ending. Yemu trembled with distress, never imagining this was the reason behind the original story's plot. He could no longer deceive himself. He had already fallen for Mo Lingyuan. Seeing him so upset, Mo Lingyuan felt a hint of greed rising in his heart. If obtaining the otherworldly map meant being able to travel back and forth, then if he never let him get the map, wouldn't that mean he couldn't return? Suddenly, Mo Lingyuan had a revelation. Little Mo just said getting the map meant being able to travel back and forth, meaning he would return to the exact moment he came from. Yemu nodded uncertainly, explaining it had to be that specific moment when his father needed surgery, otherwise he wouldn't be so anxious. Unexpectedly, Mo Lingyuan burst into laughter, seeming almost maniacal. Yemu was confused and worried he might have gone mad. Mo Lingyuan grabbed his shoulders excitedly, saying he knew there would be a perfect solution. Heaven wouldn't take him away so easily. You can spend a lifetime with me, and when we're both old, use the map to return. You'll still go back to exactly when you want to. Yemu suddenly understood. No matter when he got the map, he would return to that same moment. Mo Lingyuan hugged him tightly, laughing breathlessly. Little Mo was truly heaven's gift to him. He could finally stay with him for life. However, the next day, Zhao Mingyu approached Yemu, wanting to take him out of the palace. Yemu knew she had already copied the map but was frustrated by Mo Lingyuan's strict guards preventing her from sending the map and message out. He was about to refuse, but then she mentioned wanting to take him to see the Lantern Festival. Yemu couldn't help but think of the silent monk, who had passed away 2 years ago. He agreed immediately, wanting to buy a glass lantern to burn at the silent monk's cenotaph. But while he was buying the lantern, sudden shouts erupted as people discussed a woman being kidnapped in broad daylight. Yemu realized Zhao Mingyu was gone. After leaving the palace, he had been secretly leaving markers along the way. Now there was finally action. Yemu immediately gathered the secret guards, having them search dramatically. Now everyone knew the Zhao princess had been kidnapped. Unable to leave with her contacts, Zhao Mingyu could only hand over the otherworldly map to them, asking them to deliver it to her father immediately. After the men in black left, she immediately pulled out her hairpin and stabbed it into her arm, planning to use self-inflicted injuries as a cover. Then she stumbled into Yemu's arms, frantically claiming someone had tried to assault her, and she barely escaped after fighting desperately. Hearing this, Yemu's expression was complex. This princess was quite the actress, but he had no choice but to carry her back. Zhao Mingyu weakly begged to speak with Mo Lingyuan alone. Yemu and Mo Lingyuan exchanged glances, and Yemu tactfully left, curious to see what other tricks Zhao Mingyu had planned. Sure enough, Zhao Mingyu cried pitifully, saying she nearly lost her honor to Mo country's men and couldn't face anyone anymore. Mo Lingyuan coldly sneered. You obtained the map and immediately insisted on leaving the palace with Moer. Did you think I couldn't see through your intentions? Do you take me for your father, thinking you can manipulate and provoke me at will? Zhao Mingyu was startled and quickly explained she had done nothing to harm Mo country. Mo Lingyuan immediately threatened. If Zhao finds the treasure before me, I guarantee you'll never see Zhao's rise to power. Zhao Mingyu's face instantly turned pale. She frantically grabbed his sleeve, trying to explain, but Mo Lingyuan forcefully shook her off, warning her to behave before turning away. Zhao Mingyu was shocked and frightened. Mo Lingyuan was clearly angry, and staying longer might cost her life. She had to leave quickly. Days later, Zhao Bo sent the princess's dowry, filling the entire palace with gold, silver, and jewels. Yemu was stunned. Mo Lingyuan said, "If you like these, I promise your future dowry will be thousands, tens of thousands times more." Such blatant flirting made Yemu blush, but this time he felt relieved, grateful that Mo Lingyuan never gave up, finally resolving their biggest obstacle. Realizing that if he had left with the otherworldly map, leaving him alone to die young, Yemu felt both guilty and heartbroken. He immediately grabbed his collar and boldly kissed his cheek. Then, while he was still dazed, shyly turned to run away, but not before boldly confessing with a radiant smile, "I just realized, I really like you too. Please take care of me from now on. Little Mo Mo." Mo Lingyuan pulled Yemu into his arms, ecstatically saying, "Little Mo, don't try to run. You must take responsibility for kissing me." Meanwhile, Zhao Mingyu was in dire straits. She had hoped second Prince Zhao Shu would take her back home, but Zhao Shu leered at her, demanding payment in return. He reached to tear at her clothes, and Zhao Mingyu quickly slapped his hand away. She couldn't believe he would be so beastly, attempting to assault his own sister. Zhao Shu smirked, saying, "Your mother has been captured by the hidden forces using dark arts. If you want your mother to live, you'd better behave. I'm leaving tomorrow." Shocked and angry, Zhao Mingyu had to compromise for her mother's life. Zhao Shu immediately carried her to the bed, eagerly pressing down on her. Zhao Mingyu shed tears of pain. With no place left in Mo country, this was her only way back. The next day, Zhao Shu bid farewell to Mo Lingyuan and departed for Zhao with his entourage. Mo Lingyuan immediately spotted Zhao Mingyu disguised among the group, but he pretended not to notice, allowing them to leave. On the return journey, the caravan moved slowly, anxiously. Zhao Mingyu approached Zhao Shu, saying, "If you must travel this slowly, give me a horse and I'll return by myself." Zhao Shu sneered mockingly, "I know father promised you'd become empress if you obtained a piece of the map. Give up. I've already intercepted that map. It's not in father's hands anymore, but in mine." Zhao Mingyu was thunderstruck. He had been toying with her all along. Despite already having the map, he still deceived and violated her. She immediately thrust a knife at him. "You beast! I'll kill you." This woman had been defiled by Brother Qing and robbed of her throne by him. Zhao Mingyu, enraged, stabbed at him, wanting to kill this beast and all the people of Zhao. Zhao Shu easily dodged the fatal blow and mockingly said, "I won't let you return alive anyway. Isn't it normal to taste the goods before death? And you tasted quite good." He ordered his men to surround her while Zhao Mingyu looked for a way to escape. Unexpectedly, Zhao Shu smiled wickedly. "When I told father that if he wanted the map, he'd have to let me kill you, he agreed without hesitation." These devastating words stunned Zhao Mingyu. Her heart turned cold. That her father would treat her this way. What was the point of everything she'd done? It wasn't worth it at all. In her despair, she didn't even notice the sword falling toward her head, just as she was about to be killed. At the critical moment, there was a sharp crack. The descending sword was knocked away. Mo Lingyuan emerged from the woods with his men, smiling. "Prince Zhao, where are you taking Princess Zhao? Weren't we supposed to exchange hostages? Are you going back on your word?" Zhao Shu turned pale with shock. He hurriedly explained his predicament. Zhao Mingyu manipulated her mother to practice dark arts in the palace. "That's why father sent me to take her life." While speaking to buy time, he secretly ordered his men to kill Zhao Mingyu. The guards immediately pinned Zhao Mingyu down. They pulled out a dagger and stabbed down fiercely. At that moment, Yemu suddenly flashed forward, instantly appearing before them. Zhao Mingyu was stunned. Was this person even human? How could they move so fast? Yemu threw a punch. The two guards were sent flying. Zhao Shu was anxious and angry. He immediately ordered his men to surround them. Zhao Mingyu immediately revealed the truth. "I secretly copied the map earlier. Now Zhao Shu wants to silence me and return alone with the otherworldly map." Zhao Shu's face changed dramatically. He gathered all his men to surround them. trying to force Mo Lingyuan to let him return, threatening mutual destruction otherwise. Yemu was furious. This guy dared to threaten Mo Lingyuan? Did he think the world's greatest fighter was just for show? Yemu waved his hand, his powerful internal force instantly overthrowing all the men in black. Zhao Shu turned pale with fear. He hadn't expected this young girl to be so terrifyingly powerful. No wonder Mo Lingyuan stood there so confidently. He had such a powerful weapon. The next second, Mo Lingyuan asked Zhao Mingyu, "How do you want to deal with your brother?" Zhao Shu panicked and threatened tremblingly, "I am a prince of Zhao. If I die, our nations will go to war." Zhao Mingyu gritted her teeth in hatred and said fiercely, "I want him dead. If you help me kill him, I'll give you anything." But Mo Lingyuan only wanted the real map, saying, "You must have seen it, and with your photographic memory, you can reproduce it." Zhao Mingyu was startled, so he had known all along that the map she brought was fake, but she agreed without hesitation. She would do anything to kill Zhao Shu. Yemu received Mo Lingyuan's signal. He immediately charged forward like lightning. In a split second, Zhao Shu was caught and knocked to the ground. Zhao Shu desperately struggled and begged, "Your Majesty, you can't just listen to one side. I really don't have the otherworldly map." But Mo Lingyuan didn't care at all. As long as Zhao Mingyu had what he wanted, that was enough. Zhao Mingyu immediately grabbed a dagger. Ignoring Zhao Shu's crying and begging, she stabbed down fiercely. Such a beast should go to hell. Zhao Shu fell into a pool of blood, lifeless. Blood splattered all over Zhao Mingyu. She broke down sobbing. She could never go back now. Yemu suddenly felt sympathy for her. She hadn't really done anything wrong. They just stood on different sides. Just as she was about to comfort her, she saw Zhao Mingyu wipe away her tears. She fell to her knees with a thud, repeatedly kowtowing with loud thuds. "I will copy the otherworldly map immediately. I only ask your majesty to execute all these Zhao people, including those in the palace. Don't let any of them live." Yemu was stunned. The future empress of Zhao wanted to kill all her people, but Mo Lingyuan immediately understood. She wanted to return to Zhao. Zhao Mingyu silently nodded. If anyone reported these events back to Zhao, she would be charged with treason upon return. If these people all died, even if someone suspected, there would be no evidence. Mo Lingyuan immediately ordered, "Kill all Zhao people except the princess." What followed was a brutal massacre. Screams filled the air, but Zhao Mingyu felt no sympathy. Before, these people would have watched her die without batting an eye. Better they all disappear. Throughout it all, Mo Lingyuan held Yemu tightly in his arms, carefully covering her ears and eyes. Because Yemu used to be unable to see blood, and though she was better now, he still instinctively worried. Zhao Mingyu watched this. She felt both envious and confused. Though Yemu was like an executioner, why did Mo Lingyuan still act so protective? Couldn't he see how powerful Yemu was? After everything was done, Zhao Mingyu fulfilled her promise. She copied the real otherworldly map. The map was finally complete. Yemu curiously leaned in, wanting to look carefully. Mo Lingyuan quickly pushed her head back. "From now on, you must keep your distance from my dragon seal." He nervously put the map into a bamboo tube for safekeeping. This was no joking matter. Suddenly, Yemu felt playful. She snatched the bamboo tube away. Mo Lingyuan anxiously chased after her. Yemu dodged nimbly, refusing to hand it over. Mo Lingyuan's heart was about to jump out of his throat. Did this little one not know what she could and couldn't play with? Mo Lingyuan finally gave up chasing. Instead, he pulled her down onto the dragon throne and kissed her fiercely. Yemu was dazed by the kiss, unconsciously trying to embrace him back. As her hand loosened, the bamboo tube fell to the ground. Mo Lingyuan irritably patted her bottom, threatening fiercely, "If you keep making trouble, don't blame me for eating you alive." Yemu's face instantly turned bright red, her scream echoing through the entire palace. The next day, Yemu bid farewell to Zhao Mingyu. She gave her a dagger as a gift. They had become friends through their conflict. Zhao Mingyu immediately gave a gift in return, but they didn't know the explosive effects this gift would have. That night, Mo Lingyuan felt hot all over. He couldn't help tearing at his clothes, but the heat wouldn't dissipate. His heart especially yearned for little Mo. At this time, Yemu had just finished bathing and was humming a tune as she entered the royal bedchamber. But she found the room pitch black, with Mo Lingyuan already lying in bed. He was tightly wrapped in blankets and wouldn't respond to Yemu's calls. She couldn't help wanting to lift the blanket to check on him. Unexpectedly, Mo Lingyuan suddenly sat up. He pulled her over and pinned her beneath him. Yemu was startled. She quickly tried to push him away but found his body burning hot. Her heart jumped in alarm. Was he having a fever? She immediately touched his forehead, but its temperature was normal. What was going on? Mo Lingyuan's face was flushed red as he panted heavily, angrily shouting, "This is all because you carelessly lit that incense." Yemu was confused. The incense was from Zhao Mingyu, and workers had checked it to confirm it wasn't. Mo Lingyuan was furious. It's dream fennel incense, Zhao's most famous aphrodisiac incense. Only this silly girl would foolishly light it directly. Mo Lingyuan had inhaled too much and was losing control. He immediately cupped Yemu's face and kissed her fiercely. His hot breath fell on her nose tip. Yemu's face turned bright red from the kiss, inwardly wailing, "I don't want to reveal myself at this time." But as the dream fennel incense continued to spread through the room, Yemu was also affected. They rolled together in an embrace, gradually becoming lost in the moment. Just as things were about to progress further, Mo Lingyuan suddenly came to his senses and jumped away. He turned his back, not daring to look at Yemu, fearing his desires would surge again. He always remembered how Yemu said she was still young, so he wouldn't force himself on her at this time. Mo Lingyuan was burning up all over and irritably urged Yemu to leave quickly. Yemu clutched her scattered clothes, stunned for a moment before reacting. She quickly jumped up and fled with pattering steps. In her heart, she cursed Zhao Mingyu. "You troublemaker, better not come back, or I'll make you taste this feeling yourself." However, she was grateful for Mo Lingyuan's self-control, or tonight would have been disastrous. Yemu was still worried he wouldn't get through it. She quickly ordered people to prepare water and clothes to send to Mo Lingyuan later. Early the next morning, Mo Lingyuan went to the royal study to discuss the map with his ministers. Yemu worriedly hid in the rafters, secretly checking on his condition. Mo Lingyuan's brows were furrowed, his face dark, looking like he might explode at any moment. Clearly, he hadn't slept well either. Sure enough, Mo Lingyuan quickly lost patience. These were all geography scholars, yet none could determine what place was shown on the otherworldly map. The ministers were troubled. There were no text markers or routes on it, making it impossible to identify. Actually, Yemu sympathized with them. This map section looked like a simple landscape sketch. Finding such a place would be truly difficult. Perhaps they shouldn't just look for geography experts but also feng shui masters. Mo Lingyuan immediately looked up. Only then did Yemu realize she had accidentally spoken aloud. She immediately flipped down from her hiding place. Mo Lingyuan dismissed everyone. Then he looked at her disapprovingly. "Didn't I say not to go near the otherworldly map?" Yemu gave a sheepish laugh. She quickly got to the point. From an aerial view, this otherworldly map showed two clearly connected mountain ranges. Perhaps the treasure was hidden in a feng shui treasure spot. They should invite some feng shui masters to take a look, which might give them some clues. However, the map couldn't be shared publicly, and truly skilled feng shui masters were rare. Mo Lingyuan worried that mixed among them would be imposters who might take advantage of the situation. Yemu immediately suggested issuing an imperial decree to recruit geomancers from across the land. There would surely be multiple respondents, and they could evaluate each other. Eventually, the superior and inferior ones would become apparent. Mo Lingyuan immediately ordered the imperial decree to be posted. Within a few days, feng shui masters from across the land had gathered. Mo Lingyuan and Yemu sat in the high seats, observing everyone's performance. The first to step forward was Lin Jizhao, a young man who appeared to be less than 20 years old. He claimed to be exceptionally skilled in both celestial phenomena and dragon vein detection. The other feng shui masters showed disdain. How dare this youngster boast so much at his age? But Lin Jizhao, confident in his experience, retorted sharply, with an arrogant and proud demeanor. This caused the elderly feng shui master's blood pressure to rise. Yemu laughed at the scene but realized this arguing wouldn't solve anything. She immediately suggested having everyone read her palm and face. Each person would come forward to read her fortune and share their interpretation. This would test their abilities, and they could speak freely without fear of consequences. However, in the next moment, Yemu ominously warned that they must tell the truth, and those who fabricated would face death. Everyone was speechless. Why even bother looking? As the emperor's beloved, her fortune must naturally be excellent. So each person came forward with flattering words, eloquently praising Yemu's good fortune and claiming she was blessed with both wealth and honor. Yemu and Mo Lingyuan exchanged helpless glances. Though the words were pleasant to hear, These masters were all saying essentially the same thing, obviously just flattering them. Then Lin Jijiao stepped forward, behaving completely differently from the others. He directly refused to read Yemu's fortune. Yemu thought he might be incapable and was about to help smooth things over. But Lin Jijiao smiled and said his master taught that there were 3 types of people whose fortunes couldn't be read. First, nobles and officials. Second, those who had changed their fate. Yemu's heart jumped. Had he discovered she was one who had changed her fate? But then Lin Jijiao suddenly said, Lady Yi, you are the 3rd type, one who is about to die. The dark-hearted young emperor was angry that someone dared say his beloved was destined to die. Mo Lingyuan exploded in rage, ordering him to be dragged out and beheaded publicly. But Lin Jijiao remained unperturbed, smilingly advising him not to act rashly. He said the emperor originally had the face of a wise ruler, but now without eye bags, showed signs of a tyrant, which wasn't good in the long run. Mo Lingyuan raged, then I'll be a tyrant. Execute them all. They dare curse my little Mo. So they should die first. Everyone fell to their knees begging for mercy, secretly cursing Lin Jijiao for bringing death upon them all. Yemu quickly grabbed Mo Lingyuan's hand, urging him to stay calm. In the original plot, the owner of this body had indeed died at this time. What this man saw might have been the original destiny, showing he did have real ability. Mo Lingyuan became anxious and quickly asked if she was in danger now. Yemu smiled reassuringly, telling him not to worry as she had already changed her fate and would be fine. Then she had Lin Jijiao stay while dismissing everyone else from the palace. The feng shui masters, grateful to escape with their lives, quickly departed, leaving only Lin Jijiao. Mo Lingyuan didn't want to see this person who had cursed his little Mo, but didn't want to disappoint her either. He could only turn his head away angrily, refusing to look at him. Yemu hadn't noticed his angry departure and instructed the guards to thoroughly investigate Lin Jijiao before sending him to the royal study. When she returned to the royal study, she found Mo Lingyuan sitting there sulking. Yemu amusedly consoled him. Why worry? This body is mine now. I'll be fine. Mo Lingyuan anxiously asked about the original plot and why she would have died, thinking they could avoid those circumstances to ensure her safety. Yemu gave a dry laugh and hesitated to speak, saying only that those things weren't important. Mo Lingyuan's heart sank. Could it be related to him? This thought wasn't unreasonable. If Yemu had still tortured and abused him as in his youth, he certainly wouldn't have spared her. Mo Lingyuan's face darkened as he desperately asked how he had killed her in the original plot. Yemu couldn't resist his insistence. She had to reveal that she was fed to his tiger. Mo Lingyuan immediately thought of the tiger in his royal menagerie. Perhaps he should kill it after all. Yemu guessed his thoughts and said to spare the poor tiger. With her strength, even 10 tigers couldn't touch her. But Mo Lingyuan was still uneasy. He quickly pulled her onto his lap and anxiously asked if she would be safe this time. Yemu confidently assured him that fate could be changed. She had already altered many destinies and asked him to trust her. Besides, she was the greatest martial artist, and he was the world's smartest emperor. Together, they were invincible. What could go wrong? But Mo Lingyuan remained worried. The phrase, destined to die, haunted him like a curse, making him constantly fear losing his little Mo. Mo Lingyuan curled up in Yemu's arms like a puppy, showing his vulnerable side for the first time. He wished he could shrink her and keep her in his arms, fearing she might disappear at any moment. Yemu laughed, asking who would bear his children if she became small. Mo Lingyuan pouted childishly, asking why she couldn't be big when needed and small at other times. By then, Lin Jijiao had passed the background check and was brought in. Upon seeing him, Mo Lingyuan became angry and refused to speak to him. Frowning, Yemu had to take the lead and asked why he had come to the palace. Lin Jijiao smiled and said, "Wasn't it agreed that I'd become Imperial advisor after completing His Majesty's task?" Mo Lingyuan snorted coldly, determined never to make this man Imperial advisor. Yemu was surprised. Weren't talented people supposed to be indifferent to fame and fortune? Lin Jijiao frankly explained how hard life was wandering the Zhonghu, and being Imperial advisor would bring prestige. Though skilled and able to earn money, he had many enemies, and this position would protect him. Mo Lingyuan scoffed, thinking that with his character, the risk of revenge seekers would remain high even in the palace. Yemu brought up the earlier matter, asking if he had truly seen something about her impending death. Lin Jijiao suddenly said he noticed signs of change in her. but insisted she was truly near death. Mo Lingyuan exploded in rage, ordering him to be dragged out and executed by Lingqi. Yemu quickly calmed him, saying they could kill him later if he lied. If he spoke truth, he might have a solution since he could see the problem. She asked him to stay calm for her safety. Yemu finally managed to settle him down. Mo Lingyuan took several deep breaths to suppress his killing intent. He warned angrily that he never wanted to hear the word death from his mouth again. Lin Jijiao quickly covered his mouth, promising to watch his words. Yemu felt a headache coming on and asked if there was a way to break the fate. Lin Jijiao smiled and said yes, someone could change her fate to save her. But though he knew many things, fate changing was too advanced for him. Mo Lingyuan's brief joy instantly turned to anger. Yemu quickly tried to calm him. Lin Jijiao continued boasting, "I'm best at geomancy. I suspect your majesty hired feng shui masters not to repair the imperial tomb, but to find something." Mo Lingyuan and Yemu exchanged glances, surprised he could see through their intentions. He seemed to have real skill. They decided to ask him about the map first. Being the world's strongest martial artist, they weren't worried about any tricks. Mo Lingyuan obediently went to get the map. As he opened the drawer to take it, he alertly looked back at Yemu. Catching her trying to peek, she had to step back several paces before he was satisfied. The map was slowly unfolded on the dragon table. Yemu obediently stood 3 meters away, not daring to approach. Surprisingly, Lin Jijiao recognized it as the Yi Jia map with just one glance. He even pointed out the dragon vein's location, though the map was rough and they'd need to search on site. Afterward, Yemu was tasked with watching Lin Jijiao. Unexpectedly, Lin Jijiao told her fate couldn't be changed and she would die soon. It turned out Lin Jijiao had a strange gift since childhood. He could see people's auras. Gray auras meant death was near. He hadn't known about this ability at first, thinking the gray shadows were his imagination, but experiments proved it real. His eyes had never been wrong. Yemu was surprised. He was like an ancient psychic, but Yemu wasn't afraid. That was the original fate. Since arriving in this world, she'd changed many destinies. If fate could be changed, there was nothing to fear. But Lin Jijiao asked, "Haven't you heard different paths? Same destination. Think carefully. Did you really change those people's endings?" Yemu froze, forced to seriously reconsider. In the original plot, Yi Li committed suicide after defeat. In reality, Yi Li passed on his skills and died before her. The book didn't detail Wu Sheng's ending, so changes were unclear. But after the Empress Dowager's death, he still practiced in the temple, just like the original plot. Yemu began trembling. Had she changed the plot, or had nothing really changed? Lin Jijiao sighed dejectedly. He'd seen others try to defy fate before, but they'd only fooled themselves. Yemu suddenly felt passionate and declared confidently, "If you've never seen someone successfully change fate, watch me now. I absolutely won't die as you predict." Lin Jijiao was shocked. She meant to fight heaven itself. No one had ever won against heaven, but Yemu didn't back down. "Because they weren't me. I'll convince His Majesty to take you treasure hunting. Just watch." That night, Yemu told Mo Lingyuan everything and urged him to bring Lin Jijiao. If he could see death auras, he might see the treasure's purple qi. The treasure would be in a feng shui spot gathering qi. Wouldn't someone who could see qi be helpful? But Mo Lingyuan worried. What if he could only see death energy? They had no choice but to proceed. Delays would only bring more problems. They decided to bring another feng shui master as backup. They set out the next day, but they got lost in the forest for 3 whole days. Mo Lingyuan's patience was completely exhausted. The other feng shui master was helpless, only begging forgiveness, while Lin Jijiao remained calm and composed. He suggested splitting into smaller groups, saying too many troops would disrupt the feng shui site's energy. They should split up and go in different directions. This would help break the maze and find the treasure's location faster. Plus, given their large expedition, the treasure's location might already be known to some. They needed to act quickly before other nations arrived, making things more complicated. Mo Lingyuan immediately adopted his suggestion. The next day, he divided the troops into 10 groups. Mo Lingyuan stayed with Yemu, suspecting Lin Jijiao's suggestion was meant to reduce his protection. But Lin was right about one thing. Time was running out, so Mo Lingyuan decided to proceed cautiously. Soon the troops stopped at a fork in the road. The old feng shui master suggested south, while Lin Jijiao insisted on west. As they argued, Lin Jijiao again suggested splitting up. Mo Lingyuan and Yemu exchanged glances. Now certain he was trying to separate them, there might be an ambush ahead. But having come this far, they needed to uncover the truth. Whether it was a trap or treasure, so they decided to split up. If no clues were found, they'd meet at the highest mountain. Fireworks would signal if anyone found something. Worried about Lin Jijiao's tricks, Mo Lingyuan decided to take him along, but Yemu, confident in her martial arts, insisted on going with Lin Jijiao instead. She coaxed and promised Mo Lingyuan until he finally agreed, but heavy rain started that day. Yemu had to take shelter in a cave. She worried the trail markers left for Mo Lingyuan would wash away. Lin Jijiao offered his wine flask to ward off the cold. Yemu refused without hesitation and advised him not to drink either. Lin Jijiao didn't insist and drank heavily himself. Fortunately, the rain stopped the next day. Under Lin Jijiao's guidance, they reached the meeting mountain earlier than planned. Suddenly, Lin Jijiao pointed in one direction. A huge door appeared, half hidden in the forest. Yemu was shocked. Could this really be the treasure entrance? Had they found it so easily? The soldiers quickly cleared the entrance. A putrid smell came from inside. Wary of traps, Yemu ordered the soldiers to stay above while she went down with Lin Jijiao. Lin Jijiao panicked and refused to go down. Yemu ignored his protests and dragged him down with her. The cave was pitch black and eerie, full of skeletons and mummies. Lin Jijiao trembled, clinging to Yemu and crying about the darkness. Afraid of ghosts, Yemu lit a torch and examined the cave steps. Suddenly, a rumbling sound approached from behind. Yemu was startled. No, we must have triggered a trap. Before she could finish warning about rolling stones, someone pushed her hard. Giant iron bars crashed down from above. The gentle wife was now trapped. The great tyrant had been led away. A traitor lurked nearby. Yemu was furious. This person had betrayed her kindness. Just as they entered the cave, they heard a thunderous rumbling sound. A huge stone ball came rolling towards them. Without hesitation, Yemu turned and ran. Lin Jijiao followed behind, stumbling and crying in terror. The rolling stone was about to crush them. Yemu quickly pulled him aside. They lunged to the side, narrowly escaping death. Watching the stone roll away, they finally caught their breath. Yemu looked around and realized this place was completely different from the map. Lin Jijiao said irritably, "Maybe the map deceived you. Who would leave a map after hiding treasure?" Yemu wasn't fooled. He had long suspected this wasn't the treasure site. He'd been lured down here so they could trap Mo Lingyuan too. Or perhaps traps were set for him elsewhere. Lin Jijiao froze. "If you suspected me from the start, why did you come down?" Yemu sighed helplessly. "Though I doubted you, I still hoped you were telling the truth, but you've disappointed me." Lin Jijiao snapped in anger. "You're just too arrogant. You think your martial arts make you invincible? You'll be trapped here forever. I won't stay to keep you company." He punched the wall, triggering the mechanism. Iron bars fell from above, separating him from Yemu. Lin Jijiao opened a stone door, gloating before leaving. "The trap was set when you entered. There are over 300 tunnels down here, constantly changing. Enjoy your slow death in this maze. Maybe Mo Lingyuan will come save you." Yemu replied sarcastically. "If it's that complicated, are you sure you can get out through that door?" Lin Jijiao was stunned, then angrily snorted, "Don't try to trick me." Then he turned and left. After watching him leave, Yemu sighed. "How could these bars possibly stop me?" He kicked the bars, instantly shattering them to dust. Following the map he'd seen earlier, Yemu continued deeper inside, worried about getting lost. He chose to move in a straight line. When he met walls, he simply punched through them. With his overwhelming strength, he advanced unstoppably. The entire cave shook from his violent demolition, with rocks falling everywhere. When Lin Jijiao tried following the map, he found the path blocked by collapsed rocks. Worse still, he heard rumbling behind him and turned pale with fear. He ran frantically as another rolling stone approached, but in his panic, he suddenly tripped on rocks. Before he could stand, the stone bore down on him, about to be crushed. Lin Jijiao panicked. After struggling so long, he was still going to die. He didn't want to die. At the critical moment, Yemu suddenly appeared. With a bang, he stopped the rolling stone with his bare hands. Using all his strength, he managed to halt it. Looking at the trembling figure curled up on the ground, Yemu joked while catching his breath, "Your expression is quite interesting. Closing your eyes because you thought you were done for?" Lin Jijiao was shocked, unable to believe he had saved him. Yemu angrily shouted, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and get some rocks to hold this boulder. I'm running out of strength." But Lin Jijiao hesitated. If the boulder could keep occupying Yemu, he might be able to escape, so he suddenly got up and stumbled away. Yemu was furious at such ingratitude. If he hadn't seen the incomplete map in the stone chamber earlier, he wouldn't have bothered saving this ungrateful wretch. But first, he needed to deal with this boulder, then catch him again. Meanwhile, Lin Jijiao reached a bridge. He had covered half the distance. If he could cross and destroy the bridge, Yemu would never catch him. But this suspension bridge was ancient. It creaked and swayed as soon as Lin Jijiao stepped on it. His legs trembled with fear. Just then, he saw a woman in white sitting with her back turned. Not far ahead, Lin Jijiao's scalp tingled with fear. When had she appeared? She wasn't there before. Cold sweat poured down as he stood frozen in place. Suddenly, the woman's head began to turn slowly. A mummified face turned toward him, opening its mouth with an eerie clicking sound. Lin Jijiao was terrified out of his wits. He screamed and ran back, but his legs gave way. He fell through a gap between the bridge planks, about to be smashed to pieces below. Yemu suddenly appeared on the bridge and grabbed his wrist. He said disapprovingly, "You can't even cross a bridge without falling. Are you in such a hurry to die?" Lin Jijiao was stunned. He had saved him again. Yemu's voice brought him back to reality. "I'll pull you up. Then grab the chains and climb yourself. Understand?" But Lin Jijiao shook his head frantically, crying, "Can't go up there. There's a ghost." Yemu was speechless. How could someone so cowardly have dared to run earlier? He pulled him up in one motion, telling him to hold onto the bridge planks. Then he crossed the bridge first. After he left, Lin Jijiao couldn't hear him anymore, and his calls went unanswered. He struggled to climb back onto the bridge, wondering if Yemu had been frightened by the ghost. Just as he peeked up, a mummified head suddenly appeared, wailing, "I died so horribly." Lin Jijiao was scared witless and fell straight down, but a hand caught his collar and swung him up. Yemu put aside the mummy head. He laughed heartily. "Such a coward. How did you dare to abandon me earlier?" Lin Jijiao was embarrassed and angry. "Don't you know scaring people like that could kill them?" Yemu demanded authoritatively. "You'd better tell me who you really are." Lin Jijiao sighed helplessly and decided to tell the truth. He crouched before the remains, speaking sadly about his background. He was actually the brother of the empire's last emperor, great-grandson of Prince Jane. Strictly speaking, he carried the true royal bloodline. Lin Jijiao wept inconsolably before the remains. Years ago, when his father forced his mother to search for treasure to restore the royal family, he had been powerless to save her. He was a useless son. Yemu felt sympathetic. He took a piece of cloth from the mummy and told him to wrap his mother's remains, so they could give her a proper burial later. The two carried the remains as they walked out. Yemu was worried. Was he still working for his father? Did Prince Jing want to become emperor and send him to deceive Mo Linyuan? But Lin Jijiao explained he had cut ties with his father long ago. The Yan people had found him. They wanted Yemu dead and blame it on Zhao, triggering a war between Mo and Zhao. Yemu frowned deeply, surprised by such a conspiracy. Just then, singing echoed through the cave. Lin Jijiao's eyes widened. It was his mother's voice. He was about to run toward the singing, but Yemu quickly stopped him. His mother's remains were still in his arms. This must be some recorded echo playing tricks. They couldn't fall for such traps. But Lin Jijiao wouldn't listen. He broke free and ran ahead. Yemu quickly chased after him. They found themselves facing a vast underground swamp. Lin Jijiao was already trapped in the middle, looking at him helplessly while sinking deeper and deeper. Yemu shouted, "Don't move. I can save you." Lin Jijiao gave a bitter laugh. "It's useless. I can't escape. Thank you for saving me several times. Perhaps I'll rest here eternally with my mother." Yemu grew anxious, telling him to stop talking nonsense and follow instructions. First, Yemu told him to throw over the remains, then to lie back slowly and gently. While following orders, Lin Jijiao left his last wishes: "If I die, please bury me with my mother." Yemu was exasperated. "Your mother wouldn't want such a pessimistic son. If you dare die now, I'll make sure you're not buried together." Lin Jijiao suddenly realized something. If his mother were alive, she would encourage him to live. Perhaps his ability to see death was her gift to help him avoid danger. He wondered why Yemu kept helping him despite his previous betrayals. Yemu rolled his eyes. "The map is still in your head. To get out quickly, I have no choice but to save you." Lin Jijiao laughed. "Very well. I promise I'll lead you out of here." Following Yemu's instructions, he slowly paddled to shore. Yemu removed his belt and threw it like a rope, finally pulling Lin Jijiao to safety. Yemu said proudly, "See? I told you I could save you. Fate can be changed." But after all this effort, his inner strength was depleted. Now he had to rely on Lin Jijiao to lead the way. Finally, they reached an underground lake. Yemu was delighted. Underground water meant flowing water. They could escape by diving in, but Lin Jijiao admitted embarrassedly that he couldn't swim. Yemu confidently promised to teach him. Lin Jijiao obediently took a deep breath as instructed. Suddenly, Yemu grabbed him and jumped into the lake, leaving him completely stunned. They drifted with the rapid current for a while, finally grabbing a vine and climbing out. They collapsed on the ground, relieved to be alive. Just then, Yemu exclaimed in surprise, pointing upward. Before them were two endless mountain ranges, exactly like those drawn on the otherworldly map. By chance, they had found the treasure. Perhaps it was destiny. And Yemu truly was the destined noble one under the purple star. But darkness was gradually falling. Lin Jijiao was soaking wet, shivering in the cold wind. Yemu kept encouraging him not to give up. They'll come rescue us. Just hold on a little longer. He had just gathered some inner strength. He immediately used his energy to help Lin Jijiao ward off the cold. Lin Jijiao's face turned red with embarrassment, his heart beating rapidly. He realized he had fallen for Yemu, but knew he was someone he could never have. Lin Jijiao could only silently confess this to his mother in his heart. Looking at Yemu's bright smile and hopeful, sunny face, Lin Jijiao suddenly felt that dying together with him today wouldn't leave him with any regrets. Just then, bursts of brilliant fireworks exploded in the sky. Yemu suddenly looked up. Mo Linyuan appeared amidst the fireworks. He gracefully leapt down. Yemu jumped up excitedly, joyfully shouting that Mo Linyuan had come to save him. He immediately flew towards him, landing in Mo Linyuan's open arms. They had thought they could quickly find the treasure using the map, but when they returned to camp, they found all the soldiers unconscious. The wolf cub raised by that evil woman has finally returned, interrupting a good brother's moment with his beloved. The great tyrant was furious. Why was it so hard to get a moment alone with his love? Since that evening, when Mo Linyuan found Yemu, he had immediately jumped down from the cliff, coming near Yemu, extending his arms for him to jump down. But Yemu grabbed a vine and handed it to Lin Jijiao, telling him to go first. Lin Jijiao stared dumbly at the vine, wondering why he had to go first in such a dangerous situation. Before he could finish speaking, Yemu pushed him down. He was scared half to death. Mo Linyuan stood still with a grieved expression. He wanted to catch his beloved, not this harbinger of doom. Only at the last second before Lin Jijiao would hit the ground did Mo Linyuan reluctantly grab his collar. The next moment, he tossed him aside like garbage. Then Yemu cheered and gracefully leapt down. Mo Linyuan's eyes instantly lit up. He activated his lightness skill and jumped up, catching Yemu in midair, holding him so tight as if wanting to merge their bodies together. Fearfully, he repeatedly urged, "Little Mo, promise me, no more going off alone, no more risks, no more recklessness, and most importantly, no more separating from me. Do you understand?" Yemu hugged him back tightly. He had been scared too. In the cave, he had feared dying and never seeing Mo Linyuan again. Mo Linyuan said emotionally, "Little Mew, let's have our wedding when we return." This time Yemu didn't shy away at all, cheerfully saying, "Yes." Lin Jijiao watched this scene from the side. His smile was melancholic. Mo Linyuan truly loved Yemu so much that no one else had a chance. But as long as Yemu was happy, that was enough. The urgent matter now was to properly bury his mother. Lin Jijiao immediately interrupted them, making this sad request. Yemu followed him, concerned, helping him give his mother a proper burial. Then Lin Jijiao handed him a pouch. Inside was half of the mirror broken off from his mother's necklace. Lin Jijiao smiled smugly. "This isn't just any ordinary keepsake. When I'm hungry later, I'll bring this to ask you for a meal." Yemu promised righteously, patting his chest. "Whenever you return, Mo Kingdom will always have food for you." Then Lin Jijiao made an excuse to use the bathroom, and walked alone deep into the forest. Yemu waited for a long time but didn't see him return. Worried he might be in danger, he hurriedly rushed in to check, but found writing covering the ground not far away. It was Lin Jijiao's farewell letter, saying he wanted to wander and live his own life, but they would meet again someday, and his real name was Qin Zhao. Yemu smiled with relief, happy that he had resolved his inner conflict, then carefully erased the writing, fearing others might discover his whereabouts, then returned to camp alone, sticking out his tongue sheepishly. "I took it upon myself to let him go. You're not mad, are you?" Mo Linyuan gently patted his head. "He's just an insignificant person. How could he compare to my little Mo?" Mo Linyuan suddenly bent down and kissed his cheek. Yemu froze in shock. He quickly looked around. "We're in public. What if someone sees? How inappropriate. Why are you so impatient?" Mo Linyuan complained with a grieved expression. "Of course I'm impatient. You don't know how long you were hidden. How long I've been waiting. Yemu was so embarrassed his head might explode. He quickly told him to be quiet. Stop talking. Mo Lin, Yuan immediately hugged him and returned to camp. He soon coaxed him to sleep, but Mo Linyuan lay awake worried. They were just one day away from the treasure's location. Mo Linyuan was hesitating whether to let Yemu go down there. He feared his little Mo might suddenly disappear. Just then, Yemu suddenly sat up. Mo Linyuan panicked and quickly hid the map, afraid he might touch it and vanish. Yemu couldn't help but laugh, smiling as he comforted him. Don't worry, when I was down there earlier, Lin Jijiao admitted it. He said he lied about me dying. Actually, I'm the type who will live to be 100. Mo Linyuan was both shocked and overjoyed, repeatedly asking, is that true? Yemu pulled him to bed, saying coquettishly, of course it's true. So stop overthinking and let's sleep. I can't sleep well without you. Mo Linyuan's heart melted. He immediately held Yemu tightly in his arms. He was the same. He couldn't sleep without holding his little Mo. The next day they walked with their people for an entire day, finally seeing where the treasure was located. But night had fallen. Mo Linyuan immediately had some people stay to make camp, then led another group to investigate. Along the way, the two were inseparable. Yemu felt he was different from what he had imagined. He had thought he would be an emperor on horseback, decisive, vigorous, wise and martial. Unexpectedly, Yemu stopped halfway through his thought, but Mo Linyuan knew what he wanted to say, that he was cunning, scheming, and always taking advantage of him. Yemu quickly said sweetly, but I wasn't wrong about one thing. I knew you must be very handsome. Now I've seen it's true. And you like me too. It feels like a dream. Mo Linyuan also felt like he was dreaming, especially thinking about returning to get married. He didn't even want the treasure anymore. He just wanted to go back immediately. Just then, blue flames began floating around them. There was also a pungent smell in the air. Yemu quickly warned everyone not to get close. This was caused by a gas leak. The underground mechanism must be broken. They'd have to wait until tomorrow when the smell dissipates to return. So Mo Linyuan had to lead everyone back to camp. That night, as the two were cuddling and kissing, suddenly, screams came from outside. The two jolted awake. They rushed out of the tent to check. They saw countless glowing green eyes in the darkness, too many to count among the trees. The entire forest's wolf pack had arrived. Mo Linyuan immediately shielded Yemu, pointing at the wolf pack. The next second, the wolves howled and charged forward. Yemu and Mo Linyuan fought in perfect coordination, continuously slaying the fierce wolves. But there were too many wolves. As their internal energy gradually depleted, the wolf pack closed in menacingly. But the next moment, the wolves suddenly stopped attacking. They lowered their heads in another direction. Submissively, a familiar figure walked through the wolf pack. It was Yi Shaoling, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. He casually patted Yemu's head, grinning as he said, "Long time no see. Young miss hasn't changed at all. Still so small and cute." Mo Linyuan's jealousy immediately flared up, watching them chat happily, complaining about the emperor bullying him. These people worked him to death, treating him like he wasn't human, leaving no time to meet with Yemu. Yemu also sided with him. No wonder whenever I asked about you, he'd say you were busy with work. This Mo Linyuan is too much. I won't let him send you away again. Mo Linyuan gritted his teeth in anger. He really shouldn't have let Yi Shaoling return. He was too good at stealing attention. Once he appeared, his little Mo couldn't see anyone else. Mo Linyuan immediately kept Yemu by his side. Even when going to dig for treasure, he tied them together with rope. This way, no matter what happened, they wouldn't be separated. Mo Linyuan took the lead, holding Yemu as they jumped down, giving Yi Shaoling no chance to follow. Yi Shaoling almost died laughing. His Majesty's jealousy was too obvious. Entering the cave, Yemu saw the murals on the wall. Yemu and Mo Linyuan led the team into the cave. The air inside was very humid. Water kept dripping from the stones overhead. The soldiers suddenly started shouting about being itchy, scratching themselves non-stop. Yemu's heart sank. He quickly pulled up his sleeve to look. Sure enough, red rashes had appeared on his arms, accompanied by intense itching. He immediately realized the water vapor was poisonous and quickly ordered the troops to stop advancing. Then he tapped the walls looking for hidden passages. Sure enough, he found a hollow wall. Yemu immediately shouted a warning and gathered his internal force to punch it. The wall broke, revealing a passage behind it. Mo Linyuan was stunned. Was this escape method really so crude? He immediately grabbed Yemu's hand, asking worriedly if it hurt. Let your husband handle such things in the future. Yemu's cheeks instantly turned red. We're not even married yet. What nonsense are you saying? Embarrassed, he quickly led the way into the passage. Mo Linyuan laughed heartily. Then he led the troops to follow. But just as they entered the passage, Yemu smelled a strong scent of blood. Worried that Shaoling and the others might be in danger, Mo Linyuan assured him not to worry about Shaoling, saying wolves have special talents and won't easily fall into traps. But the next second, they saw Shaoling collapsed on the ground, clearly bitten by a venomous snake with severe poison in his arm. Yemu anxiously hurried to help expel the poison. Meanwhile, Mo Linyuan went with the guards to check where the poisonous creature came from. They discovered a large door inlaid with hundreds of bright pearls, exactly the treasure they were looking for. However, the pit in front of the door was filled with venomous creatures. They couldn't cross it, even with lightness skills. The distance was too far and there were no footholds. It was impossible. At this moment, Yemu caught up. Seeing so many luminous pearls on the door, his eyes lit up instantly. With such extravagant display, who knows how much treasure lay inside? With his powerful martial arts, he easily leapt over the poisonous pit, landing in front of the great door. He rushed inside eagerly. Mo Linyuan watched anxiously, repeatedly telling him to just take a look and come back, not to take any risks. Yemu smiled and promised to only take a quick look, but when he pushed open the treasury door, he was dazzled by mountains of gold and silver. The treasures here were countless, probably measuring in tons. Yemu was stunned. No wonder in the original story Mo Linyuan could unite the world. With these treasures, Mo Kingdom's wealth far exceeded other nations. Yemu curiously looked around, passing through a fake mountain. Suddenly he saw a female corpse sitting on the gold mountain. The corpse looked lifelike, with a smile on her lips, as if she were still alive. The corpse was tightly holding a medicine bottle, holding it so tight. It must be a rare treasure. Yemu carefully approached, wanting to take a look at it. Unexpectedly, the female corpse howled and lunged at him with claws extended. Her sharp nails slashed Yemu's arm, causing blood to spray. Yemu gritted his teeth in pain, noticing his wound turning green, clearly poisoned. At this moment, the corpse suddenly opened its mouth. A mass of poisonous insects poured out. Yemu was terrified out of his wits. He quickly grabbed the medicine bottle and ran out. Just after crossing the pit, he collapsed, starting to vomit blood profusely. Mo Linyuan was terrified and immediately wanted to hold him and check carefully. Yemu quickly backed away, warning him not to touch. The poison was extremely potent and contagious through contact. Mo Linyuan was shocked and angry, but the poisonous insects were catching up. They had to run out together. Just as they were about to reach the exit, Yemu suddenly stopped. Then with all his remaining strength, he punched the stone wall. The cave instantly collapsed, falling rocks blocking the entrance. Mo Linyuan then noticed a piece of rock falling towards his head. Seeing this, he immediately rushed over and blocked the falling rocks for him. Though his head was bleeding, Mo Linyuan didn't care at all. He immediately ran out with Yemu. The poison in Yemu's body had started spreading, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. His vision began to blur. Too weak to run anymore, he urged Mo Linyuan to leave first. How could Mo Linyuan abandon him? He immediately picked him up in his arms. Yemu struggled desperately, worried about transmitting the deadly poison to him. But Mo Linyuan held him even tighter, saying, "Even if it means death, I won't let you go. You must hold on." Then he quickly carried him back to the camp, and called for all the royal physicians. Yemu gazed at Mo Linyuan reluctantly. This poison was 100 times deadlier than arsenic. He knew he couldn't be saved. He had only held on this long just to see him safe before dying. Soon Yemu fell unconscious. After examination, the royal physicians found the poison had reached his heart. There was no cure. Mo Linyuan was shocked and pale. How could there be no way to save him? Looking at Yemu in despair, he remembered when he was 10, how Yemu had saved him. He had sworn to treat him well for life, but now he had failed to protect him again. The little wolf Yemu raised was so devoted to save his dying poisoned lover. The young emperor decided to exchange his life. He forcefully used his internal energy to dilute the poison into his own body. Mo Linyuan held Yemu, whispering lovingly, "I won't let you die. Sleep peacefully. When you wake up, Everything will be fine. I promise to protect you. And I'll keep that promise. When Yemu woke from his unconsciousness, he was shocked to find Mo Linyuan unconscious. Yemu was both anxious and angry. How can I live alone if you die? What's the point of exchanging lives? Shaolin quickly told him he had seen someone with poison in their heart before. Others had made a small cut near the heart to drain the poisoned blood and save their life. But this method was very dangerous. The slightest mistake could cause death from blood loss. But Yemu had to take the risk. Otherwise Mo Linyuan wouldn't last 15 minutes. Shaolin immediately took a dagger and used this method to save Mo Linyuan. Seeing Mo Linyuan was temporarily out of danger, Yemu asked Shaolin to watch over him carefully while he returned to the cave to find an antidote. He had promised Mo Linyuan to marry him, and didn't want to become a widow before marriage. After entering the underground passage, all the poisonous insects swarmed over. Yemu immediately took out the medicine bottle he had taken from the female corpse. As soon as he opened the cork, a fragrance spread out. The poisonous insects retreated, leaving a path. Yemu was delighted. His gamble had paid off. The bottle contained insect repellent, so Yemu easily reached the female corpse again. Since the repellent was found on the corpse, the antidote must be here too. But after searching the entire corpse, he couldn't find any antidote. He nearly went crazy, frantically searching everywhere. But besides useless gold, silver, and jewels, there was no sign of an antidote. And Yemu himself was poisoned again from touching the corpse. But he couldn't care about that now. Racking his brains for a solution, he recalled the story from the murals. The woman had been betrayed and gouged out her eyes in anger before death. But he was luckier than her. He had found true love. Mo Linyuan would abandon his kingdom and die for him without hesitation. Yemu quickly propped up the female corpse. Kneeling before the female corpse, he pleaded tearfully, I sympathize with your fate. Please save my beloved. I don't ask for 2 antidotes. Just one will do. I've disturbed your body, and I can pay with my life. But please let me save him. Yemu kowtowed repeatedly, making loud thuds. No miracle happened. The female corpse remained unchanged. Suddenly, a poisonous insect crawled out from the corpse's eye. Yemu had a sudden realization. In the mural, the woman had gouged out her eyes before death, but now her eyelids weren't sunken, instead slightly raised. Clearly, something was underneath. Yemu quickly lifted the corpse's eyelid and found a jade bead. The crystal clear bead was filled with medicine pills. Yemu was so excited tears fell. He repeatedly kowtowed to thank the lady, then took out one pill and swallowed it. Instantly, he felt the poison dissipating. The antidote was real. He immediately ran back to the camp. Meanwhile, Mo Linyuan was barely breathing, about to give up, and Yemu hadn't returned. Shaolin asked the royal physicians to use acupuncture to temporarily revive him, buying time for Yemu. Soon Mo Linyuan regained consciousness. His first action was looking for Yemu, and heard he'd gone back to the tunnel for the antidote. He immediately jumped up in shock, coughing up blood. He knew his time was short but couldn't stop worrying about Yemu. He immediately had someone write his will. After death, the throne would pass to Yemu, with Shaolin as his chief minister. Mo Linyuan reluctantly instructed Shaolin, for the remaining time, protect him well. Just then, Yemu rushed in, holding his hand, crying, I don't want anyone else, only you. Mo Linyuan's eyes showed tenderness. As he was about to bid farewell to his love, Yemu suddenly kissed him, feeding him the pill. After the long kiss, the antidote dissolved in Mo Linyuan's body. Yemu firmly said, if you die, I'll follow. If you live, I'll live. I exist here only for you. Before finishing his words, he fainted. He slept for 2 full days before waking. Upon waking, Mo Linyuan held him tight. They'd both been terrified, practically visiting death's door together. Mo Linyuan seriously asked, if I died, would you really have followed me? Yemu snorted, of course not. I'd take the otherworld map and go home, forgetting everything here. Mo Linyuan wasn't angry. Then I definitely can't die. I must live long and have many children with you. Yemu blushed angrily. Who wants to have children with you? Mo Linyuan immediately pleaded pitifully. If you don't, our Mo family line will end. After this playful exchange, they calmed down and discussed their situation. The poisonous insects below had all emerged. They had no way to deal with them. Yemu immediately had people light bonfires, then threw the maggot box into the fire. With a loud bang, Smoke spread everywhere. All the poisonous insects rushed over and straight into the fire. Soon they were completely eliminated. Mo Linyuan ordered people to retrieve the treasure from underground. They carried out cartloads of gold, silver, and jewels. Yemu was extremely excited. So much money. How could we ever spend it all? Mo Linyuan pulled him into his arms. He teased playfully. There are many ways to spend it, like giving you a grand wedding ceremony first. Hearing this, Yemu's heart leapt with joy. He pinched Mo Linyuan's cheek and said shyly, "The wedding doesn't need to be too extravagant. We should save some for our future children." After returning, Mo Linyuan immediately ordered wedding preparations. 3 months later, they were married. Yemu sat nervously on the wedding bed, wearing the phoenix crown and ceremonial robes, thinking about the wedding night ahead. His heart was about to jump out of his chest. Mo Linyuan embraced him with a deep kiss, pushing him down onto the bed, frantically tearing at their clothes. He had waited many years for this moment and couldn't hold back. Just as things were about to progress, Yemu suddenly cried out and pushed him away forcefully, shyly covering his burning face with the blanket. He stammered, "My period came." Mo Linyuan was stunned, too frustrated to speak. Yemu carefully explained, "I didn't expect it to come early. I swear I didn't do this on purpose." Mo Linyuan sighed helplessly. He kissed his forehead, comforting him gently, then called for someone to help him clean up. After washing and changing, they nestled comfortably in bed. Mo Linyuan brought brown sugar water and fed it to him sip by sip. Yemu was overwhelmed by the attention. "It's just my period, not a serious injury. You don't need to be so careful." But Mo Linyuan coaxed him to listen. "You always get stomach pains after your period starts. Don't try to act tough. We're married now, so any intimacy is fine." Yemu was deeply moved. In this world where most men look down on women, he was lucky to find someone so attentive and gentle. Then Mo Linyuan extinguished the candle with one wave. He lay back down holding Yemu, thinking how he'd taken his inner power and must protect him well for life. So on their wedding night, they could only sleep under the covers together. Mo Linyuan endured with difficulty, his whole body burning hot. Yemu felt guilty for making him suffer like this on their wedding night, and immediately thought of trying something special. But Mo Linyuan wouldn't allow it. "Since we can't be intimate, tell me sweet words instead." Yemu immediately poured out all the cheesy love phrases he remembered from his past life. Mo Linyuan was delighted, never having heard such sweet talk before. But the next moment he became jealous. "You're so good at sweet talk. Were you promised to someone else in your world?" Yemu laughed at his logic leap. He held his face and said with a smile, "You've been my only one from start to finish. I've only ever liked you. I only want to be with you." Only then was Mo Linyuan satisfied. He passionately vowed, "I'll only have you too, and cherish only you. Having you is enough for this lifetime." Yemu was deeply moved but embarrassed, dramatically covering his face and shouting, "Oh my, that's so sweet it makes my teeth hurt." Mo Linyuan was both embarrassed and annoyed, turning away with a red face. He had only spoken the truth. Yemu teased, "It's because it's true that it's so moving and sweet. Little Mo, you're much better at flirting than me. I still need to learn from you." Mo Linyuan kissed him in embarrassed anger. "If you want to learn, learn for a lifetime." But the next day, Yemu learned that the other 6 countries had formed an alliance and begun attacking the Mo country. Yemu was shocked. According to the original plot, Mo Linyuan should have been conquering other countries one by one, not being surrounded by them. He immediately decided to find Mo Linyuan in the study. Meanwhile, Mo Linyuan was discussing the matter with his ministers. There must be someone orchestrating this allied army from behind. Otherwise, these scattered countries would never unite together. Mo Linyuan immediately mobilized all his secret forces to find the mastermind. At this moment, Yemu rushed in, wanting to help on the battlefield. In the modern world, he had been a special forces soldier and was quite skilled in warfare. Mo Linyuan sighed helplessly. "You staying safe is the greatest help you can give me. You are my greatest weakness. You must stay in the palace and help guard the rear." Yemu retorted defiantly, "What if someone rebels while you're gone?" Although Mo Linyuan was confident that no one would dare rebel against his authority, he still left his command token out of concern. With this token, you can command all of Mo country's forces. If anyone has ill intentions, go directly to the army camp and suppress them. Yemu originally didn't want to stay, but thinking that the mastermind was still in Mo country, he agreed, preparing to deal with the shadow player. Soon Mo Linyuan led the army personally. But just a month after he left, Wei country requested passage through Yu country to attack Mo country from another direction. Yemu was shocked. Qian had helped him so much when he was young, Yet when it came down to it, Yu country still submitted to stronger powers. The court was in chaos, with officials arguing different positions. Yemu immediately put on the phoenix robe. He sat imposingly on the dragon throne, causing an instant uproar. The ministers accused him of interfering in politics from the inner palace, violating ancestral rules. Yemu declared authoritatively, "I don't know about ancestral rules. I only know that men handle external affairs, and women internal affairs. Now that His Majesty is fighting enemies abroad, I must help him protect this home." Minister Wen took the lead in expressing compliance. Other ministers dared not speak further. Yemu immediately ordered the army to split into two routes, with Minister Wen arranging troops to defend. He himself went to Yu country to meet with King Qi Yan. Qi Yan was both surprised and delighted to see him, immediately ordering a feast. He thought Yemu came to persuade him not to grant passage to Wei country, but unexpectedly, Yemu asked him to definitely grant the passage. Qi Yan was stunned. Wouldn't this help Wei country attack Mo country? He didn't want to be involved in any war, but Yemu thought he was too naive, thinking he could stay neutral by not participating. With Mo country at war, their remaining forces were few. It wouldn't be difficult for Wei country to defeat Mo country. After victory, they would immediately launch a pincer attack on Yu country. He dared to predict that as soon as Mo country fell, Yu country would become the next target. At this critical moment, only an alliance between the two countries would work. Qi Yan was startled, but even with both countries' forces against a five-country alliance, there was no chance of victory. Yemu had already thought of an answer to this problem, while Mo country kept the other countries occupied. If Yu country allied with Yuan country which bordered Wei, the three could together consume Wei. Even if Mo country were defeated, then Yu country would have grown stronger and could face the other countries with more confidence. Xian was amazed, never imagining such a strategy was possible. Yemu immediately headed to Zhao country, planning to cause internal strife so Yu country could safely ally with Mo country. Unexpectedly, as soon as Yemu arrived in Zhao country, he was kidnapped. The naive empress was captured by the main villain, who even wanted to force himself on him. But Yemu wasn't afraid at all, focused only on eating his meal. His voracious eating manner left the villain quite depressed. "You're an empress after all. Can't you mind your manners a bit?" But Yemu couldn't even be bothered to look at him. "Even my husband doesn't control me. Who are you to talk?" Min Liang laughed in anger. His carefully orchestrated plan to get 6 countries to attack Mo country was disrupted by this woman. His plans were thrown into chaos because of her. He originally wanted to use Yemu as a hostage to force Mo Linyuan to retreat, but now he had changed his mind. If he took Yemu for himself, the blow to Mo Linyuan would surely be worse than losing the war. Yemu was suddenly alarmed and cursed at him. "Besides deceiving and threatening, now you're even going after women. Your methods are becoming more and more shameless." Min Liang wasn't angry. With an evil smile, he slowly approached. "He likes you so much. I want to see what's so special about you in other aspects." As he reached to tear at her clothes, Yemu slapped his hand away. She threatened fiercely, "If you dare touch me, I'll bite my tongue and kill myself immediately." Min Liang didn't believe it. A woman brave enough to travel between several countries wouldn't seek death over lost chastity like ordinary women. Unexpectedly, Yemu said confidently, "Because I'm still a virgin. Mo Linyuan hasn't had the chance to touch me before the war broke out. He's waited for me for so many years. Do you think I would have the face to see him after being defiled?" Min Liang became more excited. "A woman Mo Linyuan hasn't slept with, but I'll be the first. I'm sure he'll go mad." Yemu sneered. "You kidnapped me to threaten him, not to make him go mad, right? You know better than anyone what would happen if he goes mad." Min Liang was indeed caught by this point. He turned and left angrily. "You'd better pray. You really are important to him. Otherwise I would definitely kill you." After he left, Yemu finally breathed a sigh of relief, but she secretly made up her mind that whether she was forced or used as a threat, when Mo Linyuan reached that point, he would definitely take the most extreme measures. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingyu held a knife to Emperor Zhao's throat. Upon returning to the country earlier, he had been thrown into death row, living worse than death. Fortunately, a few days ago when Yemu snuck into Zhao country and learned of this, she brought people to blow up the prison and rescue him. The explosion and fire alarmed the entire capital. The frightened citizens cried out that heaven's fire had descended as punishment. "Without generals there is no country." Yemu was startled by these words. She recalled that in the original plot, before Zhao's downfall, there was indeed a heaven-sent fire. The plot suddenly matched up. Yemu's heart raced with excitement, never expecting that she was the heaven in the plot. Then her subordinates rescued Zhao Mingyu and brought him to Yemu's residence. After meeting him, she learned that he had wanted to notify her about Zhao's plan to attack Mo country, but was caught before the letter could be sent. Yemu left people to help him reclaim his position. She discovered that while all countries were in chaos, only Li country remained unaffected. Yemu suspected the mastermind was from Li country, which was why they wanted to protect Li country. She immediately headed to Li country to investigate. However, before leaving Zhao country, she encountered an assassination attempt. Fortunately, she had remaining explosives with her. With a thunderous boom, hundreds of assassins were blown to pieces. But unexpectedly, the enemy forces were vast. That night, another group of assassins came to her residence and kidnapped her. Meanwhile, Mo Linyuan was still on the battlefield. He suddenly received a message from his spies. Learning that Yemu had risked her life to go to the mastermind's headquarters, he was both shocked and angry. He fought even more desperately against the enemy forces. Sure enough, he quickly achieved a great victory. After winning, he had no time to rest. He rushed to Yu country without delay, only to learn that Yemu had already disappeared without a trace. He immediately helped Zhao Mingyu consolidate power in the court. Then Zhao Mingyu held a knife to his father emperor's throat. The Zhao emperor asked in terror, "Didn't I already make you crowned princess as compensation? What are you doing?" Zhao Mingyu said coldly, "Compared to being a crowned princess who could be killed by you at any time, I'd rather kill you and become emperor myself." With that, she killed her vicious father emperor. Mo Linyuan asked if she had finished handling everything. Zhao Mingyu nodded and said, "Thank you for your help. I couldn't have done this so smoothly without you." She promised to mobilize the entire country to search for Yemu, saying Mo country would always be welcome in Zhao. The next day, the city was under martial law. Zhao country fully cooperated with Mo country in searching for Yemu. Everyone entering the city gates had to be thoroughly checked. Min Liang hadn't expected Mo Linyuan to move so quickly and was caught off guard. He could only disguise himself as a filial son and try to leave the city with a funeral procession. But he didn't expect the city gate guards to be so strict. The guards demanded to inspect inside the coffin. Min Liang pretended to be troubled and begged, saying death was a serious matter and the coffin shouldn't be opened casually. Opening it in public would bring bad luck. Both sides were at a standstill. Just then, Mo Linyuan happened to ride by. Hearing the commotion, he glanced over casually. Min Liang's heart jumped to his throat, but he managed to stay calm without showing any signs. Mo Linyuan cautiously asked why they weren't burying the deceased in the city. Min Liang lied that his father died from plague, and burying him in the city would spread the disease. But Mo Linyuan was still suspicious and ordered the coffin to be opened for inspection. Min Liang had no choice but to open the coffin lid. Inside lay the body of an old man, with nothing else unusual. Mo Linyuan felt somewhat disappointed but had to let them leave. Min Liang secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had prepared well. The coffin was custom-made with a hidden compartment. Yemu was small and thin, and drugged unconscious, hidden in the compartment. Even someone as clever as Mo Linyuan hadn't discovered it. Yemu was crying anxiously inside the coffin, silently calling Mo Linyuan's name, but she couldn't make a sound. Mo Linyuan passed by Min Liang's funeral procession without looking back. Suddenly his heart stirred, feeling as if he had heard Yemu calling him. Looking again at the funeral procession about to leave the city, he felt something was wrong. He immediately turned his horse around and chased after them. He demanded another inspection. Min Liang angrily cursed, "Even if you're the Mo emperor, you can't keep disturbing my father's rest." But Mo Linyuan wouldn't back down and ordered the coffin to be dismantled. Min Liang was shocked, knowing he couldn't hide it anymore, and decided to take a desperate gamble. He immediately pushed Mo Linyuan aside, quickly pressing the coffin's mechanism. Yemu was ejected from the hidden compartment. Min Liang grabbed her immediately, holding a knife to her throat. He threatened Mo Linyuan to let him leave, or he would die together with Yemu. Mo Linyuan was terrified and could only order everyone to back off. He sternly warned Min Liang, "You'd better release him, or I absolutely won't let you leave here alive." Min Liang laughed loudly at this. "You think I'll surrender just like that? Even if I die, I'll take Yi Mu with me." Mo Linyuan was grinding his teeth in anger, at a loss for what to do. Suddenly he saw Yi Mu winking at him. signaling him to stay calm and work together. Mo Linyuan immediately understood his meaning. Pretending to be helpless, he ordered his men to let Min Liang leave. Min Liang also demanded they prepare a fast horse and have all soldiers retreat 1 li away. Mo Linyuan cooperatively ordered everyone to take the right path and retreat to a distance of 1 li. Min Liang panicked at this. Why did he make them take the right path? Was there some plot? Taking advantage of his distraction, Mo Linyuan lunged forward with his sword, aiming straight for Min Liang's right shoulder. Yi Mu, understanding his earlier hint about attacking from the right, had already prepared. As Min Liang dodged unsteadily, Yi Mu headbutted him hard in the face. Simultaneously, Mo Linyuan's sword struck Min Liang's wrist, causing him to release his grip in pain. Mo Linyuan quickly grabbed Yi Mu away, holding him in his arms. The soldiers immediately rushed forward and captured Min Liang. Min Liang was secretly furious but remained fearless. He still had his final card. He wouldn't lose. Mo Linyuan held Yemu tenderly, stroking his head to comfort him. Moer, you've suffered. Rest assured, I will definitely avenge you. Min Liang laughed loudly. I advise you to give up that idea. Release me quickly. I've already poisoned Yi Mu. Without my antidote, he won't survive 10 days. Mo Linyuan's heart suddenly froze. He quickly checked Yi Mu's pulse and indeed found his blood flow was abnormal. He was truly poisoned. Seeing his rage and concern for Yemu, Min Liang taunted him with a malicious smile. The antidote can only be found in Li country. If you let me go, I'll send someone with the antidote once I reach Li country. Mo Linyuan gritted his teeth in anger. Did Min Liang take him for a fool? Would he really return after being released? Min Liang was truly fearless. Your only choice now is to trust me. Otherwise, prepare for his funeral. Mo Linyuan wouldn't fall for it. He immediately ordered Min Liang to be imprisoned under strict guard, planning to use him to exchange for the antidote from Li country tomorrow. Min Liang trembled in fear. Now he was truly finished. Mo Linyuan carried Yemu back to his room. He summoned the Imperial physician for a thorough examination. The physician privately told him that Yemu's poison was very unique, besides making the victim addicted and potentially causing death. More importantly, there was no possibility of a cure. Please accept my condolences, Your Majesty. Lady Pei Yi must walk her final path. Mo Linyuan was thunderstruck. He roared furiously. Stop spouting nonsense before me. If you dare say a word of this in front of Moer, I'll have your life. He couldn't give up like this, nor could he let Moer know. After he recovered a bit, they would attack Li country to find the antidote. Having made up his mind, he returned to the room acting as if nothing was wrong, and found Yi Mu sitting up. He quickly embraced him, gently comforting him to rest well. Hearing Yi Mu ask about the diagnosis, Mo Linyuan spoke with forced lightness. Little Moer, don't worry, it's not far from Zhao country to Yan country. Now that Yan and Li countries are at war, I'll take troops to help Yan, then use Min Liang to exchange for the antidote from Li Benren. I won't let anything happen to you. Actually, Yi Mu had already heard the Imperial physician's words. Since Mo Linyuan didn't want to tell him, he wouldn't ask. He just felt guilty for causing Mo Linyuan more trouble. Mo Linyuan said tenderly that without Mo country's warriors, the rebellion wouldn't have been quelled so quickly. You are Mo country's hero, and my hero too. They instantly embraced, kissing passionately. Suddenly, Zhao Mingyu burst in noisily. I heard you were poisoned. Are you alright? But then she saw this intimate scene. She immediately covered her mouth with a mischievous smile. Looks like I came at a bad time. Mo Linyuan's face darkened with anger. This woman Anna never knew to knock before entering. But Zhao Mingyu justified herself righteously. I'm here for Yemu's sake. Zhao country has a secret medicinal bath that can suppress most poisons. Since it concerned Yemu's life, Mo Linyuan had to leave first. While helping Yemu with the medicinal bath, Zhao Mingyu gossiped about her married life. Mo Linyuan always looks so fierce and unapproachable. Has he treated you well after marriage? Is your intimate life harmonious? I'm really looking forward to seeing a miniature version of little Yemu soon. Yemu blushed at her words. What harmony? We haven't even consummated yet. Zhao Mingyu was instantly shocked. She couldn't help but scream. What? Mo Linyuan is impotent? She immediately held Yi Mu's hand sympathetically. Don't be sad. It's just impotence. I'll help you. This emperor is already 20 and won't marry. The news has spread to neighboring countries' empresses. They even thoughtfully sent medicine to help restore his vigor, just as Mo Linyuan had taken Yi Mu into his arms in the palace. About to start being intimate, suddenly a palace maid knocked on the door, saying she came to deliver something by Empress Feng's order. It was a tray full of medicines, all aphrodisiacs for bedroom use. The palace maid also conveyed the Empress's message. The Luo Emperor's bedroom inability isn't a big problem. I have various stimulating incense and internal medicines, all of the highest quality. Feel free to use them on Mo Linyuan, guaranteed to restore his vigor. Mo Linyuan appeared behind with a dark face, full of resentment. Yamu's heart jumped in shock. It's over. Mo Linyuan's hearing was excellent. He must have heard everything. Sure enough, the next second Mo Linyuan pulled him into the room. Through the door, he roared furiously. Go back and tell your empress. I don't need these things. Mo Linyuan pinned Yemu against the wall, trapping him underneath. Grinding his teeth, he demanded, I heard you've been telling people I'm impotent. Yemu was so scared tears started flowing. This time Zhao Mingyu had really gotten him in trouble. He quickly swore to heaven. I didn't say that. How could I when I haven't even tried? Mo Linyuan immediately picked him up, threw him onto the bed, pounced on top of him, ready to prove himself, then kissed him fiercely. Yi Mu blushed and wrapped his arms around his neck. They were already married anyway. Might as well make up for their missed wedding night today. So Yi Mu reached out to open his clothes, caressing his firm chest. Just as they were about to proceed further, Mo Linyuan suddenly stopped. Moer was still injured and poisoned. He couldn't bear to tire him out. Nothing was more important than his health. Yemu felt deeply touched. This feeling of being constantly cared for was so warm. After Mo Linyuan lulled Yemu to sleep, he quietly got up and left. He headed to the prison, to severely torture Min Liang, to force him to reveal where the antidote was. Min Liang smiled provocatively. Just release me, and I'll hand over the antidote immediately. Mo Linyuan wouldn't fall for it. If anything happened to Moer, he would make Min Liang and the entire Li country pay with their lives. Min Liang roared madly. Then go ahead and try. See whether Li country or Yi Mu reaches their end first. Mo Linyuan's heart jumped at these words. At the same time, Yi Mu suddenly woke up. He began coughing up blood violently, his consciousness gradually becoming fuzzy. It seemed this time he really couldn't make it through. Then he collapsed powerlessly. Fortunately, Mo Linyuan arrived in time and caught him in his arms. Suppressing his fear, he gently comforted Moer, asking him to hold on a bit longer, promising to get the antidote soon. Yi Mu felt heartbroken for making him worry again. He reached up with trembling hands to touch his cheek, but lost consciousness the next moment. Mo Linyuan was terrified. He couldn't wait any longer. He immediately led his army to Yan country, pressuring them strongly until they finally reached a cooperation agreement. Then he attacked Li country, forcing them into retreat after retreat. The Li emperor had to come out to negotiate with Mo Linyuan. They brought Crown Prince Min Liang to the front as a hostage. He threatened fiercely, I want you to hand over the antidote to the Wang Chen Shang poison immediately, or I'll kill him in front of you. The Li emperor was shocked. Wang Chen Shang has no antidote. Mo Linyuan was thunderstruck. Unable to believe this terrible news, he immediately grabbed Min Liang, demanding to know where the antidote was. Min Liang smiled smugly. The antidote must be personally prepared by me. Let me go, and I'll give it to you. In his heart, he thought, as long as I can get back alive, I can rise again. Mo Linyuan was filled with murderous intent, wanting to kill Min Liang on the spot. This person was cunning. Letting him go would surely bring endless troubles later. But without releasing him, what about the antidote? Xiao Lang also advised him to let Min Liang go to save the young master, promising to secretly watch him and ensure nothing went wrong. Min Liang quickly pressed his advantage, continuing to threaten. This poison was created by my master, who is now dead. In this world, only I know how to neutralize it. Are you still hesitating? Mo Linyuan couldn't hesitate. Finally, he reluctantly released his grip, agreeing to Min Liang's demands. Just then, the Imperial physician rushed over, having figured it out. Min Liang's poison was similar to modern drugs, but caused even more suffering. Yemu told Mo Linyuan that there was no antidote. It was a lie. The poison contained an addictive substance, and anything addictive has no cure. The only options were to endure it or continue taking it. Even with an antidote, it would only provide temporary relief, making things worse later. Death would still come miserably before long. Therefore, Min Liang must die, and they would have to find another way. Mo Linyuan's heart twisted in pain. He closed his eyes in despair. If there were other options, why would he have come to this? Li Liang roared in desperation. You're not really going to listen to this ignorant woman's nonsense? How could something I created not have an antidote? If you want him to live, I'm your only chance. Mo Linyuan suddenly turned back with a glare, his killing intent fully erupting. Lu Liang trembled in fear. Understanding there was no room for negotiation, he immediately turned and ran towards the Li country's army. If he could move fast enough, he could survive. If he could get back, everything wasn't over yet. Just as he was about to reach the Li army, Mo Linyuan casually picked up a fallen leaf. With a swift wave of his hand, the leaf transformed into a sharp dagger. It pierced brutally into Min Liang's chest. His face still wore joy and hope, but that expression would be frozen forever at this moment. Blood splattered instantly. The scene erupted in chaos. Mo Linyuan, furious beyond measure, immediately gave his order to the soldiers. Conquer Li country within 1 month, but the poison had already penetrated Yi Mu's bloodstream. Mo Linyuan mobilized all his resources and finally found a physician in Yu country who claimed he could remove the poison from Yi Mu's body through blood transfusion. The physician inserted special tubes into multiple acupoints across Yi Mu's body. Xiao Lang thought he was crazy, believing this would only torture the young master before death. But Mo Linyuan couldn't bear the thought of Yi Mu dying and wanted to try any method possible. Yi Mu felt excruciating pain throughout his body, but his eyes remained fixed on Mo Linyuan, thinking this might be the last time he'd see him. Mo Linyuan gently stroked his head, comforting him tenderly. Don't be afraid, you'll wake up. I'll stay by your side. Yi Mu couldn't help but cry. My husband, meeting you and marrying you was wonderful. I only regret not giving you children. Soon he had no strength to speak. His consciousness gradually faded. The physician sighed helplessly. It's no use. He can't endure it. As death approached, Mo Linyuan embraced him desperately. Crying, he placed a jade hairpin in his hand, then kissed him deeply, silently vowing, I will wait for you. You will return, won't you? When Yi Mu next opened his eyes, he found himself back in modern times. Lying in a hospital bed, he was about to undergo bone marrow transplant surgery for his father. His memories of ancient times were gone. He only remembered falling deeply in love with a man who wasn't here, loving him intensely. And in the end, that man had personally sent him back, but he couldn't remember what that man looked like, no matter how hard he tried. Fortunately, the surgery was successful, and his father showed no signs of rejection. Yi Mu felt as if he hadn't seen his father for a very long time. Especially his current weak state looked familiar, as if he too had once lain weakly in bed like this. Yi Mu couldn't hold back anymore and ran home frantically, searching everywhere for that biography. Feeling he had truly lost part of his memories, he vaguely remembered falling in love with someone, feeling certain that person was in this biography. Perhaps reading it would help him remember, at least to know that person's name. Yi Mu finally found the biography and eagerly opened it. He saw it recorded that the man named Mo Linyuan died of illness in his chambers at age 43. Yi Mu's tears fell instantly. The incomparably handsome and heroic man in the book was his husband, but why did he die so young? Was it because of me? At that moment, he desperately wanted to go back, to return to that man's side. In the following days, he busied himself caring for his father, but remained distracted. He told his father he wanted to retire from service because he had fallen in love with someone. A person with attachments is no longer sharp. His blade had reached the time to retire. His father immediately questioned Yuan Yang. After all, he had tried his hardest to be selected as an elite. Without a proper reason, he couldn't accept it. Yi Mu told his father about the events from ancient times. Although I still can't remember his face, but I know he was exceptional. And most importantly, he loved me deeply. His father listened in astonishment, thinking his daughter had mental issues. But his daughter wasn't one to make up stories. You say you returned here with a picture. Where is it now? Yi Mu's expression turned dejected. He hadn't brought anything when he traveled to the past, nor did he return with anything. His father immediately advised him not to overthink. Even if what you say is true, you're back now, and he died many years ago. Originally, his father was Yi Mu's only reason for returning, but now he had to admit, he wanted to leave again because of a man, even though he couldn't remember what that man looked like. Yi Mu left the hospital room in a daze. Just as he entered the elevator, a dark figure attacked from behind. Yi Mu quickly subdued the attacker. He recognized him as the previously captured pirate. The pirate threatened him viciously. Hand over the item quickly. What's not yours, you'd better not touch. Otherwise, watch out. After speaking, He broke free from Yi Mu's grip and fled, but Yi Mu couldn't remember taking anything from the pirates. He immediately called his colleagues to inquire. They told him that during interrogation, the pirate had mentioned they were conducting research. Reportedly, they had discovered a substance that could extend life. It was a small vial, only finger-sized. Yi Mu's heart suddenly jumped. He had seen this vial before. During the chaos of capturing the pirates, they had managed to inject the serum into his neck. However, after being injected, he had been examined by military doctors and showed no abnormalities. Still, Yi Mu couldn't help feeling uneasy. He immediately asked the military doctor Xiao Mao to help him do another thorough blood test. Meanwhile, in the Mo Bo Palace, Mo Linyuan remained by Yi Mu's side. The blood transfusion had been successful. Yi Mu was still breathing but remained in a coma. The physician said it was because Yi Mu's soul had departed, preventing his body from awakening. But if Mo Linyuan could fulfill his destined fate, it might guide his soul back. Yi Mu had once said in childhood that he would become the greatest emperor, destined to unite Central Plains. Perhaps when he achieved this, Yi Mu would return. Mo Linyuan bent down for a deep kiss. From now on, he would begin his conquest of the world. Yi Mu suddenly awoke. He felt like he had just had a dream. He felt someone had kissed him, though he still couldn't see that person's face clearly. He could sense it was his husband. He's still waiting for me, so I must go back to find him. The next day, Yi Mu was walking on the street. He suddenly realized he was being followed. He led them to a secluded place and told them to stop wasting their time. The serum had already been injected into his body, and it had no effect on humans. The pirates didn't believe him. Convinced he wanted to keep the immortality medicine for himself, they immediately attacked, but Yi Mu quickly subdued them. Suddenly, fragments flashed through his mind. They were scenes of him sparring and playing with Mo Linyuan. Mo Linyuan's face gradually became clear. Yi Mu suddenly remembered everything. All his memories returned. He had to go back to find Mo Linyuan, but Xiao Mao suddenly called him secretly, saying, "You need to run." This woman dreams of kissing a man every night. After waking up, her father actually wanted her to marry someone from ancient times. In the dream, that man passionately kissed Yi Mu and said he would unite the world for him. Yi Mu woke up with a scream, remembering all his memories, but he was already being targeted by pirates. Military doctor Xiao Mao secretly called to tell him, "The military knows there's something wrong with your shoes. Your genetic data has been tampered with, and all your information has been locked in a 3-level secret file. I also found out that your bone marrow doesn't actually match your father's, yet he survived. This was all just their experiment. You and your father are both test subjects. They've been drugging your food. Your body is rapidly aging. In the end, you'll become a sacrifice for those rich people." Even Xiao Mao was being monitored. Yi Mu immediately discovered that he and his father were under surveillance. He immediately took his father for a walk in the garden and told him everything. His father thought those people had gone mad with their desire for longevity. This place was no longer safe. He immediately urged his daughter to return to ancient times. He had read that biography. Mo Linyuan was indeed a good man worth spending a lifetime with. He agreed to let his daughter marry Mo Linyuan. At his father's plea, Yi Mu reluctantly bid farewell, but he pretended to leave, making everyone think he had fled the country. In reality, he was hiding in Xiao Mao's secret base, cleaning his guns, preparing for a direct confrontation. Since his body was compromised and he wouldn't live long, those responsible should die with him. Moreover, those people wouldn't spare his father. He couldn't just watch as his father inexplicably became another test subject. He only regretted that he might never have the chance to see Mo Linyuan again. Meanwhile, Mo Linyuan was still striving to unite the world. He was unstoppable, having annexed the Yan and Li countries. Now it was Yu country's turn. Mo Linyuan came to Yu country alone. He made a bet with Qi Yan. If Mo country could defeat Yuan country within 3 months, Yu country must submit to Mo country. He could still grant Qi Yan a title. If he failed, he would share the world with Qi Yan. Qi Yan was surprised, not expecting such generous terms. Actually, Mo Linyuan had no choice. This was Yi Mu's homeland after all. He had quite a good impression of Qi Yan, so of course he had to treat him well. Hearing this, Qi Yan worried. Logically, given Yi Mu's condition, it was impossible for him to live that long. Could he really wake up? Mo Linyuan was certain. because he was the true emperor. Heaven wouldn't take away what he needed most while giving him things he didn't need. Qi Yan thought he was being pretentious. If he didn't need it, why attack other countries? Mo Linyuan said it was a mission. Unifying the world was his destiny. Only when he fulfilled this destiny would Yi Mu wake up. Qi Yan thought he was bragging. Conquering Yuan country in 3 months wouldn't be easy. According to their agreement, he couldn't touch Yu country then, so his so-called destiny couldn't be fulfilled. Mo Linyuan smiled cunningly. While I sit here playing chess with you, my victory is already certain. Shi Yan suddenly realized he intended to create the illusion that they had formed an alliance against Yuan. Yuan was already weak. This way, it wouldn't even take 3 months. Shi Yan angrily struck with his sword. You're truly despicable. So from the beginning, you planned to take you without effort. Rather than submit to a despicable person like you, I'd rather die. Mo Linyuan's expression remained cold and unmoved. He casually broke off a tree branch and matched Qi Yan's sword blow for blow, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Qi Yan was shocked. How could his internal energy be so profound? In the next moment, Mo Linyuan knocked the sword from his hand. The broken branch pressed sharply against Qi Yan's throat. Just a little more force would end his life. Mo Linyuan's eyes showed no emotion. He coldly asked again, do you choose to honor our agreement, or should I kill you? Qi Yan gritted his teeth. If you want to take you without fighting, you might as well kill me now. Hearing this, Mo Linyuan sneered. You think I won't dare? He immediately thrust the branch toward Qi Yan's chest, tearing his clothes. Mo Linyuan froze at what he saw. On Qi Yan's chest was carved an extremely ugly turtle. Mo Linyuan immediately recognized it as Yi Mu's handiwork. Qi Yan, embarrassed and angry, quickly pulled his clothes tight. It was left by Yi Mu's childhood prank, carved so ugly. He thought Mo Linyuan wouldn't recognize it, but Mo Linyuan dropped the branch and walked away. It turned out Yi Mu had known that Qi Yan would die from a sword through his chest, so he had carved that warning beforehand, asking Mo Linyuan to show mercy. And how could Mo Linyuan not listen to his words? Meanwhile, Yi Mu secretly infiltrated the secret research facility, clutching Mo Linyuan's biography tightly. Tonight everything would end. A masked researcher walked out, preparing to leave. Yi Mu snuck up behind him and knocked him out with a chop to the neck, then quickly changed into his clothes and took his equipment, successfully entering the facility. The data showed they would complete the longevity drug data transaction with the pharmaceutical company in 10 hours. He had to rescue his father and destroy this place before then. According to the map, his father was held in a remote small room. Yi Mu waited in the shadows. When the guard went in to bring his father food, Yi Mu rushed in and knocked him out with one punch. He hurriedly escaped with his father. Yi Mu led his father to the exit, telling him to keep running forward where someone would help him. His father quickly grabbed him, wanting him to leave together. Yi Mu smiled and said, wait, I'll get their evidence and follow you. I've done similar missions before. It's not difficult at all. Before his father could react, he pushed him out, then locked the exit. Only then did Yi Mu show a sad smile. This time he couldn't obey. He walked boldly in front of everyone, smiling. He said, weren't you looking for me? Here I am. I think the path to the underworld is too lonely. Why don't you all accompany me? Then he pressed the button on the controller. With a huge explosion, the entire villa was reduced to ruins. Yi Mu quietly closed his eyes. Unexpectedly, when he woke up, he was in the Mo country palace. The entire palace was shocked. Mo Linyuan wasn't in the palace at the time. He had conquered all countries. Only Yu country still stubbornly resisted. Meanwhile, Mo Linyuan was facing Qi Yan on the battlefield. Actually, neither wanted to fight, but the Imperial advisor had said, unifying the world was Mo Linyuan's destiny. He must do it personally for heaven to see his sincerity and allow Yi Mu's soul to return. Qi Yan didn't want to fight Mo Linyuan either, but Mo Linyuan insisted on conquering Yu, and internal forces in Yu were stirring, forcing him to go to war with Mo country. To save Yi Mu, Mo Linyuan drew his sword without hesitation, ready to order the attack. Just then, a royal carriage rushed onto the battlefield. Mo Linyuan turned back puzzled, thinking something major had happened at the palace. Unexpectedly, Yi Mu poked his head out of the carriage, sweetly calling out, husband, I'm here. Mo Linyuan froze instantly. The weapon in his hand dropped to the ground. He could only stare dumbly as Yi Mu ran towards him with a brilliant smile, jumping straight into his arms and holding him tight. Holding the real, living Yi Mu in his arms, he finally confirmed this wasn't a dream. Yi Mu suddenly kissed his cheek, crying out, husband, I'm back. I missed you so much. Across the field, Qi Yan watched this scene. also speechless. Just as he was about to step forward to greet them, he saw Mo Linyuan lift Yi Mu onto his horse and gallop towards the camp, completely forgetting they were on a battlefield. Both armies were suddenly dumbfounded. Ni Shaolin could only awkwardly announce a ceasefire for the day, ordering all troops to retreat 100 li. Now sitting in Mo Linyuan's arms, Yi Mu contentedly wrapped his arms around his neck, but he noticed his tense expression, showing no joy at all. This reaction was too strange. Shouldn't he be spinning me around 3 times and giving me a passionate kiss? Instead, Mo Linyuan carried him into the military camp, frantically shouting for all royal physicians to come examine him. Yi Mu felt helpless. I'm really fine. No need for such a fuss. Was it okay for you to desert the battlefield like that? Hearing this, Mo Linyuan glared at him with murderous eyes. Yi Mu stuck out his tongue fearfully. He had meant to give him a pleasant surprise. But why did he look so unhappy? He didn't know that Mo Linyuan was terrified, worried that his sudden appearance on the battlefield might have harmed his health. Moreover, Yi Mu had awakened before he unified the world, and he feared there might be hidden dangers. Fortunately, the royal physicians all said that besides some weakness requiring proper care, the empress was otherwise fine. Only then did Mo Linyuan relax, holding him tightly with lingering fear. How could you just run here like this? Do you know how worried I was? What would I do if something happened to you? His voice trembled uncontrollably. Yi Mu felt heartbroken and quickly offered gentle comfort. But Mo Linyuan couldn't hear anything. He placed a kiss on Yi Mu's forehead, his heart full of gratitude. Little Mu, thank you for coming back. The Imperial advisor said only if Yi Mu willingly returned would it work. If he didn't want to return, the remaining soul in this body would follow him away. Originally, Mo Linyuan had thought if he didn't want to return, he would follow him. Yi Mu nestled in his arms, moved. This time back, he would never leave again. Just then, Shaolin burst in angrily. They had left the mess to him and ran back to be lovey-dovey. Had they considered his feelings at all? But seeing Shaoling's reddened eyes, Yi Mu was touched, wondering how much they had suffered for him. Since he was awake now, they should celebrate together. Shaolin immediately ran out to announce a feast for the entire army tonight. In the Zhao army camp not far away, Qi Yan watched this side with complex emotions. Now that Mo was the hegemon of the Central Plains, whether he chose to retreat or attack strongly, he couldn't protect you. He didn't know whether to sue for peace or submit. But thinking of how Mo Linyuan had spared his life upon seeing the turtle on his chest, it meant that Yi Mu had inadvertently saved him once again. He couldn't repay kindness with enmity by continuing this. Meanwhile, Yi Mu was enjoying a comfortable bath. Mo Linyuan suddenly snuck in. Yi Mu immediately shrank into the water, looking at him uneasily. Seeing this, Mo Linyuan said irritably, "What are you thinking? You're still weak. I'm not that beastly. I can wait a bit longer." His words sounded nice, but his handsome face had turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Yi Mu was speechless, wondering who was really having impure thoughts, and worried he might get sick from holding back. He immediately wrapped his arms around his neck, pulled him close, and took the initiative to kiss him, sticking out his tongue teasingly. "You've lost so much weight since I've been gone. Could it be you're not up for it anymore?" Mo Linyuan immediately picked him up and threw him onto the bed. He pressed down on top of him, eagerly starting their intimate encounter. The next day, they were both worried about how to conquer the stubborn Zhao kingdom, as Mo's soldiers were exhausted from years of warfare. Suddenly, Shaolin came running in excitedly. He brought a surrender letter from Yu. Qi, grateful for Yi Mu's repeated help, was willing to submit sincerely. He only asked Mo Linyuan to grant him an official title and treat his people well. Mo Linyuan happily spun Yi Mu around. "Little Mu, you're truly my lucky star." That year, Emperor Mo Linyuan of Mo finally unified the world, revitalized everything, and fulfilled his destiny from the original plot. The two began their happy married life. One morning when they woke up, Yi Mu suddenly clutched his stomach and groaned in pain. Mo Linyuan was instantly terrified. He quickly called for the royal physician. The empress was finally pregnant. He anxiously pointed at his wife's belly and roared, "You troublesome little one, hurry up and get out of your mother's belly." But then, he saw basins of bloody water being carried out of his wife's room. That morning when they just got up, Yi Mu was clutching his stomach in pain. Mo Linyuan thought he had been too rough and hurt his dear wife. He quickly summoned the royal physician. The physician, red-faced, said the empress was already with child and certain activities needed to be moderated. Yi Mu froze. Their two-person world had barely begun and now he had to become a mother. Mo Linyuan looked even more dejected. He had just started enjoying married life and now he had to abstain again. From then on, Yi Mu became a national treasure. Every morning when he woke up, palace maids would shout, "The Empress is awake." Instantly, hundreds of palace maids would swarm in, surrounding Yi Mu. They were all ordered by Mo Linyuan to serve him. Yi Mu was waited on hand and foot every day. Even when walking, someone held an umbrella, and 2 maids supported him. Though it was midsummer, the stone benches in the courtyard were all wrapped in soft cotton. Yi Mu was about to break down. He angrily rushed to Mo Linyuan, jumped into his arms and pinched his waist hard. He complained pitifully, "It's all your fault. Finding a whole room of people to take care of me. I'm just pregnant, not paralyzed and helpless." Mo Linyuan quickly hugged him and soothed, "If you don't like it, I'll have them keep their distance. Don't be angry, dear. After all, I'm a first-time father and very nervous. You know, the royal family can be cruel. I don't know what exactly I should do as a father. The only thing I know is to spare no effort in taking the best care of you." Seeing his lost and helpless expression, Yi Mu's heart ached. His current cautiousness must be related to his unfortunate childhood. He immediately cupped his face and spoke sweetly, "My dear, having you by my side is enough. I'm also a first-time mother. I understand your panic, but I believe we'll become the best parents." After their talk, both of them finally became less anxious. 5 months later, Yi Mu's belly grew as if it had been inflated. The palace maids all hoped he would bear a prince to secure his position, because some people had started urging Mo Linyuan to select concubines. Even Zhao Mingyu from the neighboring country heard the news and came specifically to advise Yi Mu. Earlier in court, some people were pressuring Mo Linyuan to select concubines using offspring as an excuse. Now that you're pregnant, rather than letting unknown people climb into the dragon bed, it's better to train some maidens yourself to give to him. After all, men can't resist once they've had a taste. Don't let ill-intentioned people take advantage. Although Yi Mu believed Mo Linyuan wasn't that kind of person, with everyone saying so, he couldn't help but worry. That night, leaning in Mo Linyuan's arms, he sadly asked, "Having you abstain all this time, isn't it hard for you? I heard many people are urging you to select concubines." Mo Linyuan immediately promised solemnly, "You are my life's only desire. It's just a few months. You must trust me." Months later, while Mo Linyuan was holding court, Yi Mu's personal maid suddenly rushed in. She frantically called out, "Your Majesty, please hurry to the palace. The Empress is in labor." Mo Linyuan jumped up in shock. He ran to the palace chambers at his fastest speed ever. From afar, he could hear piercing screams. Mo Linyuan desperately wanted to rush in, but the servant stopped him, saying the physician had warned that the baby was too large and might cause a difficult birth. It would be inauspicious for the emperor to enter now. Mo Linyuan flew into a rage. "Stop spreading such nonsense. All of you, get out. Mu is heaven's blessed star. He will definitely be safe." The next moment, everything went quiet inside. Mo Linyuan thought the child had been born smoothly, but then he saw maids carrying out basin after basin, all filled with fresh blood. Mo Linyuan was instantly terrified to his core. He immediately rushed in regardless. By then, Yi Mu was barely breathing. When Mo Linyuan tried to stay by the bed, the midwife urged him to leave this unclean place. Mo Linyuan angrily cursed, "Talk such nonsense again and I'll tear out your tongue." Then he rushed to the bedside. Tightly holding Yi Mu's hand, he coaxed softly, "Don't be afraid. More, I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you." But not knowing medicine, he could only channel his internal energy directly into Yi Mu's belly, hoping to ease some of his pain. With the support of the internal energy, Yi Mu felt much better, and his strength began returning. He soon regained consciousness. Seeing his pitiful tear-stained face, Mo Linyuan angrily pointed at the belly and roared, "You little brat, come out obediently right now. Otherwise, I'll deal with you later." This childish behavior made Yi Mu laugh heartily. Finally regaining some spirit, gritting his teeth and using all his strength, the child was soon born. Looking at their chubby white son, Yi Mu was so happy he forgot the pain. But Mo Linyuan only cared about his dear spouse, not even bothering to look at his son, saying, "What's there to see in this troublemaking brat? You've suffered so much." More. Nevertheless, he named the son Mo Chi, meaning to cultivate oneself, manage the family, govern the country, and bring peace to the world. As the firstborn, Mo Chi would surely shoulder the responsibility of managing the country in the future. They believed he would not disappoint his parents' hopes. 1 month later, Mo Linyuan held a celebration. After the grand 1-month celebration ended, Yi Mu collapsed exhaustedly on the bed. It was Mo Linyuan, The dad, who lulled their son to sleep. Then he had to massage and rub his wife's shoulders. Yi Mu was worried to death. The baby was already a month old, but his body fat showed no signs of reducing. Mo Linyuan lovingly consoled him. No need to lose weight. I like you chubby. But Yi Mu was still frustrated. If I get any fatter, I'll lose my attractiveness to my husband. Mo Linyuan immediately kissed him, using actions to dispel these wrong thoughts. But just as they were getting into the mood, their son started crying loudly. Yi Mu immediately jumped off the bed to comfort their son. Mo Linyuan's face filled with resentment. This little brat is so annoying. He's already a month old. He's a big boy now. We can let the wet nurse take him to sleep in another room. But Yi Mu couldn't bear it. They were happiest as a family of 3 together. Mo Linyuan could only obediently follow his wife's wishes. In contrast, another time traveler woman was the worst performing in history. With thousands of years of advanced modern knowledge, she ended up falling off a cliff, shattering to pieces. However, she was reborn. She was the most unfortunate female protagonist I've ever seen. With knowledge thousands of years ahead of her time, she thought she could uphold justice and become an eternal empress. Now, she was cornered by the resistance army led by the male lead. Looking at the million-strong army pursuing her, Lin Zhaozhao had nowhere to retreat. The same rebellion. Yet his uprising is considered righteous. Just because I'm a woman, I'm called an ambitious witch who brings disaster to the country. The army I raised is labeled as rebellious forces, while Jun Qingye wages war everywhere and forces the palace. He's called the empire's war god. Now he even regretfully asks me to submit, promising to spare my life. Lin Zhaozhao laughed loudly as if hearing a joke. Jun Qingye, we've been archenemies for years. Why deceive yourself? Right now, there are people hunting me for hundreds of miles. How can you protect me? My rebellion has made me a thorn in the royal family's side. What a pity. I was so close to becoming emperor. Jun Qingye frowned slightly. Evil cannot overcome righteousness. Why remain so stubborn? Haha. Evil cannot overcome righteousness? How ironic coming from your mouth. Forget it. In this world, winners write the history. Victory and defeat. I have nothing more to say. Lin Zhaozhao wiped the blood from her mouth, showing her heroic spirit. Losing to you is better than losing to those weaklings. Since we've been archenemies, I'll give you one last gift. She thrust her sword into Jun Qingye's hands. Let this help you climb to the heavens over my corpse. With those words, she leapt into the abyss. I'll wait for you in the 18th level of hell. We'll fight again then. Accompanied by the whistling cold wind, Lin Zhaozhao slowly closed her eyes. I must be the worst time traveler ever. If only I could start over. If I could start over, I would never underestimate anyone, never trust anyone easily. I would conquer the 6 kingdoms and become that eternal emperor. At that moment, the pendant on her chest suddenly emitted silver light. Meanwhile, at the cliff top, Jun Qingye was still calling Lin Zhaozhao's name, one cry after another. His voice pierced through everything. So noisy. It's giving me a headache. Lin Zhaozhao suddenly sat up. Wait, wasn't I dead? Where is this place? Looking at her childish hands, then looking at the small nose and mouth in the mirror. Isn't this how I looked as a child? Could I have been reborn? As luck would have it, there was an imperial decree right in front of her. In the 12th year of Hongzan, Jun Kingdom was defeated and sued for peace, sending their crown prince to Zhao Kingdom as a hostage. Zhao Kingdom hasn't fallen yet, which means I've been reborn 15 years ago. It seems heaven couldn't bear to watch and gave me a chance to start over. Lin Zhaozhao was overjoyed. With the experience of rebellion from her previous life, she believed she could quickly conquer the 6 kingdoms, unify the world and reach life's peak. Haha. Then all the world's wealth and beauties will be mine. While fantasizing about the future, Lin Zhaozhao reached forward. Unexpectedly, her hand passed right through the imperial decree. Realizing something was wrong, she tried to grab other things. As expected, she couldn't touch anything. The next second she suddenly froze. How can I fly now? What's going on? After wandering around the store for a while, there was no one around. She only found a jade pendant under the bed. It was the spoils of war I picked up on the battlefield in my previous life. How is it here? This jade pendant is the only thing I can touch. Could it be related to my rebirth as a soul? While Lin Zhaozhao was deep in thought, the door was suddenly kicked open. 2 guards threw in a barely breathing person. You're quite stubborn. If you just submit to the 4th prince, you wouldn't have to suffer like this. You still think you're the crown prince? So arrogant. The youth on the ground clenched his fists, seeming very angry. The guard stepped down. Think it over. Next time the 4th prince will take you by force. Let's see how arrogant you'll be then. The 2 guards burst into laughter as if thinking of something. Lin Zhaozhao shouted at them. but they had no reaction. Ah, indeed. I can't touch others, and they can't see me. The guards gripped the youth's neck, issuing another warning. The youth finally revealed his true face. Although covered in wounds, his face still showed an unyielding expression. Seeing his face clearly, Lin Zhaozhao suddenly froze. How is it her? Xuan Qingyan? She was the most tragic time-traveling protagonist, cornered by the male lead from the start, jumping off a cliff to her death, reborn again 15 years later, only to become a bodiless soul. Perhaps it was heaven's intention, but right after being reborn, she encountered her childhood archenemy. At this moment, Zhen Qingye was pitiful, being abused by 2 guards. Lin Zhaozhao recalled the imperial decree she just saw. So, he was the crown prince Zhen Kingdom sent to Zhao Kingdom. During his 7 years as a hostage, he was not only abused but also nearly died several times. Of all times, I had to encounter him at his worst moment. What kind of karmic connection is this? At this moment, the guard bullying Zhen Qingye suddenly screamed in pain, his hand sizzling. Zhen Qingye had somehow produced a monitoring device, his eyes emitting an eerie light. We're done here. Get out. The guards were furious and wanted to say something, but were scared silent by Zhen Qingye's death glare. Just you wait. We'll report this to the 4th prince and let him finish you off. Lin Zhaozhao watched speechlessly, clearly disgusted by these lackeys who relied on others' power. As soon as the guards left, Zhen Qingye suddenly collapsed. He began coughing violently. Oh, Zhen Qingye, I've seen you in your glory days before. Never thought you'd have such miserable times. Lin Zhaozhao circled around him, endlessly mocking this former archenemy, feeling extremely satisfied. But Zhen Qingye couldn't hear him speak, and struggled to crawl to the cabinet, leaning against it to rest. You should be grateful I don't have a body now. Otherwise you'd be the first one I'd eliminate after being reborn. Lin Zhaozhao continued his verbal assault, but seeing Zhen Qingye's pained expression, he sighed helplessly. Though you're miserable, I'm even worse off. What are you afraid of? You must have been born to be my nemesis. Why else would I always meet you when I'm at my lowest? At this moment, these 2 mortal enemies seemed to share a sense of mutual suffering. After resting a while, Zhen Qingye suddenly struggled to his feet. He then went to the bed and started searching underneath. Soon, a jade pendant appeared in his hand, identical to the one Lin Zhaozhao wore when jumping off the cliff. When he gripped the jade pendant, Zhen Qingye seemed to calm down a bit. Looks like this thing is very important to him. The next second, the blood-stained jade pendant suddenly began emitting a fluorescent light. As the light emerged, Lin Zhaozhao's body mysteriously began to heat up, gradually becoming more solid. Looking at the silver light threads connecting him to the jade pendant, Lin Zhaozhao was very confused. What's happening? Why does it feel like the pendant is connecting our bodies? It's as if I could enter his body. Could it be? This jade pendant is a treasure that allows souls to possess bodies? Heaven truly provides a way? I was just worried about not having a body. And here's one. Lin Zhaozhao stared at Zhen Qingye, giggling. Then he dove straight towards his archenemy. However, when he got within a foot of him, he was blocked by an energy barrier. The violent impact made him dizzy. Even his spirit form felt pain. Zhen Qingye seemed to hear something and alertly called out, "Who's there?" Lin Zhaozhao was bewildered. What happened to the body possession plan? Why can't I get in? Just then, a fairy-like small figure emerged from the jade pendant. The tiny figure chirped several times in Lin Zhaozhao's ear. It turned out the jade pendant could guide souls into bodies, achieving a symbiosis between human and spirit. But ordinary people might be overtaken by the spirit, losing control of their body. So to protect people, rules were set for spirits wanting to possess bodies. Either get the pendant owner's permission or make a contract through the pendant. Learning the truth, Lin Zhaozhao flicked the tiny figure away. Little one, this is nonsense. How could I, the future empress, submit to anyone, especially this man? Looking down at Zhen Qingye, who was still searching around, Lin Zhaozhao decided to teach him a lesson, hoping to scare him into voluntarily offering his body. He then mentally activated the pendant's energy. Under the silver light's cover, Lin Zhaozhao's body gradually became visible. Seeing Lin Zhaozhao for the first time, Zhen Qingye's pupils dilated, thinking he was hallucinating. Hey, you can see me, right? A transmigrated girl was reborn as a little ghost, and became the spirit haunting her former archenemy. Young Zhen Qingye looked at the tiny figure before him, thinking he had encountered a deity. This amused Lin Zhaozhao so much she couldn't help but laugh. No, kid, I'm a ghost. The kind of evil ghost who does all sorts of wicked things, unpredictable, and especially loves eating children. Lin Zhaozhao put on what she thought was a sinister look, wanting to frighten her former enemy, but the effect wasn't quite what she hoped for. Zhun Qingye showed no signs of fear, instead watching her vigilantly. His calm demeanor irritated Lin Zhaozhao. She hadn't expected the brat to be so difficult. After a moment's thought, she tried a new approach. Ah ha ha, did I scare you just now? I was just joking. I'm not an evil ghost at all. Don't be afraid. My true identity is a fairy from heaven. You did so many good deeds in your past life that heaven took notice and specially sent me to help you. Lin Zhaozhao spoke these insincere words through gritted teeth, and they actually seemed to make Zhun Qingye waver slightly. She immediately pressed her advantage. She explained that she couldn't interfere in mortal affairs without a physical form and needed to borrow Zhun Qingye's body to help him. In Lin Zhaozhao's view, Zhun Qingye was just a kid at this point, and this flawless performance should easily convince him. But unexpectedly, Zhun Qingye reached out and pressed his hand on her head, then forcefully pushed down. So it's not an illusion. When mother gave me this jade pendant, she mentioned it could suppress evil spirits. Could this little one be that trapped evil spirit? Lin Zhaozhao was furious, angrily waving her tiny fists and threatening to hit him. Zhun Qingye turned away, thinking he shouldn't be deceived by this tiny appearance. Better to ignore it completely. Lin Zhaozhao was enraged and decided to give her nemesis a strong push. She had to win him over today. Following closely, Zhun Qingye, I saw from heaven how those people treated you, how they bullied you. Don't you want revenge? At these words, Zhun Qingye's medicine grinding motion suddenly paused. Seeing this approach working, Lin Zhaozhao continued her manipulation, especially that fourth prince. I felt sick just watching. If you agree to let me possess you, whether you want to crush their bones to dust or rip out their hearts, I can help you get any revenge you want. She looked at Zhun Qingye expectantly after speaking, but he remained like a wooden block, completely ignoring her. A minute later, Lin Zhaozhao began questioning her life choices. For the first time, she doubted her manipulation skills. Of course, she wouldn't give up easily. She circled Zhun Qingye, chattering away. Do you want money? If not money, I can get you beautiful women, status, or I can help you leave Zhao's royal palace. Hearing the last sentence, Zhun Qingye finally looked up. Lin Zhaozhao thought he was interested, but he suddenly said, "You're lying to me." Before Lin Zhaozhao could defend herself, Zhun Qingye continued, "You just said you came to help me through the greatest tribulation of my life. You're lying, because my life's greatest tribulation has already passed." Lin Zhaozhao knew her enemy's history well. The tribulation he mentioned probably referred to when he was 5, when his parents were killed by his uncle. Overnight, he went from crown prince to hostage. Indeed, a great disaster. It's been 4 years. I thought he'd be more worried about his future situation. Didn't expect him to still dwell on that. You said all this just now because you want to possess my body, right? Though I don't know why you need my permission. You've chosen the wrong person. I won't give you my body. I'll take my revenge myself. I've never thought of relying on others. No matter what you say, I won't change my mind. Zhun Qingye's firm stance made Lin Zhaozhao grind her teeth in anger. How can there be such an annoying child? This guy really is my destined nemesis. In her thoughts, streams of dark evil energy suddenly emerged from within her. At this moment, Lin Zhaozhao appeared extremely sinister. Since you won't listen to reason, I'll just have to beat you to death. What should one do with a disobedient boy? Lin Zhaozhao chose to simply beat him to death. The sky-filling evil energy quickly caught Zhun Qingye's attention. When he turned around, he was instantly shocked. Panicking at Lin Zhaozhao diving towards him, he shouted, "What are you doing?" Lin Zhaozhao didn't respond, just approaching with an evil smile, ready to strike. But in the next second, she suddenly froze. In that moment of hesitation, she saw Zhun Qingye from her previous life. His words, "I'll protect you from death," still echoed in her ears. Thinking back to her previous life's end, when everyone wanted to kill her, only Zhun Qingye wanted to protect her in that situation. Lin Zhaozhao gritted her teeth in conflict. Although she had chosen to jump off the cliff when her life force was depleted, but she remembered Zhun Qingye's words. As she pondered, the evil energy gradually dissipated. Lin Zhaozhao's form regained its holy radiance, floating before young Zhun Qingye. Their eyes met, both silent. Finally, Lin Zhaozhao spoke first. "HMPH, forget it." Then her form slowly dispersed, turning into silver light. She merged into the jade pendant. Zhun Qingye still hadn't recovered, unable to believe the spirit hadn't forced him. Looking around the now empty room, he wondered if it had all been a dream. But that little girl had seemed so real and vivid. Never mind, perhaps after sleeping, everything will return to normal. The exhausted Jun Qingye quickly fell asleep. The next morning, he opened his eyes. His chest felt heavy, as if a stone was pressing on it. In his daze, he felt a foot. Looking up, he was shocked to see Lin Zhaozhao sleeping soundly beside him. Being still an innocent youth, Jun Qingye's face turned bright red, staring at the snoring Lin Zhaozhao. 1,000 questions raced through his mind. In his panic, he rolled off the bed. The thud woke Lin Zhaozhao. She quickly woke up, rubbing her sleepy eyes while complaining. Jun Qingye, you're so noisy getting up. Jun Qingye was equally annoyed. Why are you in my bed? You think I want to be? If I wasn't restricted to staying within 5 meters of the jade pendant, would I sleep on this hard wooden bed? Sleeping with you was terrible. Your whole body is bony. Jun Qingye ignored her crude words and wondered why she was still here. Seeming to read his thoughts, Lin Zhaozhao sneered. Did you think I wouldn't come out after getting angry? Haha, dream on. To be honest, I thought about it a lot after entering the pendant yesterday. Why do I need your permission to possess you? I could just wait until your will is weak and force my way in. The next 3 years will be miserable for you. I'll watch from the side, waiting for your will to break. Then I'll possess your body and eat your soul. Ha ha ha. Looking at this little girl speaking such fierce words, Jun Qingye wasn't scared at all. He even found her adorably fierce. For years, everyone had treated him like a venomous snake. This was the first time someone had stuck so close to him. This feeling made Jun Qingye uncertain, unable to tell if it was good or bad. Whatever, do as you please. I'm going outside to find food. Lin Zhaozhao was stunned. This wasn't the reaction she expected, but she quickly resumed her bright smile. Take me with you. I want to go too. Such a handsome young man, actually having to hunt to survive. From the treetop, Lin Zhaozhao watched Jun Qingye's skilled movements and couldn't help but say, "You're not really planning to hunt using such primitive methods, are you? Won't we stay hungry until nighttime that way?" Jun Qingye ignored her mockery and continued focusing on setting up the bird trap. Seeing him ignore her, Lin Zhaozhao wasn't angry, but complained about how he dared to lie prone with such serious injuries. Jun Qingye was clearly an experienced hunter, showing no sign of pain from his injuries. His eyes fixed on the trap. HMPH. This serious look is just like his future self. No wonder I dislike him more and more. Such good looks wasted. Just as she turned away sulking, the bird trap below was triggered successfully. The chirping sounds from the bamboo basket proved they had caught something. Lin Zhaozhao, just turning back, saw this and marveled that some foolish bird actually fell for it. But can such a tiny amount really fill you up? Is this what you eat in Zhao country? Jun Qingye skillfully plucked the prey but still didn't answer Lin Zhaozhao's questions. Soon, 2 mouth-watering roasted birds were ready. Lin Zhaozhao kept chattering, asking about everything, while Jun Qingye maintained his silence throughout. HMPH. Playing cool by staying silent. Are you? Look at your situation. Why not just give in to me? The sudden face-to-face finally caught Jun Qingye's attention. Lin Zhaozhao pressed on. I admit I tried to trick you yesterday to get your body, but if you really give it to me, I'll definitely help you get revenge. Just trust me once? Wouldn't it be nice to let me help you win easily? Looking at her innocent expression, Jun Qingye momentarily lost focus. Lin Zhaozhao thought she had a chance. Why aren't you saying anything? Think about it. But his only response was offering her a roasted bird. This was quite unexpected. Lin Zhaozhao instinctively asked, "For me?" Jun Qingye nodded slightly. He then stuck the bamboo skewer in front of Lin Zhaozhao, like making an ancestral offering. Watching him quickly move away, Lin Zhaozhao gritted her teeth in anger, thinking he was just changing the subject. Just as she was about to grab the skewer, she suddenly stopped. HMPH. I don't have a body. How can I eat? If you really want me to eat, then give me your body. Lin Zhaozhao grew angrier, certain he was doing this on purpose. Jun Qingye was surprised. Can't eat? I remember mother used to offer cattle and sheep in worship. Perhaps they don't like small birds. Never mind. If they won't eat it, I'll eat it myself. I need to keep up my strength for tonight's plan. Meanwhile, Lin Zhaozhao seemed to sense something, her pupils suddenly dilating. Kid, don't say I didn't warn you. Someone's coming, and they're heading straight for you. Jun Qingye thought to himself. Not good. He immediately stood up, nervously looking around. Lin Zhaozhao, however, secretly smiled, thinking her chance had come. Then an effeminate voice rang out. Finally found you, my beautiful one. It was Zhao Yi, the 4th prince of Zhao country. He held a whip, leering at Jun Qingye. I thought you wouldn't get up today. Didn't expect you to be so resilient. The guards behind him added fuel to the fire. This kid insulted your highness yesterday, saying you were born of a lowly concubine and unworthy to touch him. This fabrication was clearly meant to provoke Jun Qingye. Zhao Yi smiled coldly. The little beauty thinks he's still the crown prince of Jun country. Men, seize him and take him to my manor. This prince is too perverted. Just because Jun Qingye is handsome, he wants to have him tied up and taken to his manor. Lin Zhaozhao hadn't expected him to be so disgusting, angrily calling for Jun Qingye to let her possess him so she could beat them up. But Jun Qingye ignored her. He indicated that when the fight breaks out, he would escape through the river at the back, and asked Lin Zhaozhao if she was afraid of water. The next second, he suddenly paused. Why would he worry about losing her? When Lin Zhaozhao heard his escape plan, she became angry. Why run when you could be a consort? I promise I won't harm you after possessing you. Can't you trust me just once? However, Jun Qingye remained unmoved. Lin Zhaozhao gritted her teeth in frustration. How could there be such a stubborn kid? Fine, don't run. You were just injured yesterday, and now you want to get your wounds wet? Are you trying to kill yourself? Lin Zhaozhao spread her childish arms like a dominant CEO protecting his beloved wife, showing unmatched dominance. Then, she lightly lifted Jun Qingye's hair strands with her fingers. This simple action appeared terrifying to others. The two guards were instantly frightened. In their eyes, Jun Qingye looked like a supreme demon, and they even imagined dark energy surrounding him, scaring themselves. Seeing this, Lin Zhaozhao chuckled, seemingly plotting something. She quickly moved her hands, making Jun Qingye's hair float strand by strand. Combined with his already cold expression, his presence became even more intimidating. The weak prince had no courage left and fled in panic, supported by his subordinates. Just a warm-up, Lin Zhaozhao laughed unrestrained, quite satisfied with her work. Jun Qingye's gaze towards her changed, showing shock mixed with admiration. He couldn't believe such a troublesome situation was resolved so easily by her, especially when she had said she would stay out of it. But after hearing about his plan to escape by water, she worried about his wounds getting wet and took action. This little one was more complex than the most difficult books in father's study. What were her true intentions towards him? Lin Zhaozhao came to her senses and glanced at Jun Qingye, then proudly stated, I'm not helping you. I just don't want you to die from getting your wounds wet, or I'll lose my chance to possess you. If you care so little about your body, might as well give it to me now. If such a small problem troubles you this much, bigger troubles are still ahead. Next time, I definitely won't help. I'll just watch you get bullied by perverts. HMPH, she forcefully explained. Lin Zhaozhao then transformed into silver light and entered the jade pendant, perhaps feeling embarrassed. Better to hide away early. Jun Qingye reached out gently towards the jade pendant, but the pendant immediately dodged, showing its Tsunere nature. Jun Qingye's lips curved into a smile. I think I know how to get along with her now. Inside the jade pendant space, Lin Zhaozhao was holding her head and crying out, deeply regretting her recent actions. This kid is already so suspicious. Even when helping him, he won't appreciate it. He might even suspect I have ulterior motives. This guy really is my natural enemy. Whenever I meet him, everything goes wrong. Maybe I should stay away from him. Just as Lin Zhaozhao was about to settle down, a sudden loud thumping sound interrupted her thoughts. Driven by curiosity, she couldn't help but fly out to look. Just one look. I definitely won't help him again. Are all girls this fickle? 1 second Lin Zhaozhao was saying she'd stay away from Jun Qingye, but after hearing the noise outside, she immediately flew out to look. At this moment, Jun Qingye was seriously digging a hole. Obviously, the earlier noise was from breaking rocks. Lin Zhaozhao suddenly appeared and asked, "What are you doing?" Though surprised, Jun Qingye still responded, "I'm escaping, leaving Zhao country." Looking at the already considerable size of the tunnel, Lin Zhaozhao couldn't help but marvel at how much this kid could dig. Jun Qingye's movements became faster and faster. With the two countries now hostile, he knew if he didn't escape soon, nothing good would await him. It wasn't that he feared death, but he couldn't die yet with his revenge unfulfilled. I must return. Father's remains are still exposed at the Imperial City's Temple of Heaven, uncollected. I must go back to properly bury father, and grandfather and the others should be released from prison soon. Grandfather lived an honest life but suffered greatly in his old age. I need to go back and take care of them. Lin Zhaozhao watched the young man, lost in thought. According to her past life's memories, Jun Qingye didn't succeed in escaping at this time. If that's true, after failing to escape, he would be captured by the emperor, tortured, and endure 3 years of slave life worse than death. Wouldn't that be perfect? I'll pretend I know nothing and let him continue digging his escape tunnel. When he's caught and his will is weakened by torture, I'll take over his body. Haha. I'm so clever. But then she clenched her small fists in hesitation. Jun Qingyi's upcoming experiences made her empathize with him. Enduring humiliation for 4 years, digging such a long tunnel with everyone's help, only to fail in the end, just like in her previous life, when she was about to succeed but was assassinated by allied nobles, leading to failure. After hesitating briefly, she reached out and grabbed Jun Qingyi's clothes. Stop struggling. You won't escape. Tonight, the Zhao Emperor will meet with someone important to discuss how to deal with the Jun country. The palace looks normal but security is extremely tight. If you leave tonight, you'll definitely be caught. Jun Qingye looked confused. Are you telling the truth? Believe it or not, if you insist on going, I won't stop you. I'd love to see you get caught. Lin Zhaozhao shouted angrily. Jun Qingye was stunned by her outburst. Thinking calmly, she had no reason to lie to him. If it was true, the consequences of being caught would be severe. Hey, what's with that expression? Don't you believe me? If I don't leave tonight, can I leave tomorrow or the day after? I don't know, but tonight's definitely not possible. Even if I knew, I wouldn't help you. Jun Qingye was slightly taken aback. Then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If you knew I'd be caught tonight, why warn me? If I escape this crisis, you might never find me in such a miserable, weak-willed state again. This sudden questioning made Lin Zhaozhao speechless, her small face turning slightly red. She opened her mouth but couldn't find any words to argue back, feeling both embarrassed and angry. HMPH. What's with you, kid? I'll say what I want. It's none of your business. Don't think I'm being nice to you. I just think if your body gets tortured, it won't be worth taking. I care about quality, you know. But Jun Qingyi's eyes softened hearing this, and he simply said, all right. Then he reached out and patted Lin Zhaozhao's head. I'll take good care of this body. After I've taken my revenge, if I'm still alive, I'll give you my body. Okay, how would you feel if you were reborn as a child and your mortal enemy from your past life was patting your head? Lin Zhaozhao felt insulted. Was he treating her like a child? Jun Qingye must be pitying her. Getting angrier by the second, Lin Zhaozhao exploded, swatting away his hand. Who needs your voluntary submission? I, Lin Zhaozhao, won't accept your charity. Just you wait. This body will be mine sooner or later. Oh, so your name is Lin Zhaozhao? It suits the feeling you give off. Yes, quite energetic. Jun Qingyi's response caught Lin Zhaozhao off guard. Is this really the same cold, numb, and taciturn man I knew? Jun Qingye seemed like a different person, asking Lin Zhaozhao if she wanted to rest, if she was hungry, what she wanted to eat. HMPH. Lin Zhaozhao turned away proudly, ignoring him. Even after leaving the tunnel, he was still upset that he had been coaxed by a little kid. To think that I, the future empress, how dare this brat talk to me like that? Isn't he afraid I'll bite him to death? Jun Qingye watched the small girl trembling with anger, his mind also filled with countless thoughts. The long-prepared escape plan had failed, and he was somewhat disappointed. But with her around, this oppressive and disgusting Zhao Palace seemed a bit more bearable. Lin Zhaozhao, while floating, suddenly froze, turning back to Jun Qingye who stood motionless. She shouted again. The jade pendant dancer was indeed a weakness, but the next second, her pupils dilated, and her cursing words suddenly stopped. Jun Qingye, now free from gloom, looked up at the sky with an air of boundless freedom. Lin Zhaozhao was momentarily entranced by the sight. HMPH. He's just a little brat. I can't be bothered to argue with him. The peaceful atmosphere didn't last long. Misfortune struck again. 3 figures suddenly attacked, instantly surrounding Jun Qingye. They were the guards sent by King Zhao to capture Jun Qingye. Lin Zhaozhao hurriedly explained. I don't know what's happening. I didn't mean to harm you. I told you my intelligence couldn't be wrong. Meanwhile, Jun Qingye wondered why King Zhao wanted to capture him, while also feeling relieved he hadn't escaped today. Otherwise, it would have been terrible. Your Highness, these people look fierce. You're in for a rough night, but if you're cornered, you can always ask for my help. Give me your body, and I'll keep you alive. These words, though threatening, made Jun Qingye feel a warmth in his heart. With her around, he didn't feel as nervous. The scene shifted to the 4th prince, who was telling King Zhao about the strange events of the day, claiming Jun Qingye must be possessed, and blaming all of Zhao's recent misfortunes on evil spirits. Zhao smiled sinisterly. If they could label Jun Qingye as possessed by evil spirits, they could torment him as they pleased. But someone nearby spoke up in opposition, suggesting there must be some mistake. This person was Jun Qingyi's uncle, Yin Cheng Xu. However, he wasn't speaking up to protect Jun Qingyi, but rather to destroy him. When my nephew was born, the Imperial astrologer said he was a heavenly deity reborn, a savior who would bring peace to the world. My dear sister and brother-in-law were overjoyed and declared an amnesty. How could someone with such destiny be evil? Jun Qingyi, who had just been brought to the hall, heard his mockery and immediately began cursing. Seeing his boldness, Lin Zhaozhao muttered for him to calm down, as they were outnumbered. Now understanding this was his uncle, Lin Zhaozhao finally understood his anger. This man had conspired with rebels, leading to the fall of the Jun kingdom and the death of the emperor and empress. You little beast, your mouth is as poisonous as your grandfather's, but you probably don't know about them yet. After prison, your grandfather and others petitioned the entire Jun clan to have the new emperor take you back. The emperor was furious and had them all executed, including your loving grandmother and uncles. From crown prince to hostage, parents dead, family imprisoned, enduring humiliation in a foreign land for years. Jun Qingyi had always believed things would get better, that he would avenge his enemies and protect his surviving relatives. But today, all his hopes were shattered. When his uncle personally told him of his grandfather's death, he felt as if struck by lightning. Unable to accept this reality, memories of time spent with his grandparents flooded his mind involuntarily. The elderly couple had been so kind and loving towards him. They promised they would wait for me to return. They said they would wait for me to take care of them. Yin Cheng Xu was clearly satisfied with Jun Qingyi's reaction. His laughter became unrestrained. The next second, Jun Qingyi suddenly broke free from the guard's restraint, lunging at Yin Cheng Xu like a fierce tiger. He bit down on the beast's arm, his eyes filled with endless rage as he stared at his opponent. At that moment, he only wanted to tear this beast to pieces. But being just a powerless youth, with one command from King Zhao, Jun Qingyi was subdued again by the guards. Yin Cheng Xu, face full of fear, immediately requested King Zhao to execute him. With the two countries at war, the former crown prince's head could boost morale. King Zhao agreed and was about to give the order when the fourth prince intervened. He's just a former crown prince. Killing him won't boost morale much. Why not pierce his shoulder blades and make him a slave instead? Wouldn't that be better? An imperial crown prince becoming our palace slave. This shame will stain the Jun kingdom forever. Jun Qingyi gritted his teeth but could only watch as these scum decided his fate. Shortly after, Chu Xingjia finished the arrangements. By now, Jun Qingyi had completely given up. His eyes were lifeless, his mind full of self-blame. He felt responsible for his grandparents' deaths. Just like that night 4 years ago, with his father and mother, all the palace people disappeared overnight. The eastern palace was filled with fire and blood everywhere, and he could do nothing. Everyone he wanted to protect was gone. Even if he succeeded in revenge, it would be meaningless now. He was so tired, perhaps dying wouldn't be so bad. Jun Qingyi slowly closed his eyes, accepting reality. Just then, a piercing voice reached his ears. Jun Qingyi, I've been calling you forever. Are you treating me like air? Is your willpower really this weak? Jun Qingyi turned to look at the angry Lin Zhaozhao, staring blankly without responding. Then he lowered his head again, laughing self-mockingly. She'll possess my body and eat my soul. Since I've fallen into hell anyway, nothing matters anymore. Lin Zhaozhao lifted his chin, looking at this youth with empty eyes and no spirit. Her heart was also in turmoil. This was indeed the perfect time to possess his body, but something felt wrong to her. Was it because of her past life's experiences that she couldn't bear to see others suffer? After some internal struggle, Lin Zhaozhao finally made her decision. Jun Qingyi, let's make a pact. Allow me to possess you, and I'll lend you my power to help you get revenge. But don't misunderstand. I just don't want my best opponent to be humiliated by these scum. After revenge, you'll still have to give me your body completely. Jun Qingyi was stunned by these words, but some life returned to his eyes. The next moment, the jade pendant began shaking violently, releasing streams of fluorescent light. What's with that look? I told you I just can't stand these scum and want to deal with them. If you don't agree, I'll force my way in and eat your soul. A tear dropped. I agree. Their eyes met, and both smiled. Silver-white energy converged on the jade pendant. Two magical seals appeared on their chests. Silver-white light intertwined, drawing each other together. Then a muffled sound rang out. The pact was successful. Simultaneously, a fierce wind suddenly arose in the great hall, instantly extinguishing all candles. Lin Zhaozhao smiled brightly. reaching out with her small hand to wipe away Jun Qingyi's tears. Half of this body is mine now, so no more crying. But those who made you cry, I'll make them disappear one by one. Past deaths, present fate. At Jun Qingyi's darkest moment, Lin Zhao's heart ultimately softened. Instead of watching him being humiliated by villains or forcefully possessing his body, she chose to form a half-soul bond with him. This man, only I can bully him. As the pact was completed, silver-white energy burst forth from the jade pendant. The iron chains binding Jun Qingyi began to shake violently. When his eyes opened again, they were filled with killing intent. Lin Zhao had successfully taken control. With a ripping sound, the iron chains crumbled to dust. An overwhelming dark aura instantly pushed back the surrounding calamity. Jun Qingyi now wore an evil smile. The kingdom-destroying enchantress had arrived. In the hall, King Zhao and others were already panicking. Yin Cheng Xu was so frightened his voice trembled as he called for guards. The responding calamity, seeing Jun Qingyi's imposing aura, retreated while blocking. Not daring to attack, Jun Qingyi walked casually, lightly flicking his spear tip. He directly threw one calamity guard backwards. The other guards froze at this sight, but Jun Qingyi didn't advance further. He knew that even if he killed these people now, he couldn't escape. Since I have no more ties to the Jun kingdom, I have nothing left to hide. I have a secret that can ensure Zhao's victory in this game, even directly absorb the Jun kingdom. Would your majesty like to hear it? King Zhao was startled. Though puzzled by his sudden change, he was clearly tempted by a secret that could guarantee victory. Yin Cheng Xu panicked and hurriedly argued that Jun Qingyi was talking nonsense, surely lying to avoid punishment. But his nervous manner only convinced the king more of the secret's authenticity. Jun Qingyi stepped closer again. As it happens, this secret is hidden within Zhao's borders. Your majesty might want to see it and reconsider my value. I'm sure I'm more useful than this Duke of Yang. The king thought that even if he dared lie, he could still be executed later, so he asked where it was located. The fish took the bait. Jun Qingyi smiled wickedly. It's a treasure. This secret was told to me by my father. Please step closer. Your majesty, I'll tell only you about the treasure's location. Seeing the king rise, Yin Cheng Xu hurriedly tried to dissuade him again, but the king wouldn't listen. What could possibly go wrong in my own palace? He approached Jun Qingyi and bent down, indicating he could speak. Jun Qingyi whispered something in his ear, and the king instantly broke into a cold sweat. Then looking satisfied, he waved his hand, ordering Jun Qingyi to be sent back to the crown prince's mansion, and instructed several royal physicians to accompany him and treat his wounds. Mission accomplished. The scene shifted to the crown prince's mansion. Jun Qingyi, back in control of his body, lay on the bed staring blankly at the ceiling, unable to believe he was still alive. It felt like a dream. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao was ecstatic. The feeling of possession was wonderful. If not for worrying about Jun Qingyi's body, she wouldn't want to leave. She was also satisfied with Jun Qingyi's current status as a Jun hostage in Zhao. If used properly, she could openly invade both countries. She was already fantasizing about successfully taking over both countries. Then dealing with others would be easy. At this rate, ascending the throne within 10 years wouldn't be a problem. Should I wear black or yellow dragon robes for the coronation? Seeing her trembling with excitement, Jun Qingyi couldn't help but call out to her. Lin Zhao was brought back to reality. Unexpectedly, this straightforward man sincerely thanked her. It truly surprised her. But the next second, Jun Qingyi suddenly began coughing violently. I'm sorry. If not for me, you wouldn't have had to give up the treasure. Lin Zhao dismissed it. I deliberately gave him that treasure. Did you think I was so kind-hearted to give such a big gift? Anyway, just think of it as bait I threw out. Don't worry about emptying our family's wealth. I know plenty of ways to make money, so rest assured. These comforting words, like those meant for a child, improved Jun Qingyi's mood somewhat. Without such a heavy psychological burden, he finally lay down exhausted. Looking at the silent young man before her, Lin Zhao remembered Yin Chengshu's devastating words to him today. Tell me, earlier in the hall, did you want to die? No, I mean, you probably don't want to die now, right? Though her way of comforting was somewhat clumsy, Jun Qingyi felt warmth flow through his heart. Lightly touching her head, he said, I did think about giving up. Because of Yin Cheng Xu, he doesn't lie. If all my relatives met with misfortune, my life would have no meaning. But you gave me courage to live on. You want me to live, and even left half your body for me. How could I think of dying? though clearly sad. He remained silent. At this rate, he would eventually make himself sick. Lin Zhaozhao heard this and lowered her head in silence. Then suddenly, she hugged Zhun Qingye tightly. Just cry. The sudden embrace caught Zhun Qingye off guard. With flushed cheeks, Lin Zhaozhao continued, if you're hurting, why not cry? Cry out loud. I won't laugh at you. I haven't seen their bodies yet. Maybe they haven't, but you can still cry. They beat you today too. Doesn't it hurt? This is also okay. Just cry out your grievances. Lin Zhaozhao cornered him forcefully, her words brooking no argument. Zhun Qingye's eyes widened in shock. How did he suddenly feel such maternal love from her? Thinking back on these 4 years, all the injuries he'd suffered in Zhao, all the hardships he'd endured, he thought there was nothing to feel wronged about. It was just the fate of winners and losers. But why now? Being held by her. Did his wounds suddenly hurt so much? His head hurt. His back hurt. Everything hurt. Tears unconsciously flowed from his eyes. His fists clenched. His whole body trembling. Zhun Qingye now released all the grievances accumulated over years, leaning on this young shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. Gradually, his hands unconsciously clasped tightly. Zhao, will you stay with me until I die? After a moment's silence, Lin Zhaozhao smiled and responded, I will. With me here, no one can touch you. At most, you'll die by my hand after I help you get revenge, so I'll definitely stay with you until the end. Zhun Qingye didn't mind the middle part, his eyes clearing. That's enough. In that case, let's live on then. Blood for blood. Live to tear those people apart. Live to get justice for my family. Fortunately, I won't be alone anymore. She said she'll stay until the end. That's enough. 2 people who were mortal enemies in their past life now became each other's only support. Lin Zhaozhao gave Zhun Qingye courage to live, while Zhun Qingye could fulfill her ambition to unify the world. One person and one spirit. They fell asleep embracing each other. Early next morning, Lin Zhaozhao woke first, yawning. Looking down at the still deeply sleeping child, she felt somewhat dazed. After being tormented by guards for so long yesterday, he must be exhausted. But frowning while sleeping isn't a good habit. I never thought that after being reborn, I'd end up bound to this stinky man. Thinking about how she took the initiative yesterday, Lin Zhaozhao felt a headache, patting her cheeks hard. They call me an enchantress, but I have principles. I don't kill the old, weak, sick, or disabled. It's all Zhun Qingye's fault. He's too young now. I can't bring myself to harm him. That must be it. When he grows up a bit, it'll be fine. While trying to convince herself with excuses, she kept tucking in his blanket. Is this how all girls are? Just then, a bamboo tube was suddenly thrown into the room. Thick white smoke billowed out from it. Lin Zhaozhao immediately realized it was smoke bomb. Turning to look at the shadows reflected outside the window, she thought, there must be assassins. She kicked Zhun Qingye. Wake up. Someone's here to kill you. Her tone and actions showed no panic at all. But after a long while, Zhun Qingye remained motionless. Only then did Lin Zhaozhao show some concern. Bending down to check carefully, she found that he had actually fainted. At this moment, the assassins entered the room. One kept watch while the other approached the bed with a knife. He coldly stared at Zhun Qingye, as if looking at a dead person. The knife came down. At this critical moment, Zhun Qingye finally opened his eyes, markings appearing between his brows. Clearly Lin Zhaozhao had possessed him again. He swiftly rose up and effortlessly caught the blade with his hand. With 2 fingers' force, the dagger instantly shattered into 8 pieces. This scene left the assassin dumbfounded. Before he could react, he was struck in the chest by the dagger fragments. His partner, hearing the noise, hurriedly approached to check the situation, but his teammate didn't respond, instead falling to the ground with a thud. Zhun Qingye's eyes were sharp, metal fragments dancing wildly in his hand. He seemed like the true merciless assassin. The other assassin was so frightened he turned and ran, without any courage to resist. Before he could take 2 steps, the deadly blade fragments pierced his back. Another thud as he fell. The 2 thugs departed together. That's what good brothers do. Only then did the guards hurriedly arrive. Seeing the scene inside, they were all shocked. If not for Lin Zhaozhao, it would have been Zhun Qingye lying on the ground now. The guard captain, sweating profusely, stepped forward to inquire about the situation. Just as Zhun Qingye was about to speak, he suddenly felt pain throughout his body and coughed up blood. His condition was clearly not good. Lin Zhaozhao couldn't understand how this body had deteriorated so much in just one night. The guard captain was equally anxious. He quickly called for someone to fetch the royal physician. If Zhun Qingye died, the king of Zhao would have his head. Lin Zhaozhao dared not leave the body now. and could only sit cross-legged, waiting for the physician to arrive. Moreover, today's assassins must have been sent by Yin Cheng Xu, worried that if the king found the treasure, his position would be threatened. But how could he, a person from Jun country, manage all this? Could he have an accomplice in the palace, someone of high position? A murderous glint flashed in Jun Qingyi's eyes. To avoid future trouble, he had decided to strike first. You've never seen such a vicious uncle, not only conspiring with rebels to kill his own sister, he could even joke coldly about his brother-in-law being beheaded, and now wanted to kill his only nephew. If Lin Zhaozhao hadn't possessed Jun Qingye in time, this matter would have ended badly. But the troubles didn't end there. The guard who went to find the physician rushed back, reporting that all physicians had been summoned by the imperial consort, who refused to let anyone examine Jun Qingye. Hearing this, Lin Zhaozhao immediately deduced that the imperial consort might be Yin Chengshu's accomplice in Jun country. After reporting this, the guard carefully informed the captain that His Majesty had also left the palace early to search for the treasure. Upon hearing this news, the anxiety on the guard captain's face vanished, replaced by a sneer. He was convinced that once the king found the treasure, he wouldn't care about Jun Qingye anymore. Lin Zhaozhao saw through their thoughts. Are you so sure you can find the treasure? When the emperor questions people about this, and I've died from severe injuries, what good end will you have? Quick, go find Ding Ruan to come here. If the physician won't come, I'll go myself, he said between coughs. Lin Zhaozhao knew there was no time to waste, but when the guard captain heard he wanted to force his way into the inner palace, he immediately refused sternly, saying that would only make things worse. A murderous glint flashed in Lin Zhaozhao's eyes. When had she ever tolerated such treatment? She yanked down the bed curtain, then with a dragon-like movement, wrapped it around the guard captain's neck so quickly that others had no time to react. Listen carefully. Forcing entry into the inner palace means death. But believe me, if you don't listen to me, you'll die right now. The scene shifts to Wenying Palace, where physicians knelt everywhere. They muttered among themselves, confused, as they hadn't heard the imperial consort was ill and didn't understand why they were summoned. Inside the bedroom, imperial consort Xu Wenying lay on her side, listening to her maid report Jun Qingyi's situation. Learning of the failed assassination, she flew into a rage, berating the assassins as useless, unable to handle even an injured child. But thinking that all physicians were with her, she regained her composure, praising her own cleverness. HMPH. Once the brat dies, Lord Yin can rest easy, and we'll make good use of the treasure he left behind. Just thinking about how she would soon help Yin Cheng Xu eliminate his greatest worry. A blush involuntarily spread across her face. It was truly a match made in heaven. Two birds of a feather. Just as she was feeling self-satisfied, sudden screams came from outside. Hearing the noise, Xu Wenying immediately rose, harshly demanding, "Who dares cause trouble in my palace?" The next moment, armed guards carrying a sedan chair burst into the hall. The palace maids blocking the way collapsed in fear. As befitting an imperial consort, Xu Wenying showed no panic and continued ordering her servants to seize the intruders. But how could palace maids handle armed guards? At this moment, the person in the sedan chair lifted the curtain. Jun Qingyi's figure appeared before everyone, while Xu Wenying maintained her cold expression. Lin Zhaozhao was now certain that this imperial consort was Yin Chengshu's secret helper. Imperial consort, I apologize for the disturbance. I shouldn't be so impolite, but I'm severely injured and heard all the physicians are here with you, so I had to come here for treatment. Hearing this, Xu Wenying's eyebrows shot up as she berated Jun Qingye for his impudence, loudly calling for her people to seize him. But the maids advised her to hide elsewhere, saying all their people had been subdued. Lin Zhaozhao ignored her barking and turned to tell the physicians to examine him. The physicians looked at each other, none daring to move. This situation was like a rebellion. Helping now meant likely execution by afternoon. After quickly exchanging glances, the cowardly bunch actually tried to run away together. Lin Zhaozhao almost laughed seeing this scene. She released her dark energy and drew out a long sword through the air. "You cowards! Did I say you could leave?" The Jun Qingye possessed by Lin Zhaozhao was incredibly powerful, able to control flying swords with just a finger movement. With a mere thought, the sword flew swiftly toward the fleeing physicians. Of course, the intent was only to intimidate, as she still needed these physicians to treat the body. The effect was immediate. The physicians stopped in their tracks, terrified. Lin Zhaozhao turned to the guards. "Listen to me. If the emperor finds fault, you can blame everything on me. If you don't listen, I'll kill you right now." Hearing this, the guards involuntarily swallowed. They promptly yielded, barking at the physicians to behave and treat Zheng Qingye. Soon, an elderly physician nervously approached Lin Zhaozhao. Lin Zhaozhao didn't waste words. She simply extended her arm, indicating they could begin. After checking the pulse, the elderly physician frowned, breaking into a cold sweat. He stammered, afraid to speak. Lin Zhaozhao's gaze sharpened. "Speak plainly." Hearing this, the physician finally explained, this body had been damaged for years, severely depleted, and recently suffered frequent injuries. It could no longer bear the strain. Most importantly, the soul seemed to have suffered a massive shock. This caused all hidden ailments to flare up simultaneously. At this point, he suddenly fell to his knees, saying that at this rate, the patient wouldn't survive the night. Hearing this, Lin Zhaozhao fell silent instantly. Could it be that my soul's power was too strong, causing too great a shock to this body? After this thought, she ordered the physicians to prepare medicine immediately, anything that could keep him alive. Then she ordered Wu Guanren and others to leave. She couldn't risk moving anymore and had to stay here to find a way to save Zheng Qingye. Moments later, each physician brought a bowl of medicine to Lin Zhaozhao, all powerful life-sustaining tonics. Lin Zhaozhao had no choice but to try anything, gulping down the medicine immediately. Though she knew these couldn't repair the soul, she could only try to buy more time, hoping Zheng Qingye would wake up on his own. After drinking over 10 bowls of medicine, even after living 2 lifetimes, the bitter taste made her face contort. Thinking that Zheng Qingye might die soon, Lin Zhaozhao gritted her teeth in anger. Her grand plans had just begun. Would it all end here? As night fell, Zheng Qingye showed no signs of waking. Lin Zhaozhao wiped his cold sweat with a handkerchief while silently praying for a miracle. Suddenly, a phosphorescent light emerged from Zheng Qingye's body. Lin Zhaozhao was stunned by this change but quickly realized this was the sign of a soul beginning to dissipate. Once the soul scattered completely, not even the gods could save him. Lin Zhaozhao clenched her fists, mind in turmoil. Then she closed her eyes, spread her hands, and emerald energy poured from her body. It instantly formed a barrier surrounding Zheng Qingye. This was the most effective method she could think of. As long as the soul remained contained within the barrier, Zheng Qingye should survive. Listen here, you brat, you're not allowed to die. I just started getting along with you. If you die, I'll have to go back into that jade pendant. That place is like a prison, with nothing in it. You hear me? If you dare give up, I'll chase you down to the 18th level of hell. Got it? As soon as she finished speaking, the soul light around Zheng Qingye seemed to diminish slightly. Seeing this, Lin Zhaozhao thought her words were working and immediately intensified her verbal assault. She recounted everything, drinking 17 bowls of bitter medicine. How worried she'd been. All of it, whether it was psychological or not. Zheng Qingye's eyebrows suddenly twitched. The next morning, Zheng Qingye slowly opened his eyes, feeling dizzy and weak. Looking down, he saw Lin Zhaozhao snoring while lying on top of him. But what he didn't notice was, Lin Zhaozhao's form was slowly fading away. She had once been an ambitious femme fatale, but now her soul was dissipating to protect her former mortal enemy. Zheng Qingye still didn't know about last night's events. He just felt that the small figure lying on him seemed much lighter. Hearing movement, Lin Zhaozhao opened her sleepy eyes. Seeing Zheng Qingye awake, she immediately perked up. You're alive. Zheng Qingye held his head, asking softly, what happened yesterday? HMPH, you slept well enough. Do you know you almost died last night? I used my soul power to contain your soul, preventing it from escaping. That's the only reason you woke up. You have no idea how exhausted I was trying to save you. I even had to drink so many bitter medicines, 17 bowls in total. Lin Zhaozhao complained resentfully, pouring out all her grievances. Zheng Qingye froze as yesterday's events flashed through his mind like a slideshow. He finally understood what she had done for him. His expression softened, and just as he was about to say thank you, he suddenly noticed something. Zhaozhao, your body. Lin Zhaozhao's lower half was visibly dissipating before their eyes. Noticing the changes in her body, Lin Zhaozhao let out an involuntary cry. No, my lower half is disappearing. Am I dying? But I haven't even started my grand ambitions. Suddenly, a wave of weakness overcame her. She lost consciousness and fell from midair. Zheng Qingye hurriedly caught her in his arms. Anxiously, he asked what was wrong. Nestled in his arms, Lin Zhaozhao felt herself fading. Despite being reborn twice, she was terrified. She regretted not using Zheng Qingye's body to eat more delicious food yesterday. With teary eyes, she looked up, You brat. I'm so hungry, so very hungry. Her pitiful state made Jun Qingyi's heart ache. His mind raced, desperately seeking a way to save Lin Zhaozhao. Suddenly, he realized something and turned to look at the dagger on the table. With determined eyes, he drew the blade and stabbed his palm. Drink, Zhao Zhao. My blood activated the jade pendant. It must be able to save you. Lin Zhaozhao stared at the bleeding palm. She hesitated for a moment, but the intense hunger helped make the decision. As soon as she tasted it, her pupils dilated. She felt strength returning to her body. She began drinking frantically, amazed that his blood actually worked. Realizing this position was inefficient, Lin Zhaozhao flipped Jun Qingye over. She found a more comfortable position lying on his chest and continued drinking. Gradually, her legs began to restore. Noticing this, Jun Qingye sighed in relief, glad he could finally be of use. For some reason, his heart began beating faster. In his youthful innocence, he assumed it was just a normal reaction to blood loss, unaware he was gradually falling for her. Moments later, Lin Zhaozhao was fully revived, smiling and even burping in satisfaction. All the transparent parts of her body had recovered. I didn't expect Jun Qingyi's blood to work so well. Now I won't have to worry about starving to death. Haha. But, why does his soul power feel stronger than mine now? Did he absorb all my soul power? Realizing this, Lin Zhaozhao immediately jumped back cautiously, afraid that Jun Qingye might drain her completely. But Jun Qingye remained unaware of his changes, only showing shame and saying he had caused her trouble. His honest simplicity left Lin Zhaozhao bewildered. You silly boy. Don't you have anything else to say? Haven't you noticed I'm different now? Jun Qingyi's expression grew even more ashamed as he lowered his head, looking exactly like a child who had done something wrong. Seeing him so naive, Lin Zhaozhao spoke plainly. I'm very vulnerable now. If you want to turn against me, this is the perfect chance. Consume me and you'll get my soul power. You might even learn all the treasure locations in my mind. Aren't you tempted at all? These words were so provocative even Tang Seng would be impressed. But Jun Qingyi's expression changed upon hearing this. He immediately turned and grabbed a hairpin beside him, quickly moved to stab his own neck. What an honest young man. To prove his innocence to a girl, he actually grabbed a hairpin to stab himself. Fortunately, Lin Zhaozhao reacted quickly and stopped him by grabbing his hand. Jun Qingye said seriously, Zhao Zhao, I would never take advantage of someone's weakness. If one day only one of us can survive, I'll let you consume me. I won't resist. His words were firm. Lin Zhaozhao hadn't expected such a declaration from him. She was stunned for a moment before reacting. Quickly prying his hands away, she said, That's not necessary. I was just joking. Why did you take it so seriously? I admit I was projecting my own thoughts onto you. Don't be angry. Can't you just trust me? As she spoke, she took the hairpin from Jun Qingyi's hand. She had indeed worried he might try to consume her, but now he had passed her initial test and qualified to be her ally. Jun Qingye wasn't thinking that deeply. Seeing her lower her guard, he extended his hand again. You're still very weak. Would drinking more help you recover faster? Lin Zhaozhao stared blankly at this naive young man, her eyes distant. Was it because he hadn't experienced those 3 years of hell? Why did he seem so much more gullible than in his past life, and even a bit gentle? She silently produced a bandage and wrapped Jun Qingyi's wound. No more drinking. You're too skinny now. There's no nutrition. Wait until I fatten you up, then I'll eat you slowly. Lin Zhaozhao returned to her playful self, teasing him with mock ferocity. But Jun Qingyi's heart was racing, and his handsome face instantly turned red. After all, he gave me my life. As long as he helps me get revenge, that's fine. Kid, why is your face so red? You're not sick again, are you? If you get sick again, I won't take care of you. The desert sand is too deadly. Jun Qingye quickly turned away, covering his embarrassment with a cough, saying the room was a bit hot. Let's go home quickly. Lin Zhaozhao smirked. Go back for what? Let's just wait here eating and drinking for them to come. That King Zhao will definitely come looking for trouble. Don't worry, he can't do anything to me now. And since you're being so good, I'll give you another gift. I guarantee it's something you want most. She tapped his forehead with her finger, clearly treating him like a child. Jun Qingye was now truly like an obedient child, following her words completely. At that moment, shouts announcing King Zhao's arrival reached the room. Lin Zhaozhao immediately perked up. She naturally pressed her forehead against Jun Qingyi's, their thoughts connecting. Waves of fluorescent light quickly enveloped them both. When they opened their eyes again, the villainess had returned. The door was kicked open. The Imperial consort, arm in arm with King Zhao, whispered in his ear, asking him to uphold justice for her. Her words were cutting. King Zhao gently embraced her, clearly successfully provoked. Zhen Qingye, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you offered treasures. How dare you forcibly enter the palace and commit treason? Guards, seize him and throw him in the dungeon. Lin Zhaozhao leisurely drank tea, showing no signs of panic. Even facing the incoming fists of two strong men, she remained calm and composed. She put down her teacup, raised her hands and easily caught both fists. Dark energy surrounded her body, releasing waves of pressure. Your Majesty, why such haste to kill me? Don't you want to know where the treasure came from? Seeing his men thwarted, King Zhao could only order them to withdraw and let Zhen Qingye continue speaking. When the military was at its peak, Emperor Hongwu, to ensure the prosperity of future generations, divided the spoils of war into 24 portions and buried them in different locations. King Zhao was overjoyed upon hearing this, as if these treasures were already his. Lin Zhaozhao slowly approached. The Jun Kingdom has 24 imperial seals. Each seal has poems engraved on it, and within these poems are hidden the locations of the treasures. The treasure location I told your Majesty was decoded from the typing seal. Father Emperor could have told me the location directly, but feared I was too young to keep the secret. He only taught me how to decode the information. Now in this world, besides me, probably no one else can decode the secrets within the seals. Who couldn't love such a domineering girl, single-handedly helping the honest young man escape death twice? With just a few words, she had King Zhao completely fooled. He not only agreed to help find the Jun Kingdom seals, but even declared that if the treasures were real, Zhen Qingye would be second only to himself. The imperial consort panicked upon hearing this and hurried to stop him. But when she turned her head, she saw Lin Zhaozhao's sinister smile directed at her. Lin Zhaozhao wouldn't let her off easily. She walked to King Zhao's side, then pulled out a stack of letters from her chest. Since learning the imperial consort was Yin Chengshu's accomplice, she had searched the room thoroughly and finally found their love letters. After reading the letters, King Zhao's face instantly darkened, while the imperial consort behind him trembled in fear. King Zhao was furious. He never imagined his most beloved woman would secretly communicate with another man right under his nose, even plotting rebellion to take his throne. The imperial consort could not defend herself and could only beg for the king's mercy. But what man could forgive such betrayal, let alone a foreign emperor? As expected, King Zhao ordered her immediate execution by beating. The ugly King Zhao turned around as if nothing had happened, stating that the follow-up would be left to Zhen Qingye. Lin Zhaozhao controlled her body, bowing in thanks, while internally rejoicing. With both Jin Lian and Men Qing dealt with, Zhen Qingye was now basically safe in Zhao Kingdom. Later in the Taizong mansion, Zhen Qingye still wondered how Lin Zhaozhao knew the secrets of the Jun Kingdom seals. Lin Zhaozhao simply brushed it off, claiming she knew everything. As for the truth, she naturally couldn't tell him directly. After all, these secrets were told to her by Zhen Qingye himself. That was during their first collaboration. After attacking the Jun Kingdom palace, they had spent some time alone in the main hall. Seeing how much he valued these seals, Lin Zhaozhao couldn't help but ask why. Zhen Qingye stared at the seal in his hand, saying it was just a symbol of power, though it held different meaning for him. Lin Zhaozhao naturally didn't believe him and asked for the truth, promising not to take it away, though internally, she thought if it was truly valuable, she would kill him and take it immediately. Understanding her personality, Zhen Qingye explained that the text was just love poems his father wrote for his mother. The imperial seal was the most eternal thing, and though engraving on it was forbidden, his father still wanted future generations to know that his mother was his only love. Lin Zhaozhao was moved, never expecting such romance from an ancient feudal emperor. Back in the present, Zhen Qingye saw her foolish smile and felt strange, but still couldn't help asking, "What do you want those seals for?" Lin Zhaozhao waved her hand. "What else? It's all to help you. These seals are useless in others' hands, but in yours, they're different. You are the legitimate heir of the Jun Kingdom, and the current ruler isn't of Jun blood. Don't you want revenge? What could be more cruel than taking away the kingdom your enemy desperately wants? Having King Zhao steal the seals is just the first step. If handled properly, the entire Zhao Kingdom will be your tool for revenge." Zhen Qingye grew increasingly shocked as he listened, his heart unconsciously racing at Lin Zhaozhao's bold ideas. "Don't look so inexperienced. We're going to do great things. After all, I still need to give King Zhao more sweeteners. How can he receive so many benefits without paying a price?" Zhen Qingye felt his mouth go dry. "So what is your ultimate goal?" Lin Zhaozhao moved her little face closer. My only purpose in this world is to disrupt the 6 kingdoms and then unify them all. Don't underestimate this sweet loli. She's a femme fatale who has experienced both transmigration and rebirth. Even though she's just a soul now, her ambition remains to disrupt the 6 kingdoms and unify them. She wants to be the empress of the 9 provinces, to become the one and only emperor of all time. Jun Qingye, still being a naive youth, widened his eyes after hearing Lin Zhao's ambitious plans, like the sound of a bronze heart beating, echoing through the room like an engine starting. What kind of being have I released? From the moment she possessed my body, she had already planned strategies to absorb both Zhao and Jun kingdoms. Such intelligence and methods. She's truly like a demon. But why can't I associate her with those blood-stained evil spirits? I was taught to love all under heaven since childhood. Yet now I have thoughts of standing by her side no matter what she does. I must be going crazy. Lin Zhao, unaware of his thoughts, waved her hand. What are you spacing out for? Is this really so shocking? I'm not asking you to rebel. You just need to cooperate with me. So you'd better stay this obedient. If you become as hateful as in your past life, I'll have to find ways to deal with you. Jun Qingye was confused. What past life? Before he could ask further, guards' voices came from the door. Yin Chen Xu had arrived. Lin Zhao changed the subject, telling him to deal with the traitor first. In the courtyard, Yin Chen Xu stood with his hands tied, still being stubborn. The judicial official introduced the torture instruments to Jun Qingye, indicating they were available for use. Seeing his nephew, Yin Chen Xu suddenly panicked. He spewed venom, calling him a traitor for telling Zhao Kingdom about Jun Kingdom's treasures. Jun Qingye remained unaffected by the barking, maintaining a cold expression, not getting close. He sternly questioned whether what was said the other night was true. Yin Chen Xu sneered. About your grandfather and the others? Hasn't Zhao Goran told you? They're dead. I personally submitted the memorial and supervised their execution in the name of justice over family ties. That old man died with his eyes open, staring towards Zhao. He must have wanted to see you. Too bad he'll have to wait for the next life. Every word cut deep. Jun Qingye burned with rage, wanting to tear this beast apart, knowing he would die anyway. Yin Chen Xu continued mocking. They were all killed because of you. If it weren't for trying to save you and bring you back, how could I have caught them? How would the emperor have become enraged and ordered their deaths? In the end, you are the one who caused their deaths. If you can't accept it, just die with them. Not just them. Your mother also died for you. You think why the warlord kept you as crown prince? It was because of your mother. I told this foolish sister that if she would offer her body, satisfy the warlord, he wouldn't kill you. And she actually did it. Afterward, feeling guilty towards your father, she committed suicide. Jun Qingye felt as if struck by lightning, clearly unable to accept this truth. Yin Chengshu's words were like daggers piercing his heart. Jun Qingye seemed to lose all strength, nearly stumbling. Seeing him like this, Lin Zhao showed full concern on her face. Meanwhile, Yin Chen Xu frowned deeply. Having climbed to this position and gained power, he wasn't willing to give up easily. He said all this just to find a chance to escape. Taking advantage of Jun Qingye's moment of withdrawal, he broke free from the guard's restraints and fled. Lin Zhao held Jun Qingye's hand, urgently calling for him to pull himself together. Your enemy is right before you. How can you be so dejected? Didn't you want to avenge your mother and the others? She spoke while placing his hand on the longbow. Hearing, revenge, Jun Qingye's eyes finally showed a glimmer of emotion, and his brows furrowed. His gaze fell upon the longbow in his hand. He quickly drew the bow. Yes, I must have revenge. But when aiming, his hands couldn't stop trembling. Seeing this, Lin Zhao immediately steadied his arm. Don't think too much. If your mother were here, she would be happy to see this moment. You must help her. Help them deal with this beast. Jun Qingye's gaze gradually became determined. Taking a deep breath, he released the arrow. One wasn't enough. He quickly grabbed another sword. This time without hesitation, he drew the bow. The arrow, charged with endless rage, flew forth. Evil deeds bring evil rewards. This man, destined to become the empire's war god, now appeared utterly dejected. Though he had just achieved his revenge, he couldn't feel any joy, for he had lost all his family in this world. He thought that after 4 years since his parents' death, he wouldn't feel such grief. But when he learned the true cause of his mother's death, he realized he still couldn't accept it. His heart felt like it had a hole in it, cold and painful. Yet he had become numb. Seeing him so depressed, Lin Zhao didn't know how to comfort him. After hesitating for a while, she finally lowered her head and sighed, silently sitting beside Jun Qingye. Perhaps at this moment, saying nothing was the greatest help she could offer. One person and one soul sat shoulder to shoulder, neither speaking a word. The scene before them changed from clear skies to sunset glow, finally becoming a starlit night. Jun Qingye maintained his position, silent. Occasionally, Lin Zhaozhao thought about saying something, but swallowed her words back. After an unknown amount of time, Jun Qingye finally showed some reaction. He turned to look at Lin Zhaozhao, who had curled up into a ball, surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected this usually overbearing spirit to stay by his side all this time. Just then, Lin Zhaozhao opened her eyes. As if nothing had happened, she lazily asked, "Are you hungry?" Jun Qingye unconsciously shook his head, looking adorably confused. Lin Zhaozhao stretched and yawned. "Since you're not hungry, let's talk about something else." She pointed at the stars. "Do you believe in reincarnation?" Jun Qingye looked up at the sky, unable to answer. Originally, he wouldn't have believed it, but with her special existence beside him, he wasn't so sure anymore. "You should believe it, right? After all, I'm living proof. Actually, I wasn't just sleeping just now. I went to the netherworld and checked the book of life and death. I found out your mother has already reincarnated. She was reborn into a wealthy, happy family. Everything's perfect. I saw there was nothing I needed to help with, so I came back. You don't know how exhausting this trip was. It consumed so much of my power. You should thank me properly." Such poor acting skills, and such a childish story to tell. Lin Zhaozhao felt secretly proud, thinking this was her best attempt at comforting someone in her life. But when she turned her head, she saw Jun Qingye's big eyes staring at her. Being stared at made her feel somewhat guilty. "Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you believe in my abilities?" Jun Qingye quickly lowered his head and said, "I'm just too happy. Hearing that mother was reborn into a good family and is living well, I suddenly don't feel so bad anymore." The breeze stirred their hair ornaments as Lin Zhaozhao stared blankly at the young man before her. "I didn't expect him to recover so quickly." "Ah, I'm amazing." Jun Qingye gently stroked her hair. "Did I scare you earlier? I wasn't really that sad, just couldn't accept it for a moment, but I'm much better now. Don't worry." Lin Zhaozhao awkwardly turned her head, quickly changing the subject to getting something to eat. The straightforward boy shook his head again. "I'm not hungry." "Are you still sad then?" "It's not sadness. I just feel lost because the people who supported me are all gone. When I was young, Father Emperor and Mother Empress were my pillars of support. With them around, I never felt lost facing anything. Later in Zhao country, grandfather became my pillar. Before he left, to keep me from giving up, he deliberately told me he'd wait for me in Jun country. Wait for me to return and take care of him. I worked day and night for this goal, but now this pillar has also collapsed. Maybe Yin Cheng Xu was right. I'm just a harbinger of disaster. Whoever I care about meets with misfortune. Today I realized I need to become strong on my own. Only then will I stop hurting others." Lin Zhaozhao silently listened to his heart's voice. Her small fists unconsciously tightened. Then she patted her chest. "Don't listen to that thief Yin Chengshu's nonsense. From now on, I'll be your pillar of support." I thought she was the most unfortunate female lead I'd ever seen. Unexpectedly, today she just fed me a big bowl of dog food. At young Jun Qingye's lowest point in life, she directly declared she would be his spiritual pillar. Now reborn as a spirit, Lin Zhaozhao had this confidence and absolutely wouldn't easily perish. After all, she was destined to become the future empress. How could it be impossible to protect a mere child? Patting the youth's shoulder, she used an undeniable tone to state that from now on, she would be his purpose. Jun Qingye's face reddened, his heart unconsciously racing. Lin Zhaozhao laughed heartily. "I'd like to see who can take my life, whether it was an illusion or not." The clouds around the bright moon in the sky suddenly scattered in all directions. Jun Qingye turned his head away, not daring to meet her gaze, claiming he was already grown up. He didn't need anyone to be his pillar anymore. HMPH. Lin Zhaozhao grew angry at his words. "What do you mean? You think I'm not strong enough? That I'll be cursed to death by you? Or are you looking down on me?" As she spoke, she forcefully turned Jun Qingye's head to face her. "Let me tell you, I'm just informing you, not asking for your opinion. Don't be ungrateful." Due to her anger, her hands unconsciously applied force, squishing Jun Qingye's face into a chubby ball. It was originally just an impulse to comfort this kid. Unexpectedly, he dared to refuse her. "Well, sorry, but this spiritual support was non-negotiable now. Jun Qingye felt unnerved by her stare. He hadn't expected this kind of thing could be forced upon someone. The next moment, a warmth surged in his heart, and his eyes reddened slightly. Lowering his head, he secretly smiled, though he hadn't wanted to admit it. During this time, he had already relied on her. Without her, he wouldn't have known how to bear that day's changes and today's truth. With her by his side, it seemed he could endure any pain. Lost in thought, Jun Qingye decisively pulled Lin Zhaozhao into his embrace. At this moment, he finally faced his heart honestly, admitting that he had long since started depending on her. I understand now. From now on, you're my spiritual pillar. No one can take you away from me, and no one can harm you. You are my last thought in this life. After mustering the courage to say these words, he closed his eyes to enjoy the present warmth. Lin Zhaozhao wasn't angry at all about his rough action. Instead, her face was full of joy, seeming quite accomplished. Little kid, I'm very strong. You know, anyone who could defeat me hasn't been born yet. I know you're strong. I'll keep working hard too. Zhaozhao, whatever you want to do in the future, I'll do my best to help you. Perhaps I won't have the chance to walk with you till the end, but as long as I'm alive, I'll be the sword in your hand, the fastest sword. The young man placed her hand on his chest, proclaiming his oath. Lin Zhaozhao felt his heartbeat, her pupils unconsciously dilating. At this moment, she seemed to see Jun Qingye from her previous life. Back then, he was the fastest sword of the new empire, suppressing all ambitious rivals. He was crowned as the divine warrior guardian of the nation, and now he was saying he wanted to become her sword. Thinking of this, Lin Zhaozhao suddenly felt a bit excited. Although she was defeated by this annoying man in her previous life, she couldn't deny that her heart was moved. After all, this kid would become the future divine warrior. In the end, Lin Zhaozhao didn't respond to his words, just playfully punched the youth's head. What sword are you talking about? I'm so powerful. Why would I need a little kid like you as my sword? If you really want to help me, wait until you grow up. With a flash, Lin Zhaozhao transformed into light and entered the jade pendant. I've depleted too much energy before. Now I need a good rest. Don't call me unless it's important. Remember? Also, take care of yourself, eat well, and recover. If I feel this much pain next time I possess you, you're dead. Jun Qingye smiled, looking tenderly at the jade pendant on his chest. She always had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Then he looked up at the brilliant starry sky. Today's experiences had made him truly grow up. Since benevolence couldn't protect those around him, since kindness was destined to be bullied, then he would become a sharp blade. Whether you need it or not, I will become stronger, help you clear all obstacles, and protect you. From being a bullied hostage, to now being the second most powerful Prince Wei, Jun Qingye couldn't feel happy at all. Only because Lin Zhaozhao hadn't appeared for over 10 days. Jun Qingye was extremely worried that something might have happened to her because she helped him recover. At this moment, a eunuch reported from outside that the king of Zhao had found the second imperial seal of Jun country. They hoped Jun Qingye could decode its treasure soon. Jun Qingye took the wooden box, responded coldly, and dismissed the eunuch. Looking at the seal before him, he felt dazed. He knew there was no secret inside, but he wasn't sure what Lin Zhaozhao's plan was with this lie. Turning it over, he saw it was his father Emperor's seal. It was much larger than those used for sacrificial ceremonies, and naturally meant more to him. Crimson towers rise beyond clouds, ethereal and serene. Flute sounds break through the 5 lakes hills, organizing my 3,000 books, together ascending to Lanzhou. Seeing again the verse his father had carved, images of his father and mother flashed through his mind. The lake water and breeze were cool despite the sweat like combing hair. His father and mother truly loved each other. Such feelings he would never have in this life. It was intoxicating to the heart. Jun Qingye's mood sank again. In the following period, the king of Zhao would frequently send people to inquire about his progress, and he always put them off saying he needed more time. Compared to the king of Zhao's matter, Jun Qingye was clearly more worried about Lin Zhaozhao. He would often call out to the jade pendant alone. Somehow, he felt as if she had disappeared from the pendant. The next moment, the jade pendant suddenly turned blood red. Jun Qingye abruptly stood up at the sight, anxiously staring at the object in his hand, extremely worried. Without hesitation, he drew a short blade and cut his palm. He had proven before that his blood could replenish Lin Zhaozhao's soul power, so he decided to try again to wake her up. Time passed second by second, but the pendant showed no response. Jun Qingye anxiously gritted his teeth, cold sweat breaking out on his face. Then he put the pendant back on, closing his eyes in meditation. We have a contract. I must be able to sense her condition. I must be able to go to her side. I must be able to. As he repeatedly chanted these thoughts in his mind, a symbol actually appeared on his forehead. In a daze, he seemed to hear the sound of raindrops hitting the ground. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar scene. At this moment, Jun Qingye had returned to his adult form. Looking at the strange buildings around him, he fell into confusion. Suddenly, a sound reached his ears. Turning his head, he saw a girl being pushed out of a house. 3 men stood before the girl. The bald one in the middle with a gold chain was holding a ring. He mockingly said, "If you can't pay the debt, use the house as collateral. Starting today, this house belongs to us." The girl cried out chokingly, "Please don't. This is the only thing my father left behind." Though her clothes and appearance were different, Jun Qingye recognized at once that this girl was Lin Zhaozhao. Seeing her being bullied and crying so sadly, his heart twisted in pain. But just as he reached out to help, the scene before him shattered like a broken mirror. With a crash, it broke into countless pieces surrounding him. Each fragment flickered with different images. These were all of Lin Zhaozhao's experiences from her first life, from elementary school to university, then to her success after graduation. Jun Qingye couldn't help but smile. This vibrant appearance was something he had never seen before. But the following images took a sharp turn. Lin Zhaozhao was falsely accused by company leaders of misappropriating company property. Not only were her achievements stripped away, but she was also burdened with a huge fine. This led to her falling seriously ill at a young age. Jun Qingye felt as if he was experiencing it himself. From joy to sorrow, he empathized deeply. The scene flashed by, and the next image showed Lin Zhaozhao standing on a rooftop, holding a stack of evidence of company corruption. She was reading out the leader's misdeeds. Jun Qingye tried to call out, but his voice couldn't reach her. Lin Zhaozhao's eyes were dark, either from terminal illness or mental torture. With a wave of her hands, countless papers scattered into the starry sky. Then she leaned back, choosing to end her tragic life. Jun Qingye lunged forward with all his might, but it was too late. He could only watch as she slowly disappeared from sight. Tears fell unconsciously. This scene seemed familiar to him somewhere, but he knew this wasn't an illusion, but Lin Zhaozhao's real dream. The next second, the surroundings gradually turned to darkness. Echoes of, "I won't accept this," rang through the air. Jun Qingye wiped away his tears. He understood this was the prelude to the consciousness world's collapse. Before it dissipates, I must find her true self. Otherwise, we'll both die here. Everyone called her a nation-ruining enchantress, but who knew she had experienced 2 tragic lives? Watching Lin Zhaozhao's tragic first life, Jun Qingye's heart ached. Just as the consciousness world was about to collapse, a gleam of starlight suddenly caught Jun Qingye's eye. The starlight danced slowly before him, seeming to guide him somewhere. Following the starlight forward, Jun Qingye soon arrived at a new scene. Opening the door, he saw that familiar face again. This was Lin Zhaozhao's second life. At this moment, she was looking joyfully at a gunpowder formula on the table. After trying for so long, she had finally succeeded. Soon she would be making gold by the bushel and living a wealthy life. Meanwhile, another sound caught Jun Qingye's attention. In the scene, Lin Zhaozhao was pinned to the ground. A wealthy middle-aged man, Zheng Lisheng, was scolding her, saying that as a woman, she shouldn't be out doing business. It was improper. From today on, she would be expelled from the Lin family, and all her ill-gotten gains would be confiscated. As Lin Zhaozhao hurled angry curses, the middle-aged man's lips curled into an unstoppable smile. The next second, the scene collapsed, and Lin Zhaozhao's figure disappeared again. Fortunately, the starlight remained, like a lamp in the darkness, continuing to guide Jun Qingye's direction forward. After a while, Jun Qingye's pupils frantically searched. He finally found the girl he had been yearning for. However, Lin Zhaozhao's current state was rather poor. Holding her head in her hands, she knelt painfully on the ground, complaining about the world's injustice and heaven's cruelty. Tears streamed down her face. Those cursed nightmares seemed imprinted in her mind, refusing to fade. She didn't understand why. Even as a spirit, those dreams became increasingly real. She was in pain and helpless, trapped in endless nightmares, unable to escape. Just as she was near breakdown, a familiar greeting suddenly awakened her. Looking up, she saw Jun Qingye running towards her with an anxious face, repeatedly calling out, "Zhao Zhao." Lin Zhaozhao was momentarily dazed, wondering why he would appear here. Unable to distinguish if the person before her was reality or illusion, Jun Qingye embraced her, saying, "I finally found you. Don't be afraid. I'll take you out of here." These simple words instantly shook Lin Zhaozhao's heart, tears flowing unconsciously. He was the real Zheng Qingye. The next second, she suddenly startled, as if realizing something, pushing away the man holding her. Who let you in? Do you know what this place is? There's no way out of here. Coming in is suicide. Zheng Qingye showed a gentle smile. If I could get in, there must be a way out. Let's find it together. Lin Zhaozhao lowered her head. It's useless. I've been looking for an exit for a month, but except for repeatedly reliving these cursed nightmares, there's nothing else. Turning to look at Zheng Qingye, though he appeared grown up in the dream, his actions were completely childlike. The grown-up version of him would never take risks so easily. She sighed. Lin Zhaozhao flicked Zheng Qingye's forehead. You foolish boy. Now look what's happened. When my consciousness dissipates, we'll die together. Unexpectedly, the little boy grabbed her hand. Don't talk nonsense. Even in despair and pain, you've been looking for a way out this whole month. Lin Zhaozhao won't be defeated by anything. Speaking, he materialized a long sword. If these dreams are a maze, then we'll cut through them. We won't die here, because you're meant to be the empress, the greatest ruler in history. I said I'd be your sword. Let's start by cutting through this dream. Lin Zhaozhao dazedly took the sword. This scene seemed somewhat familiar. Previously, just seeing these scenes was painful enough, so she kept her distance. She never thought of getting close. Could people in dreams really be killed? Before she could process this, Zheng Qingye took her hand and walked straight into the dream. The first scene with the boss appeared before their eyes again, still with that disgusting superior expression. But the next second, his expression suddenly turned tense. In the scene, Zheng Qingye's face darkened as he held the sword, coldly staring at this blood-sucking demon. Ignoring his warnings and pleas, he gripped the sword with both hands and thrust forcefully. That nightmare that had haunted Lin Zhaozhao actually shattered and dispersed before their eyes. See? They can die too. And it's not scary at all. Only when there's light in your heart can you achieve self-redemption. Looking at this familiar yet strange man before her, Lin Zhaozhao felt dazed. In their previous life, most of their encounters were on the battlefield. Back then, Zheng Qingye always wore a serious, deathly expression. But in this life, though still a child, his eyes held light, like a bright pearl wiped clean of dust. Nothing could obscure its brilliance. And because of his transformation, Lin Zhaozhao regained her confidence, materializing a sword in her hand. The bewitching woman who brought disaster to the spirit realm, once representing mortal enemies, Yeguang and Xie, finally stood on the same side. Let's join hands and repay those nightmares properly. The two entered dream after dream, taking those memories representing despair, anger, and pain, and cutting through them all. Those who had caused their pain screamed and fled one by one. In the end, they all fell to their swords. As the last enemy turned to ash, a light finally appeared in the dream before them. Lin Zhaozhao pushed Zheng Qingye out, telling him to wait obediently outside. Before Zheng Qingye could react, the crack behind him had already closed. The upcoming dreams weren't suitable for a kid to see. Lin Zhaozhao smiled brightly. Thanks for the sword. See you when I wake up. A golden light flashed. Zheng Qingye suddenly opened his eyes. He immediately checked the jade pendant. Seeing that its blood color had faded, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Should be fine now, right? To be safe, he still placed the jade pendant in blood, hoping to provide more nourishment. Watching the jade pendant bobbing up and down in the teacup, he suddenly had a strange feeling like he was raising a child. Though odd, this feeling wasn't bad. The scene changed. Zhao Yi looked at the imperial edict in his hands with worry. Father Emperor knew he and Zheng Qingye didn't get along. Why send him to bestow rewards? Could Zheng Qingye be preparing for revenge? Growing more anxious, Zhao Yi even thought he would end up like concubine Shu's ministers. Seeing his master so worried, his lackey hurried forward to suggest, the jade seal sent over half a month ago. His Majesty has been frowning lately. Perhaps he wants you to teach Zheng Qingye a lesson. Oh. Zhao Yi immediately brightened up, thinking the lackey made sense. So Father Emperor was giving him a chance. He still cares about me after all. The twisted prince's mood lifted, and he quickly arranged to enter the palace. At Prince Hui's mansion, Zhao Yi pushed open the door, staring at the person inside with a sinister smile. Zheng Qingye was also surprised, demanding to know why he came. Zhao Yi felt chilled by the stare. He could never forget their first meeting when Zheng Qingye almost cut off his hands, but he quickly resumed his sinister look. Times have changed. My little prey is still mine. Suppressing his excitement, he stepped forward. This time, My pretty one. This prince won't give you a chance. Noticing the guards outside didn't stop him, Jun Qingye understood this must be the king's doing. With Zhao Zhao not here, I need to think of something. Zhao Yi waved his hand, ordering his men to seize him. Jun Qingye slowly retreated into the room, watching vigilantly. To Zhao Yi, this behavior looked like fear. Excited, he rushed into the room, but his foot caught on a rope, making him fall flat on his face. The trap triggered, swinging stone blocks from the beam, heading straight for his lackeys. With a dull thud, 2 guards were instantly killed. Zhao Yi sensed danger, but before he could react, a short blade was already at his face. Jun Qingye spoke coldly. Your Highness, do you still want me now? This prince was a pervert who would seize any chance to capture the protagonist. Unexpectedly, he was subdued by the protagonist in just a few moves. Seeing this, the lackeys outside quickly drew their swords to save their master, sternly ordering him to release the 4th prince. Jun Qingye ignored them and grabbed the perverted prince. If he let the hostage go, he would surely be doomed today. At this moment, a guard pulled out a jade pendant, threatening to break his mother's jade if he didn't release the prince. Looking at the item in the guard's hand, Jun Qingye panicked. His movements had been too large, and he hadn't noticed the jade pendant falling. Seeing his panicked expression, the guards were puzzled. It was just a jade pendant. Surely he wouldn't be foolish enough to exchange the hostage for it? The lackey, without thinking much, made a fake throwing motion. After another threat, he decisively released and threw the pendant. Jun Qingye's pupils contracted violently. The pendant contained his only attachment. He shoved the perverted prince away, quickly diving for the falling pendant. With a thud, Jun Qingye hit the ground. Though he caught the pendant successfully, he had lost all leverage for survival, but he didn't care, only staring at his palm intently. Zhao Yi, relieved at his escape, was helped up by guards and immediately ordered his lackeys to hold Jun Qingye down. Then he kicked his head repeatedly. Having been terrified earlier, he needed to vent his anger. Jun Qingye protected the pendant desperately, glaring at the waste before him, wishing to tear him apart. Seeing him still daring to stare, Zhao Yi became furious. He slapped Jun Qingye's handsome face again. HMPH, pretty one. Didn't you say you'd rather die than let me touch you? Today I'll see just how tough you are. I'll strip you in front of everyone. Jun Qingye burned with rage but was helpless. He could only grit his teeth as the perverted prince tore at his clothes. Zhao Yi's face flushed with excitement. He had waited too long for this moment. Just then, the sword behind them suddenly unsheathed itself. A cold flash passed by. Without any time to react, Zhao Yi's hands vanished before his eyes. The lackeys were stunned by this sudden change. The sword flew to Jun Qingye's front. Under this eerie scene, the lackeys retreated, while Zhao Yi, who had been laughing arrogantly, now howled like a sick dog on the ground. Jun Qingye raised his hand, blood at his lips. His eyes glowed red as he looked down contemptuously at the person on the ground. The evil woman had returned. With a light flick of his finger, the sword flew into his palm. So you're the one who wanted to humiliate me? Zhao Yi had no fight left. Blood flowing, he begged not to be killed, screaming for his lackeys to save him. The lackeys were too terrified to take even half a step forward. Of course, Jun Qingye didn't care about their attitude. He coldly said, "Go die." Just as he was about to send Zhao Yi to meet his mother, unexpectedly, just before succeeding, an attack blocked the sword's path. Then a voice announced, "His Majesty arrives," causing Jun Qingye to look aside. He saw King Zhao enter the hall with disbelief, demanding to know what was happening. Zhao Yi hurriedly got up and staggered towards his father. He fell to his knees beside him, begging for help. King Zhao saw his son's hands had been cut off. Without asking for details, he ordered his men to capture the criminal. He had only wanted to teach Jun Qingye a lesson, but never expected to almost have to bury his son. Jun Qingye remained calm. "Your Majesty, do you want to punish me? How pitiful. I've been working day and night solving riddles for your kingdom's future. Is this how you treat me?" King Zhao became furious, scolding him for lying. "It's been a month. What have you figured out?" Still calm, he showed his signature evil smile. "How do you know I haven't solved it?" The youth had cut off a prince's hands, yet he remained unfazed. Walking casually before the emperor, he walked to the table and wrote down an address, then spoke mockingly. "Your Majesty wants to punish me without distinguishing right from wrong. How disheartening. King Zhao stared at the paper in his hand like seeing a beautiful woman, eagerly reaching to grab it, but the youth dodged his greedy hands, stating that if he wanted the paper, he'd have to trade Prince Zhao Yi's life for it. Hearing this, Zhao Yi panicked, urging his father not to listen and kill him quickly. King Zhao was torn. Compared to this useless son, the treasure seemed more important. He warned the youth darkly not to play tricks, or he'd make him die horribly. The youth smiled, guaranteeing authenticity. If the fourth prince hadn't kept pressuring me, I wouldn't have resorted to this. A drop of cold sweat fell from King Zhao's face, showing he'd made his decision. Knowing his father's nature, Zhao Yi was nearly crying, repeatedly calling, "Father," hoping to awaken his paternal love. They say serving a ruler is like staying beside a tiger. King Zhao chose the treasure, announcing the stripping of Zhao Yi's prince status and imprisonment. He would be executed after investigating his crimes, and his followers would be beheaded on the spot. The youth coldly watched the cursing waste, slowly uttering, "Your Majesty is wise." Taking the paper, King Zhao didn't want to stay longer. He shouted, "Return to palace," and left. The scene changed. Lin Zhajiao had changed back to reality, jubilantly celebrating bringing down Prince Zhao. Zhen Qingye sat on the bed, quietly watching the young girl. He had been terrified earlier, fearing King Zhao might kill them both in anger. However, thinking she did it to avenge him, he couldn't help smiling. Whatever the outcome, we'll face it together. Lin Zhajiao suddenly leaned in close, frowning as she stared at the kid. Zhen Qing felt nervous being stared at, feeling her gaze was different since returning. Just then, a pink fist suddenly came down. Lin Zhajiao put her hands on her hips, scolding him for daring to enter her dream without permission. She criticized his foolishness for giving up a hostage for a jade pendant, saying if she'd woken up later, he might have been stripped and humiliated. Zhen Qingye wasn't angry at all, instead smiling and promising to be careful next time, though thinking differently inside. Seeing him so obedient, Lin Zhajiao felt somewhat embarrassed. She turned away frustrated. Instead of praising him, I scolded him. He must think I'm an old witch. She coughed awkwardly and softly said, "Thank you." Zhen Qingye was stunned, wondering if he'd heard wrong. Lin Zhajiao meant it sincerely. If not for the kid giving her courage, she might still be trapped in nightmares. She had to kill Zhao Yi because she couldn't stand seeing the kid being bullied like that. But an evil woman is still an evil woman. After saying thanks, she immediately returned to her fierce demeanor, demanding to know what expression was on the kid's face. Zhen Qingye gave her a gentle smile. "I heard you say thank you. I also want to thank you for coming out. You're even stronger than I imagined." Her pupils suddenly dilated. Lin Zhajiao suddenly felt her face burning hot. Was this kid praising her? The notorious evil enchantress. Blushing from a single compliment. Fidgeting, she pinched her nose, not understanding why she felt a bit happy suddenly. The next moment she snapped back to reality. She was a 3-lifetime-old evil woman. How dare this little brat speak to her in such a tone? Is this how you should treat your elders? With that thought, Lin Zhajiao instantly resumed her cold demeanor. "I'm so excellent. I don't need you to tell me. You're the weak one, always getting yourself hurt. You're affecting my performance like this. Since I'm in a good mood today, I'll mercifully teach you some martial arts." Zhen Qing was stunned, hardly believing his ears, repeatedly confirming if she wasn't joking. Lin Zhajiao didn't respond, instead releasing a burst of energy with her hand. Looking at her attire again, she had changed into a sharp training outfit. Her petite body skillfully demonstrated various martial arts moves, from Tai Chi, Wing Chun, Bagua, to Chain Arhat, Diamond Shaolin Divine Palm. She mastered them all. Though Zhen Qingye didn't understand these moves, he was still excited, eyes sparkling, exclaiming how amazing it was. Lin Zhajiao first giggled, then suddenly turned serious, warning him that if he wanted to learn, he must be serious. If he gets beaten this badly again, don't come back to see her. She won't have such a useless little brother. Zhen Qingye earnestly promised to study seriously. He immediately bowed deeply, thanking her for willing to teach martial arts, promising to do his best and not disappoint her. Actually, Lin Zhajiao originally didn't plan to teach him martial arts because in his previous life, he was a martial arts prodigy. If one day he surpasses her, she might lose control over him. But after experiencing many things together recently, she decided to trust him this time. Moreover, they had a contract. No matter how powerful Zhen Qingye becomes, it would benefit her. It was a profitable deal any way she looked at it. With a wave of her small hand, she beckoned the kid to sit down. The lesson would start now. Jun Qingye obediently complied, feeling very excited. His previous amateur skills were learned from beasts in the fighting pit, impossible to use against trained martial artists. Now he urgently needed to become stronger, not just for revenge, but more importantly to truly protect her. Lin Zijiao didn't know his thoughts. She sat cross-legged in the air, seriously considering where to start. Finally, she decided to first recite the internal energy manual, letting the kid memorize it first. Then she entered a meditative state, with wisps of spiritual energy mysteriously surrounding her. Jun Qingye also closed his eyes, entering a transcendent state. A girl's soft voice entered his ears. The creation divine skill has 12 forms. It's the Heavenly Book sect's secret technique. Time passed unknowingly, and Jun Qingye suddenly awoke. Seeing this, Lin Zijiao immediately came forward to ask if he encountered any problems during practice. Unexpectedly, the kid seemed confused, stammering that he seemed to have mastered the first form. Lin Zijiao was shocked, thinking it impossible. It had taken her half a year. This kid had only practiced for a quarter hour. She pressed her hand against his head to check. Damn, he really had opened his energy channels. Her face instantly showed jealousy. Would this kid soon surpass her? In his previous life, he only started martial arts after leaving Zhao country. Yet he still ended up stronger than me. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. Damn, she hoped she wasn't raising her own enemy. At this moment, Jun Qingye spoke again. Although it was his first time practicing internal energy, he felt strangely familiar while training. He suspected it might be due to their contract, causing her experience and understanding to be transferred to him. Now, the kid in Lin Zijiao's eyes seemed to have a filter, radiating brilliant golden light. Damn, this wasn't scientific at all. At this rate, wouldn't he surpass her very soon? The evil woman suddenly felt unwilling and wronged, refusing to accept that she had become his walking experience pack, complaining about how unfair heaven was. In contrast, Jun Qingye, completely unaware of anything wrong, still joyfully expressed his thoughts, inadvertently speaking his heart. Soon, I'll be able to protect you, instead of always being protected by you. He froze right after saying that, nervously looking up at Lin Zijiao, worried she would mock him. Lin Zijiao was also surprised. Did you just say you want to protect me? Two people who were mortal enemies in their previous life were gradually developing an ambiguous relationship in this life. Hearing Jun Qingye say he wanted to protect her, Lin Zijiao was momentarily stunned. Her mascara-lined eyes stared directly at the kid before her, wondering if she had heard wrong. Jun Qingye's face turned red under her gaze, and he quickly turned his head away. Seeing his naive young appearance, Lin Zijiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly at what a foolish boy he was. I'm a ghost who wants to steal your body, yet now that you have a bit of power, you want to protect me. Not wanting to dwell on this topic anymore, Lin Zijiao suddenly changed her expression, mocking. Protect me? You're 800 years too early. Opening your energy channels is just the first step. To become as strong as me, try reincarnating 100 more times. While speaking, she kept poking the youth's forehead. Seeing his obedient response, she finally showed a satisfied expression. Indeed, she needed to keep him in check, lest he become arrogant from easy success. Under her guidance, Jun Qingye silently determined to work harder, not wanting to waste her training. Afterward, Lin Zijiao taught him the remaining mental techniques. She let him practice diligently on his own. Undeniably, Jun Qingye's progress was incredibly fast. He fully consolidated his level in just 3 days. This cheat-like progress made Lin Zijiao quite depressed. Logically, with him growing stronger so quickly, she should have held him back. But thinking about how naive this kid was, it didn't seem necessary. In fact, the stronger he became, the more useful he would be to her. So Lin Zijiao maintained a hands-off approach throughout, though it was crazy. But who told me to reincarnate? 10 days later, in the middle of the night, Lin Zijiao suddenly woke Qingye from his sleep. She said this was when security was weakest, perfect for taking him out for a walk. Though Jun Qingye was confused, he instinctively agreed. Then, Lin Zijiao transformed into a fluorescent light and entered his body. The scene changed, and he had already controlled the body to arrive at another courtyard. Jun Qingye was curious where they were going. Lin Zijiao smiled slightly. Your internal energy has increased recently and is becoming stable. I plan to teach you swordsmanship, so we must first find you a master to practice with. After speaking, she walked straight toward the mansion ahead. Inside the mansion, a man dressed as a eunuch was contemplating the treasures before him. These were found in the second treasure vault, but he discovered many inconsistencies. This didn't seem to be the Jun Kingdom's treasure. This person was Shu Han, the head eunuch of Zhao country. Realizing the gravity of this matter, he prepared to report it to the king of Zhao immediately. He dismissed the small eunuch reporting trivial matters beside him. Taking off his hat, he slowly exhaled. As the right-hand man of the king of Zhao, Shu Han had too many affairs to handle each day. Just then, he suddenly noticed an unusual sound from the roof beam and immediately shouted out. Seeing she was discovered, Lin Zhajiao simply revealed herself, while praising eunuch Shu for being truly impressive, worthy of being the emperor's top expert. Seeing the visitor, Shu Hai frowned slightly. Prince Wei, if this servant remembers correctly, you're supposed to be under confinement. If His Majesty learns you've sneaked out like this, he won't be pleased. Lin Zhajiao calmly walked towards him. I had no choice. Besides, during your treasure hunt this time, you must have discovered something extraordinary, so I couldn't sleep without giving you a heads up. Hearing this, Shu Hai was startled. His suspicions were indeed correct. The treasure Jun Qingye spoke of was left by Emperor Hongwu of Jun Kingdom, but among them, he found treasures that became famous only after Hongwu's time. If His Majesty discovered Jun Qingli was deceiving him, the boy would be dead for sure. No wonder he risked coming to find me. Having thought it through, Shu Hai laid his cards on the table, saying he had indeed discovered issues with the treasure. Your Highness, let's discuss this with His Majesty together tomorrow. Lin Zhajiao had clearly anticipated what kind of person he was and remained calm. If I help eunuch Shu find the person you're looking for, could you be a bit flexible? Shu Hai was shocked, unable to believe how the other party knew he was searching for someone. A drop of cold sweat unconsciously fell from his face as he pondered for a moment. He finally couldn't resist asking Jun Qingye how he knew his secret. Lin Zhajiao spoke unhurriedly. I know far more than you imagine. You came to the Imperial city looking for your birth father, but were captured and forced to become a eunuch. I also know you endured the pain and lived on just to take revenge on that irresponsible scum. Don't you have a round stone tablet in your possession with your mother's name carved on it? What you don't know is that there were actually 2 missing tablets. The other one has your father's name carved on it. Hearing this, Shu Hai finally couldn't suppress his anticipation. He grabbed Jun Qingyi's collar and loudly demanded to know who he was. It was bad enough that such a handsome man became a eunuch. Who could have imagined he was also the illegitimate son of a foreign emperor? Hearing that Jun Qingye knew his birth father's name, Shu Hai immediately lost control and grabbed his collar, demanding harshly to know who he was. Lin Zhajiao remained unperturbed, saying playfully that the person was both far and near, and he had been serving him for over 10 years. Hearing this, Shu Hai laughed mockingly. He naturally wouldn't believe such an absurd answer. Thinking the other party was trying to turn him against the emperor, he threw Jun Qingli's body aside and said coldly that he was too naive. The answer was clearly far-fetched. How could an emperor let his own flesh and blood become a eunuch? Lin Zhajiao rubbed his neck, paused for a moment, then continued explaining that it was all because of the empress's benefit. Back then, if not for the empress's support, the king of Zhao couldn't have succeeded in ascending to the throne. He might still be suffering in the crown prince's mansion. The king of Zhao was frustrated in his early years, which was why he got together with Shu Hai's mother. But later he gained the empress's support, and not daring to let the empress know about Shu Hai's mother, he developed murderous intentions. However, at that time, Shu Hai's mother was pregnant. Unable to bear harming the child, he deceived his wedded wife out of the palace. The poor woman believed until her death that the king of Zhao truly loved her and they separated due to the empress's threats. That's why she never told her son about his father's identity. She only gave Shu Hai the token, telling him to seek his family in the palace. Unexpectedly, he was discovered by the empress as soon as he entered the palace. In her fury, she directly ordered people to capture Shu Hai and make him a eunuch. The emperor knew about all of this, but at that time the empress was too powerful, so he could only pretend not to know. After hearing the whole story, Shu Hai was questioning his entire life, repeatedly muttering, "Impossible." Lin Zhajiao didn't explain further, suggesting that if he didn't believe it, they could go verify it together. After all, the stone tablet token couldn't lie. Hearing this, Shu Hai grabbed his arm, indicating that he would lead the way. Considering the palace was full of experts, Lin Zhajiao agreed. The next second, Shu Hai lifted him onto his back, intending to carry him as they traveled. Undeniably, with Shu Hai leading the way, They moved much faster. Combined with his familiarity with the palace environment, their journey was completely unobstructed. But Zhun Qingye was worried, asking what if Shu Hai wouldn't help after learning the truth. Lin Zijiao was confident, telling him not to worry. After all, in his previous life, Shu Hai had allied with Zhun Qingye. This life, he was just copying that homework. Having been reborn, he knew well that Shu Hai wasn't someone who would abandon revenge for power, especially since he could offer him even more power. Soon, they arrived at an old well. According to memory, this was where the king of Zhao had thrown his early possessions. Then, they began a thorough search of the surrounding area. Moments later, Shu Hai's pupils suddenly dilated. He tremblingly picked up a stone coin from the pond. Then, he took out the token he always carried with him and, with an anxious heart, slowly brought the two pieces together. As expected, the two stone tablets fit perfectly. Shu Hai instinctively thought someone must have deliberately carved the characters to turn him against the emperor. But when he saw the characters, Zhao Jie, he broke down. This was his childhood name before age 6. No one else could have known it. He was now burning with rage. He couldn't believe the scum he had hated for so many years. That bastard who abandoned his wife and child was the emperor he had served diligently for over a decade. Moreover, he had watched as Shu Hai was made a eunuch. Seeing him so devastated, Lin Zijiao felt somewhat sympathetic, but this was something he would have learned eventually. It just happened earlier. With that thought, he called out to him. Shu Hai turned to look at the youth. Though unsure how he knew the truth, he knew the other's help would come at a price. But Lin Zijiao's next words surprised him completely. He merely reminded him to return early to avoid the king of Zhao's punishment, suggesting he think carefully about his decision later. Shu Hai was stunned for a long while, unable to process it. After a moment, he finally took the waiting hand. Alright, the scene shifted. Lin Zijiao had returned control to Zhun Qingye, who was now quickly waving his small hand to clear his head. He was puzzled about what this kid was thinking, being so lost in thought. Zhun Qing shook his head, indicating he just felt sorry for Shu Hai. Because of the king of Zhao's selfish desires, the lives of both mother and son were completely ruined. Lin Zijiao grabbed his small hand, saying this is why they needed to keep power in their own hands, to avoid being at others' mercy. Zhun Qingye remained lost in thought, thinking of his own father. Despite being emperor, he still ended up losing his wife and children, ultimately meeting his death. Lin Zijiao paused. This was because his imperial power had been usurped. Gaining power was only the first step, maintaining it was a constant battle. Once you understand these things, you'll naturally understand your father's true cause of death, and know how to remain undefeated. The next second, Zhun Qingye suddenly grabbed his small hand, as if awakening from a dream. I want to learn. Please teach me. What's it like to have your mortal enemy from your previous life as your adoptive father? Lin Zijiao, who had experienced 2 lifetimes of sorrow, despite his own heart being full of grief and unwillingness, still couldn't bear to see his mortal enemy being bullied. Not only did he sign a soul contract with him, but also helped Zhun Qingye deal with his 2 deadly enemies, the 4th prince and Yin Cheng Xu. Now he even helped him win over Zhao Bo, turning enemies into allies. Though on the surface, he thought this would save him a lot of trouble and was a necessary investment, but unknowingly, their relationship had become somewhat ambiguous. Meanwhile, Shu Hai was in a rather miserable state. After returning to his mansion, he sat dejectedly in his study all night. After all, today's truth would be a huge shock to anyone. The emperor he had served for years was actually his biological father and the one who abandoned his mother. This heartless man had watched as the empress repeatedly punished him. Unfortunately, he understood everything too late. His mother had already died from illness. As the 4th watch bell rang, Shu Hai suddenly stood up. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Dawn was breaking. It was time to report back to the emperor. After tidying up briefly, Shu Hai went straight to the imperial chambers. The king of Zhao had just woken up. Seeing Shu Hai arrive, he immediately asked about the authenticity of the second treasure. With a stern expression, Shu Hai confirmed the treasure's existence and reported all the wealth found during this treasure hunt. Hearing that the treasure contained 6 million guan, the king of Zhao squealed with delight. After all, Zhao's entire annual tax revenue was only 3 million guan. This wonderful news made him pace around excitedly. Then he asked Shu Hai how to deal with Zhun Xingye. Although this person held great secrets, his recent behavior was too arrogant. If not taught a lesson, he might become uncontrollable in the future. Without hesitation, Shu Hai gave his opinion. The more arrogant Prince Wei was, the more controllable he became. If he weren't so unrestrained, it would either mean the treasure was fake, or he was deeply scheming something else. His words all favored Zhun Qingye, even suggesting that the king of Zhao could view Zhun Qingye as an ally against the Zhun kingdom. Now that he had no support, why shouldn't your majesty try to win him over? If his loyalty could be gained, he would surely bring more surprises to Zhao in the future. Indeed, Xu Hai's years of dedicated service had proven effective. With just a few words, he had prevented Zhun Qingye's unwarranted disaster and made the king of Zhao value him even more. The king immediately issued an order lifting Zhun Xingyi's restrictions and granted Dragon Spring Palace 12 court ladies along with fine clothes, jewels, and stone statues. To show sincerity, the emperor also ordered Xu Hai to execute the fourth prince as a warning to others. After issuing a series of orders, he finally calmed down and instructed Xu Hai to keep Dragon Spring Palace under surveillance, just in case. The next day at Dragon Spring Palace, Xu Hai arrived early with workers and jewels. Lin Zijiao, who had received advance notice, had already possessed the body and was now exchanging greetings with Xu Hai in the hall. Seeing Xu Hai's haggard face, he must have been sleepless all night. Before parting, Lin Zijiao invited him to stay for a simple meal. Though surprised, Xu Hai immediately dismissed the workers. Moments later, they sat across from each other in silence. Finally, Xu Hai spoke first, saying that to repay the favor, he would do 3 things for Zhun Qingye. Lin Zijiao naturally wouldn't agree easily. Instead, he asked about Xu Hai's rest last night, then got to the point, revealing that he must have many questions and encouraging him to ask freely. Xu Hai agreed that he did have many doubts, but now he didn't want to ask anymore. Then, changing the subject, he expressed his confusion and grievances. The person he had served faithfully for over a decade turned out to be his enemy. I was even grateful to him before. When I was inexplicably castrated after being brought into the palace, he provided medicine that saved my life. Later, when the fourth prince wanted to humiliate me out of lust, it was also he who stopped him and confined him for a month. So even when he beat me and called me a lowly slave, I remained loyal and responsible because mother always said to repay even the smallest kindness with great gratitude. But I never imagined, never thought, that he was the true culprit. Xu Hai grew increasingly angry as he spoke, snapping the chopsticks in his hand, frowning while staring at Zhun Qingye. He said, "I know you're helping me to win me over, though I don't know your purpose. I can help you kill him." The empire's second-in-command offering to help kill the enemy emperor. But the youth before him refused, because the one controlling the young body now was a femme fatale who had lived 3 lifetimes. His goal wasn't simply to eliminate the Zhao emperor, having failed in the previous life. This time he must unify the 9 provinces and become the eternal empress. Zhao was just a stepping stone for establishing power. Lin Zijiao slapped the table and stood up. Killing the king of Zhao is easy, but sometimes death isn't the harshest punishment. The old fool cares most about power and profit. For such people, only taking away what they value most and watching them fall from heaven to hell counts as revenge. Xu Hai's heart stirred at these words. He found the youth before him increasingly unfathomable and reflexively asked what he wanted him to do. A red glint flashed in Lin Zijiao's eyes as he showed his characteristic villainous smile. "It's simple. I don't want to kill the king of Zhao. I want his power." These 2 short sentences struck Xu Hai like lightning. Seeing his incredulous expression, the villain laughed heartily with hands on hips. "What's so surprising? If I'm not after his power, what else would I want? Don't be too pessimistic. Who says eunuchs have nothing? If you do as I say, when you hold great power, you'll be the exalted 9,000-year-old one. Then even the emperor will be your pawn. You won't need to bow to anyone. Cheer up. You're so young and handsome. After we deal with the king of Zhao, your exciting life will just begin. I don't think you're inferior to anyone else." Every word was like a spell, making Xu Hai show a relieved smile. He fell to his knees with a thud, officially surrendering and becoming his subordinate. Lin Zijiao also crouched down, saying there was one more thing he needed Xu Hai's help with, finding a way to get the emperor's permission for Xu Hai to teach him martial arts. This way, they could openly associate. Xu Hai was hesitant at first, as his techniques were only for practicing with eunuchs, but Lin Zijiao dismissed this concern, telling him not to worry. Then he personally helped him up. "From now on, we're allies. Don't treat me like that anymore. I have great confidence in our future. Here's to our successful cooperation." Their fists bumped again, former allies reuniting ahead of time. The scene changed. Lin Zijiao was now dancing freely in Dragon Spring Palace. Being confined in a small place for so long had nearly driven him crazy. Now with Shu Hai as an ally, barring accidents, Zhao would be in his hands within 5 years. The future looked bright, and now he even had a mansion. He couldn't be happier. Zhen Qingye stood at a distance, quietly watching him wander about. After touring Dragon Spring Palace completely, Lin Zijiao flew back to him, asking if he was impressive and promising 10 meals a day to those who followed him. Zhen Qingye smiled brightly, sincerely praising his brilliance and expressing gratitude. Hearing the praise, the villain's mood improved further. Crossing his arms and humming, he said, "With Shu Hai's help now, our plan to swallow Zhao Bo has taken a big step forward. Next is to use the King of Zhao's power to gradually develop and accumulate initial capital. When we're strong enough, we can step on him directly and aim for the world. Then no one can stop me." Seeing him so happy, Zhen Qingye couldn't help but cover his mouth and giggle. While admiring him, he couldn't help but ask if all this had been planned in advance. After speaking, he seemed to realize he shouldn't have asked and hurriedly waved his hands, explaining he didn't mean to imply scheming. Unexpectedly, the villain chuckled. "I am indeed a scheming person. I carefully calculate everything before doing it. But with you," his tone suddenly turned playful as he lightly tapped the youth's forehead. In that instant, Zhen Qingye felt his breathing become difficult, his heart pounding wildly. "Ha," he said, "only with me did he not need to scheme." His face instantly turned bright red. He quickly made an excuse about needing to practice meditation to change the subject. Just as he finished speaking, the jade pendant on his chest suddenly began glowing, and Lin Zijiao's body was involuntarily pulled inside. The villain was completely bewildered, as she hadn't intended to go in. How did this kid suddenly become so slick? Zhen Qingye, left standing alone, was equally confused. "Hey, I didn't say anything scary, did I?" Even after being reborn as an ethereal ghost, our villain still found ways to enjoy life. Since moving to this mansion called Dragon Spring Palace, Lin Zijiao would take over Zhen Qing's body every night to take a stroll. Now the palace maid came to remind him it was time for lunch. Hearing this news, the villain immediately broke into a bright smile. Previously under house arrest, she only had 2 plain dishes each day. Now she could finally feast properly. The moment the door opened, the delight on his face was unmistakable. He expected more dishes than before, but hadn't anticipated such a lavish spread. The villain, appearing as if starved for half a month, grabbed the chopsticks and began wolfing down the food. Truth be told, status really made a difference. Even the food tasted better. No wonder so many people wanted to climb the social ladder. Even a single mouthful made it worthwhile. While he was feasting, the palace maids beside him began to daydream. They had heard that Zhen Qingye not only forcibly occupied the imperial concubine's chambers but also caused the death of the noble consort and prince. When they came to Dragon Spring Palace, they were prepared for the worst. But now, seeing him eating so happily, he didn't seem at all like the cruel and vicious person from the rumors. In fact, looking carefully, he seemed rather cute. Half an hour later, the satisfied villain leaned back in his chair, gently rubbing his full stomach. A palace maid immediately came forward with tea. When asked if the meal was satisfactory, the villain happily replied it was excellent. Looking at the half-full table, she instructed the maids that they didn't need to prepare so much in the future. Just vary the dishes daily. The maids immediately agreed, their fondness for Zhen Qingye growing. Such an approachable young master. Perhaps the rumors weren't all true. Lost in thought, she spoke again. "Your Highness probably doesn't know why this is called Dragon Spring Palace. In the back hall, there's a natural hot spring drawn up from underground. If your Highness likes, you could try it out." Hearing this, Lin Zijiao's eyes lit up golden. Grabbing the maid's hand, she declared she wanted to try it right away. His handsome face immediately touched the maid's maternal instincts. Blushing slightly, she repeatedly assured she would prepare it right away. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the hot spring. Seeing the clear spring water, the villain couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Walking slowly to the pool's edge, she removed her boots and dipped a foot in with a sigh. A warm feeling rushed through her heart. Being alive is still the best. As a soul, you can't eat, drink, play, or even take a bath. What kind of life is that? Hearing the maid's offer to help change clothes, the villain raised both arms saying, "Hurry up." But just then, another pair of hands pushed down those raised arms. A girl who had transmigrated and been reborn as a soul was now possessing her former enemy's body and about to bathe in it. Fortunately, Jun Qingye emerged from the jade pendant in time to stop her. Otherwise, his body would have been completely exposed to the palace maids. The villain, coming to her senses, hurriedly dismissed the maids. I got too excited. She had almost forgotten Jun Qingye was still there. After the maids had all left, Jun Qingye's figure immediately appeared, demanding to know what the villain was trying to do. Lin Zijiao carelessly replied, "Taking a bath, of course. This is a natural hot spring. I don't know how long it's been since I had a bath. Lately when I smell myself, there's always this soul-deep musty odor. Must be because I haven't bathed in so long." Jun Qingye was speechless. With Chang'e in the jade pendant, he couldn't calm down at all. Sure enough, as soon as he came out, he saw her trying to use his body to take a bath. When he looked again, his face instantly turned red. The villain had already started undressing. He hurriedly grabbed her hands to stop her. "Men and women should be separate. You can't use my body to bathe." The villain sighed helplessly. "I'm not doing anything else. Why not? Besides, I can transform. How do you know I wasn't a man when I was alive?" At these words, Jun Qingye was thunderstruck. While he was questioning his life choices, the villain flashed a triumphant smirk and quickly stripped off the clothes. With a splash, she jumped in. "Ha, you're no match for me. Kid, come back after 10 years of practice." Jun Qingye was both embarrassed and angry, but couldn't find any harsh words to say. In the end, he could only turn his head away with a red face to show his disapproval. Seeing this, the villain teased again. "Why are you so nervous? I'm just taking a bath. Besides, this kind of thing will happen often in the future. Won't you get tired of being shy every time?" Jun Qingye was startled by her bold statement. He angrily turned away without responding, secretly vowing that he would never let her have another chance to use his body for bathing. Seeing no response, the villain began examining this body. "I must say, you've got quite a good foundation. The injuries are mostly healed. And look at these muscles and this smooth skin. No wonder you progress so quickly in martial arts. I'm a bit jealous. Kid, don't look so gloomy. Whether it's romance or the wedding night, I'll be there for all of it." Thinking of it that way, isn't me using your body for a bath not so bad? Qingye suddenly turned around, his heart pounding wildly. Seeing his soul form frozen in shock, the villain laughed even more freely. All right, I'll stop. It's not such a big deal, right? To be even more direct, your future children will have to call me father too. If I don't mind helping you raise children, what are you worried about?" Jun Qingye's mind went completely blank. He had even thought about children? But if he knew from the start that sharing a soul would be this intimate, why did he still make the contract? Did he really not mind? Or despite everything, was he willing? At this moment, Jun Qingye came to his senses completely. What is he really thinking? I want to know the answer. He was once the Empire's revered war god, but now he was blushing and shy like a puppy. All because our female protagonist was using his body to take a bath right in front of him. And what made him question life even more was, they now shared a soul bond, which meant that for all future matters, whether romance or marriage, they would experience everything together. Jun Qing was also confused about what Lin Zijiao was really thinking. If he knew from the start that soul sharing would be this intimate, why did he still make the contract? Did he truly not mind? Or perhaps he hadn't thought that far ahead, planning to just take over this body after helping with revenge? Then there wouldn't be these troubles anymore. Various thoughts flooded his mind, and Jun Qingye didn't know what he was thinking anymore. Lin Zijiao hadn't actually thought that deeply about it. He had only meant to tease the kid, but the boy's continued silence made things somewhat awkward, making him wonder if he'd gone too far. While thinking this, he asked why the other wasn't speaking. "You're not really angry, are you?" Jun Qingye hurriedly shook his head in denial, worried that his behavior might seem childish. But his stiff movements and tone appeared quite rigid to Lin Zijiao. He was clearly angry, thinking about what he'd said earlier about having his children call him father. Even though Jun Qingye was young, it must have made him unhappy. With these thoughts, he immediately started making light of it and apologizing, promising not to make such jokes again. But Jun Qingye remained standing there silently, making the situation awkward once more. Seeing this, Lin Zijiao decisively climbed out of the hot spring. "I'm being honest. I promise I won't tease you like this anymore. If you don't believe me, you can look into my sincere eyes." As soon as these words were spoken, Jun Qingye actually turned to look with a serious expression. This sudden seriousness made the villain feel somewhat lost. Worried that her insincere apology had been discovered, Jun Qingye was equally flustered. Their eyes met, and his heart became even more chaotic. Finally, Jun Qingye was the first to yield. "I'm not angry. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm just a bit tired. I'll go rest first." Before the villain could respond, he transformed into streaks of silver light and entered the jade pendant. Lin Zijiao stared at the pendant on his chest, bewildered. "Damn, he's really angry. Whatever, I've already apologized. Stay angry if you want. This way I can have the body to myself. Hee, I'm such a clever little devil." Inside the jade pendant, Jun Qingye had been meditating since entering. Lately, he felt he'd been thinking too much. His heart should only be focused on revenge. But why was it that the more time he spent with him, the more inappropriate thoughts emerged? He was indeed too greedy, always thinking about how good he was, wondering why he couldn't possess him forever. Was it the villain who had fallen in love, or the war god whose heart was confused? During Jun Qingye's absence, Lin Zijiao suddenly felt very bored. Other people in the palace avoided him like the plague when they saw him, which was quite dull. Moreover, 3 days had passed, and Jun Qingye still hadn't come out of the jade pendant. He strongly suspected the boy was deliberately avoiding him. Just then, a jade-like hand-holding pastries suddenly appeared. Lin Zijiao immediately began enjoying the treats from the beautiful guard. While savoring the delicacies, he couldn't help but complain that Jun Qingye was missing out. He'd been eating slowly to save some for him, but he still wouldn't come out. The palace maid seemed to notice his distraction and gently asked if something was bothering him. If it were any other master, they wouldn't be so proactive. But this young prince was just too pleasing to the eye. Hearing this, Lin Zijiao suddenly had an idea and asked the palace maid how to cheer someone up if you've made them angry. The palace maids clearly didn't understand his meaning and righteously stated that they would never dare be angry with the prince. If such a thing happened, it would be the servant's fault, never the prince's. Such loyal words indeed. Not giving up, Lin Zijiao tried a different approach, asking how they would want others to comfort them if someone made them angry. This time, their responses were much more genuine. One said just doing something fun together would be enough, while another said a couple of playful hits would quickly dispel the anger. Lin Zijiao tilted his head in confusion. Is it that simple? Don't you need to give gifts or something? Palace maid Qinshin smiled gently. As long as the apology is sincere, there's no such thing as simple or complex. Besides, who could stay angry with you for long? During their conversation, Qinshin grew bolder and even reached out to touch Jun Qingye's hair. Seeing there was nothing more to ask, Lin Zijiao dismissed them to rest. He remained sitting cross-legged on the side couch, thinking. The palace maid's words made sense. When someone's angry, just apologize. If that doesn't work, a playful hit might do. Besides, he had been too casual this time. It wouldn't hurt to swallow his pride and apologize properly, especially since they'd be together for a long time. With these thoughts, he began calling out to Jun Qingye through the jade pendant, but after calling several times, there was no response from the pendant, so he started being dramatic, shouting various things like, "There are assassins," and, "There's a fire." But no matter how he called out, the jade pendant remained completely unresponsive. Unusually patient, he pressed close to the jade pendant again and softly said, "Come out, let's eat some fruit. Come out, let's chat." Another 2 minutes passed as he stared at the still motionless pendant. He finally became angry. Qingjin angrily slammed the table. "Jun Qingye, are you done yet? Are you coming out or not? The puppy is angry. How should I comfort him?" To get Jun Qingye to come out, Lin Zijiao tried every trick he could think of. Not only did he swallow his pride and sincerely apologize, but he also made a fuss pretending there were assassins, then claimed the room was on fire. But no matter what he said, Jun Qingye showed no response at all. Unable to endure it anymore, he finally exploded. He grabbed and slammed the table while cursing at the pendant. Unexpectedly, he hit the corner of the table and cried out in pain. What happened next was even more unexpected. Hearing his cry of pain, Jun Qingye instantly appeared before him, touching his hand with concern and asking where he was hurt. Seeing the puppy finally come out, Lin Zijiao immediately changed his expression and giggled. "Hee, I tricked you." Jun Qingye was extremely embarrassed. He quickly withdrew his hand and lied that he had been practicing cultivation, so he couldn't hear anything. If nothing was wrong, he said he'd return to the pendant. Lin Zijiao said with a clear expression, You couldn't hear anything else I said, but you could hear me cry in pain? Jun Qingye was speechless. Seeing how anxious he was getting, he simply grabbed his hand and pulled him close. The next second, their bodies switched. Jun Qingye took control of the physical body again. Before he could react, Lin Zijiao spoke first, suggesting that since he was out, they might as well chat somewhere else. With that, he grabbed the puppy's hand and took off. The scene changed, and the magnificent night view of Zhao's royal palace came into view. Lin Zijiao crossed his arms. How is it, after being locked up for so many years? This is your first time seeing the palace from above, right? Let me tell you. These past few days, I've figured out all the fun places in the palace. I'll take you on a tour. Jun Qingye suddenly came to his senses. Right now? Lin Zijiao blinked. Yes, right now. This mischievous and playful demeanor completely melted the puppy's heart. No longer resisting, he allowed the villain to hold his hand as they flew through the palace. Under the moonlight, the silhouettes of the person and spirit appeared somewhat dreamlike. Seeing him smile so happily, Jun Qingye suddenly felt all his previous worries disappear. Soon they stopped on a roof, both looking down at the courtyard below. In the courtyard, guards stood seriously, with a group of servants kneeling before them. Several young men in luxurious clothes stood to the side, seemingly waiting to watch some entertainment. This was the beast arena. Several iron cages could be seen in the courtyard, each containing various fierce beasts. Jun Qingye's eyes narrowed dangerously. He knew this place all too well. The fourth prince had made him fight the beasts here more than once. As he was lost in thought, one of the young men below suddenly complained, "Fourth brother, it's no fun without beast fights anymore. And what's so interesting about watching slaves? Not like that Jun Qingye, who could fight back and even eat raw meat. Now that was entertaining." At these words, the young man beside him hurriedly covered his mouth. "Brother, watch your words. Don't mention that guy. Someone might hear." Above, the villain nudged Jun Qingye with her elbow. "These are the ones who bullied you back then, right? Want to punish them? I can help." Jun Qingye pondered for a moment. "If you hurt the princes to avenge me, the Zhao king won't let us off. It will affect your future plans." As they talked, more commotion came from below. A young servant was being held by guards, crying out, while the nobles began to laugh and chat excitedly. The next moment, the servant was thrown into an iron cage. A prince immediately ordered, "Quick, release a leopard and there." This scene made Jun Qingye clench his fists tightly. The villain girl also wore a serious expression. Then she leaned close and giggled. "I know what to do." With that, her small hand reached into Jun Qingye's palm. Then with 5 fingers, several pebbles shot down instantly. At the same time, 2 guards were just leading the leopard out of its cage. The beast was so fierce that even the 2 strong men could barely control it. The next second, the sound of breaking chains rang out, and the leopard broke free. This sudden change threw everyone into chaos. The guards hurriedly held their weapons and reluctantly stepped forward to block it. Ironically, the young boy who had just been put in the cage was now the safest. Lin Zijiao's lips curled up. Not done yet. Then she shot several more pebbles. After several crisp sounds, the locks on the other cages broke open. As the fierce beasts broke free, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. These were the most vicious beasts carefully selected by the nobles for their entertainment. Facing them, even the guards completely panicked. Some even dropped their weapons and ran away immediately. The few braver ones who remained stood looking around, wondering who had thrown the stones. This little girl was really something. To make her little brother happy, she took him on a moonlit tour of the Imperial city, and released fierce beasts with pebbles right in front of him, giving a harsh lesson to the noble princes who had bullied him. After taking revenge, she quickly pulled her little brother away to escape, completing an exciting scene no less thrilling than dining and dashing. Undeniably, this plan was truly effective. Though both were now panting from exhaustion, their eyes showed lingering excitement, and they both burst into hearty laughter afterward. Without realizing it, Jun Qingye had completely forgotten his earlier depression. He gazed lovingly at the girl before him, thinking she truly was an extraordinary woman. Lin Zijiao hadn't noticed his changing expression, still relishing in the memory of the beasts breaking free and the princes and guards' panicked expressions. Laughing with pure joy, Jun Qingye smiled softly, seemingly enjoying this warm moment. The scene shifted to them leaning against a roof beam, admiring the brilliant starry sky. This kind of freedom was something Jun Qingye had never experienced before, and it felt really nice. The next moment, the villain girl suddenly looked up and asked if he was still angry. Jun Qingye remained silent, not knowing how to answer. He had never actually been angry with her. From beginning to end, he had only been angry with himself. But his frowning silence made her think he was still angry. She sighed inwardly at how difficult he was to appease. After a moment's thought, she closed her eyes, puckered her lips, and moved her face close to Jun Qingye's. Then hit me twice. I know you've been putting up with me for a long time, but remember, after you hit me, you can't be angry anymore. No matter what I do, you must forgive me. Looking at her delicate face so close to his, Jun Qingye's recently calmed heart began racing again. He had thought that if he just didn't see her for a while, he wouldn't overthink things anymore, wouldn't desperately want to see her anymore. But now, how could he possibly resist her? His heart completely opened, and his hand unconsciously caressed her face. At the same time, the villain girl felt the touch on her face. She was secretly complaining that this guy was really inconsiderate, actually going to hit her. But after a while, when she felt no pain, she opened her eyes in confusion and was stunned. What she saw was Jun Qingye's face full of deep affection. The young boy spoke seriously. I'm not angry anymore, and I won't be in the future, of course. There were words he didn't say out loud, that this ghost was his ghost, and only he could see her. The villain girl touched her cheeks in disbelief, suddenly feeling a flutter in her heart. Then, he immediately put on a self-proclaimed serious face, cleared his throat, and said, "So we're reconciled now." Perhaps feeling the atmosphere was a bit awkward, she smiled sweetly and extended her small hand. "From now on, we'll be an inseparable team, helping each other and accepting our differences. As the future empress, I must surpass all others and create history. Would you like to share this vast empire with me?" Without hesitation, his large hand grasped her small one. "Whether mountains crumble or seas burn, I'll brave it all with you." As their words fell, a blue-silver light appeared between their joined hands. Under the moonlight, the villain girl's smile was especially radiant. The night moon cast a dreamy veil. The spring breeze carried 10 miles of tenderness. In this moment, both felt for the first time that they were no longer alone. She was the nation-toppling enchantress from her past life. He was the empire's war god from his previous life. Once mortal enemies, now fate had arranged for them to become soulmates, unconsciously becoming each other's most reliable half. Time flew by, and 5 years passed. Jun Qingye had grown into a handsome 7-foot-tall youth. Now he was practicing sword dance under the blazing sun. In these 5 years, he hadn't wasted a single day when free. He either practiced the techniques Lin Zijiao taught him, or had Shu Hai guide his swordsmanship. His martial arts skills were now far beyond what they used to be. After another round of sword dance, he finally sheathed his sword amidst the sword energy surrounding him. Sweat dripped down his face as an unconscious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Shu Hai's voice rang out. "That's enough for today. You've made some progress recently, but don't be proud." Jun Qingye held his sword with both hands, showing great respect. "I'll heed your teachings, master." Yes, he had become Shu Hai's disciple. After finishing morning practice, he was about to go rest when something caught his attention. It was midsummer, and white lotus flowers were blooming like jade in the pond. Jun Qingye picked a few of the most beautiful ones. Zijiao always said she wanted to see lotus flowers. "She'll be happy when I bring these back." Walking through Dragon Spring Palace, he kept smiling at the white lotuses in his hands, not even noticing the greetings from passing palace maids. They could only blush and whisper after he passed. But who could blame them? Jun Qingye had grown exceptionally handsome. At the chamber entrance, a palace maid was already waiting. This maid was named Ling Tong, the mute witch they had saved from the arena 5 years ago. Though she couldn't speak, strangely, she could see the villain girl's soul form, so they decided to make her their personal maid. Jun Qingye took the jade pendant and whispered, "Is she still sleeping?" Ling Tong responded in sign language, "Still sleeping. Your Highness should be quiet." Jun Qingye wasn't surprised at all. He nodded and walked straight inside. These years, thanks to Ling Tong, whenever the villain girl didn't want to go out, they could leave the jade pendant with Ling Tong, indirectly expanding the villain girl's range of activity. After arranging the lotus flowers, Jun Qingye immediately turned his gaze to the bed. He walked quietly and lifted the bed curtain. Lin Zijiao lay there like Sleeping Beauty. Whether it was an illusion or not, her soul form seemed more mature than before, showing glimpses of her previous life's nation-toppling beauty. 5 years had passed swiftly, and both Lin Zhajiao and Zhun Qingye had grown considerably, somewhat resembling their past lives as the empire's war god and the nation-toppling enchantress. Watching her sleep soundly, an involuntary smile spread across Zhun Qingye's face. He couldn't help but poke her pretty face. The villain girl was forcibly powered on. "Why are you disturbing me? It's not even mealtime yet." Her lazy demeanor made Zhun Qingye chuckle again. Hey, Zhajiao. Being this lazy, have you given up on becoming a great emperor?" Hearing this, the villain girl instantly perked up. Who said I've given up? I've been doing a lot of work. You know, with Shu Han's help, we've already infiltrated most of the emperor's elite guards. Our business outside the palace is growing too. We've opened several new branches recently. Our fleet is expanding, and we now have 8,000 troops on land and sea. Our people in court are all performing their duties. Once we accumulate more money and supplies, we can immediately start the next phase of our plan. See, I'm not just sleeping. I've done quite a lot. Listening to her rambling, Zhun Qingye's lips curled into a smile, just about to agree and praise her. Unexpectedly, the villain girl lay down and closed her eyes again, indicating she wanted to sleep more. Zhun Qingye quickly stopped her, though her behavior was cute. Sleeping now would make it hard to sleep at night and cause trouble. However, he used the excuse that palace maids had brought cold drinks that would melt if not consumed soon. Sure enough, at the mention of food, the villain girl instantly revived, her eyes gleaming with excitement, exclaiming, "Now that's what I'm talking about." Before Zhun Qingye could react, she immediately pounced into his arms, ready to possess his body. But this time she missed. With a thud, she crashed headfirst into emptiness. The villain girl looked up confused, asking, "What's wrong? Is something wrong, little ghost?" Zhun Qingye's face reddened as he stammered, Nothing. Here's my body. Hurry up and eat." The next second, light flashed as the villain girl successfully possessed his body. Watching her dance towards the dining table, Zhun Qingye felt somewhat lonely. Somehow, he felt he was becoming increasingly strange. When they were apart, he couldn't help but think about her, wondering what she was doing, if she needed to use his body, or if Ling Tong had taken her out to play. But when they were close, his mind would go blank and his heart would race. Zhun Qingye was very confused. What's happening to me? What does it feel like to love someone? Perhaps it's when you can't help but think of them when they're far away, yet when you're close to them, your mind goes blank. Just watching the villain girl happily devour her food made Zhun Qingye smile from ear to ear. Lin Zhajiao hadn't noticed his behavior, being completely absorbed in enjoying her meal. It wasn't her fault though. With such delicacies before her, anyone would be distracted. Only when her stomach could hold no more did she happily stop. Leaning back in her chair, muttering how she wished she had a phone to show others what real imperial cuisine was like. The next second, their souls switched back, and the villain girl smiled, telling Zhun Qingye to try some too. At least she hadn't forgotten about the little boy. "You've been staring at me the whole time. Did something happen at court today?" Zhun Qingye took a symbolic bite of pastry and explained, "Yes, today, Prince Zhao tried to use an incident to suppress the Prime Minister's faction. Originally, Prince Zhao planned to punish the Prime Minister, but unexpectedly, the witness who only recognized the Prime Minister mysteriously hanged himself in prison. Now with no evidence, Prince Zhao had to drop it." The villain girl laughed. "So Prince Zhao finally remembered to suppress that old fellow? His reaction time is too slow. Haha. Indeed, since you started doing business and gave Prince Zhao so many benefits, he's just been indulging in pleasure. He's left most court affairs to the Prime Minister to handle. Now about 1/3 of the court officials are the Prime Minister's supporters. With such a threat, even a fool like Prince Zhao couldn't sit still." To this, the villain girl gave her conclusion. "It's too late to act now. To suppress the Prime Minister who has gained such influence, one must take drastic measures and shake up the court." Zhun Qingye pulled out an envelope from his chest. "This is a report from our spies outside the palace." The report detailed recent activities of the Prime Minister's faction and some unusual behaviors. Now that Prince Zhao can't tolerate him anymore, they suspect he'll make his move within a year or two. Reading the letter's contents, the villain girl scratched her head. Originally, She planned to develop quietly behind Prince Zhao. But now with the Prime Minister becoming a threat, things were different from her previous life. It seemed the plan needed to change. Zhun Qingye added that the Prime Minister was cunning and calculating. Once he's fully prepared, Prince Zhao likely won't be a match. Rather than waiting for the Prime Minister to grow stronger, we should take advantage while they're evenly matched, provoke conflict, and let their desires take over. Once they've fought each other to exhaustion, we can take over Zhao without spending a single soldier. Lin Zhajiao stared at the young man before her, amazed that someone so young could have such insight and foresight. Truly worthy of being my nemesis in my previous life, she thought, then proceeded to praise Zhun Qingye. Well said, provoking their battle early and reaping the benefits, though risky, is worth trying. But the Prime Minister is cautious and won't be easily provoked. Do you have any good ideas? The villain girl asked seriously, leaning in close. Though the Prime Minister is shrewd, those around him may not be. He has a son who acts very recklessly and arrogantly. We can start with him. The villain girl's eyes lit up. What are we waiting for? Let's go meet him outside the palace. I heard from Qinghong there's an amazing person in the South City who can communicate with hundreds of birds. We can check that out too. The sudden change of topic caught Zhun Qingye off guard. He thought to himself that playing was probably her real intention rather than investigation. But considering she hadn't been out for 3 days and worried she might feel cooped up, he agreed. Hearing his approval, the villain girl immediately raised both hands and cheered, "Oh yeah." Outside the Imperial City, a large sedan chair stopped beside a bustling street near a restaurant. Inside, Zhun Qingye sat reading while the villain girl kept looking out the window, peering around. The next moment, a butterfly flew into the sedan. The villain girl immediately became excited and started playing with it. This scene quickly caught Zhun Qingye's attention. His lips curled into a smile. Such a powerful ghost god, yet so easily pleased. Just taking her out to play could make her this happy. Zhun Qingye grew happier thinking about it, completely unaware of his own devotion. As the butterflies suddenly flew away, Lin Zhajiao snapped back to attention, crossed her arms, and stared questioningly at the kid until he felt uneasy. "Little ghost, I've noticed you've been smiling more lately." Zhun Qingye was startled. "Really? Have I? You barely smiled before and always gave off a heavy feeling. Now you're different. Though still formal in personality, you seem much more relaxed. I often catch you smiling to yourself. Tell me, what are you smiling about?" Her sudden close approach made Zhun Qingye's heart flutter, leaving him stammering without words. Fortunately, the villain girl didn't press further. She suddenly stood up, saying, "Hee, no need to tell me. I already know. It must be because you're happy living with me. That's why you smile. Keep smiling like that in the future too. You look quite nice when you smile." Zhun Qingye forced himself to calm his heartbeat and reached out to hold the villain girl's hand. "Do you really think I look good when I smile?" The little puppy was blushing again. Just one compliment about his smile from the villain girl made his heart race wildly. "I heard palace maids privately discussing that you look best when not smiling. That's because they haven't seen you smile. Though I smiled in my previous life too. Your smile is completely different from mine. How should I put it? Your smile has a gentleness that makes it hard to look away." These words only made Zhun Qingye even more shy. He shyly kept his mouth shut, so nervous he could almost hear his own heartbeat. "You're so handsome. Remember when Prince Zhao mentioned arranging your marriage?" The villain girl continued talking to herself. Meanwhile, Zhun Qingye's attention had unconsciously shifted to her pretty face. Her lips were like flower petals moistened with dew. He wondered what it would be like to bite them. Lost in thought, his face slowly drew closer to the villain girl's. The next second, he suddenly snapped back to reality. He quickly turned his head away, his ears burning red. Seeing this, the villain girl thought he was sick. To hide his embarrassment, Zhun Qingye hastily made an excuse about buying sweets from Fuyun House and prepared to flee. Watching him flee so quickly, Lin Zhajiao was completely confused. Was he being shy? He really was thin-skinned. The guards who were following, seeing him suddenly fly away, became equally panicked and hurriedly chased after him, thinking he was trying to escape. Indeed, Zhun Qingye wanted to escape, but only to find a quiet place to be alone with his thoughts. In no time, he had flown to a forest outside the city, panting and leaning against a large tree, trying to calm his heartbeat. "Zhun Qingye, what are you thinking? What are you trying to do? Being able to have her to myself for years is already my fortune. If I become more greedy, I'll only trouble her. I can't be so selfish. But why doesn't she have a body? Why must the contract end with only one remaining? I don't want to let go." I want to possess her forever. As he was lost in these thoughts, that familiar voice suddenly reached his ears again. Jun Qingye whirled around. The villain girl had somehow appeared behind him. What were you just saying about not thinking anymore? What did you mean by possess forever? Jun Qingye was flustered and could only stammer. How are you here? The villain girl rolled her eyes and pointed at his chest. The jade pendant is with you. Where else could I go, little ghost? Why do you look so pale? Did something happen? Hearing this, Jun Qingye finally relaxed. It seems she didn't hear my earlier words clearly. I'm fine. You misheard. Really? The villain girl circled the kid twice, seeming not to believe his words. Looks like he's entering puberty and has his own little secrets now. Unable to figure it out, she stopped asking and cheerfully extended her hand. Then let's continue and go see that person's performance. Now that we've lost those followers, it's just you and me today. We can have fun all day before going back. She took Jun Qingye's hand and flew back toward the Imperial city. Jun Qingye silently watched her figure ahead. Just the two of us. Perhaps one day I'll lose her, but while she's still here, I must cherish every second. After 5 years in the palace, the villain girl finally had a chance to enjoy life outside. Seeing the mundane world again after reincarnation, everything felt fresh to her. Wow, this windmill's craftsmanship is amazing. Too bad it can't be mass-produced. What's this strange dish? Oh, this is nice too. She commented on everything she saw along the way. Before they knew it, night had fallen, but she was still excited, seemingly full of endless energy. Jun Qingye just quietly accompanied her from behind, thinking how these past few years he'd been focused on getting stronger, practicing martial arts almost daily with little time to accompany her. She must have been very lonely. I should work harder in the future. That way I can spend more time with her. I love seeing her smile like this. Before his thoughts finished, he heard the villain girl calling. She was standing at a vendor's stall, eyes shining, staring at a hairpin. Somehow, she seemed to have developed a collector's addiction, but since the vendor couldn't see her, and she felt awkward asking Jun Qingye to buy it for her, she finally couldn't resist her desire and pointed at the hairpin, saying proudly but shyly, I want this one. This feeling made her quite uncomfortable. Before, she could do whatever she wanted when possessing Jun Qingye's body. Now it felt like she was one of those little girls begging their fathers and brothers for gifts. Jun Qingye picked up the hairpin to examine it. It would suit her well, though he hadn't said it. Surely he must miss the time when she was in her female form. If only she had her own body. I would dress her up beautifully day and night. Just as he was about to speak, the vendor spoke first. You have good taste. Sir, this hairpin is made of ebony base with dragon blood wood inlay and carved flowers. Perfect for your sweetheart. Hearing this, Jun Qingye instantly lost his composure, his handsome face turning red as he frantically waved his hands. No. He felt guilty about the sweetheart comment. He glanced back at the villain girl nearby, worried she might have heard the conversation. Seeing she hadn't noticed, he hurriedly asked the vendor to wrap up the hairpin. The vendor understood but said nothing, secretly thinking how shy young people were these days. After receiving the box, Jun Qingye didn't dare linger. He quickly left with a red face. Recalling the vendor's words, he fell into thought again. Sweetheart, I just hope I can stay by her side after the revenge is complete. But with the contract in place, that's just a fantasy. He looked at the expectant villain girl. Jun Qingye immediately handed over the box, shaking his head vigorously to clear his thoughts. Just then, a speeding carriage suddenly appeared in the distance. In front of the carriage stood an elderly man who couldn't dodge in time. In that split second, fortunately, Jun Qingye quickly stepped forward to help the old man. Otherwise, it would have been fatal or severely injurious. From the coachman's shouts, it was clear this was the Prime Minister's carriage. After hitting someone, it didn't stop but continued on its way. Watching it leave, Lin Zhajiao put her hands on her hips and said disapprovingly, the Prime Minister's household is really throwing its weight around. Let's see how they like being dragged through the streets by a carriage themselves. Jun Qingye was more attentive. He asked around and learned that the person in the carriage was the Prime Minister's son. While helping pick up fruits, he continued asking, I heard the Prime Minister's son was sickly and rarely went out? Sickly? He's just insane. Last month's big fire that killed 13 people, he started it. The people in the shop could have escaped, but he had someone block the entrance and watched as everyone burned alive. Later, when someone reported it, the officials not only called it an accident but gave the complainant 50 lashes. Now who dares to cross him? Just stay away from him if you see him. If you die, there won't even be a place to seek justice. After saying this last bit, the old man quietly left, but Jun Qingye noticed something else. He bent down to pick up a handkerchief from the ground. Opening it, he saw an old character written in blood. This handkerchief must have fallen from the carriage. It probably was dropped by someone inside. After a brief analysis, the villain girl suddenly showed a sinister smile. Didn't we want to provoke conflict between the Emperor and Prime Minister? Come on, let's follow them. This might be our chance. This sickly-looking young master was truly outrageous. His carriage recklessly charged through the streets. Not stopping after hitting someone was bad enough. But inside the carriage was the bound first beauty of Zhao Bo, Li Qingyue, the eldest daughter of the Tai Zhang family. Unfortunately for him, he was about to have bad luck. The male and female leads who happened to be out enjoying the streets noticed something wrong with the carriage and were preparing a surprise for him. The scene changed to the carriage stopping outside a secluded courtyard. As the curtain was lifted, several burly men dressed as guards came into view. The lead guard hoisted Li Qingyue onto his shoulder. Feeling her struggle on his shoulder, he laughed and patted her bottom. Stop struggling, Miss Li. Even if you scream your head off here, no one will come to save you. The guards walked in, laughing as they went. Inside the room, they threw the beauty onto the floor. Li Qingyue was now in tears, trembling all over. Hearing the vulgar conversations around her, she was nearly in despair. The next moment, a rough hand appeared, grabbing her hair and pulling out the handkerchief from her mouth. It was the culprit, young Master Xiao Shuxiao. Miss Li, do you remember me? Seeing him, Li Qingyue became furious. Xiao Baichuan, you dare kidnap me? No one around answered her. Instead, they continued making lewd remarks. So this is Miss Li? Now we can feast our eyes. Look at you now. More than just feasting our eyes. Haha. Indeed. Indeed. Taking turns wouldn't be bad either. How's today's moon viewing banquet? You're always looking at those common women. Today, I'll let everyone have a taste of the Tai Zhang family's eldest daughter. Seeing everyone approaching, Li Qingyue panicked. You wouldn't dare? Aren't you afraid my father will kill you all? Unfortunately, her threats had no effect. Instead, they made these young nobles more excited. Xiao Baichuan's expression turned fierce. I'm the Prime Minister's son, second only to one person. You think you're so noble? You dare reject my marriage proposal? Don't blame me for ruining your reputation this way. When I dump you at the Li family gate later, we'll see who looks down on whom. Just as they were tearing at her clothes, a sudden cry came from outside. A figure appeared at the window. Bang! The door was kicked open. Standing there was Zhun Qingye, his face full of anger. Seeing the scene inside, the villain girl also became enraged. Little ghost, what are you waiting for? Beat them up first. Talk later. Zhun Qingye immediately agreed. Watching the guards rushing towards him, he remained calm. With a casual lift of his hand, he blocked their spiritual attack and reversed the force, instantly knocking the guard to the ground, then delivered a fierce kick to the lackey's face. After 5 years of day and night training, dealing with these weaklings was effortless for him now. The villain girl found it so boring she even yawned. Meanwhile, Xiao Baichuan and his group were terrified, pointing at Zhun Qingye and stammering to ask who he was. At this moment, the lackey recognized him. Xiao Yan. He's that notorious Prince Wei. Hearing this, Xiao Baichuan calmed down considerably. Oh, so you're the Emperor's new pet. Who would have thought? So it's Prince Wei. You might not know me. I'm Xiao Baichuan, the Prime Minister's son. Since we've met today, why don't we become friends? I heard you're also a playboy. Why not stay and enjoy the moon viewing with us? But if you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. As he finished speaking, more thugs with clubs entered from outside. Zhun Qingye remained completely calm. He turned to look at the villain girl. She gestured lightly and said, "More people are coming below." The next moment, the scene shifted to the Imperial guards outside, looking bewildered at the thugs flying out from above. Prince Wei, why are you here? They discovered Zhun Qingye upstairs. They immediately rushed inside. Imperial guards conducting investigation. All others clear the way. While dealing with the small fry, Zhun Qingye calmly spoke. What are you waiting for? Arrest these criminals who kidnapped a civilian woman. If they resist, execute first. Report later. This young master is too arrogant. Just because his marriage proposal was rejected, he kidnapped a minister's eldest daughter, and wanted to humiliate her in public. Even after being stopped by the male lead, he remained defiant. With a fierce expression, he rolled up his sleeves, wanting to fight the male lead. It took his lackey, who knew better, to quickly pull him back and try to stop him. But Xiao Baichuan wasn't one to back down. He immediately flew into a rage, shaking off the lackey. Mind your own business. I'm going to destroy this kid today. Just as he finished speaking, a bald strong man suddenly appeared and grabbed Xiao Baichuan's arm. Young master. Jun Qingye is the emperor's man. He's deliberately causing trouble here. This place is very important to the master. If something is exposed during the conflict, it would ruin the master's plans. Clearly, this bald man was no ordinary person. Hearing this, Xiao Baichuan finally calmed down somewhat. HMPH. When I become crown prince, I'll tear him to pieces. Lin Zijiao floated in front of them, absorbing all their conversation, and immediately concluded that the prime minister was indeed planning a rebellion. Moreover, this fragrant garden seemed very important to the prime minister. We seem to have caught a big fish. Watching the villain girl gesturing excitedly, Jun Qingye couldn't help but chuckle. Then, realizing something, he immediately became serious again. Hey, what are you waiting for? Though the guards looked confused, they still dutifully took everyone present into custody. Xiao Baichuan, suppressing his anger, walked up to Jun Qingye. After a few seconds of eye contact, he suddenly glared fiercely at him, while Jun Qingye coldly stared back, as if looking at a dead fish. After everyone left, he immediately helped Li Qingyue up and ordered someone to find a carriage to send the beauty home. Li Qingyue was incredibly grateful, immediately kneeling and kowtowing. Thank you for saving my life, young master. I am Li Qingyue, the eldest daughter of Minister Li. Thank you so much today. As she spoke, tears kept flowing. Noticing the vulgar whispers among the guards behind him, Jun Qingye stepped forward again to help the beauty up. Then he took off his outer coat, thoughtfully draped it over Li Qingyu's shoulders. Miss Li, is this your handkerchief? Here, take it back. They will send you home soon. You're safe now. Having just escaped from hell and now hearing such warm words, tears welled up in Li Qingyu's eyes again. Jun Qingye didn't think much of it. Seeing her still crying, he thought she was still scared, so he had people take her home immediately. The villain girl watched from the side, smiling. Compared to those guards who can't control their eyes, Jun Qing is truly a gentleman. I taught him well. Now that no one else was in the room, the villain girl shared what she had heard and analyzed. If this place is so important to the prime minister, what secret could it hold? Should we just raid it? Jun Qingye was startled by this suggestion. If they directly raided the place, even if Prince Zhao was after treasure, he would surely be furious. But opportunities were fleeting. They might find a way here to intensify the conflict between the prime minister and the emperor. Having made his decision, he immediately waved his hand. Everyone, drive out all personnel from this building and keep them under guard. Remember, don't let them take or destroy anything. Seal off the entire building and search for suspicious items one by one. As the guards took action, the villain girl couldn't resist wanting to search herself. The scene shifted to them standing outside a door in the cellar. As soon as they opened the door, a pungent stench hit them. Looking inside, they found a group of young women imprisoned there. Seeing the newcomers, they seemed terrified and kept begging for mercy. This scene truly shocked them both, and their anger increased more than a little. After ordering the trapped women to be rescued, the villain girl's mood seemed to darken. Indeed, no brothel is clean. When I was, she suddenly stopped and flew away. Jun Qingye looked confused. When you were what? I don't think I've ever been to a brothel. Strangely enough, for someone who loved lively places, he never visited brothels. There must be some reason for this. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard the villain girl calling again. Jun Qing, come quick. I found a secret chamber. A nation toppling enchantress reborn, left with only her soul, thought it was a disastrous beginning. Unexpectedly, she met her mortal enemy from her previous life. By coincidence, their destinies became intertwined, and they began a new journey of revenge. Truth be told, Jun Qingye truly was heaven's chosen one. With the villain girl's help, everything went smoothly. This time they hit the jackpot, discovering the prime minister's big secret, his million-tael fund accumulated for rebellion. Not only that, but the ledgers in the secret chamber recorded the names of all officials, big and small, who were close to the prime minister. With these ledgers and treasures, their plan to intensify internal conflicts in Zhao was practically guaranteed. Jun Qingye secretly rejoiced that he could finally help a little bit. Late that night in the Zhao palace, King Zhao, hearing Shu Hai's report, was furious, berating Jun Qingye for daring to confiscate the prime minister's property. But after seeing the contents of the secret message, his attitude instantly changed. Well done. Excellent confiscation. He had been wanting to build the greatest palace in the world, and the 8 million taels from this raid would be just enough. However, 8 million wasn't a small sum. Even as emperor, King Zhao, amid his excitement, still considered the potential risks of simply taking the prime minister's property. He asked Shu Hai if it would work to kill Jun Qingye and claim he had fled with the money. Shu Hai, now in the same boat with Jun Xingye, naturally advised against it. The prime minister currently held great power and wouldn't swallow this loss quietly. He might immediately rebel out of desperation. Unless we strike first. Once he's dead, everything of his will naturally belong to your majesty, let alone these mere 8 million taels. Hearing this, King Zhao furrowed his brow. Though he said nothing, he clearly had doubts. Meanwhile, in the prime minister's mansion, Prime Minister Xiaomeng, upon hearing the news, flew into a rage, cursing Jun Qingye and the emperor. He had no time to worry about his arrested son now. Without that money, his private army would surely run out of supplies. The only solution was to advance their plans, even though his advisors thought this unwise. But without sufficient funds, their plans would only become harder with time. Moreover, if that ledger fell into the emperor's hands, it would be devastating for them. Only by acting immediately could they catch everyone off guard. Back on the Imperial city streets, Jun Qingye, having just completed his mission, looked at the prosperous scene and fell into thought. Perhaps in a few days, this street would be completely empty. Having lost so much money, the prime minister would surely show his true colors early. Shu Hai must have received the news too, and under his instigation, the emperor would likely move to eliminate the prime minister. This way, the plan would be mostly complete. The villain girl, seeing him silent for so long, became curious. Looking back, she saw Jun Qingye's absent-minded expression, which somehow looked quite handsome. The villain girl was momentarily dazed. Coming to her senses, she instantly floated in front of the young boy. Hey, why don't you look excited? With these things, our plan is secure. This ledger records every bribe the officials gave to the prime minister, and all the evidence of recent crimes by court officials. Now these bargaining chips are ours. Jun Qingye smiled in reminiscence. I am excited, but before everything is settled, I want to be more cautious. Hearing his answer, the villain girl was quite satisfied. That young boy from before had now grown into someone capable of handling matters independently. But at his age, other matters needed to be arranged too. Earlier, Shu Hai mentioned the king wanted to arrange a marriage for him. Lost in thought, she suddenly placed her hand on Jun Qingye's shoulder. Kid, what do you think of Miss Li from today? How does it feel when someone you like encourages you to pursue others? They're right in front of you, yet you dare not speak up. Have you experienced this before? At this moment, Jun Qingye was facing such an awkward situation. Hearing the villain girl constantly praising Miss Li and openly asking if he liked her too, Jun Qingye's heart was filled with mixed emotions. His handsome face turned bright red, stuttering, wanting to deny but unable to find the right words. Yet in the villain girl's eyes, this only appeared as shyness. She said directly that if Jun Qingye was shy, he could just let her take the lead. Hearing this, Jun Qingye finally couldn't stay calm. Miss Li might be great, but I won't marry. The villain girl was stunned. Her face showed great confusion as she stared at Jun Qingye. Perplexed, his expression showed he hadn't considered any possibility between them. So Jun Qingye had to change the subject, stating that before avenging his grudge, he had no right to think about such matters. These words reminded the villain girl of his previous life. He was the same then, carrying many burdens, never experiencing joy. I don't want him to be like this in this life too. Don't worry, we'll get your revenge eventually. Besides, revenge doesn't conflict with finding someone you like. Jun Qingye's mood sank, his fists unconsciously clenching. After our contract is complete, I might die. Even if I find a girl I like, what's the point of telling her I like her? Who says you'll die? Our contract states that after revenge, you'll give your body to. The villain girl suddenly stopped. She finally realized that after getting the body, Jun Qingye would only exist as a soul. That was indeed no different from death. He was alone in his previous life. Must it be the same this time? The next second, she had a new idea. Then what if I like the same person you like? Look, you don't want to find someone because you're afraid of letting them down after the contract. But if I like whoever you like, there's no problem. Besides, I'll become a man later, so my orientation needs to change. Otherwise, as a man keeping male companions, history books would write terrible things. These outrageous words left Jun Qingye petrified. These thoughts were too wild. He could only smile awkwardly, saying it wasn't necessary. But the witch seemed determined. This is what I should do, and it's urgent. However, I can't guarantee I'll only like your wife. After all, emperors have many consorts. I want that too. This time Jun Qingye couldn't hold back. He immediately covered her mouth, asking if she couldn't just marry one person. The image of his father emperor and mother empress flashed in his mind. His father only had one wife. The villain girl put her hands on her hips, taking on a teaching pose. Your father was rare. Have you seen another emperor like that? Seeing Jun Qingye speechless, she continued. So, you can boldly pursue the girl you like. Don't worry about the contract. We can like her together. Just as she was about to continue her outrageous speech, a hand suddenly reached out and pulled her close. Jun Qingye held her hand tightly while his other arm wrapped around her waist. While she was still confused, he spoke authoritatively. If I'm fine after the contract ends, I hope to continue protecting you like this. There won't be any other girls I like. Heartbeats echoed back and forth, seemingly about to burst through the screen. The intimate scene was like a beautiful painting. Jun Qingye's eyes were full of sincerity. Having you is enough. Jun Qingye finally confessed, but Lin Zhajiao misunderstood. Seeing Jun Qingye's dejected look, she thought he was upset because she mentioned having 3,000 consorts. She patted his back, trying to comfort him. She thought that someone like Jun Qingye, who was cold on the outside but warm inside and very loyal, wouldn't even try if he couldn't grow old with someone he liked, let alone entrusting the girl he likes to someone as unreliable as herself. Don't worry, I won't let you grow old alone. She comforted him again and gave Jun Qingye another big hug. Sharing one body is also fate. So in this life, I'll definitely make you experience happiness. Listening to her rambling, Jun Qingye broke into a cold sweat. He sighed inwardly. She still didn't understand his feelings, but never mind. There's still plenty of time ahead. Just as they returned to the palace, Shu Han came looking for them. As Jun Qingye had thought, with the Xiao Baichuan incident as a catalyst, Prince Zhao was now fabricating evidence to frame the Prime Minister for treason. After discussion, they decided to leak this information to the Prime Minister's people. For the next few days, Jun Qingye didn't attend court. However, on this day, he received an apology letter from the Prime Minister. In the study, the villain girl excitedly circled around Jun Qingye several times, eager to know if the Prime Minister was ready to make his move. However, from the letter's content alone, they couldn't confirm the Prime Minister's next specific moves. It was just a simple apology. Additionally, he invited all officials who had impeached him to a banquet, saying he would give everyone a satisfactory result then. Jun Qingye analyzed that after the banquet would likely be when the Prime Minister would counterattack, but he was puzzled why he was invited. The villain girl pondered seriously for a moment. The next second, she brightened up, saying she couldn't figure out this move either. She suggested not thinking too much and just going to the banquet tomorrow to find out. Time came to midnight. Lin Zhajiao, lost in thought, was still awake. She rolled over to face Jun Qingye's side. The next second, her eyes widened. Jun Qingye looked like a sleeping prince, incredibly handsome. Despite being together every day for these years, she hadn't noticed how good-looking this boy had become. Indeed, raising a child is something only I can do properly. The villain girl propped her chin, looking satisfied, as if watching her own child. At this moment, Jun Qingye suddenly became anxious, sleep-talking and calling her name. His brows were furrowed, his expression troubled, seemingly having a nightmare. In his dream, Jun Qingye was flying a kite with the villain girl, holding the string. However, the clouds in the sky appeared somewhat dark red. Why did it suddenly get dark? Is it going to rain? The villain girl stared at the distance, questioning. The next moment, a flash of blood red enveloped the kite. Then Jun Qingye urgently called out, "Zhajiao, watch out." The villain girl turned around confused, about to ask what was wrong. Unexpectedly, several dark red bloody hands reached out from the void behind her, grabbing for her. Seeing this, Jun Qingye panicked, but unfortunately, he too was firmly grabbed by bloody hands from behind. The bloody hands slowly enveloped the villain girl, gradually pulling her into the void. She could only helplessly call out, "Jun Qingye, save me." However, under the pull of countless hands, they could only watch helplessly as they were drawn away from each other. "Zhajiao, give him back to me." In reality, Jun Qingye suddenly opened his eyes, still shouting the words from his dream. Coming to his senses and looking at the daylight outside the window, he felt dazed. Was it a dream? Looking down, their eyes met. "Zhajiao, what are you doing?" Jun Qingye asked. The villain girl replied helplessly, "You're one to talk. You were sleeping fine just now, then suddenly started shouting. I couldn't wake you up no matter how I called. I thought you were having sleep paralysis, so I had no choice but to climb up here myself." Using sleep paralysis to cure sleep paralysis. We're both ghosts anyway. And I didn't believe any ghost could be stronger than me. See? As soon as I got on top of you, you woke up. Aren't I amazing? The villain girl spoke more proudly, taking credit. Jun Qingye was left speechless. He reached out to pinch her cheeks, saying that's not how you treat sleep paralysis. The villain girl swatted his hand away. If it works, it works. By the way, what did you dream about? You looked so troubled. Are you okay? Are you sick? She touched his forehead with her small hand, making Jun Qingye's handsome face slightly blush. He took her hand in his again. Zhajiao, will you leave me? The villain girl reflexively replied. Of course not. She was confused, thinking, my target body is right here. Where could I go? Jun Qingye stared at her seriously and asked again. What if we accidentally get separated? The mighty future war god of the empire had fallen for a little girl. Though Jun Qingye didn't know about his past life's grievances with Lin Zhajiao, after spending these years together, he realized he had fallen in love with this sometimes ruthless, sometimes mischievous spirit. So he wanted to know how the spirit felt about him, hence his repeated attempts at confession. Unfortunately, Lin Zhajiao had never thought about matters of love from beginning to end. When Jun Qingye asked what if they got separated, her first thought was about being trapped in the jade pendant, unable to move, only able to wait in place if they were separated. So you must come find me quickly. Jun Qingye gently embraced her. Don't worry, if we ever get separated, I'll find you as quickly as possible. And you must let me find you, because if you disappear, I'll surely go mad. So please never disappear. Okay. Looking at his serious expression, Lin Zhajiao was momentarily confused and was about to say something, but Jun Qingye had already gotten up to change clothes for his visit to the Prime Minister's mansion. Her face unconsciously turned slightly red. He seemed different somehow, like a cute wolf cub that had suddenly grown up. But this thought only flashed through her mind briefly before she excitedly flew towards the maid who had just brought clothes, wanting to personally pick out something nice for the kid. Looking at the table full of exquisite clothes, she was torn. It couldn't be too plain, but also not too heavy. Let's wear this one today. You'll look good in red. As she spoke, she pointed at Jun Qingye, and a glow passed from her fingertip. The next second, that red robe was already on his body. Jun Qingye wasn't surprised by this. He asked the villain girl why she wouldn't possess him and attend the banquet together. She put her hands on her hips, saying she'd stay in the palace to keep watch in case the Prime Minister tried anything tricky. Jun Qingye thought there shouldn't be any problems with Shu Hai and the palace, but the villain girl expressed concern that Shu Hai might miss some details, and she wasn't at ease. As for you, you've ruined the Prime Minister's plans. He won't let you off easily, so be very careful when you go. Jun Qingye thought about it and agreed that staying in the palace would be much safer than taking her to the Prime Minister's mansion. So he stopped trying to persuade her and told her to rest well in the palace. If anything happened, she shouldn't risk herself. The villain girl put her hands on her hips again. I'm a ghost. What danger could there be? She pushed at Jun Qingye's back, telling him to hurry back. Jun Qingye didn't think much of it and set off after saying goodbye. Meanwhile, on a street in the Imperial city, a child was tugging at his mother's clothes, pointing at the sky, asking curiously what that was. Under the bright sun, a phoenix tail streaked across the sky. The scene shifts to the Prime Minister's mansion, where several graceful dancers were performing, yet none of the people in the hall were in the mood to watch the beautiful women. Jun Qingye sat expressionless by the shore, while others whispered among themselves, occasionally glancing his way, puzzled why the Prime Minister had invited him to the banquet. At this moment, a guard came to Jun Qingye's side and quietly reported that someone had seen a phoenix flying towards the palace. At the main table, the Prime Minister was also conferring with his subordinates, though it was unclear if it was about the phoenix. The next second, the Prime Minister waved his hand. Suddenly, the musicians around them pulled out blade weapons from their hiding places. In an instant, they had all the guests under control. Some bolder guests immediately stood up angrily, demanding to know what the Prime Minister meant by this. The Prime Minister laughed and said this was just a little game he had prepared for everyone. His tone suddenly changed, his face turning grim. I heard someone saw a phoenix flying towards the palace today. If he's truly heaven's chosen, he'll receive the divine beast's protection. If his fate has run out, he'll be killed by it. Why don't we place bets on whether His Majesty will die? At these words, everyone's expressions changed, shouting if the Prime Minister was planning rebellion. Some worried they might be branded as traitors by King Zhao. In contrast, Jun Qingye remained calm. smirking as he pushed away the thin sword. I'm in for this bet. I bet that phoenix won't leave the palace alive, even if it's a real phoenix. If it interferes with my plans, I'll bring it down. While Zhun Qingye and the Prime Minister were making their bet, the phoenix had already reached the palace airspace. Upon receiving the news, King Zhao's face lit up with joy, thinking it was the same auspicious sign that appeared when the founding emperor Hongwu ascended the throne. His plans against the Prime Minister were already in motion. He rushed outside without delay, calling for everyone to follow him out of the palace, determined to capture this phoenix. Meanwhile, the villain girl was equally surprised, looking at the phoenix feathers in the sky, puzzled why such an auspicious sign would favor someone like King Zhao. Back at the Prime Minister's mansion, he accepted Zhun Qingye's bet without hesitation, declaring that if King Zhao died, Zhun Qingye would not only return all the recently confiscated wealth but also hand over all his businesses. Zhun Qingye's confidence remained unshaken as he asked what would happen if the phoenix died. The Prime Minister scoffed at this, saying it was a divine beast. Who would dare risk divine punishment by shooting it? Besides, he had already stationed hundreds of archers at the palace gates. Once the dog emperor was lured out, he would be immediately killed in a hail of arrows. At Prince Hui's mansion, Lin Zhajiao caught a falling phoenix feather. One look was enough to see through the trick. The Prime Minister's plan was clever, but unfortunately, she called to the spirit child, telling him to inform Shu Hai to shoot down the phoenix immediately. They must prevent the emperor from leaving the palace at all costs. Hey, whether it's a fake phoenix or real, if it interferes with my plans, it must die. Moments later, a piercing phoenix cry rang out. The phoenix in the sky now had an arrow through its body. King Zhao, who hadn't yet reached the palace gates, was dumbfounded. He looked at Shu Hai holding the bow and immediately roared in anger. He rushed forward, grabbed Shu Hai's collar and began raging, calling for Shu Hai to be executed while ordering others to open the palace gates to retrieve and heal the phoenix. Shu Hai abandoned his usual humility, staring sharply at King Zhao while forbidding the gates to be opened. If it were a real phoenix, how could one arrow kill it? This is clearly a trap. Ignoring the king's cursing, he announced he was taking command of the palace. Anyone who dared open the gates would be eliminated. Meanwhile, news of the divine beast's death reached the Prime Minister's mansion. The plan to lure out King Zhao had completely failed. The Prime Minister was so shocked his jaw dropped, unable to believe someone actually dared to attack the phoenix. Zhun Qingye smirked, thinking such supernatural trickery couldn't fool a real spirit. The officials below began urging the Prime Minister to pay up. The Prime Minister angrily slammed the table. As someone who could rival the Emperor's power, he wouldn't give up so easily. If the Emperor wouldn't come out, they would force their way in. With a wave of his hand, he ordered 3,000 guards to move out and breach the city gates within a quarter hour. With a whoosh, a signal arrow split the sky. Seeing the signal flare explode, the Prime Minister dropped his act and told everyone present to hand over their troops to strike. But these cowards who usually lined their own pockets didn't dare agree. Still trying to persuade the Prime Minister to turn back, he directly stated that when King Zhao seized the fragrant chain, he also took away years' worth of evidence of their crimes, any single piece of which could destroy their entire families. So you'd better join me. If I fall, none of you will escape. Just as he was feeling confident, Zhun Qingye silently pulled out a book from his chest. Seeing this item, the Prime Minister lost his composure. How could this possibly be in your hands? Zhun Qingye held the book, slowly explaining, I was the one who raided the fragrant chamber. Naturally, such an important item would be in my possession. Everyone, if you immediately lead troops to save the Emperor and arrest these traitors, I promise this evidence will never reach the Emperor's eyes. The officials fell silent, exchanging glances, clearly weighing their options. But the Prime Minister had no time to hesitate. He shouted that Zhun Qingye was lying and ordered guards to seize him. As soon as he finished speaking, a guard thrust his sword at Zhun Qingye's back. With a flash of the blade, Zhun Qingye had seized the sword and successfully counter-killed. Merit for saving the Emperor or execution of 9 generations. The choice is yours. The Prime Minister dropped all pretense and sent troops to the palace. Amidst the chaos of battle, the jade pendant was blocked. Lin Zhajiao lost. Under Zhun Xingyi's instigation, some guests finally wavered. One official spoke up, urging everyone to break out together and save the Emperor. But the Prime Minister showed no panic, directly ordering the mansion sealed. Anyone who dared take a step would be killed on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, The official who had just spoken was struck in a vital spot by a dagger from behind. Xiao Baichuan appeared in the Great Hall with sword-wielding guards, shouting that he would handle things here and telling the Prime Minister to hurry, as the princess had made her move. Seeing the Prime Minister about to leave, Zhen Qingye immediately shouted for him to stop, but the next second, several swords were pointed at him. Xiao Baichuan stood behind his guards, face dark. Zhen Qingye, today is your death day. Zhen Qingye frowned deeply as the situation reached another standoff. Back in the palace, King Zhao was still berating Shu Han for shooting the phoenix. He wanted to have him beaten to death. Before he could finish his threats, a guard ran in panicked, reporting that thousands of men in black had suddenly appeared outside the palace gates and were attacking. King Zhao's expression immediately changed as he grabbed Shu Hai, begging for help. Meanwhile, Lin Zhajiao floated up high to observe the siege. The black-clothed men were too numerous, and the palace guards too scattered. The gates would surely fall before long. After assessing the situation, she promptly sent the spirit child to find Shu Han, telling him to light the beacon to gather the Imperial guards and take the emperor to the inner palace. That area was surrounded by the Jade River. Defending the southern palace would allow them to buy maximum time for outside forces to respond. After the spirit child left, an evil smile appeared on the villain girl's face. Zhen Xingye, whether you can eliminate both obstacles at once depends on you all now. As she had analyzed, within half a moment, the palace gates were breached by the rebels. Instantly, the entire Imperial city was filled with the sound of clashing blades. The villain girl floated in the air like a spectator. For now, Shu Hai was holding the enemy back, just waiting for Zhen Qingye to bring reinforcements. Everything would be settled then. The Prime Minister would fall, and the Emperor would be bedridden from shock. No one in Zhao would be able to stop his ambitions anymore. In other words, he would gain control of Zhao without losing a single soldier. As the desire in the villain girl's eyes grew stronger, the bloody aura from below mysteriously began flowing toward her. At this moment, she was like a true demon god. While others fought desperately, Zhao would be hers for the taking. What she didn't know was that just as everything was going according to plan, her parasitic jade pendant encountered an accident. Behind the spirit child being pulled away by Shu Hai, a man in black suddenly appeared. Whether by coincidence or greed, the black-clothed man grabbed the jade pendant from his neck. With a crack, the necklace cord suddenly broke. Feeling the change at his neck, the spirit child was immediately alarmed. Just as he was about to lunge at the black-clothed man, Shu Hai carried him away toward the inner palace. Being mute, he couldn't make Shu Hai understand his urgency. At the same time, the villain girl in the sky suddenly felt something strange in her body. Looking down, she discovered the rebels had taken her jade pendant. A distant crane's cry was heard. It was Zhen Qingye returning with reinforcements. The villain girl was overjoyed to see him, hurriedly waving and calling his name. Seeing the tide turn against them, the rebels began retreating in panic. The shouting villain girl was pulled away in the opposite direction. In extreme anxiety, she finally panicked and could only desperately call Zhen Qingye's name over and over. Zhen Qingye, who was commanding reinforcements, suddenly turned around. It was Zhajiao's voice, the nation-ruining demon girl reborn into a 15-year-old pious soul, originally thinking she could rely on the soul contract to partner with her former mortal enemy and reach the peak again. The original plan was to wait for King Zhao and the Prime Minister to conflict. Then she could take control of Zhao and use it as a stepping stone to unify the 9 provinces for the Prime Minister. But an accident occurred just before success. When the rebels from the Prime Minister's mansion attacked the palace, they directly seized her parasitic jade pendant. Not only did she lose contact with Zhen Qingye, but she was forced to drift into the cold palace. At this time, Zhen Qingye was leading reinforcements to support the palace. In a daze, he seemed to hear Lin Zhajiao's voice, but turning to look, he only saw a few soldiers fleeing in panic. The situation was urgent, and he thought he had misheard. He decided to suppress the rebels first. Then he swung his sword, ordering the execution of all fleeing rebels. On the other side, seeing him turn away, the villain girl immediately raised her voice, calling Zhen Qingye's name again. Unfortunately, the palace was filled with the sounds of battle, and her voice was instantly drowned out. As the tide turned completely, the rebels were gradually executed by the guards. With a clatter, the jade pendant fell to the ground. Lin Zhajiao floated and looked closely. This place was the cold palace of Zhao. Fortunately, she was still in the palace, which should make it easier for Zhen Qingye to find her. Since they were already separated, she stopped dwelling on it. Instead, she pondered why the pendant's cord had broken. It was expensive merchandise bought by Jun Qingye, previously tested to be unbreakable even by knife. Also, why had the jade pendant turned red? The scene shifted to the main battlefield, where Jun Qingye successfully found the Prime Minister and handed him a bloodstained package. The Prime Minister opened it and collapsed on the spot. Inside was his beloved son, now surrounded, and with the massive shock of his son's death, that scheming minister who could once challenge the emperor, completely lost his will to fight. As if aging decades in an instant, he hunched over, carrying the white cloth as he walked toward the bridge. Hot tears flowed uncontrollably. "I've lost." After saying this, ignoring his subordinates' pleas, he jumped into the moat while holding his son. With a splash, a generation's great schemer met his end. With the Prime Minister's death, the remaining rebels were quickly subdued. After resolving everything, Jun Qingye rushed to the inner palace. Ignoring the king's warm reception, he went straight to the spirit child, asking why the villain girl wasn't there. Seeing him, the spirit child burst into tears, using sign language to explain what happened, the jade pendant turning red, the cord breaking by itself, being taken by rebels. Upon learning the details, Jun Qingye was thunderstruck. The king was still rambling on with flattery, but Jun Qingye stood there with a gloomy expression, completely ignoring him. The next moment, he suddenly turned and ran out, maintaining his speed despite the king and Shu Hai calling after him. His mind was filled with thoughts of the villain girl, desperately wanting to find her whereabouts. Running to the palace gate, looking at the sea of flames, his mind was in chaos. With such devastation, how could he find her? "Zhajiao, where are you?" The next day, Lin Zhajiao floated above the cold palace, gazing into the distance, muttering Jun Qingye's name. "He should come find me now, right? I wonder how long it will take him to find the cold palace." Suddenly, movement below caught her attention. A woman was searching through the yet-to-be-cleared rebel corpses. The villain girl had a sudden idea and flew toward the woman, pointing at the jade pendant. She shouted, "Look here, can't you see this big precious jade?" But the woman couldn't hear her voice and continued searching. The next moment, she successfully found a money pouch from a corpse's waist. Opening it, her face lit up with joy. "Great, there's 40 yuan. Now I have enough." She immediately turned to leave, as if she had something important to do. But before she could take 2 steps, a group of guards stopped her. Seeing this, the woman hurriedly clutched the money pouch to her chest, trembling as she begged the guards not to take her earnings. But the guards showed no mercy. They snatched the money pouch from her chest, along with her previous savings. Seeing the money pouch taken, the woman quickly grabbed the guard's sleeve, tearfully begging them to let her go. She had worked hard to save this money, saying her brother told her just 5 more taels would be enough to buy her freedom. The guard pushed her down and hit her, mocking her for being foolish. They revealed that her brother had no intention of buying her freedom. "No wonder you've been showing up asking for money lately. Truth is, your brother is addicted to drugs. Your money probably goes straight to the gambling house as soon as it leaves the palace. Him buying your freedom? Maybe in your next life." She was an evil spirit, but also a pitiful person. The remaining flames rose like towering resentment, growing rapidly until the entire courtyard became a sea of fire. Zhajiao watched the rising flames, with fires seemingly burning in the depths of her eyes, as if trying to burn away all memories of her humiliation. In her memories, Zhajiao, like Rong Yin, killed those who humiliated her, setting fires to destroy everything. "Burn you all. This disgusting place is full of scum." Unfortunately, while trying to escape, Zhajiao was caught by the scum. They caught her and brought her back, whipping her frantically, doubling her humiliation. The desperate Zhajiao thought, "Won't someone save me? If anyone saves me, whether ghost or god, I will serve them faithfully. I'll work like an ox or horse, earn money for them, without complaint." But back then, she died waiting for someone to save her. The corrupted Zhajiao laughed madly. "Now, I no longer need anyone to save me. I will break out of this cage myself. Break through this seal." The frenzied Zhajiao looked at the equally frenzied Rong Yin. Her strong resentment had a fatal attraction to Zhajiao. Zhajiao laughed like one possessed. "If I take her body, I can break free from the jade pendant." The mark on Zhajiao's forehead grew increasingly red. The jade pendant also turned red, until the entire piece became as red as fresh blood. Then with a crack, the blood-like jade pendant developed a fissure. Lin Zhajiao didn't see any of this. She stepped away from the jade pendant, gradually exceeding 5 meters. She walked into the sea of flames, enjoying the unbridled freedom amidst the jumping sparks. The jade pendant grew redder, and the crack widened, seeming ready to explode at any moment. Just as she was about to break free from everything, a voice called out, "Lin Zijiao." Zijiao froze. She had just turned her head. Before she could react, Jun Qingye swept through the flames like a breeze, tightly embracing Zijiao. The joy of finding what was lost made him hold her very tight. "Zijiao, I finally found you." At that moment, Zijiao was stunned. Then a dark light flashed in her eyes, becoming fierce again. She was about to break free, and Jun Qingye was here to interfere. Anyone who interfered deserved to die. Her hand on Jun Qingye's back slowly transformed into sharp ghost claws, ready to pierce his heart. At that moment, she heard Jun Qingye's choked, hoarse voice, murmuring, "I'm sorry. I should have found you sooner. I'm sorry for making you wait so long. I'll never leave you alone again. Never again. I won't let you leave me again." Jun Qingye's body was tense, every word trembling. Zijiao's original resentment gradually crumbled with each of his apologies. Her eyes slowly reddened. She closed her eyes, resting her forehead on his shoulder. Jun Qingye looked down to see Zijiao's wet, reddened eyes, her small face full of grievance, her little mouth stubbornly pressed into a line. Finally, she burst into tears with an, "Ah, woo, Jun Qingye, I hate you. Didn't you say you'd find me quickly? I waited for you for so long." Zijiao threw herself into Jun Qingye's arms, grieving. "I waited for you every day, every single day, but you never came. I thought I'd be locked up forever. I thought you didn't want me anymore." Zijiao's grieving cries shattered Jun Qingye's heart. Jun Qingye, with reddened eyes, held Zijiao, saying remorsefully, "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Being comforted like this, Lin Zijiao cried even harder, as aggrieved as an upset kitten. At this time, Lingtong ran over with the jade pendant found in a corner. The once flawless jade pendant now showed a crack. Jun Qingye held the jade pendant in his palm while embracing Zijiao, gently patting her back. He thought, no matter what just happened, finding her was all that mattered. Lingtong saw everyone around watching them. He signed to Jun Qingye, "Master, there are too many eyes here. We should go back first." Jun Qingye also knew the situation was inappropriate, so he lifted Zijiao in his arms, intending to take her away. Zijiao, nestled in Jun Qingye's arms, pointed to the disheveled Rong Yin nearby. The two looked at him expectantly. Jun Qingye immediately understood her meaning. He told Lingtong, "Lingtong, take those two girls with us too." After speaking, Jun Qingye carried Zijiao as if holding a priceless treasure, walking away steadily from everyone's sight. Only after they left did others dare to whisper among themselves, "Is the prince possessed? He looked like he was holding someone. Could it be a female ghost?"